This time Chen Ao departed the Heguang's secret realm in under a decade, over 20 times swifter than his journey inward. The moment he emerged, he detected disturbances surging through the void. Chen Ao's expression flickered. Were those two fellows going to stop at nothing for the supreme treasure? But with the Lord of Heguang present, even if they killed him, they could never keep the treasure. The nature of things had changed. This was no longer children squabbling over a toy. Yet in the next moment Chen Ao perceived more than one aura in the void. It seems I'm in for another ambush. Chen Ao sneered. His earthen true body might have to stay cooped up in Chaos City and keep a low profile, but as the Vinewood King, he could already afford to let loose a little. The Vinewood King. A pinnacle cosmic overlord, a figure of significance even across the entire universe. As long as he stayed steady, who could possibly kill him? If you all intend to kill me and seize my treasure, why skulk in hiding? Ha ha ha. The Vinewood King's perception is indeed sharp. We never imagined that, even with our secret arts, we couldn't escape Lord Vinewood's senses. Even as he spoke, figures one after another stepped forth from the void. Chen Ao watched them approach, his expression unmoved. 17 cosmic overlords. You really think highly of me? Ha ha ha, what can we do? You Vinewood King are simply too wealthy. It's worth staking our lives on the gamble. Besides, you possess the combat power of a cosmic overlord. If we didn't send enough experts, how could we possibly kill you? Chen Ao looked at the cosmic overlords closing in. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Ancestor God Sect? Haha, afraid. Of course we are. But our clan faces a crisis. If we cannot obtain a supreme treasure to strengthen ourselves, we may never survive this calamity. So we have no choice but to wrong you, Vinewood King. Vinewood King, don't count on stalling for time. We've already sealed off the void. Even a universe lord couldn't arrive in time. Once we kill you and take your treasures, we'll teleport away through our divine kingdoms. Fortunately, this is the depths of the ancestral god's secret realm. Otherwise, even divine kingdom teleportation would be disrupted. As they spoke, the cosmic overlords were not idle. They had already taken their positions, leaving Chen Ao no chance to escape. Moreover, for safety, 2 or 3 cosmic overlords guarded every direction, clearly intent on sealing Chen Ao in. 2 or 3 against 1. Even if Chen Ao was slightly stronger, they could hold him steadily. Then what else is there to say? Fight! In an instant, Chen Ao summoned every buff upon himself, and his domain treasure appeared. Seeing a high-level domain treasure emerge, the cosmic overlords were not surprised. They likewise produced their own treasures. 3 ordinary treasures and 1 high-level treasure. They intended to suppress Chen Ao in return. However, Chen Ao's domain treasure was clearly slightly superior to their high-level one, so the domain treasures roughly neutralized each other. Seeing this, the 17 cosmic overlords breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their domain treasure wasn't at a disadvantage, that was enough. They had all watched the previous video and knew exactly how troublesome Chen Ao could be when relying on his domain treasure. Before we start, let me ask you all one question: are you prepared to die? The 17 cosmic overlords' expressions flickered but quickly recovered. Vinewood King, stop trying to scare us. This time we've made every preparation. You will surely fall, and your supreme treasures will all be ours. Obtaining Chen Ao's treasures, saying each of them would get a top-tier treasure, was an exaggeration, but exchanging them for 2 or 3 high-level treasures was absolutely more than enough. Chen Ao struck first. A colossal beast god phantom loomed behind him. The cosmic overlords were also inheritors and similarly emanated their own beast god phantoms from their bodies. The 7th sword. 1 sword stroke split the void. The cosmic overlord struck by it had his divine body dispersed instantly. Before he could even react, Chen Ao had already landed a 2nd blow. Boom! The colossal divine body was annihilated outright, not even giving him time to self-destruct. Ignoring the treasure, the fallen overlord left behind, Chen Ao struck at another cosmic overlord beside him. Sword stroke after sword stroke. The scene stunned every cosmic overlord present. A pinnacle cosmic overlord. You're a pinnacle cosmic overlord. Killing a cosmic overlord clad in a supreme treasure armor in just 2 sword strokes. Only a pinnacle cosmic overlord could have done that. Ha ha ha, now you realize. Too late. Chen Ao's blink technique flickered rapidly as he delivered sword stroke after sword stroke. In the blink of an eye, 3 cosmic overlords had already fallen. All of them were struck to the point of bodily annihilation. Run. The remaining 14 cosmic overlords didn't hesitate for a moment. They fled at once. Ha ha ha. This is my chance to cement my reputation as Vinewood King. How could I let you escape? He unleashed the domain treasure at its maximum power. This was the 3rd level might of the high-grade domain treasure. Combined with his domain-type secret arts, it pushed the domain suppression and binding to the absolute limit. Even the cosmic overlords could barely move. And this was exactly what Chen Ao feared least. Even the space-time lockdown of a universe lord could not fully restrain his blink technique. If he hadn't been able to shorten his blink distance, his speed would have been even more terrifying. A cosmic overlord 1,000,000 kilometers away would be closed in on in an instant. Then came sword stroke after sword stroke. Facing Chen Ao's onslaught, those cosmic overlords could only scream in despair. Vinewood King, we know we were wrong. Spare me, I beg you, spare me. Vinewood King, I still have countless clansmen to nurture. I can't die. Aren't you supposed to be kind? Please let me go. One after another, the cosmic overlords wailed, hoping Chen Ao would show mercy. But would Chen Ao care? You really thought I was kind? That was all an act. Now you've delivered yourselves to me. Killing you won't even tarnish my reputation. If I didn't kill you, I'd be a fool. So without the slightest hesitation, he cut them down one by one. None of the cosmic overlords fought back against Chen Ao's attacks. They couldn't, the gap was far too great. At most they could force Chen Ao to swing his sword a few extra times, but his sword speed was far too fast. Even with their utmost defense, they could only delay Chen Ao by a few hundredths of a second. Rather than waste that time, they chose to scatter and flee, hoping luck would let them escape to safety. But it was all delusion. Under the suppression of the domain treasure, no matter how they fled in all directions, they couldn't get far. Chen Ao's movement took almost no time, and killing a cosmic overlord required only a second or two. Even if the target's body spanned thousands of kilometers, it was just a dozen or so seconds. In such a short time, they couldn't possibly run beyond the domain treasure's reach. This is what it means to be a true powerhouse. A single level of difference makes slaughter effortless, ha ha ha. When this battle broke out, countless beings broke into a cold sweat for Chen Ao. Many lives grieved for him, while others felt delight. No matter their state of mind, everyone believed that Chen Ao was doomed this time. There were fully 17 universe overlords. Even if Chen Ao had strength comparable to a universe overlord, he was certain to fall. However, the very first sword strike silenced everyone. Those should be the secret patterns of a top-tier supreme treasure, right? Has he reached the ultimate universe overlord level? It must be. Otherwise, how could he display such terrifying attack power? Killing a universe overlord clad in supreme treasure armor with 2 sword strikes is something only a top-tier universe overlord could do. Moreover, they vaguely sensed that Chen Ao possessed some special amplifying secret art, otherwise he would not be so terrifying. Even universe overlords whose bodies stretched thousands of kilometers were slain in just over 10 sword strikes. That was a universe overlord wearing supreme treasure armor, not just some nobody. With this battle, King Tingmu has cemented his place among cosmic powerhouses. The status of top-tier universe overlord is truly deserved. Even if there is still a gap between him and those heaven-defying extraordinary universe overlords, he is more than qualified to stand among the mighty. Don't forget, King Tingmu was born merely a few thousand years ago, and he has an immortal body. Once he becomes a venerable with his heaven-defying genes and divine body, he might exhaust even an ordinary universe master to death. Indeed, too terrifying. A heaven-defying life form like him should not exist. It is one thing that his divine body is immense and his gene multiplier is high, but he also comprehends the laws so quickly too. Even if activating the secret patterns had a lower requirement, there was still a baseline demand for law comprehension. Besides, everyone could see that Chen Ao had reached the 4th level of the Beast God inheritance long ago. Perhaps before long Chen Ao would fully comprehend the 4th level and step into the venerable realm. When that day came, who could stand against Chen Ao? Thankfully, the ancestral god cult does not seek hegemony. Otherwise, a universe overlord like him alone would be enough to give countless beings headaches. The ancestral god cult doesn't have many heaven-defying overlords like King Tingmu either. It's not as exaggerated as you say. No. King Tingmu was born only a few thousand years ago. No one knows how high his potential is. Even Lord Heguang, watching Chen Ao's slaughter from afar, fell into silence. Previously, Chen Ao had displayed his strength in the Heguang secret realm, but he was only comparable to the top tier, far from what he was capable of now. It seems this little fellow was hiding his strength before. In that case, even against Huolan and the other one, he should have a fighting chance, right? Lord Heguang was somewhat stunned, as if Chen Ao had never needed to be so hard-pressed. However, if it became a war of attrition, the one who died would still be Chen Ao. Both Huolan and Xuanguang surpassed him in strength and total divine power. If they attacked together, there was still a chance Chen Ao would fall. This King Tingmu might be rather timid. He fears those stronger than himself and only slaughters the weak. Lord Heguang stopped watching mainly because he coveted the treasures in the void. The entire fortunes of 17 universe overlords. Together they were worth at least 300 to 400 supreme treasure points. Perhaps even more. Only the 3 ancestral gods smiled, never expecting that in just a few thousand years King Tingmu, whom they had raised at great cost, could accomplish so much. Even though King Tingmu was a bit of a handful, still the ancestral god cult's investment was not wasted after all. I truly look forward to the day he becomes a universe venerable or even a universe master. Maybe he really can possess top-tier 5th rank combat power. If Chen Ao could possess top-tier 5th order combat power, then the ancestral god cult would have a louder voice. At the very least, they would dare to set foot in the cosmic sea. After slaughtering the 17 universe overlords, Chen Ao spent decades returning from the Heguang secret realm. The two-faced ancestral god watched the little one he had personally raised bit by bit. Now that Chen Ao could casually slaughter universe overlords, what he felt was mostly gratification. King Tingmu, you performed very well this time. One battle is enough to intimidate countless races. The Ancestral God did not order any continued pursuit of the forces belonging to those universe overlords. Those ordinary races having lost their universe overlords would soon face the danger of extinction. In fact, signs of extinction were already emerging among them. Otherwise their universe overlords would not have gambled everything on one throw. A universe overlord bound by ties to his race would not dare to do such a thing. As for your future cultivation, do you have a direction? The Ancestral God cult no longer had much to give Chen Ao. Now that his strength had reached the level of a top-tier universe overlord, what could help him were secret arts and supreme treasures. As for supreme treasures, Chen Ao had enough to exchange for peak supreme treasure weapons and armor. Other precious treasures such as top-tier domain supreme treasures were rare even among universe masters, so they could not be casually granted. Otherwise the divine protectors of the cult would complain. Even as ancestral gods they could not overstep their bounds. Hearing the ancestral god's words, Chen Ao suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment. Ancestral God, I heard that the ancestor of Starry Sky giant beasts has a beast god realm. It seems he has a profound analysis of the path of the beast god. Hearing Chen Ao's words, the two-faced ancestral god fell silent for a moment. The relationship between the ancestor of Starry Sky giant beasts and the ancestral god cult was somewhat complicated. The old beast god had always looked down on the ancestral god cult, feeling that the beast god inheritance of the ancestral god cult was nominal and hollow, not comparable to that of the Starry Sky giant beast alliance. You want to enter the old beast god's beast god realm? Chen Ao nodded. On this matter he had no say. He needed the two-faced ancestral god to do him a favor. And face alone was not enough. He would probably have to add a peak supreme treasure as well. The two-faced ancestral god hesitated slightly. The old beast god had no reason to care about his prestige, and because of this the old beast god would likely take the chance to demand benefits. You really want to go? Chen Ao nodded. Ancestral god, I have about 1200 supreme treasure points. Perhaps I can exchange them for a chance to enter. In reality this was still using the ancestral god cult's resources to beg the old beast god. On top of that it would cost the two-faced ancestral god his prestige. Chen Ao was actually pleading with the two-faced ancestral god. If the ancestral god was willing to help him, it meant he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own prestige for Chen Ao. The two-faced ancestral god was silent for a long while. Let me think it over. I need to communicate with that old beast god. It was not easy to handle. Chen Ao also knew that this matter was difficult, but the beast god realm was absolutely the easiest place to create ultimate universe master-level secret arts. If he relied solely on the ancestral god cult's secret arts and inheritances, who knew how many epochs it would take for him to reach that step? Perhaps he would really be overtaken by Luofeng on the way. I'll go and talk to the old beast god. One peak supreme treasure should be enough to make the old beast god open the door wide for us. Of course being mocked was inevitable, but for Chen Ao, his own son, the two-faced ancestral god, could only steel himself. Watching the two-faced ancestral god, Chen Ao could not help but feel moved. The debt of gratitude was growing deeper and deeper. The two-faced ancestral god looked at Chen Ao, clearly having made up his mind. Even if it meant paying a price, even if it meant being mocked by the old beast god, he would give Chen Ao a chance. As the ancestral god of the ancestral god cult, he naturally knew the value of the beast god realm for beast god inheritors. When do you plan to enter the beast god realm? Well, I'm afraid I'll need to communicate with the old beast god first. I plan to travel among the major races, broaden my horizons, and accumulate some foundation before entering the beast god realm. Just after a major battle, wouldn't it be better to immediately study secret techniques? The ancestral god asked in confusion. Chen Ao shook his head. Those opponents were far too weak. They couldn't make me fight with all my strength, so they didn't have much impact on me. Then I'll arrange a time with the old beast god in advance. Hundreds or even thousands of years were like a mere moment to them. Ancestral god, I actually have a suggestion. Chen Ao looked at the ancestral god. I plan to stay in the beast god realm for 10,000 years. With 10,000-fold acceleration, that would be 100 million years. I intend to use this 100 million years to make a bet with the old beast god. At this moment Chen Ao couldn't care less about Luofeng. The wealthy reclusive master was so rich, he wouldn't mind spending a little extra. Even the most supreme treasures the reclusive master might be able to produce. So Chen Ao decided to take care of himself first. Ancestral god, you can make a bet with the old beast god and arrange for me to enter the beast god realm. Chen Ao spoke. First, offer the old beast god a top-tier treasure as an entrance fee. I reckon the old beast god won't agree. Then you can say that within this 100 million years, I will create a universe master ultimate secret art. If I fail, you'll lose a peak-tier treasure to the old beast god. If I succeed, then the old beast god will owe us a peak-tier treasure instead. Hearing Chen Ao's words, the ancestral god was stunned. Was this still the kind-hearted little prince of the universe King Tingmu, who was famous across the cosmos? How could he be so scheming? The plan is a good plan. It can salvage some face. But the foundation of all this is that you create a universe master ultimate secret art within 100 million years. A Universe Master Ultimate Secret Art. Even Universe Masters themselves couldn't all create one. Those who could create such a secret art combined with some treasures could achieve 3rd tier or even 4th tier combat power. Don't think 3rd or 4th tier is weak. For instance, the Heavenly Wolf Master was only at 2nd tier peak, barely 3rd tier, while Luo Feng's senior brother, the Flame Emperor, was merely at 3rd tier peak. The Flame Emperor's power came purely from his peak tier treasure. Without it he would be on the same level as the Heavenly Wolf Master, indicating that the Flame Emperor's secret art was at the Universe Master peak level or barely reaching the ultimate level. Do you have confidence? Chen Ao nodded. I have confidence. The Ancestral God nodded. Since Chen Ao had said so, he didn't have much to add. Chen Ao himself could produce a top-tier treasure and a peak-tier treasure. These treasures didn't cost him anything. What he had to sacrifice was his own face. For the sake of a promising junior, he valued losing a bit of face was worth it. If King Tingmu truly can create a Universe Master Ultimate Secret Art, not only will I not lose face, but I can also thoroughly mock the old beast god. If successful, everyone would be happy. Not only would he save face and treasures, but he would also gain greatly. If failed, he would lose both face and treasures, and the old beast god would probably mock him even more, calling him delusional. Then shall we set the time for 1,000 years from now? The Ancestral God asked. Chen Ao nodded. Agreed. I will travel the universe for 1,000 years, which will be enough to increase my foundation. In that case, go ahead. I look forward to your return from training. Thank you, Ancestral God. Chen Ao bowed, his gratitude sincere. Chen Ao also decided in his heart that no matter what happened in the future, he would protect the two-faced Ancestral God. Good thing I've always clung to the thigh of the Universe Father. Chen Ao left all his treasures in the Purple Thorn Island Palace. Moreover, he made sure all the inheritors could see them. There was no other way, he was simply too wealthy. If he took so many treasures out, he would likely be besieged by Universe Masters. A swarm of masters like the Heavenly Wolf Master would come. Fire Wolf King, I was born too recently. I'd like to travel through your demon race. What do you think? Chen Ao, no longer carrying treasures, had nothing else to worry about. The Fire Wolf King naturally agreed. This was a great opportunity to get closer to Chen Ao. Of course, Chen Ao wouldn't just visit the demon race. He would visit all 9 major powers, each for a tentative 100 years. Naturally, he would also visit the human forces, where he could secretly leave behind materials for his clone without anyone noticing. No one would detect the slightest clue. Over the next few 100 years, Chen Ao began touring the major races, and every race welcomed him with immense enthusiasm. Such a supremely talented top-tier cosmic overlord was the target of everyone's courtship. Unconsciously, over 700 years passed, and Chen Ao had already spent nearly 100 years wandering through human territory. Seven Sword King, thank you for your company this time. King Tingmu is too polite. Being able to guide you is my honor. Although both were titled kings, everyone knew the vast gap between them. Not to mention the Seven Sword King, a pseudo-invincible king. Even a true cosmic overlord would have to tread carefully in front of Chen Ao. What a pity. I can't visit the human sacred land, chaotic city. Chen Ao said regretfully. The Seven Sword King smiled and said nothing. How could such a sacred place allow you to enter? The sacred lands of other major powers also didn't permit Chen Ao to enter. Leaving the humans, Chen Ao went to the distant crystal race and the prison race. After finishing his travels among these two races, Chen Ao chose to return to the Ancestral God cult. King Tingmu, you're back. How do you feel? The universe is vast. Well, truly vast. The two-faced Ancestral God smiled. I've already arranged with the old beast god for 20,000 years. In the beast god realm, that would be 200 million years. Of course, I've also set up the bet you mentioned, create a Universe Master Ultimate Secret Art within 200 million years. Chen Ao didn't care about the time. There were still 1 or 2,000 years until Luo Feng inherited the Star Tower, and about 70 or 80,000 years until Luo Feng went to the beast god realm. 20,000 years was very suitable. Thank you, Ancestral God, for your help. Haha, you are a core member of our Ancestral God cult. Nurturing you is only right. The two-faced Ancestral God laughed. If you can create a Universe Master Ultimate Secret Art, you might even now become the most supreme cosmic overlord, comparable to a first-tier Universe Master. When you become a Universe Venerable, you might rival second-tier or even third-tier Universe Masters. This is what we hope for. A third-tier Universe Master combat power that can be resurrected is absolutely more terrifying than a fifth-tier Universe Master in the Primal Universe. Tengmu will do his utmost and not let the Ancestral God down. Very well, then come with me to see the old beast god. Chen Ao followed the two-faced Ancestral God to the Starry Beast Alliance, where the ancient beast god resided. Ancient beast god, why aren't you coming out yet? The two-faced Ancestral God, who was nearly as powerful as a universe most powerful in the Primal Universe, treated even the strongest as equals. Ha ha ha, the one who brings me a precious treasure has arrived. The figure of the ancient beast god materialized. I've been waiting for you for several hundred years. I even cancelled my planned trip to the Cosmic Sea just to wait for you. Even for a universe most powerful, obtaining a peak treasure in the Cosmic Sea over hundreds of epochs is rare. Yet the two-faced ancestral god directly brought him one plus a top-tier treasure. How could this not delight him? Come let me see. Is this the super genius Tong Mu Wang, renowned across the universe? The ancient beast god immediately turned his gaze to Chen Ao. He was also the protagonist of the bet between the two-faced ancestral god and the ancient beast god. Greetings, star ancestor. Chen Ao bowed respectfully. Ha ha ha, good, no need for ceremony, no need. The ancient beast god was immensely pleased. In his view, although Chen Ao was a super genius capable of creating a universe overlord level secret technique within a few thousand years, the gap between a universe overlord secret technique and a universe master secret technique was vast. The universe teemed with countless races and beings, yet how many could create a universe master ultimate secret technique? 10,000 or 80,000? Compared to the billions upon billions of beings, this number was negligible. Talents like Chen Ao appeared every epoch, and even the Starry Beast Alliance had its share, but they were far from creating a universe master ultimate secret technique. Ancient beast god, enough chit-chat. Why not send Tong Mu Wang into your beast god realm immediately? Oh right. I was so overjoyed that I forgot the main business. The ancient beast god quickly led the two-faced ancestral god and Chen Ao into the palace. Then the three entered the beast god's mini-universe known as the beast god realm. Of course, the two-faced ancestral god entered as a divine power incarnation. This is my beast god realm. For an immortal like you, it is far more beneficial than the source land of the primal universe. The ancient beast god extolled the virtues of his mini-universe to Chen Ao. Here there are statues of the 8 innate beast gods and countless secret techniques and patterns left by past strong members of the Starry Beast Alliance. You can study any of them at will. Hearing the ancient beast god's words, Chen Ao nodded. These were all useless. The real focus was the 8 basic fusion laws embodied by the 8 innate beast gods. The ancient beast god continued. Two-Face might have already told you can cultivate here for 200 million years, which equals 20,000 years in the primal universe. Your goal is to create a universe master ultimate secret technique. Tong Mu understands. Chen Ao replied. Good, then our bet is officially set. The stake is a peak treasure, correct? Yes, ancestor. Additionally, after 20,000 years, I will maintain a divine body equal to yours and fight you using a universe master peak secret technique. If you can defeat me, you will have proven your creation of a universe master ultimate secret technique. If not, then you have failed. The ancient beast god looked at the two-faced ancestral god's incarnation. Two-Face, this should be acceptable, right? Empty words are less convincing than actual combat. The two-faced ancestral god nodded in agreement. Then I won't disturb your cultivation. During these 20,000 years I will ensure no one bothers you. After 20,000 years I will come to see you again. Farewell, ancestral god and ancestor. The ancient beast god nodded and left with the two-faced ancestral god. Outside the beast god realm, the two-faced ancestral god looked at Chen Ao with a complex expression. Could 200 million years in the beast god realm really allow him to create a universe master ultimate secret technique? Many strong beings who had cultivated for trillions of epochs had failed to do so. What, Two-Face? Are you panicking now? Do you realize Tong Mu Wang cannot do it? Don't be too sure. These 200 million years have just begun. The two-faced ancestral god refused to show weakness. During this time you must not intentionally disturb him. Of course. As a proud universe most powerful would I stoop to such despicable acts. Even for a peak treasure it's not worth it. The ancient beast god patted his chest. But have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe he can create a universe master ultimate secret technique in 200 million years? Can an immortal achieve this? If he breaks through to venerable midway you automatically lose. The two-faced ancestral god remained silent. This was Chen Ao's request, and the treasure was also paid by Chen Ao. The ancestral god was merely risking a bit of face. Enough talk. Let us wait for the result. Naturally, the two-faced ancestral god departed while the ancient beast god quietly waited in the palace. Chen Ao gazed at the empty beast god realm and quickly locked onto the 8 beast god statues. These statues contained the essence of the 8 basic fusion laws, the most fundamental aspects of fusion law. By comprehending these he could create a universe master ultimate secret technique and even pave the way to fusing 3 or even 4 law systems. I possess 3 innate secret techniques, all of which are triple fusions. If I can grasp merely a fraction of this understanding, I will be able to create a universe master ultimate secret technique. His 4 clones had all been gestated 200 years ago, and the Jaw Light Tree also possessed an innate secret technique that fused laws of light, wind, and time. Thus he had 3 types of innate secret techniques as references. Compared to Luofeng, his foundation was 3 times higher, and he had been studying fusion laws for years, always advancing along the correct path. There's no reason that even with cheats I can't surpass Luofeng. If I still can't, then I'll have no choice but to obediently cling to his coattails. Now was the moment to test whether there was a gap between him and Luofeng. If he succeeded, it meant he had the potential to compete with Luofeng. If not, he might as well give up. I can definitely do it. I've created such favorable conditions. there's no reason to fail. With that, Chen Ao began to quietly observe the fusion law patterns on the 8 beast god statues. He didn't need to truly learn them. He only needed to memorize them and then combine them. This Tongmu Wang clone was not the main entity for comprehending laws. It was merely a witness, or rather a recorder that provided law patterns to the Earthling main body. The main body has already fully comprehended all 9 laws except time, and time is not far off. Once I remember these fusion patterns, the main body can endlessly experiment with combinations until achieving triple fusion laws and creating a 6th-tier or higher secret technique. Chen Ao calmed his mind, adopting meditation, and began to immerse himself in contemplation. Time rewound more than 200 years. When Tongmu Wang visited the human domain, he secretly left some items for the human original body. The Earthling Chen Ao naturally obtained them with ease. Among them, the most important were the Joyosi water and fragments of the Hagwang tree. Additionally, there were 2 supreme treasures. 1 high-grade soul treasure and 1 ordinary soul treasure. These were all spoils from slaying those cosmic overlords previously. Leaving the soul treasure with the human form was not a concern for being discovered, for this item guarded the soul and ordinary people could not see it. When they saw it, the person would already be dead, so what did it matter? The ordinary soul treasure was meant to be exchanged for treasures in the human treasury. Its main purpose was to nurture his own avatars. His human self had never left Hundun City, and had gained little, so to cultivate an avatar resources naturally had to be provided by his identity as Tongmu Wang. A treasure worth 20 treasure points was enough to nurture 2 realm lord avatars. The Hagwang tree is manageable, but the main issue is the Joyosi. To maximize the divine body of the Joyosi one, needs a vast amount of energy resources. The speed of recovery through meditation is certainly inferior to directly devouring energy resources. This allows him to grow his Joyosi avatar as large as possible as quickly as possible. In the end, Chen Ao selected a miniature secret realm. This realm was under human rule, but because it lacked resources and its environment was poor, it was generally empty. Perfect for placing his Joyosi avatar. After nurturing the avatar, Chen Ao took his soul treasure to a side hall beside Hundun City. This was the place to contribute treasures and exchange for treasures. He handed over the soul treasure, and soon an electronic voice sounded. Ordinary soul treasure Jinming Pearl valued at 21 treasure points. Does human Chen Ao wish to contribute it to the clan? Yes. Soon Chen Ao gained 21 treasure points, while the Jinming Pearl appeared in the clan treasury, with an exchange price of 23. 4 treasure points. After that, disregarding the treasure, Chen Ao directly called up the resource column. Aside from cheap cosmic crystals, devouring energy crystals related to his own laws could raise his limit. Luo Feng's method was not extreme enough in the end. He could only rely on the Joyosi to slowly expand on its own. Since Chen Ao had the means, he naturally wanted to nurture it to perfection. He exchanged energy materials worth about 18 treasure points, all of which were needed for his Joyosi avatar and Hagwang tree avatar. These already surpassed the wealth of many cosmic overlords. Clearly, cultivation was extremely costly. The Zhu Shun sect had spent thousands of treasure points to nurture Tongmu Wang's divine body. He brought the treasures to the miniature secret realm where the Hagwang tree and the Joyosi would appear. The moment Chen Ao contributed the soul treasure, the Lord of Hundun City received a notification. A realm lord actually contributing a soul treasure. It would be strange if it were not reported to the Lord of Hundun City. My disciple actually obtained a soul treasure. The Lord of Hundun City was stunned. Moreover, it was not even the worst among soul treasures, comparable to the wealth of many cosmic overlords. Where did this treasure come from? The Lord of Hundun City was curious but not suspicious. After all, if one dared to act so openly, there could be no issue. Chen Ao was only a realm lord, and if he had been enslaved, the Lord would have been able to tell. The Lord of Hundun City guessed it might have been obtained from Chen Ao's previous inheritance, or perhaps from the harvest of the avatar that had disappeared for thousands of years. By comparison, the former was more likely. So the Lord of Hundun City called Chen Ao over. Can you tell your teacher how you obtained this soul treasure? Of course, I am not forcing you. If you find it difficult to speak, just pretend I never asked. Chen Ao replied respectfully. This is the harvest from my avatar's exploration of a secret realm. I brought it here to contribute to the clan, mainly to exchange for resources to nurture my other avatar. The Lord of Hundun City opened his mouth, originally intending to say that the human clan would bestow resources to nurture geniuses. But thinking that Chen Ao had directly exchanged for 18 treasure points worth of resources, he felt somewhat helpless. He was extremely fair in his actions, knowing that although Chen Ao's displayed talent was impressive, the resources bestowed by the human clan would at most amount to 1 or 2 treasure points. Even if Chen Ao's avatar could kill a king, they could only grant this much. This already exceeded the wealth of many venerables. The human clan also needed to nurture a great many geniuses. It was already quite impressive to have done this much. Chen Ao naturally understood this, so he was willing to take a slight risk of exposure to make the contribution. If discovered, well, what was wrong with Tongmu Wang having a little transaction with humanity? The esteemed Tongmu Wang cannot even trade an ordinary treasure. After all, others can never discover who contributed it. At most they might find out who the user is. Even if the Lord of Hundun City knew, so what? He would not expose Chen Ao. Fortunately, the result he had checked for a long time was the same. There was no record of this treasure circulating in the universe. Even the Lord of Hundun City did not know of this treasure. Tengmu Wang did not leave treasures randomly. He verified them multiple times. If a treasure were well known in the universe, he certainly could not leave it to the human original body. That would only invite trouble. This kind of treasure, likely just obtained by some cosmic overlord, and not yet known to anyone, was the safest. Since you have such a great fortune, it is also a blessing for our human clan. The Lord of Hundun City felt that Chen Ao's fortune was extraordinary. Of course, as a top genius of our human clan, you are also entitled to resource supply. Since you have already started contributing to the clan, I cannot be too harsh on you. Let's do this. Originally I planned to give you an ordinary treasure for protection before you leave, but now it seems unnecessary. So I will give you an additional 1 treasure point. How about that? Thank you, Master. Your master must consider the clan's interests. I can only give you so much. I hope you can understand. In the eyes of the inexperienced Luofeng, 1 treasure point was a sky-high price, something even universe venerables would fight over. But in Chen Ao's view, this 1 treasure point seemed somewhat unworthy of mention. Master, you are too kind. Being able to obtain 1 treasure point is already the result of your consideration for your disciple. How could I be dissatisfied? It's good that you understand your teacher's difficulties. The Lord of Hundun City said with relief. Now go and arrange your avatars. If you need anything, you can seek me out. Very well, your disciple takes his leave. With that, Chen Ao departed directly. Arriving at the miniature secret realm, he began to nurture his 2 avatars. It took nearly 200 years to grow the JOC avatar to nearly a light year in size. It took nearly 16 treasure points worth of resources to nurture it to this size. I have already done my utmost. Having nurtured both bodies to their maximum, Chen Ao then began to use his skill, the Highland Bloodline. Gene Enhancement. Soon the enhancement of the Highland Bloodline took effect on the JOC and the Hugwang tree. Although his skill did not provide a fixed multiple increase, it had one advantage over the 9 tribulation scripture. That is, it ignored life form types. Even non-fleshly beings could receive the enhancement. Soon the gene multiples of both avatars began to skyrocket. The genetic enhancement concluded swiftly, and Chen Ao's initial anticipation dissipated entirely. Is that it? Is that it? He had assumed that with the base genes of the Hugwang tree reaching 1200 times and bolstered by his Highland bloodline, he could effortlessly attain perfect genes. Yet the outcome proved deeply disappointing, only a mere 3000 times. The amplification coefficient was less than 3-fold. This result was utterly unacceptable. But my Highland bloodline's first stage has only reached 60. So it's no wonder the amplification is this limited. The Chenshui vine had an exceptionally high base, 6,000 times its genes. So reaching perfection required less than double the amplification, making it naturally easy. However, the Hugwang tree had only 1200 times, rendering the amplification insufficient. In contrast, the 9 Nether Sea avatar's amplification was more impressive, with a base of 300 times, and an amplification nearly 10-fold. Thus, though the base genes of the 2 avatars differed by a factor of 4, the amplified results were comparable, both around 3,000 times. He had anticipated this to some extent, but the actual amplification was lower than expected. For now, I can only let the 9 Nether Sea expand gradually. The Hugwang tree's volume also neared 20 million kilometers, which was more than sufficient. His 9 Nether Sea avatar was far weaker than Luofeng's. Lacking perfect gene amplification, it couldn't expand to over 90,000 kilometers, reaching only a pitiful 10,000 kilometers in height. Fortunately, he was wealthy, far richer than Luofeng during the World Lord stage, and used resources to push the 9 Nether Sea to a light year. There was no such thing as an insurmountable limit. With sufficient resources, the so-called boundaries ceased to exist. Claiming limits exist only meant the funds were insufficient. However, some things could not be changed, such as the avatars created after transforming into the sea. These avatars reached a mere 1,000 kilometers. They didn't even resemble true special life forms. Thus I won't rush for my 2 avatars to break through to immortal. Instead, I'll wait until after the Highland bloodline amplification. Achieving perfect genes before breaking through offered significant benefits, maximizing the exploitation of the primordial universe's resources, absorbing more divine power, during the advancement to immortal, and maximizing the increase in size. As for how to increase the skills multiplier, he had known the answer since Earth. The only way was through slaughter. Slaughter countless alien races, extract their life genes, and the more he extracted, the greater the amplification coefficient of his Highland bloodline. He had once slaughtered his way through Earth to obtain these enhancements. Now, with billions of races in the universe, it would be a waste not to go out and extract genes. Before becoming a universe master, I must maximize the Highland bloodline. At the universe master stage, he could raise his base genes to 10081 times the perfect gene level. If the Highland bloodline could provide a 10-fold amplification at that point, wouldn't his genes reach the ultimate limit of 100,000 times? This is the true purpose of the Highland bloodline. His current perfect genes were the result of amplification, not an increase in his base genes which could not be raised. It was merely that before the universe master stage exceeding 10081 times was impossible, so raising the base genes would be wasteful. Slaughter and gene extraction are the future. After settling his two avatars, their Chen Ao's earthling body returned to the Chaos City. By this time Luofeng had already been a world lord for 300 years. Senior brother, I've decided to go to the frontier battlefield for training. Would you like to come with me? Luofeng invited for the second time. No, I still need to comprehend the laws. Senior brother, does burying yourself in comprehension really work? Yes, I feel I'm progressing quickly. Luofeng was speechless, then took his leave and departed from Chaos City. Luofeng has set off. Chen Ao gazed at Luofeng's departing figure with a hint of emotion. Since Luofeng had left the cage, he too would soon be able to leave Chaos City. The Lord of Chaos City summoned Chen Ao. Your junior brother Luofeng has gone to the frontier battlefield for training. When will you go out for training? Disciple still needs to comprehend the time law fully before leaving. The Lord of Chaos City looked at Chen Ao, feeling utterly speechless. A mere world lord had comprehended all 9 laws in just a few thousand years. Though he still needed to fuse the 3 aspects of the space law, it was already extraordinarily exaggerated. Chen Ao's speed of comprehending laws was tens of thousands of times faster than even a venerable. Once you comprehend the time law, do you intend to become a universe master directly? Mastering space and time would allow one to become a universe master, but it wasn't as simple as just comprehending them. Otherwise, wouldn't a universe master be equivalent to a time venerable and a space venerable combined? Of course not. Like the fusion law of gold and space and time also required fusion. However, the fusion requirement was much lower. For example, the Beast God path had 7 stages. Mastering all 7 allowed one to become a universe master. For the spacetime path, one only needed to reach the 4th stage of fusion to become a universe master. That was why many venerables also studied a Beast God path, to understand law fusion. Naturally, not disciple simply finds that comprehending laws is faster during the World Lord stage, so I decided to comprehend all laws. This way, whichever path I take later, it will be easier. The reasoning was sound, but who would be as crazy as you? Will you go out for training after you comprehend the time law? You should know that laws are merely the foundation. To become a true powerhouse, you need not only the realm but also secret techniques and combat power. Without sufficient training, how can you create profound secret techniques? If you lack good secret techniques, even a universe venerable could be suppressed by an immortal. The Lord of Chaos City continued to persuade. Disciple knows, and I will go out for training, but not now. Then when do you plan to go? The Lord of Chaos City was growing anxious. Was this disciple so timid? Afraid of death, unwilling to go? You have avatars, so what are you afraid of? Chen Ao estimated the timeline of the original story, and replied, about 2,000 years from now, around 600 or 700 years in Chaos City. Hearing Chen Ao give a relatively precise time, the Lord of Chaos City breathed a sigh of relief. A few thousand years was acceptable. If Chen Ao refused to leave Chaos City for hundreds of thousands of years, he would grow restless. The goal was not merely to nurture geniuses, but to turn them into formidable powerhouses. Since you have a plan, then go ahead. You have opportunities and inheritances, which is a good thing. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me, your teacher. Thank you, teacher. Chen Ao quickly withdrew. Returning to the inner mansion, he took out the Shualua crystals he had kept. All these years I've been focused on comprehending the laws, and haven't fused the Shualua crystals. I wonder how many I can fuse now. Previously he had fused 12 at once, raising his base genes to 22 times. To avoid wasting time, he hadn't continued. He disliked dealing with the erosion of killing intent. It was too time-consuming. Since he didn't need to fight, there was no urgency to raise his gene multiplier. Now that his law comprehension was nearing completion, it was time to enhance the genes and combat power of his earthling body. Chen Ao began to fuse the blood luo crystals. One by one he integrated them into his body. When his base gene reached 47 times, he was forced to stop as the corrosive energy threatened to overwhelm him. A base of 47 times is the limit. Now I can only use the beast god's blood. He had outperformed Luofeng, so the primordial Chaos City Lord would likely grant him some beast god's blood. Even if not, a single drop of beast god's blood was worth only a few treasure points which he could easily afford. I wish to purchase beast god's blood. Chen Ao contacted the service personnel. Your Highness Chen Ao, you have an allocation of 60 drops of beast god's blood, which you can claim for free without purchase. Seeing this number, the service personnel was astonished. It was the first time they had seen someone with such a large quota. Even the most talented titled kings among immortals usually had only 3 to 5 drops. 3 to 5 drops were considered a lot. 99% of titled kings never had the chance to obtain beast god's blood. Alright then, send me 53 drops. I am in the inner city of Primordial Chaos City. Soon 53 drops of beast god's blood were delivered to Chen Ao. With their help, his base gene successfully broke through to 100 times, the previous limit for universe masters. His R-skill enhancement also manifested, providing a 20-fold multiplier. This meant his human gene had now reached 2,000 times. The first stage of the Highland bloodline is only activated to 60. When it reaches 100, it should provide a 30-fold base multiplier. If the base gene was 1, the maximum enhancement was 100 times. But Chen Ao's base gene was 100. So the full enhancement would not exceed 30 times. However, this was only the first stage. There were also the second and third stages. Perfect genes would not be difficult. As long as I kill enough. Imperceptibly, Chen Ao's strength had become formidable, allowing him to take some risks. In the following days, his main earthling body continued to comprehend the laws of space and time, striving to achieve complete mastery. The Woodvine King remained in the Beast God realm, studying the Beast God statue. The main body and the Woodvine King could not communicate, so he did not know how the latter fared. As for the Jawlight Tree clone and the Nether Sea clone, one comprehended its own time-based talent secret technique, while the other diligently expanded its body. Everything proceeded according to Chen Ao's plan, orderly and steadily. Meanwhile, Luofeng, who had ventured to the outer battlefield, gradually displayed his brilliance. Senior brother, I can now kill marquee immortals. I am not far from killing kings. Senior brother, I can already create top-tier secret techniques. Senior brother, I have obtained a tremendous harvest on the Yenji continent. Senior brother, I now possess combat power comparable to a high-level king immortal. I can already kill ordinary king immortals. Am I not far from you? Senior brother, you should come out and train soon, or I might surpass you. Time flowed and over 1,000 years passed. Each time Luofeng made progress, he would exchange words with Chen Ao. He recounted his achievements. Finally, Luofeng came to Chen Ao with a serious expression. Senior brother, this time I might die out there. I know, Chen Ao said. Luofeng. Senior brother, I'm serious. I am facing a trial. If I succeed, I will advance. If I fail, I will die. Chen Ao suddenly looked at Luofeng. Tell me more. Luofeng smiled bitterly. I can't go into details. I estimate I might be trapped for 4,000 years. If I succeed within that time, I will be fine. If not, I will perish. Luofeng gazed deeply at Chen Ao. So I hope you can take care of Earth for me. Luofeng, what are you saying? Chen Ao seemed to show anger. Luofeng was deeply moved by this. Did his senior brother not want him to die, or was it also his responsibility to care for Earth? This was the lineage of Earthlings, truly worthy of being my blood brother. Senior brother. Luofeng choked up. You say 4,000 years. Maybe it will be 40,000. Luofeng almost spat in Chen Ao's face. I was moved for nothing. So that's what you were thinking. Senior brother, 4,000 years is my estimation. Others who have undergone this trial took about 3,000, so 4,000 is reasonable. Don't be so conservative. Life and death matters call for caution. Let's calculate it as 40,000 years. Luofeng smiled bitterly. Chen Ao didn't know and he couldn't explain. If it were 40,000 years, he would die several times over. Listen to me. Estimate it as 40,000 years. Be prepared. Alright, Luofeng reluctantly agreed and changed the scheduled email to 40,000 years. But he was extremely skeptical of the number. Chen Ao looked at Luofeng, knowing that he had reached the Stellar Tower, and the inheritance of life and death was about to begin. It would take a full 6,000 years of inheritance. Senior brother, what about Earth? Don't worry. I'll handle it. Chen Ao said indifferently. He had already sent his little Nether Sea clone to Earth. Though small, its combat power was considerable. Even a venerable could be blocked, let alone a king. The Woodvine King could kill universe overlords, but his main body and other clones could not. They could only deal with venerables. The Woodvine King had an ultimate secret technique of universe overlord level, while Chen Ao did not. The Woodvine King had a treasure, while Chen Ao did not. The Woodvine King was an immortal, while Chen Ao was not. After all, memories were not shared. Only when he broke through to immortality could they share memories. With your words, I can rest assured. Luofeng sighed in relief. With Chen Ao, Luofeng's mindset would be better than in the original story. In the original, everything on Earth rested on Luofeng alone, but now there was also Chen Ao. Even if Luofeng fell, Chen Ao would shoulder the burden of Earth. By the way, Luofeng, send me your virtual account number and password for the outer battlefield. What are you going to do? Luofeng suddenly had a bad feeling. Chen Ao glared. If you die, won't those military merits be wasted? I'll keep them safe for you. If you return, I'll give them back. If not, they'll contribute to Earth. Luofeng thought it over. He had killed many aliens, and if converted to money, it would be over 100 million mixed element units. Losing that upon death would be a waste. Senior brother, I understand the logic, but can't you wish me well? Like, congratulate me on success. Stop your nonsense. Give it to me and leave. Chen Ao said impatiently. You, the father of the universe, still afraid of failure. I'll bless you with a hammer. Luofeng pouted, then sent his account and password to Chen Ao. Senior brother, everything is in your hands. If I don't return in 40,000 years, please ask the teacher to resurrect me. Don't say such useless things. Have you forgotten that you are the child of destiny destined to rule? Beep beep beep. Tisk, no patience at all. I give you confidence, but you won't listen. these young people. After finishing the conversation with Luo Feng, the Chaos City Lord summoned Chen Ao once again. Chen Ao, your junior brother, has even earned the title of Blade River King in the Outer Domain, and through this he directly joined the Hong Alliance, becoming a great powerhouse of our humanity. When will you set out on your training journey? The Chaos City Lord truly could not endure it any longer. Luo Feng, a disciple he had not held in high regard, had managed to slay a king-level being, and earned the title of Blade River King. Yet his favored disciple was still holed up in Chaos City. What was this all about? Strive for some honor. The Chaos City Lord gave Chen Ao a look, letting him interpret it himself. I'm going. Chen Ao said. Your disciple will depart for the Outer Domain battlefield immediately. Haha, excellent. You already have treasure points? You can exchange them for a protective treasure. Remember to keep your treasures low-key, or even universe venerables will hunt you. Yes, master, I understand. Soon Chen Ao went to the treasury and exchanged for a protective armor treasure. A common grade 1, whose upper limit was to reduce an attack from a universe overlord by 1%. This effect was mediocre and its upper limit was low. Additionally, it provided 1,000,000 times the power of a realm lord, equivalent to a peak king level powerhouse. It cost only 1 treasure point. Then Chen Ao exchanged for a treasure longsword costing 5 treasure points, a gold void type very suitable for him. He exchanged nothing else, lacking treasure points, and also because possessing domain-type treasures would be too conspicuous. He possessed a soul treasure, an armor treasure, and an attack treasure. 1,000,000 times the power of a realm lord was not exceptionally strong, but it at least provided him a foundation for unleashing power. And his human body also possessed a pinnacle secret technique of a universe overlord, enough to face a middle-tier venerable, though he could not defeat one. After all, his realm lord body was too weak. Of course, if he encountered a venerable, he could also send out his Joglo tree avatar. The Joglo tree was massive and unafraid of damage, capable of handling a venerable. Seeing that Chen Ao had exchanged for 2 treasures, the Chaos City Lord felt somewhat helpless. These were all Chen Ao's own contributions. Even without granting him any treasure points, he could afford them. Thus he could not say much. Treasures are powerful, but they also invite covetousness. Let's see if you can protect your treasures. He also wanted to see whether this more favored disciple could surpass Luo Feng. Perhaps he could reach the level of a pinnacle king. Having a peak king level power output did not necessarily mean having pinnacle king level combat strength. I'm being too ambitious. Having pinnacle king level combat power as a realm lord, that's too absurd. Still, he felt some anticipation. In the past, he would never have dared to think such things, but Luo Feng had given him hope. Soon Chen Ao left Chaos City and headed directly to the Outer Domain battlefield. Because he logged into Luo Feng's account, the Outer Domain battlefield would recognize him as Blade River King. If special operations were needed, Luo Feng's life aura would be required. But simply borrowing the identity was not an issue. He rampaged unrestrained, slaying anyone he encountered, instantly terrifying countless alien races into knowing that Chen Ao was a peak king. The Chaos City Lord kept watching Chen Ao. It was not surprising that Chen Ao had peak king level strength, given his attack treasure and armor treasure. What I hope to see is that you possess pinnacle king level combat power. He dared not think of invincible king level, as the foundational gap was too large. But pinnacle king was only 1 level above peak king. He felt Chen Ao might achieve it. Who are you? A dignified peak king slaughtering the weak wantonly. Chen Ao killed too many. To collect bloodline genes, he killed almost every enemy he saw. And with his extreme speed and powerful attacks, ordinary kings and marquises were almost all slain with a single sword stroke. Who am I? You don't even know me. Chen Ao said coldly, his black hair fluttering. Who knows you? Who do you think you are? I warn you, if you continue to attack beings below peak king, I will personally slay you. Numerous kings from the Zerg mechanical and demonic races came to issue warnings. Chen Ao laughed loudly. You don't even know me. It seems my reputation as Blade River King is still too small. The Chaos City Lord, who had been observing Chen Ao, nearly spat out his wine. He said, who? Blade River King. That's Luo Feng. Why is Chen Ao impersonating Luo Feng? Blade River King. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Blade River King, you're merely a peak king. What is there to know? Even if you've broken through in strength, do you dare to slaughter indiscriminately? Do you think you're invincible here? Don't you think our 3 races have no stronger beings? Haha, perfect timing. I've just grown in power and I'm eager to see what your 3 races experts can do. Chen Ao declared loudly. Here over 1,000 kings from various races had gathered, all above king level, including 4 pinnacle kings. I am a realm lord. Slaying kings should yield greater gains, and the Highland bloodline can grow faster. Killing the weak yielded no genes, as their genes were too feeble. Only the genes of the strong were tributes for the Highland bloodline. Through relentless slaughter, the progress bar of the first stage had reached 62. And soon the second stage could be unlocked. His gene level had now reached 2300 times. Based on the perfect gene level of 10081 times, and the maximum bonus of 10 times from the Skill: the first stage was estimated to be a 3-fold multiplier, raising the gene limit to 30000 times. The second stage's limit should be 6-fold, pushing the gene limit to 60000 times. As for the third stage, perfection, it would surely be 100000 times. Thus he had to keep killing not only now but also in the future to collect the genes of all races throughout the universe. I have refrained from breaking through to immortal first to comprehend all laws and second to hunt the kings of myriad races and raise my gene multiplier. Comprehending the laws, he had already done that. Now the task was to kill and raise genes. You 3 race kings, stop your blabbering. If you want to fight me, then attack directly. I, Blade River King, fear nothing. How audacious. Do you truly think a peak king is invincible? Let me show you how strong a pinnacle king is. With that, the leading pinnacle king charged at Chen Ao. Human experts cried out anxiously, Blade River King, run. He is the pinnacle king, Jiaotai King. Chen Ao squinted at this pinnacle king. Previously killing the weak with a single sword stroke was fine, but now he couldn't be too effortless, or else how could he continue slaughtering more aliens? He couldn't scare them off. Facing Jiaotai King's attack, Chen Ao activated his treasure longsword and swung it fiercely. After just one exchange, everyone was astonished, for they could clearly sense that Jiaotai King's aura had dwindled significantly. Jiaotai King was even more terrified. One sword annihilated 8 of my divine body. This had already surpassed a pinnacle king. Even if not invincible king level, it was not far off. He had once clashed with an invincible king, and that being could only destroy about 15 of his divine body in a single strike. You are a powerhouse close to invincible king level. Jiaotai King roared. With a roar from Jiaotai Wang, many alien kings who had intended to vanquish Daoha Wang changed color. An invincible king could be regarded as a pseudo-venerable, rarely appearing on this extraterritorial battlefield. Those kings who were nearly invincible represented the peak combat power of the outer battlefield. Jiaotai Wang, could there be a mistake? This Daoha Wang is at best a peak-level king. How could he be a pseudo-invincible king? There must be an error. I've seen this Daoha Wang before. He has a servant who is a limit-level king, Heavy Arrow King. Heavy Arrow King is very strong, but this human Daoha Wang merely has special methods. He himself should be a high-level king, at most peak-level king. Yes, I've fought Daoha Wang before. He was at best a peak-level king. Even if he broke through, reaching limit-level king in a short time would be incredible. How could he leap 2 levels to become a pseudo-invincible king? The alien kings utterly refused to believe Jiaotai Wang's words. This was simply too astonishing. You all. Jiaotai Wang spewed profanities in an alien language that only his own race understood. In his urgency, he even forgot to use the universal cosmic language. But the alien powerhouses could all sense Jiaotai Wang's emotion. Could it be that Daoha Wang has truly made a tremendous breakthrough? Daoha Wang. Chen Ao paid no heed. Behind him, a phantom of a mythical beast materialized, and he struck out with his sword. Earlier, one blow had annihilated 8 of Jiaotai Wang's divine body, and now the strike directly destroyed 10 of it. With his power weakened, Jiaotai Wang was even less resistant. Seeing his divine body reduced by 18 in mere moments, he was filled with terror and immediately attempted to teleport away. Space Seal. Chen Ao had long mastered the 3 spatial techniques: teleportation, space seal, and spatial annihilation. In his presence, teleportation was impossible. You bunch. Aren't you going to save me? If this continues, I'll die here. Seeing the others still stunned and offering no help, Jiaotai Wang roared. Hearing his roar, the alien kings snapped back to reality and immediately struck. Normally they were reluctant to gang up. On the outer battlefield, everyone had to follow certain rules. Of course, if the opponent was too powerful, the weaker ones could band together for defense. Now that Jiaotai Wang had declared Chen Ao's overwhelming strength, they were justified in acting. Seeking death. Chen Ao was inwardly delighted to see the 1,000 kings charging at him. These were all genes and bloodlines. To farm his skill, he had been holding back from breaking through. This skill required defeating stronger opponents while being weaker himself. Although his actual strength far surpassed these kings, his cultivation realm was low, so he could keep farming. Once he became an immortal, the genes of these beings would be useless. That was why back when he had nearly slaughtered the beasts on Earth, he had only raised the first stage's progress bar to 60. Now, however, he could push it to 100 and enter the next stage. Since you dared to strike, be prepared to die. Sword light flickered in Chen Ao's hand. He continuously unleashed peak-level secret arts. Screams rang out as alien powerhouses fell. Under his blade, their divine bodies were completely annihilated after just a few strikes. Chen Ao had no interest in taking soul slaves, so he killed them all outright. In just a breath or two, he unleashed over a dozen attacks. Half of the 1,000 alien kings present were dead. The limit-level king, Jiaotai Wang, had long since been annihilated. He is definitely a pseudo-invincible king. Another super powerhouse has appeared among humans. Countless beings shouted and roared, trying to proclaim Chen Ao's strength, but it was useless. After shouting or sending messages, they all died. The remaining 500 kings were terrified. Who would have sought trouble with Chen Ao if they had known he was this strong? Daoha Wang, you are a powerhouse close to invincible king. Those who offended you deserve death, but you cannot kill the rest. Exactly, Daoha Wang. The outer battlefield has its rules. Wantonly slaughtering the weak will invite severe punishment from many powerhouses. Chen Ao glanced at the kings who spoke, among them some from the Hong Alliance. They were right to a certain extent. This tacit understanding ensured the survival of most beings. They charged at me. Now that they see my strength, they want to retreat. That's not how it works. They are doomed to die. I, Daoha Wang, say so. Even if a venerable comes, no one can stop me. The crowd was stunned. Could Chen Ao be so confident? Even a venerable couldn't stop him. All of you die. Chen Ao roared. He unleashed a secret art infused with soul attack. His soul attacks were not particularly strong, but his comprehension of the laws was so high that it crushed these kings outright. Thus his roar directly affected the souls of the 500 kings, freezing them in place, preventing their escape. Sword light burst from Chen Ao's hand, sweeping across the bodies of the 500 kings. In one strike, all these high-level and peak-level kings were annihilated. Witnessing such an attack, countless alien beings fell silent, gazing at Chen Ao's display of power in awe. Too strong. Was even an invincible king no more than this? To slay 500 peak-level and high-level kings with a single blow. Could an invincible king do that? As Chen Ao killed them, the gene amplification of his R skill surged. It jumped by 6 directly. Earlier killing some marquee-level beings had added 2, bringing his R skill evolution to 68. With the R skill at 68, the gene multiplier was higher. His human gene base had increased from 2,000 times to around 2,100 times. If the progress reaches 100, my gene base should be around 3,000 times. That meant the maximum multiplier would be 30 times. If this calculation is correct, the 3-stage ultimate skills multiplier would become 30, 60, and 100. If my gene base jumps from 100 to 100,000 times, it might transform into 3, 6, and 10 times. How wonderful! That means as long as I max out the 3-stage ultimate skill at the Universe Venerable stage, and then reach a base gene of 100,000 times at the Universe Master stage, I can directly achieve 100,000 times gene amplification. This was simply invincible. It locked down his divine body path. Even if he couldn't max it out, he would start with a 900,000 times infinite divine body. Thus nothing can stop my slaughter. To collect genes and unlock their skill, I will massacre all life in the universe. A sharp light blazed in Chen Ao's eyes, chilling many kings. Yet they believed that since they had not offended Daoha Wang, he had no reason to kill them. Chen Ao's killing intent grew increasingly intense, causing the surrounding powerhouses to feel a sense of dread. However, they believed that Chen Ao would not target them, as it was an unwritten rule of the battlefield. To their surprise, Chen Ao completely disregarded these so-called rules, and directly fixed his gaze on the 300 to 400 king-level powerhouses in the distance. No way is Blade River King going to break the rules and attack us innocent bystanders. We are merely weaklings. He has no reason to slaughter us. We possess no treasures. What benefit would killing us bring? Even if Blade River King is powerful, the other 3 peak races are not to be trifled with. They will not stand idly by while he runs amok. In conclusion, they believed that Blade River King had no reason, no logic, and no possibility of killing them. However, Chen Ao could not care less about such trivialities. He charged forward, directly swinging his sword to hack and slash. When they witnessed the first king fall, they were still in a state of disbelief, their minds filled with a thunderous roar. When they saw the second king-level powerhouse die, they finally snapped back to reality. This Blade River King was a madman. Blade River King, you are wantonly slaughtering the weak. The 3 peak races will not let you off. I am a king of the Zerg Alliance. You cannot kill me, or the Zerg Alliance will kill you. Blade River King, you are utterly insane. The crowd hurled insults and curses, but it could not change the fact that Chen Ao intended to kill them. Without any special measures, Chen Ao, who possessed a full set of peak secret arts, was far faster than them. Unable to teleport, they could only lay their necks on the chopping block. Soon the sword claimed the lives of over 300 aliens. Then Chen Ao turned his gaze toward the kings behind him. These were all kings of the Human Alliance, and they too believed that Chen Ao would not harm them. However, watching those innocent bystanders, they suddenly felt a sense of danger. Blade River King, you wouldn't lay a hand on us, would you? We are from the same camp. If you attack us, you will face punishment. Chen Ao suddenly broke into a smile. Of course not. I, Blade River King, am human, and naturally, I would not harm my friends from the human camp. Hearing Chen Ao's words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sight of Blade River King's wanton slaughter moments ago was truly terrifying. With great power, one could do as one pleased. If Chen Ao really killed them, who would intervene? Regardless of the consequences for Blade River King, they would already be dead. What point was there in revenge? Chen Ao paid no attention to the crowd, nor did he care about the spoils, for compared to a supreme treasure, these items were utterly insignificant. He simply gathered all the items. Omega assessed the value of these spoils. Upon receiving Chen Ao's command, Omega quickly began analyzing the worth of the items left behind by these king-level powerhouses. Master, the approximate value has been assessed. It's about 2 trillion Hunyuan units. However, since many are materials, the price may fluctuate significantly. An ordinary high-level king or peak king typically had a net worth of around 10 billion Hunyuan units. Meanwhile, a king-level limit was generally worth several hundred to several thousand Hunyuan units. He had killed approximately over 1,300 high-level kings and peak kings, along with several king-level limits and several hundred marquee-level powerhouses. The total spoils amounted to 2 trillion Hunyuan units. Better than nothing, I suppose. A single treasure point is probably worth hundreds of billions of Hunyuan units. Of course, the price fluctuated greatly. For a suitable treasure, some kings would be willing to give everything. Treasures were rare and hard to come by for kings. Chen Ao checked the military system of Blade River King. Having slain many aliens, he had accumulated a great deal of military merit. Chen Ao cared little about the military merit and spoils. Instead, he sent a message to a friend in his system. King Mo Na, you are always well informed. Can you help me find out where the most alien powerhouses are gathered? Preferably a very concentrated location. Upon receiving Chen Ao's message, King Mo Na was initially quite delighted. For the current Blade River King was no longer the same as before. The previous Blade River King was at most a peak king similar to him. Now Blade River King had become a super powerhouse of great renown, nearly invincible among kings. Even near the Star Tower, he was a top-tier super powerhouse. There were no more than 20 who could surpass Blade River King. If he built a good relationship with such a powerhouse, who would dare to slight him in the future? However, before King Mo Na could bask in his joy, he was startled by the content of Chen Ao's message. Looking for places where alien powerhouses gather. What was Blade River King up to? Rumors had already spread that he was wantonly slaughtering weak aliens. Although his reputation was not good, no one really cared. What was wrong with killing a few aliens? Unless it was frequent large-scale slaughter, no one would pay attention. Blade River King, your previous slaughter of over 1,000 aliens was understandable since they provoked you first. Later, killing 300 or 400 aliens on a whim was nothing. As a powerhouse nearly invincible among kings, you have that right. But if you continue such slaughter frequently, the other alien powerhouses will definitely not stand idly by. Chen Ao was completely unconcerned. King Mo Na, I know what I'm doing. I feel that I'm on the verge of a breakthrough, so I urgently need plenty of combat to progress. Just tell me the locations of alien gatherings. Of course, I won't let you work for free. If you can find a gathering of over 1,000 aliens, I am willing to pay 10 billion Hunyuan units. If you can find a place where tens of thousands of aliens gather, I am willing to pay 100 billion Hunyuan units. The more astonishing the number of gathered aliens, the greater the reward I will offer. Hearing Chen Ao's offer, King Mo Na was taken aback. Generally, finding someone or inquiring about a piece of information for a few tens of millions of Hunyuan units was already an astronomical price. Chen Ao's starting price was actually tens of billions of Hunyuan units. That was already his entire net worth. King Mo Na stared at the number with countless zeros in the email, unable to tear his eyes away. Well, Blade River King, you and I are brothers. Of course, I'll help you, but forget the reward. King Mo Na was not foolish. He knew which was more important. Money or relationships. No, King Mo Na, I am already grateful that you are willing to help me. This small amount of money means nothing to me. The spoils from casually killing a few aliens are 10 or 100 times more. King Mo Na nodded. That was certainly true. Alright, Blade River King, wait a moment while I search for information. Places where aliens gathered were not easy to find. Even near the Star Tower, unless a sealed star emerged, no one would gather together. Gathering several hundred kings within a small area was already a lot. For slaughter, such places were not ideal choices. Soon King Mo Na had obtained information. Blade River King, we are in luck. I have found for locations where aliens are gathered. Chen Ao received the news from King Mo Na and immediately issued a bounty. Since he had few servants, it was not easy for him to rush to each gathering place. He offered a mission worth 5 million Hunyuan units to have a king-level teleporter capable of divine kingdom teleportation send him over. Blade River King, it is my honor to assist you. There is no need for payment. A high-level king spoke. At the Star Tower, a high-level king was at the bottom of the hierarchy. To forge a connection with a renowned powerhouse like Chen Ao was something that money could never buy. Chen Ao ignored the refusal and transferred 5 million Hunyuan units before leaving. Truly a super powerhouse. Paying 5 million Hunyuan units for a single divine kingdom teleport. Back then, when a human marquis helped Chen Ao teleport near the Ancestral God Secret realm, it cost only a few hundred Hunyuan units. Now Chen Ao no longer cared about such sums. This location is a continent in battlefield No. 0053. Rumors say a valuable treasure is about to appear here, so countless kings have gathered hoping to find it. This news had spread only 3 days ago, so a large crowd had assembled. According to King Mo Na, there were at least 10,000 kings here, with thousands being limit kings. Most importantly, these kings were highly concentrated. If he found the right opportunity, he could slaughter many alien races. Upon learning this, Chen Ao immediately rushed over. At least 10,000 aliens. If he seized the right moment, he might kill thousands of alien kings in one go. In truth, high-level kings and peak kings made no difference to him. The difference lay in gene levels. For instance, a race with a cosmic lord would have far higher gene levels than one without. During these slaughters, he also discovered that life forms with higher gene levels granted more evolution degree. This is forcing me to hunt those cosmic lords. This completely goes against my principles. Of course, if his strength was sufficient, he would still kill them. The 100000-fold gene was too tempting. King Mona, I've arrived. Where exactly is the valuable treasure on the Ceylon continent? Blade River King, I've sent you the latest coordinates. King Mona replied, the location of the treasure has been shifting, but many powerhouses have sensed its aura. We have allies in the Hong Alliance, so I'm sharing the coordinates. Blade River King, the treasure is said to appear soon. You'd better hurry. King Mona knew that Blade River King had a good chance of obtaining it, since no invincible king had arrived. Chen Ao had stumbled upon this place by chance. Usually rumors of valuable treasures in the outer domain battlefield were mostly false. This time it was real, and it was appearing at an astonishing speed. Within just a day of the news, Chen Ao teleported rapidly according to the coordinates and reached the edge of the Ceylon continent in about half an hour. Treasures usually appear in the center, but this time it's in such a remote location. Chen Ao quickly arrived at the marked coordinates. When Chen Ao appeared via teleportation, no one paid him any attention. Originally, Blade River King's wings would have been distinctive, but now he had none, so he went unnoticed. Blade River King was still a newcomer at the Star Tower and few knew him well. The only acquaintance might be Heavenly Formation King, who had once tricked Luofeng. But Heavenly Formation King was not here. There are indeed many alien races here. Nearly 30,000, I'd say. 10,000 was the number from a day ago. Now the news of the treasure had spread, and in a short time 20,000 kings had gathered. This was still because many kings couldn't arrive in time. Otherwise 1 million kings could have gathered. To find a reason to kill them, the best way is to seize the treasure. Chen Ao knew that opportunities for such mass slaughter would not come often. That was why he had offered a reward of 100 billion Hunyuan units for a gathering of 10,000. Because no matter how many, it was still a single strike. Killing 10,000 was one strike. Killing 1,000 was also one strike. I really wish I could wait for a better opportunity. If I could wait 10 days or half a month, there might be over 100,000 kings here. Unfortunately, the treasure was about to appear, leaving no time for such a gathering. Chen Ao muttered, but if 100,000 kings attacked together, even he would die here. Not even a supreme treasure could protect him. His supreme treasure could probably ignore the full strength attack of a high venerable, which was equivalent to tens of thousands of limit kings. Under that number, Chen Ao would be safe. But once the number increased, a qualitative change would occur. The attack's upper limit would exceed the immunity threshold of the supreme treasure, and even if reduced to 1%, he would die. He himself could not withstand too many attacks. Even Luofeng without treasures could be killed by any king in a mutual destruction. Luofeng and Chen Ao both had powerful attacks, but their bodies were fragile. Without a supreme treasure for protection, they could not unleash their full strength. The treasure is about to appear. This treasure is definitely mine. Haha, there's no invincible king here. I, Brown Blood King, am the strongest. Who can compete with me? As the treasure slowly emerged from the void, many kings rushed forward impatiently. But doing so was extremely dangerous. If anyone got too close, the other kings would attack together. Without a treasure or supreme treasure for protection, they would be instantly reduced to dust. Those who dared to charge directly either had a trump card or were reckless. Chen Ao, of course, was among the first to rush forward. The moment he grabbed the treasure, thousands of kings attacked him, but the attacks were completely nullified by his supreme treasure armor. Not good, that black-haired human is charging. Seeking death. Attack together. Anyone who rushes out alone is blinded by greed. A fool. But thousands of kings attacked simultaneously. Protected by his supreme treasure armor, Chen Ao stood unafraid, weathering the assault. Then, amidst the shocked and furious gazes of the aliens, he seized the treasure. Ah, what a coincidence. It's a pair of wings. Chen Ao was surprised to see that the treasure turned out to be wings. Before use, the treasure was tiny, no larger than a palm. Without careful inspection, one couldn't tell its exact form. Only after fully examining it would the shape become clear. To know the treasure's function, one had to refine it. Even wings could be a type of offensive treasure, not necessarily a speed-enhancing escape artifact. Human, drop the treasure and we'll spare your life. That treasure is not for you. As Chen Ao claimed the treasure, many limit kings rushed forward eagerly. Chen Ao was courting death. An unknown nobody dared to snatch the treasure. Treasures belong to the strong. An ordinary human has no such right. Humans, die for me. An alien king-level peak powerhouse launched a fierce assault at Chen Ao. Chen Ao countered with a single sword strike. Scram! With just one blow, he forced the king-level peak to retreat. At the same moment the king-level peak powerhouse was stunned as his divine body had directly lost nearly 10. How is this possible? Even some invincible king levels might not be able to annihilate 10 of my body in one go. Who is this guy? Chen Ao was now surrounded by tens of thousands of king-level powerhouses. There were simply too many king levels and all of them were at the peak or pinnacle of the king-level realm. Chen Ao glanced around. There were nearly 2,000 king-level pinnacles. The remaining 10,000 plus were all king-level peaks. If you don't want to die, get the hell away from me. Chen Ao seemed extremely irritated by the encirclement. Ha ha ha, human, this treasure is not something you can possess. Only I, the Ba Long King, can own it. Hand over the treasure if you want to live. Chen Ao watched the approaching horde of king levels, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew it would come to this. Wearing a mask, no one could recognize him. Not even the Tianjin King could identify him, let alone these aliens. Because his life aura was different from Luo Feng's. He was merely a fake Daohe Wang using a borrowed account. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. Facing Chen Ao's threat, the crowd showed no fear. With 2,000 king-level pinnacles, here such a dense concentration of powerhouses meant that even the Seven Swords King, protected by a heavy treasure and nearly invincible among king levels, would find it hard to escape. In terms of treasure hunting, the king-level stage was far more dangerous than the venerable stage. Because there were too many king levels, unlike venerables, who would not relentlessly pursue once a treasure was refined. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, how long can you survive under our siege? Be smart and hand over the treasure. Countless king levels roared. It was too difficult for a king level to obtain a heavy treasure. They didn't even mind internal conflict. Even powerhouses from the Hong Alliance surrounded Chen Ao. As long as they didn't attack Chen Ao, it was fine. Once his treasure was taken, they could still strike. Since that's the case, all of you die. A sky full of sword lights appeared. A supreme secret technique of the universe overlord level. Rings of sword light propelled by the supreme treasure longsword radiated outward. No, countless powerhouses screamed. Even in death they couldn't believe it. With so many of them, Chen Ao had annihilated them all with a single secret technique. Those in front were merely shocked. Those behind were already terrified. The sword light, after killing over 1,000 king-level pinnacles, continued to sweep through, slaughtering the peripheral king-level peaks. With one sword strike, Chen Ao's skill progress sword. It jumped from 68 to 83. Although the progress slows down later just 2 or 3 more times, and I'll fill the first layer. He had killed roughly 14,000 of the 15,000 king levels. The survivors either had the sword light weakened by the dense crowd of powerhouses, or possessed protective treasures. Scanning the survivors, there were about 100 plus king-level pinnacles. Nearly half of them likely had heavy treasures. It wasn't unusual for a king-level pinnacle to have a heavy treasure, but they would hide it well. These powerhouses often came from formidable races such as some universe overlords or even top universe overlords. It wasn't surprising that these king-level pinnacles, as the high-end forces of their races, could be granted heavy treasures worth 1 or 2 heavy treasure points. Scanning the area, Chen Ao quickly approached a Zerg Mother Queen. Soul attack. Though protected by a treasure, the Zerg Mother Queen had nearly 90 of her body annihilated, her soul barely clinging to consciousness, utterly unable to resist. Soul control. Although Chen Ao was a warrior, once his law comprehension reached a certain level, he could walk the path of warrior controller or illusionist. However, the power of secret techniques varied. With the help of the Sword Saint panel, he naturally chose the warrior path. Without any resistance, Chen Ao successfully enslaved this Zerg Mother Queen. Master Elena greets you, Master. Chen Ao nodded. You can control more of these powerhouses, especially the injured ones. Enslave them all. Chen Ao handed over a large pile of treasures that could restore divine power, which were useless to him, allowing his slave to recover. He wasn't particularly interested in collecting soul slaves, but the incident while traveling earlier showed him the great benefits of having slaves. Yes, Master. Elena, naturally adept at soul control, immediately complied. During the process, many powerhouses who still had the ability to resist self-destructed. Chen Ao protected Elena, preventing her from further injury. In the end, they controlled over 130 king-level pinnacles, and more than 600 king-level peaks. The rest died. Thus 15,000 king-level pinnacles and peaks were completely wiped out. Chen Ao harvested dozens of heavy treasures. He estimated that even combined they couldn't be exchanged for a single supreme treasure, but it was better than nothing. In return, he gained a large army of slaves. These few hundred king levels couldn't provide him with progress, but he didn't care. Even if he had spared them, it wouldn't matter. Killing same-race beings couldn't yield gene points twice. He needed powerhouses in the tens of thousands. A few hundred were just a drop in the bucket. These slaves would serve as his buses for his upcoming plans. Chen Ao glanced at the powerhouses dozens of light years away, too scattered to bother killing. He couldn't be bothered. He led his soul slaves to the second location. Watching Chen Ao leave, a group of king levels trembled. When did such a powerhouse appear here? He seems to be Daohe Wang, said a human king level from the Hong Alliance. Many from the alliance blinded by greed had been slain in the process. Dead was dead, the system would judge. Based on black hair and height, it seemed only Daohe Wang, who had recently achieved near-invincible king-level feats, fit the description. Daohe Wang. The alien beside him was stunned. Doesn't he use a sword? I saw his sword light forming a river. Why not call him Sword River King? Haha, would you dare say that to his face? Another alien joked. No, just kidding. What's it to me what he's called? Joking. Who would dare approach him? He had annihilated over 10,000 king levels with a single move including 1 or 2,000 pinnacles. Such an attack would be impossible even for some venerables. He was undoubtedly an invincible king level, not just a near-invincible one like the Seven Swords King or Blackthorn King. He was a true king level invincible comparable to a venerable. With thousands of survivors among the powerful, the battle scenes of Chen Ao cleaving through over 10,000 elites with a single sword stroke were swiftly transmitted back. Countless kings watched as Chen Ao continuously simulated the laws, and employed his secret arts heaving endless sighs. Too powerful. Even if this secret art hasn't reached the ultimate level, it's extremely close to it. A fusion secret art? He must be a powerhouse walking the path of the beast god. A genius has emerged among the humans. Slaying over 10,000 kings with a single sword was not inconceivable. Some powerful special life forms could achieve the same. And from the complex manner in which Chen Ao wove the laws while executing his secret art, it was evident that he relied on a formidable technique. Their videos only captured the movements, not the weaving of the laws. But they could roughly gauge it from the complexity of the motions. Moreover, Blade River King's sword must be a treasure. A treasure combined with a secret art nearing the ultimate level could certainly achieve such a feat. Not just the long sword. I saw his armor withstand many attacks. That armor should also be a treasure. It's not surprising he has treasures. One who can create such a secret art starts as an invincible king, and treasures are merely auxiliary. The powerful are entitled to wield treasures. With Chen Ao being among the strongest of invincible kings, who would dare seize his treasures? And unless a supreme treasure was involved, a venerable would not intervene. Past the order, Blade River King is not to be confronted. Absolutely avoid provoking Blade River King. He is a true invincible king. The venerables of the demon, mechanical, and insect races issued commands, guarding the battlefield and making appropriate arrangements. If Chen Ao had recklessly slaughtered over 10,000 weaklings, as before, they would have intervened. But this time it was for treasure. Chen Ao was surrounded by a group and couldn't escape, so he rose up and slew them. They could say nothing. Blame could only fall on the inadequate strength of those who besieged him. An order spread, and most of the three races learned that humans had an invincible king called Blade River King. He was absolutely not to be provoked. Similarly, Chen Ao's general appearance was circulated to avoid mistaken identity. Anyone who dared act arrogantly before him would likely lose their life. Equally astonished were the humans with Chaos City Lord closely observing Chen Ao. The Chaos City Lord was also deeply conflicted. That is a peak secret art of the Cosmic Overlord level. And it's extremely strong even among peak Cosmic Overlord secret arts approaching the ultimate level. In theory, a peak secret art of a higher realm and an ultimate secret art of a lower realm have similar power. But there are differences. When the treasure's power is insufficient, the ultimate secret art of the lower realm is stronger. When the treasure's power is sufficient, the peak secret art of the higher realm is stronger. For instance, with a top-tier ultimate treasure, the third-level secret pattern is an ultimate Cosmic Overlord secret art pattern. Using an ultimate Cosmic Overlord secret art would be more powerful than a peak Cosmic Lord secret art. But if the treasure were replaced with a peak ultimate treasure, then a peak Cosmic Lord secret art would be stronger than an ultimate Cosmic Overlord secret art, even without considering the treasure's amplification. This is the influence of treasures and the difference between having an ultimate treasure and not. The ultimate treasure lowers the user's secret art ceiling. For those with weak law insights who cannot create super powerful secret arts, ultimate treasures are especially important. His law comprehension has reached such a level. He can create a peak Cosmic Overlord secret art. And he's only a realm lord. Initially, Chaos City Lord's expectation for Chen Ao was that with an ultimate treasure, he could achieve combat power at the peak king level. After all, though treasures are good, they need laws to drive them. However, Chaos City Lord never imagined that Chen Ao, a mere realm lord, could fully activate an ultimate treasure. An ordinary ultimate treasure is already fully unleashed in his hands. It seems the amplification of an ordinary ultimate treasure is quite ordinary for him. An ultimate treasure is most valuable when it surpasses the user's realm because the amplification is terrifying. Once one fully masters an ultimate treasure, its amplification naturally weakens. The gap between those who score full marks is also huge. Seeing Chen Ao's combat power, Chaos City Lord's heart settled. He had feared that Chen Ao being cowardly might not be worth training. Now it seemed Chen Ao was not as he had imagined. On the contrary, he was extremely bloodthirsty. Bloodthirst is also good, but his cowardice is real. He didn't even dare reveal his own name, only daring to use Luo Feng's Blade River King. Chaos City Lord's smile was somewhat strange. Now Blade River King's fame is enormous, but Luofeng might find this outcome hard to accept, right? Luofeng was currently a high-level king, barely matching a peak king through various means. The combat power gap between the two was too large. Speaking of Luofeng, Chaos City Lord checked, and though not found confirmed, he was still alive, believing Luofeng was trapped. These two Blade River Kings, one strong and one weak, will leave the alien races utterly speechless. On the other side, Chen Ao learned that the three races had placed great importance on Blade River King, ordering their people not to provoke him. Should I change my attire? That way no one would know I'm Blade River King. But if he deliberately deceived people, then killing them would be considered intentional entrapment, leading to sanctions. Though Chen Ao cared little about sanctions, if a venerable truly came after him, how could he continue hunting those kings? This is a problem. Everyone knows my slaves, and using them to kill is also out of the question. He knew that his control over many soul slaves had been exposed, so those powerful beings would treat all his slaves as dead in battle. Let's go to the second location first. I heard there are many powerful beings there. If I can kill 70 or 80,000 at once, maybe my progress bar will fill up. As for any changes upon entering the second stage, he would have to see when the time came. Soon Chen Ao found a suitable divine kingdom teleportation among his slaves. His only direct slave was Irina. The rest were Irina's slaves. These slaves plus the slaves of slaves and so on in an infinite nesting doll allowed him to teleport to almost half the universe. If I could collect a few hundred more, I could teleport anywhere in the universe. Many powerful beings did this, but they were more discreet. Almost none were as blatant as he was. However, this time they had courted death themselves, so Chen Ao naturally wouldn't be troubled by the alien races. Let's see what's up with this wing. Chen Ao refined the wing and examined it. He quickly obtained the wing's information. According to the classification of treasures, it should be considered a top-tier treasure. It could probably be exchanged for about 0.5 ultimate treasure points. This thing is for escaping, but it's a set treasure. The wing actually had a pair of shoes allowing double acceleration. Interesting treasure and quite suitable for me. As for laws, he could create a secret art now. Since he was proficient in all laws, it would only take a little time to craft a secret art based on this wing treasure. It took roughly a day for Chen Ao to create a secret technique suitable for this set of feathered wings. It was merely a peak-level secret technique of ordinary immortal level which he could craft with ease. Congratulations, Master, on your increased power. Yelena felt genuine joy from the depths of her soul. Chen Ao nodded. He had no particular feelings for this bus driver, and she was simply a means of transportation. He did not return the treasures he had obtained, as he had no need for these people to fight for him. Their combat prowess was too weak. If he himself could not handle the situation, they would be even less capable. Master, the second battlefield is an extremely chaotic place. Countless races are fighting there like mad dogs, even tearing each other's brains out. Yelena said. When it came to fame, the Xingqian Tower was the most renowned, as the Jinfeng Star often emerged, making it a relatively fixed point for obtaining treasures. However, the most chaotic place was the second battlefield. The second battlefield could be considered the most turbulent region within the domain battlefield, which was formed by the human race and the three surrounding races. This was because the second battlefield itself was built upon a large secret realm. Secret realms had peculiar environments and often produced rare treasures, which was why an immense number of kings had gathered in the second battlefield. Recently, 5 locations in the domain battlefield had reported the emergence of treasures. The second battlefield was one of them, and the news had spread early about a month ago. The reason why not many kings had joined Chen Ao in the previous treasure hunt was that the second battlefield had already sensed the aura of a treasure quite some time ago. Most people had gone to the second battlefield. Blade River King, according to the intelligence, over 100,000 kings have already converged in the second battlefield, including 4 powerhouses close to King Invincible. 7 Swords King, Nanchang Tower Dragon King, and Fatefall King were all there. Every race had sent 1 King Invincible and an overwhelming number of king-level peak powerhouses. However, apart from the 4 supreme powerhouses, unless one was closely related to them, everyone else kept a great distance. Even within the same race, not everyone was a friend. Those king-level peak experts had also formed small groups ranging from a few hundred to several thousand, planning to seize the treasures. This time no one dared to overlook Chen Ao, the Blade River King. His black-haired feathered wings made him stand out. It's Blade River King. Blade River King is here. Get out of the way. This Blade River King is extremely bloodthirsty. If you get close, you'll die in vain. The moment they saw Chen Ao, countless alien races retreated, and even the kings from the Hong Alliance kept their distance. Only one king was trembling in fear. It was Heavenly Array King, who had previously set Luofeng up. Chen Ao naturally noticed him immediately. Yelena, take your slaves and kill that Heavenly Array King. Chen Ao ordered. Yes, Master. The next moment, Yelena led her hundreds of king-level peak slaves to attack Heavenly Array King. Hardly anyone recognized him, but this Heavenly Array King was close to Luofeng and might identify his life aura. That would be very bad. He was impersonating Luofeng under the name Blade River King precisely to hide the fact that he was actually Chen Ao. He had not bothered to seek out Heavenly Array King, but since they had encountered each other, he had to kill him. Blade River King, how can you attack me? I am a king of the human camp. Heavenly Array King was terrified as he saw over 100 king-level peak experts charging at him. Such a siege could only be withstood by the 4 supreme powerhouses. Heavenly Array King had no way to stop the assault of Chen Ao's slaves. Indeed, Blade River King, regardless of how you put it, Heavenly Array King is still a member of our human camp. Doing this violates the rules. Chen Ao looked at the speaker, who was also human, unsurprisingly. I didn't do anything. Those king-level peak attackers. What do they have to do with me, Blade River King? Many kings were speechless. How can you say such shameless words? We heard it clearly. It was clearly an order. However, strictly speaking, Chen Ao did not make a move himself, so it did not violate the rules. It was the same as Tianjin King's operation. When Tianjin King attacked Luofeng, he only let his servants do it. Tianjin King did it more covertly, while Chen Ao did it blatantly. Daohe King, Tianjin King is from our human camp? You cannot make a move. Daohe King, you are a strong one, but you cannot do this. All the kings from the human camp spoke up. We of the human camp fight for you humans. If we cannot even guarantee our lives, why should we contribute to humanity? That's right. Although we are not humans, we are part of the human alliance. You cannot do this. Someone voiced support. Chen Ao glanced at those kings and said, if you have objections, you can also put a bounty on me from alien races. I'll take them all. Arrogant. Insolent. Chen Ao even unabashedly exposed some of the secret deeds of the kings. Countless kings of the Human Hong Alliance gnashed their teeth, but they could do nothing. The strong are the law. They fought for humanity not out of the selfless devotion just mentioned, but because their races needed to rely on humanity to survive. If there are no objections, then step back and stay away from me. On the other side, hundreds of kings at the limit level attacked Tianjin King. These kings had various means, and even though Tianjin King was powerful and had servants, he could not stop them. Daohe King, you. So ruthless. Tianjin King roared in resentment before death. When Tianjin King first learned that Daohe King had broken through to the invincible king level, he was terrified and wanted only to avoid Daohe King. His plan was to return to his race after the treasures of the second battlefield appeared, nurture his juniors, and never come out again. Clearly this last flag he set lasted less than 10 days before Tianjin King died here. Tianjin King hated himself. Why didn't he leave earlier? Why did he have to be greedy? Watching Tianjin King being besieged to death, many kings of the human camp felt a sympathy for the dying. Chen Ao couldn't be bothered to explain his strength is the law. The 4 powerhouses watched coldly. Seven Swords King frowned while the other 3 laughed out loud. Seven Swords King, this new Daohe King of your humans is quite ruthless. He directly killed a king from the same camp in front of everyone. Ha ha ha, this Daohe King suits my taste. But those kings of the human camp seem extremely dissatisfied. Mingyun King and Talong King spoke at the same time, clearly fanning the flames. Also frowning like Seven Swords King was the Zerg powerhouse Nanqing, because the leader Yelena was a limit-level king of their Zerg race. Hearing the words of Mingyun King and Talong King, Seven Swords King couldn't help but move closer to where Chen Ao was. Daohe King. He had noticed him before at the Star Tower, but he didn't expect that in such a short time Daohe King had reached the same level as him or even a higher level. Daohe King, that Tianjin King was after all a powerhouse of our human camp. Why did you have to kill him face to face? Seven Swords King meant you could have done it secretly, but doing it openly was too much. Chen Ao looked at Seven Swords King. This Seven Swords King had been used by his clone once before, and since they were both human geniuses, he should give some face. So Chen Ao explained how Tianjin King had used his servants to ambush him. That time, if it weren't for my good luck, a breakthrough and obtaining a valuable treasure, I would have died there. Chen Ao said. Hearing his explanation, everyone suddenly understood. There was such a layer to it. Now the many kings no longer had as much objection to Chen Ao since Tianjin King had brought it upon himself. Moreover, Chen Ao himself was so strong. An explanation from a strong man was enough. Seven Swords King nodded. Since Tianjin King framed you, then he certainly deserved to die. Whether true or false, since Chen Ao could explain, that was enough. Seven Swords King didn't intend to dwell on it, but Nanqing could no longer hold back. Daohe King, don't you know that Yelena is a powerhouse of my Zerg race? How dare you enslave her so wantonly? Nanqing's face was filled with fury. To command Yelena so blatantly in her presence was a complete disregard for her. She was not familiar with Yelena, and there was no need for her to step forward. The Zerg Queen had been enslaved too many times. She could not possibly seek revenge for each one. But as a fellow Zerg, having another Zerg Queen used as a servant right in front of her was a direct slap in the face. As a Zerg powerhouse approaching king-level invincibility, this was something she could not tolerate. Chen Ao nodded and said, "You have a problem. Want to fight me?" Nanqing was stunned, never expecting Chen Ao to speak to her in such a tone. The others, including Seven Swords King, were also in shock. This was too arrogant. Regardless of how she was, Nanqing was a powerhouse close to king-level invincibility. Even if you Blade River King are truly king-level invincible, you cannot ignore Nanqing like this. Moreover, Blade River King's actual combat strength was currently uncertain. Just like when Luofeng once used the move, I am the universe, to annihilate thousands of universe venerables, yet was still underestimated by Swaystone Lord. Slaughtering the weak below only proves combat power but does not earn conviction. Only by fighting against strong opponents could one gain the recognition of countless beings. Now Blade River King was clearly issuing a challenge. Haha, the clan says you Blade River King are the true king level invincible above us. I Nanchang want to see if you are really that formidable. The clan had ordered not to provoke Blade River King, but super powerhouses like Nanchang were exceptions. Powerhouses of their level believed that even if they were slightly inferior to Chen Ao, they would not be in mortal danger. Chen Ao was also somewhat surprised that Nanchang actually intended to fight. Without any hesitation, he directly drew his long sword. Seeing the sword, Nanchang snorted coldly, and in response countless Zerg King-level warriors appeared around her. In addition to the King-level Zerg warriors, there were even more Marquis-level and ordinary Immortal-level warriors. The number of Realm Lord-level Zerg warriors was even greater, at least 100,000. Over 100 King-level plus tens of thousands of Immortals, and 100,000 peak Realm Lord Zerg warriors. Many people stared in horror at this scene. Without the Zerg Queen's command, these Zerg warriors were not particularly strong, but with the Queen their combat power could be unified. Attack! At Nanchang's command, all the Zerg warriors charged forward. Many of them were adept at close combat, so they directly reached Chen Ao's front. About 30% of the Zerg warriors were skilled in soul attacks. Nanchang was also good at soul attacks. This was the swarm tactics. One had to endure countless soul attacks while engaging in close combat, which was extremely difficult. This was also why once a Zerg breakthrough occurred, they became king level. Seeing these Zerg warriors, Chen Ao's eyes suddenly lit up. Because although they were all called Zerg, their races were completely different. Even if their bloodline levels were low, they still constituted a separate race. What a pity 100,000 Realm Lord Zerg are useless to me. If I killed them, it would be equivalent to slaughtering thousands of race lives. Only the 10,000 Immortals and over 100 King level were valuable. And these 10,000 plus lives seemed to come from only about 30 different races. Not enough. Better than nothing. He swung his sword. All the Zerg warriors that had been radiating formidable power were annihilated. This single strike killed over 70,000 Zerg warriors. Whether King level or Realm Lord, all dissipated under Chen Ao's sword. What? Impossible. Countless King level fighters cried out in shock at the sight of the sword's effect. How could a King level attack be so powerful? Even Seven Swords King's eyes were filled with shock. Although he was not afraid of Nanchang, he had to admit that she was troublesome. The swarm tactics were too difficult to handle. Is this all you have? If you can't come up with something else, you might die. Chen Ao said softly, then slowly approached Nanchang. Nanchang was also stunned by Chen Ao's sword. Unless it was a universe venerable who could kill so many realm lords and immortals with a single strike. Over 10,000 immortals, 8,000 died directly. 100,000 realm lords were almost completely wiped out. Before Nanchang could use a new tactic, Chen Ao struck again. The remaining Zerg warriors preparing soul attacks were also nearly annihilated. The once terrifying swarm tactics had been reduced to just a few scattered remnants in the blink of an eye. Nanchang suddenly screamed, "How can your attacks be so powerful? The fact is, as you see. So you can die now." Chen Ao swung his sword at Nanchang. With her strength, perhaps her bloodline level was also very high. Killing Nanchang alone might be equivalent to killing 100 ordinary king-level warriors. The Zerg Queen was a universe's strongest being. Anything related to the Queen would have a high bloodline level. Want to kill me? I Nanchang have roamed the extraterritorial battlefield for tens of thousands of epochs. I didn't earn my reputation for nothing. As she spoke, a 6-story gray pagoda suddenly appeared in Nanchang's hand. Seeing the 6-story gray pagoda, Chen Ao showed a surprised expression. This was a palace-type heavy treasure. Even if it was only ordinary level, far inferior to top-tier palace treasures like the ancient ship galaxy, it should at least be worth an ordinary treasure. A treasure of such caliber in her possession, yet no universe venerable had made a move. Blade River King, I have a palace heavy treasure to protect me. What can you use to kill me? Chen Ao found it amusing to see Nanchang hiding in the heavy treasure. Truly she had little experience. Nanchang, who had intended to escape using the treasure, suddenly felt herself enveloped by divine power. Chen Ao seized the heavy treasure and directly suppressed it. Even a top-tier palace treasure might not be able to block soul attacks, let alone a mere heavy treasure. This palace treasure was mainly for blocking physical attacks. Obviously this palace heavy treasure could only be broken by at least a universe overlord, and Chen Ao did not have that strength. However, he had hundreds of slaves, many of whom were skilled in soul attacks. All of you use soul attacks on this palace treasure. Chen Ao had captured the palace treasure. As long as he slowly wore down Nanchang's divine body, he could kill her. Unless Nanchang also has a soul-type heavy treasure. That possibility was too low. If she did, Nanchang's net worth would be equivalent to at least 3 or 4 treasures, enough to make even a universe overlord's heart race. A round of soul attacks with over 200 immortals attacking together. Even though Nanchang was also skilled in soul attacks, facing so many attacks she could only feel pressure. Don't stop. If one round isn't enough, do 100. Her divine body can't be stronger than all of you combined. Theoretically, after reaching the peak of king level, there was no further improvement in divine body and soul. Even a king level invincible, if their genes and race had no special traits, would not be much stronger than a peak king level. What made them strong were only their techniques and treasures. Therefore these slaves attacking together could wear down Nanchang's soul and divine body. It would just take some time. Nearly 10,000 king-level experts had yet to free themselves from the shock of Chen Ao capturing Nanchang. They simply could not fathom that Nanchang, who had been rampaging unchecked and was nearly invincible among king-level experts, would be defeated by Chen Ao in 3 sword strikes and then captured. Although Nanchang had taken refuge within a palace-type treasure after being captured, he was subjected to a joint assault by hundreds of king-level experts adept in soul attacks. It would not be long before both his soul and divine body were annihilated. This time would not be too long. Perhaps half a day at best, or as little as a quarter of an hour at worst. That is, Nanchang could die at any moment. Daohe King, stop. Nanchang is a powerhouse of our insect clan alliance. How dare you treat him like this? Almost in the next moment, over 10,000 experts from the insect clan alliance appeared before Chen Ao, attempting to block him. Though they had split into many factions in pursuit of treasures, they could not ignore Nanchang's peril. How dare you? Do you truly think the human alliance is a mere decoration? Nanchang is a powerhouse of your insect clan alliance, but is Daohe King not a powerhouse of our human alliance? Some human experts voiced their support. Even some vassal races, though reluctant, offered their backing. A great battle seemed imminent. The demon clan and the mechanical clan watched the humans and insects tear into each other, their faces beaming with delight. If these two races fought tooth and nail, the pressure to seize the treasure would be greatly reduced. Chen Ao waved his hand, signaling the human experts behind him to retreat. Then he turned his gaze to the insect clan experts who had spoken. There were many of them, nearly 20,000, all drawing closer to him. Moreover, to pressure Chen Ao, these king-level experts now stood very close, the farthest no more than a tenth of a light year. That distance was truly near. Looking at the dark mass before him, Chen Ao said calmly, "Are you challenging me?" As he spoke, he continued to have his servants launch soul attacks. The servants had already struck more than 10 times in a short span, and Nanchang let out screams from within the palace treasure. Chen Ao's servants also showed signs of weakened aura. Clearly, burning divine power for such reckless soul attacks was terrifying, but the cost was immense. Fortunately, Chen Ao possessed many treasures to restore divine power, and his servants were constantly replenishing it. Faced with Chen Ao's aggressive stance, the Insect Clan Alliance's mother queens considered retreating, but hearing Nanchang's screams, they dared not withdraw. Daohe King, you are an invincible king-level expert, and we naturally dare not provoke you. But please spare Nanchang. And if I do not, would you dare to fight me? The mother queens fell silent. Should they truly fight? They felt they could take on Chen Ao alone given their numbers. If they attacked together, even a venerable would have to retreat. But the many human experts would not stand idly by. Earlier they had failed to act because Chen Ao was too fast. They hadn't even reacted. If Daohe King refuses to spare Nanchang, then we have no choice but to be presumptuous. Chen Ao looked at these mother queens and let out a light laugh. These mother queens, he actually admired them. A single mother queen could produce tens of thousands of insect warriors. Killing tens of thousands of insect warriors might just fill his progress bar completely. After all, the numbers were there. Thinking this, Chen Ao chuckled lightly. Seeing Chen Ao's chuckle, the king-level experts of the Insect Clan Alliance were bewildered. What was he up to? But then Chen Ao suddenly struck. A single sword slash. Countless screams erupted. Over 1,000 king-level experts were instantly shattered. Another slash. After 4 consecutive slashes, the original nearly 20,000 king-level experts were reduced to about 10,000. The dozen or so leading mother queens were completely dumbfounded. Was this Daohe King a madman? Killing the weak with a single disagreement and slaying over 1,000 with one sword? Even an ordinary cosmic venerable couldn't do that. Flee. They no longer cared about Nanchang. If they didn't run now, they would only wait for death. You lot stay here. The remaining several thousand king-level experts scattered in all directions. Even if he pursued, he could at most kill 1,000. It wasn't worth it. Better to fully capture these mother queens. The mother queens knew they were Chen Ao's targets. Daohe King, by slaughtering like this, the Insect Clan venerables will not let this go. You provoked me first, so you deserve death. Ha ha ha. Chen Ao was overjoyed that they had delivered themselves to him. Sisters, let's resist Daohe King together and retreat while fighting. They thought Chen Ao intended to kill them, but in truth he wanted to enslave them. These insect immortals, if sold, might not fetch a treasure each, but 10 together could certainly be traded for 1 treasure. Of course, his goal was to make these mother queens release all their immortal insect warriors. If the variety of insect warriors was sufficient, it might be equivalent to killing thousands of alien races. Indeed, to save themselves, the mother queens began deploying their insect warriors. Immortal warriors appeared one after another. However, compared to Nanchang's, the quality of these Mother Queen's immortal insect warriors was far inferior. As long as they are immortals, quality doesn't matter. Chen Ao killed thousands with a single sword stroke, terrifying the Mother Queens even more, forcing them to summon more insect warriors. Chen Ao pursued them at a measured pace, eventually slaying over 10,000 insect warriors. Indeed, the Mother Queens of the insect clan are useful. From now on, I'll hunt Mother Queens regularly. It wasn't necessary to kill the Mother Queens themselves. Just killing their insect warriors sufficed. Licking his lips, Chen Ao suddenly had a bold idea. What if it were a venerable level Mother Queen? How satisfying would that be? But venerable level Mother Queens were cosmic overlords. He couldn't withstand them. I'll have to wait until I become an immortal to hunt them. Better to just kill all the Mother Queens. Seeing the Mother Queens now bereft of their insect warriors, Chen Ao swung his sword with precision. This sword strike was perfectly controlled, able to cut off about 90% of a normal king-level pinnacle divine body. If successful, these Mother Queens would fall into a deep slumber. Through Chen Ao's meticulous manipulation, out of 17 Mother Queens, he kept 13. All 13 had less than 10% of their divine bodies left and fell into slumber. The remaining 4. 1 was killed by excessive force, while 3 had their divine bodies not low enough and self-destructed. This harvest is good. 14 Mother Queens worth at least 1. For treasure points plus Nanchang. Speaking of Nanchang, his aura was already very faint. Correspondingly, his servants had lost about 20% of their divine bodies. Finally, with a scream, Nanchang's soul was annihilated, and the palace treasure became masterless. Chen Ao promptly claimed the palace treasure. These two together add up to 3 treasure points. Many venerables would be tempted. Chen Ao stored the treasures away, then swept his gaze over the king-level experts of the mechanical clan and the demon clan. Chen Ao swept his gaze across the kings of the mechanical race and the demon race. The numbers were roughly equal, each with over 10,000 kings, yet these kings hailed from diverse races. Even among humans alone there were countless bloodlines, let alone the fact that over 90% of kings originated from vassal races. Moreover, those who reached the peak or limit of kings generally possessed bloodlines of no mean quality. He glanced at the progress bar of the R skill on the system panel. It had already reached 94. If I can eliminate just these 20 to 30,000 kings, there's a high chance I can fill the bar completely. The experience required for the progress bar was not fixed. The further along, the harder it became to advance. However, the sheer quantity here was sufficient. Over 20,000 kings. Surely they could make up the remaining 6 of the bar. The question was how to find an opportunity to kill them all. If they were all gathered together, he could annihilate everyone in half a minute. But these people were not fools. They were all peak kings capable of teleporting several light years in an instant. Previously he had managed to slay thousands or even tens of thousands of kings twice, because those kings were all advancing toward him, allowing him to seal the space and trap them within a short time. That was how he found a good opportunity. If he initiated a pursuit on his own, he would be lucky to kill 100 before these aliens scattered in all directions. Thus he needed to devise a clever plan. At that moment, Tower Dragon King of the demon race and Fatefall King of the mechanical race also fixed their gazes on Chen Ao. They hadn't expected his strength to be so formidable. Indeed, his reputation was well deserved. Even they could only match Nanchang in a stalemate, yet Chen Ao had swiftly defeated and then killed Nanchang. Nevertheless, this did not mean they feared Chen Ao, because they were different from Nanchang. Nanchang's strength relied 80% on his insectoid warriors. Against opponents without absolute superiority, the swarm tactic was formidable. But once faced with a truly powerful adversary, the swarm tactic became utterly fragile. Chen Ao's strength was clearly a notch above Nanchang's, hence the crushing outcome. Their own strength, however, was concentrated within themselves. Tower Dragon King in particular possessed an exceptionally strong gene and divine body far beyond ordinary kings, granting him formidable survival capabilities. In other words, they were confident they could survive against Chen Ao. Since that was the case, they had no need to fear him. Of course, maintaining distance was still necessary. One's own life mattered most. With a measure of caution toward Chen Ao, Tower Dragon King and Fatefall King said nothing more, simply waiting quietly. They planned to leave swiftly once the treasure emerged. They would not give Chen Ao a chance to strike at them. Blade River King, I never imagined your strength had reached such a level. Seven Swords King exclaimed with emotion. Rumors were, after all, just rumors, far less shocking than witnessing it firsthand. Especially the scene of Chen Ao slaying tens of thousands of kings in a short time. It was truly heart-stirring. It was only thanks to an opportunity that I managed to break through. Seven Swords King nodded. He too had encountered opportunities allowing him to reach near invincible king level in a short time. In truth, Seven Swords King was a figure no less remarkable than Ku Di. Many kings in their prime had been extraordinarily brilliant. For instance, during the Genius War period, the one named 13, who led the Chenwu Universe State Team, was merely an ordinary marquis, yet he was on par with Bolan. These kings of today had once shone even brighter than Bolan, falling just short of Ku Di. But time erases all. Talent has its limits and cannot bridge the gap of time. Some were astonishing at the universe level, some at the domain lord level, and some remained brilliant at the world lord and immortal levels. Blade River King, the treasure is about to emerge. If my guess is correct, this treasure is exceptionally powerful. If it were mere hearsay, that would be one thing, but all of them had seen it clearly. A treasure was indeed emerging. The treasure had been incubating for nearly a month. Such a long gestation period meant the treasure was certainly extraordinary. I suspect the treasure being nurtured this time is likely of the supreme treasure tier. Seven Swords King transmitted telepathically. Chen Ao's eyes flickered slightly. A supreme treasure. That was a possibility. Other places were ordinary cosmic territories, but this second battlefield was a vast cosmic secret realm. In the early days of a large cosmic secret realm, even a top-tier supreme treasure could appear. After tens of millions of epochs, the secret realm would decline, but with luck, unearthing an ordinary supreme treasure was not impossible. Chen Ao stepped forward. The treasure was still incubating, but its rough shape was discernible. It resembled something like a Rubik's Cube. This thing might be useful for a scheme. Chen Ao approached the treasure, and all the other kings grew tense. Was Chen Ao trying to seize the treasure first? If he got his hands on it, they would have no chance at all. But who dared to stop him? Many kings from the demon race and the mechanical race decided that when the treasure emerged, they would all attack Chen Ao together. As long as Chen Ao was delayed for even a moment, others might snatch the treasure. And afterward, of course, they would flee. Even if Chen Ao killed some, the vast majority would still escape safely. At that point, it was a matter of who was unlucky. Everyone had the same chance of death, so no one would refuse. Unexpectedly, Chen Ao suddenly shouted loudly, "I've seen this treasure before. It is a supreme treasure, a component of a set. Even a single component can be exchanged for 4 or 5 supreme treasure points." A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. 4 or 5 supreme treasure points. They were no fools. They could roughly estimate the treasure's value. Seven Swords King was dumbfounded. Was Blade River King an idiot? Why would he shout such crucial information like that? Afraid others wouldn't know. Originally venerables would not appear, but now they would definitely come. Seven Swords King wished he could draw his great sword and stab Chen Ao to death. In an instant, countless messages flew about saying that Chen Ao had announced the treasure was worth 4 or 5 supreme treasure points. Didn't know what supreme treasure points were. Then we were on different levels. That information was useless to you. In just a few seconds, the kings who had wanted to stay away from Chen Ao all converged. They drew closer to Chen Ao, subtly exerting pressure on him. 4 or 5 supreme treasure points. What a staggering fortune. To put it another way, the cost of reviving a high-level venerable was roughly 1 to 2 supreme treasure points. A high-level venerable was equivalent to about 100,000 peak kings. That is the price a universe master would pay to reverse time and revive 100,000 peak kings was roughly 1 to 2 supreme treasure points. 4 or 5 supreme treasure points. What terrifying wealth. Even if all 10,000 kings here died, as long as they obtained the treasure, it would be tens or hundreds of times the profit. So it wasn't about fearing death. With resurrection as a safety net, it was worth the gamble. Chen Ao watched the aliens slowly approach. Even if he suddenly attacked now, they would probably just unite to defend, wouldn't they? Fleeing was out of the question. For the sake of a supreme treasure, they would not fear death. But I have to be careful too. This treasure, if I'm not mistaken, is likely a special supreme treasure. Either a soul or domain type. Even if it were only a heavy treasure level, it would still be worth 3 or 4 supreme treasure points. With such a treasure appearing, the venerable guarding the domain battlefield was probably already on the way. Observing the alien races stirring restlessly, Seven Swords King was speechless. The difficulty of seizing the treasure had suddenly multiplied dozens of times. Initially, only a few kings dared to claim the treasure head-on, while most merely hoped to pick up leftovers. Yet with Chen Ao's outcry, no one seemed willing to retreat. Could Chen Ao, no matter how powerful, withstand the attacks of tens of thousands of kings? Especially since there were 2 near-invincible kings present. The mechanical race kings were renowned for their devastating attacks. This was not a contest of strength but of endurance. After all, unlike the earlier insect race kings who merely put up a pretense to show their stance, the situation had changed. Now the kings would truly fight to the death for the treasure. Even if they died, as long as they obtained the treasure, they would be resurrected. Blade River King, you are too impatient. How could you reveal such crucial information? Seven Swords King couldn't help but rebuke. Other kings from the Human Alliance also voiced complaints, but Blade River King's temper seemed fierce, so they dared not speak openly. Yet Seven Swords King was fearless and directly confronted him. Chen Ao also put on a remorseful expression. It was my first time seeing a supreme treasure, so I got too excited. Seeing Chen Ao's apparent regret, Seven Swords King didn't know what to say. After all, the deed was done. Blade River King, were you speaking the truth just now? Can this treasure really be worth that much? Chen Ao nodded, reaffirming the treasure's value. As for whether it was truly worth that much, what did it matter to him? His goal was to kill the demons and the machines. Seven Swords King pondered deeply. The difference between a treasure worth 1 point and one worth 4 or 5 points was not trivial. It was the gap between 100% profit and 400% profit. Enough to drive the venerables guarding the outer battlefield to act recklessly. Even if they faced punishment, sacrificing 1 or 2 treasure points would still leave them with a net gain. If it were only worth 1 treasure point, the venerables would not mobilize, as the penalty for doing so would outweigh any gain. Blade River King, I have already summoned our human venerable. This treasure must not fall into the hands of the other 3 races. The human race had few supreme treasures and many venerables lacked even one. Chaos City Lord had once mobilized for a beast god inheritance token worth about 1 treasure point. For a treasure worth 4 or 5 points, these venerables would not hesitate to deploy dozens of them even at great cost. The battlefield is no longer ours to command from now on, so be sure to stay alive. Those alien venerables might casually eliminate us. Since they were already here, it was only natural to target the invincible kings of the alien races, weakening their forces. Chen Ao nodded. However, upon noticing that the alien kings had approached within half a light year, Chen Ao's gaze turned cold. This supreme treasure belongs to the human race. You demon and machine scum, if you don't want to die, get the hell away. Seeing the spatial blockade, the kings had initially felt some hesitation. But upon hearing the word, supreme treasure, their fear vanished. Tower Dragon King directly spoke. Blade River King, claiming a treasure is all about luck. It's not about being slightly stronger. You might not get it. Destiny King added. Tower Dragon King is right. Your human race has the strongest presence here, so the machine and demon races have decided to temporarily ally. Blade River King, you can forget about making us retreat. Chen Ao laughed heartily. You worthless scum dare to covet my human race's treasure. I'll warn you one last time, leave now or die here. Everyone had forgotten the fact that Chen Ao had already sealed the space, making escape impossible. In truth, no one was planning to run. With the presence of 2 powerful beings from the demon and machine races, the humans wouldn't dare be too arrogant. Right? Blade River King, you're dreaming. We will never retreat. I've already alerted our race's venerable. On the other hand, you humans, when our 2 races' venerables arrive, you won't be able to escape. For now, with Chen Ao and 7 Swords King present, the humans had an advantage in peak combat power. But once the venerables of the 4 races arrived, the humans would lose all advantage and be severely suppressed. You're asking for death. Chen Ao drew his sword and charged at the kings trapped within the half-light-year radius. Seeing Chen Ao's attack, Tower Dragon King and Destiny King also moved to meet him. Everyone attack together. Let Blade River King know that we are not to be trifled with. Strike, we must strike. All together now. Soul attacks, melee attacks. Hit him with everything. When 7 Swords King saw Chen Ao charge out, he was frantic. Why was Blade River King so reckless? The combined might of these kings would cause a qualitative change through quantity. Was he throwing his life away? Kings of the Human Hong Alliance, follow me. Don't let Blade River King fall into danger. 7 Swords King had no choice but to call the human strongmen to action. The kings of the Human Hong Alliance cursed Chen Ao under their breaths. This Blade River King was nothing but a troublemaker. Everyone had been quietly waiting for the treasure to emerge, but the moment Blade River King arrived, he stirred up all kinds of trouble. Forced into action, the Human Hong Alliance strongmen had no choice but to follow 7 Swords King. Die, all of you! Chen Ao's face twisted in fury as he swung his sword relentlessly. Tower Dragon King and Destiny King knew Chen Ao's attacks were devastating, so they resolved to block him. They both had protective treasures, so they were not afraid. However, Chen Ao ignored them entirely. After casually deflecting their attacks, he continued to slash into the crowd. He directly unleashed a peak-level ultimate technique of a universe overlord. Blade River King, why do you avoid a direct fight with us and instead slaughter the weak? Blade River King, what kind of strongman are you? Chen Ao laughed. Do you think I'm a fool? These people were planning to ambush me with soul attacks. Should I just wait for them to strike? Get lost. Chen Ao casually swept Destiny King and Tower Dragon King aside with a single sword stroke. The 2 could not withstand Chen Ao's power and were soon forced back. They could only survive for a short time but were far from capable of stopping Chen Ao. Then Chen Ao began a massive slaughter. With each attack, he annihilated the divine bodies of hundreds of kings. After killing 2,000 or 3,000, Tower Dragon King and Destiny King could only reach Chen Ao again to block his strikes. But it was useless. Even with their utmost effort, they could only slow his killing pace, never stop it. Chen Ao, in order to keep a low profile and not reveal his supreme treasure armor, would occasionally parry their attacks. If not for hiding the armor, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. Yet even so, within a single minute, Chen Ao had slain over 10,000 kings. His progress bar had reached 98. Only 2 remained to unlock the next stage of the Highland bloodline. There are still over 10,000 kings left. That's enough. Chen Ao continued his slaughter without restraint. 7 Swords King was completely stunned by Chen Ao's burst of power, as were the kings of the Human Alliance. Was this Blade River King's true strength? Even Tower Dragon King and Destiny King combined could not stop his killing spree. In just half a minute over 10,000 kings had fallen. Even a venerable sweeping through with soul attacks wouldn't be this fast, would they? Is Blade River King even human? Powerful and utterly insane. There's no one like him. He's definitely a peerless slaughtering king who defies the heavens. Originally the Seven Swords King and a group of human powerhouses intended to assist, but upon seeing this did Chen Ao still need help. The opposing Yao and mechanical kings were utterly unable to escape. Daohe King, do you not fear the punishment of our race's venerables by acting so recklessly? You are courting death. Once the venerable descends you will die without a burial place. Mingyun King and Talong King kept roaring. Too tragic, truly too tragic. Previously when Chen Ao slaughtered the Zerg kings they felt nothing, but now that the matter fell upon them they finally understood what despair meant. Peak kings and limit kings were not numerous even among the peak races. There were millions of kings across each peak race alliance. Yet those who reached the peak and limit levels were truly few. At such levels a peak race alliance had at most around 100,000. Chen Ao had directly slain several thousand, effectively eliminating 1/20th of the entire alliance. Moreover, he showed no sign of stopping, evidently determined to slaughter them all. Combined with those he had killed earlier, Chen Ao alone had nearly eliminated 1/8 of the peak and limit kings of the three races. In this outer battlefield that number accounted for half of the total. Daohe King, do you intend to wage an irreconcilable war against us three races? Previously you massacred the Zerg powerhouses, and now you dare to lay hands on my Yao and mechanical races. Enough nonsense. Since you refuse to leave, then die here. Supreme treasures are not for your coveting. Chen Ao shouted like a madman. If he didn't seize this chance to fill the progress bar, he didn't know when the next opportunity would come. Perhaps a venerable would descend soon. The Zerg race, having suffered heavily, might be the first to arrive. Thus Chen Ao was racing against time. As for you two, get out of my way. With a sweep of his sword, he forced the two back again and continued his slaughter. Numb, utterly numb. The human kings were completely dumbfounded. Was this Daohe King insane? This was beyond madness. Such slaughter, were they not afraid of the venerables of the opposing races? If only the Zerg venerable came, human venerables could intervene, but if all three races' venerables descended together, how could they be stopped? The slaughter continued. Chen Ao was too fast. Even without teleportation, the Yao and mechanical kings who wished to flee discovered that escape was impossible. There was no way out. Only those who had been far from Chen Ao managed to slowly fly out of the spatial lockdown and survive. The rest would all die. Chen Ao didn't even bother to collect the treasures of the kings. Even if there were precious artifacts, he couldn't afford to stop. The progress bar was more valuable than supreme treasures. In about 3 more minutes Chen Ao had killed another 10,000 Yao and mechanical kings. Now there were still over 10,000 human kings present, while the three races combined had fewer than 5,000. Each race had lost over 10,000 kings. The Yao and mechanical races suffered even more, as many Zerg kings had retreated after Chen Ao's earlier massacre. But this time the Yao and mechanical races had no retreat. They could only offer their necks to the blade. Haha, you fools of the Yao and mechanical races, now you know the pain of being slaughtered after watching my Zerg alliance suffer. Miserable, truly miserable. My Zerg race lost only 9700 while the Yao race lost over 13000. I counted. Haha, how satisfying. A nearby Zerg king glared. What was there to compare? Was losing 9700 a small number? Mingyun King and Talong King were ashen-faced. The situation had escalated beyond their responsibility. Punishment from their races was inevitable. Summon the venerables, urge them to come quickly. Matters have reached this point. The outcome is sealed, but this Daohe King must die. If he doesn't, our races will have no face left in this outer battlefield. Talong King and Mingyun King began urgently calling for their venerables. Their status was not inferior to ordinary venerables, so they had the authority. Upon receiving the news from Talong and Mingyun, the venerables of both races were shocked for a long time. Their messages had been slow, and they had planned to arrive gradually, but now they could not remain idle. Seeing his progress bar fully filled, Chen Ao stopped with satisfaction. Though he knew the consequences were irreversible, he felt no regret. Should I wait for the treasure to emerge or return to Chaos City immediately? His goal had been achieved. He could now go back to Chaos City to break through, no need to stay. As for whether humans would be blamed, there was no need to worry. Top-level combat power was everything. As long as the Universe Masters were safe, even if Luofeng had slaughtered thousands of venerables, it would not be a major issue. After all, they were already hostile. Why worry about further enmity? Leave now, setting a final flag never ends well. Faced with the supreme treasure, he was not greedy. He didn't want to face a venerable, as he was still a realm lord, not stable enough, quite unstable. Chen Ao immediately planned to have his slave teleport him via the divine kingdom. But he was too slow. Rumble. The space of the entire secret realm seemed to tremble. It's a venerable. A venerable has descended. The kings of the 4 races looked up. A venerable teleporting through his divine kingdom had arrived directly. I wonder which race's venerable it is. No matter which race, as long as it's not human, Dao King is doomed. Mingyun and Talong had hesitated about stopping Chen Ao's teleportation, fearing that provoking him too much might get them killed. But now they hesitated no more. They had to stop Chen Ao. They had to kill Dao King here. It's the Zerg Venerable. It's the Zerg Smoke Venerable. Damn, it's the Zerg Venerable. The kings of various races had mixed feelings upon seeing the Venerable. Dao King, run. That's the Zerg Smoke Venerable. Seven Swords King immediately warned. Even an invincible king, unless he was a special life form, could hardly withstand a Venerable. Someone like Xinyan King could only escape from a Venerable, and that was only if he wasn't caught. Once caught, escape was impossible. Even the weakest Venerable possessed over 100 million times the power of a Realm Lord, and since their gene level was never 1, it was at least 10 times that. Thus even a low-level Venerable often had over 10 billion times a Realm Lord's power. Chen Ao, relying on his supreme treasure, had only 1,000,000 times. The gap was immense, at least 1,000-fold. 1,000,000 times a Realm Lord's power was strong among kings but pitiful compared to a Venerable. Where is Dao King? He dared to slaughter countless Zerg kings. Today I will kill him. Seeing the Venerable descend, Chen Ao was slightly annoyed. He hadn't hesitated even before the supreme treasure yet. He was still trapped by a Venerable. Chen Ao had been cautious enough, unwilling to wait even a second longer for treasures worth several treasure points. Even a Universe Master might hesitate for a long time over a treasure worth a few points. But this Venerable didn't follow the rules, and normally, he couldn't have arrived so fast. Moke Venerable, Dao King is over there. Talong King pointed at Chen Ao across the void. Moke Venerable quickly noticed Dao King, but he held no goodwill toward Talong King. As an alien race, they were irreconcilable. He didn't attack Talong only because of unspoken rules and a more important mission. Dao King, you dared to slaughter, wantonly violating the rules of our 4 races. Today I will kill you here. Moke Venerable licked his lips. The kind of Venerable who had no supreme treasure was like him. He didn't own a single supreme treasure, only a few precious artifacts. Among Venerables he was definitely at the bottom. Before coming he had heard that Chen Ao possessed treasures. They might be worth 1 or 2 supreme treasures. This time he had a legitimate reason to act. Dao King had broken the rules, so he wouldn't face consequences. In other words, if he killed Chen Ao, he could obtain the treasures and exchange them for 1 or 2 suitable supreme treasures. That was why he had arrived much faster than others, even risking exposure of his Divine Kingdom coordinates to be the first. For supreme treasures, temporary exposure didn't matter. Because he came first, he had 3 minutes to do as he pleased. That was plenty of time to accomplish his goal several times over. Chen Ao retreated slightly. Moke Venerable had sealed the space, making teleportation impossible. To escape, he could only rely on his wing treasure. Dao King died contentedly. Moke Venerable raised his great axe and struck fiercely at Chen Ao. Seeing the opponent's attack secret technique, Chen Ao sneered. It was merely a peak immortal level secret technique. No wonder he was only stationed in the outer battlefield. His strength was truly poor. My secret technique is higher, which can close the gap by nearly 100-fold, and my supreme treasure is stronger, which might compensate 10-fold plus my skills. The gap between Chen Ao and his opponent was around 1,000-fold. Now, in terms of attack, he was actually not inferior. After all, 1,000,000 times a Realm Lord's power was still substantial. However, his weakness was that his body couldn't withstand attacks. Even with his supreme treasure armor, which would reduce the attack's power to only 1%, the opponent's attack wasn't strong. But setting aside the armor, he was essentially just a Realm Lord with a body only 2 meters tall. Withstanding even 1% of a Venerable's attack was beyond what he could endure. This was why he couldn't match a Venerable. His body couldn't take it. If he were an immortal, he wouldn't have this problem. His divine body could absorb the damage, even if it cost a lot, it wouldn't be fatal. But a Realm Lord couldn't. Chen Ao quickly dodged. With the help of his supreme treasure sword and armor, he barely managed to block Moke Venerable's axe strike. What? Impossible! Countless people exclaimed. Although Chen Ao had only barely blocked Moke Venerable's attack, Moke was still a Venerable whose foundation was at least 1,000 times greater. How could Chen Ao block it? Even Moke Venerable was greatly surprised. How is this possible? You can't have blocked my attack unscathed. Blocking Moke Venerable's attack was not entirely unacceptable, as Chen Ao was recognized as an invincible king, one of the top tier among such existences. But what surprised Moke Venerable was that Chen Ao's aura hadn't diminished in the slightest. Weakened. It seems your armor is also a fine precious treasure, otherwise you couldn't have blocked it so easily. Being able to withstand his blow, Demon Ku Venerable reckoned that Chen Ao's armor was likely a top-tier precious treasure armor. Good stuff. My armor might not even be as good as Blade River King's. I must get my hands on that armor. With that, Demon Ku's aura surged tenfold again. Clearly this was a secret art far stronger than before. Chen Ao's expression shifted slightly. He had blocked the previous attack without damage, but this time it would be difficult. Boom! Unable to completely evade, he could only resist. Chen Ao was sent flying. Impossible! Demon Ku Venerable's roar echoed through the void. This is my strongest offensive secret art, yet you can still block it. In an instant Demon Ku Venerable understood. Chen Ao's armor was definitely a supreme treasure. A supreme treasure. I've been a venerable for hundreds of thousands of epochs and never obtained a single supreme treasure armor. Blade River King, merely a sealed king, actually possesses a supreme treasure. His killing intent intensified. Chen Ao watched the opponent directly burning his divine body and knew this was trouble. Kill you and your supreme treasure becomes mine. I never imagined this harvest would be so great. Once he obtained a supreme treasure, Demon Ku's strength would advance further, matching a mid-level venerable. If he resonated with the treasure, he might soon become a high-level venerable. Thus he burned his divine body without further hesitation. A group of sealed kings were stunned. Just what level has Blade River King reached? Demon Ku Venerable actually needs to burn his divine body. In the past, even invincible sealed kings couldn't achieve this. If they could escape, they'd boast for tens of thousands of epochs. Forcing a venerable to burn his divine body was unthinkable. Countless aliens, though furious at Chen Ao's slaughter, couldn't help but admire his power at this moment. Blade River King is absolutely a top-tier invincible sealed king, second only to those heaven-defying special life sealed kings. With such strength, it's a pity he still has to die. After all, his opponent is a venerable. Seven Swords King, watching Chen Ao's performance, grew even more anxious. The more monstrous Chen Ao was, the more Seven Swords King couldn't bear to see him die here. Some opportunities would vanish even after resurrection. In his view, Chen Ao had obtained such an opportunity, so Blade River King must not die. Blade River King, I can't stop a venerable, but our clan's venerable is on the way. Hold out for 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, our clan's venerable will descend. Chen Ao had no time to heed Seven Swords King's telepathic message. What a pity. This human body of mine is still too weak. If it were a special life form like the He Guang tree, he would dare to directly confront a venerable. That enormous body, even if partly annihilated, would be no big deal. His attacks were not lacking, but his body truly couldn't withstand it. Just as Demon Ku Venerable, burning his divine body, prepared to attack the cube-shaped supreme treasure that had been beside Chen Ao, suddenly emerged. A powerful treasure aura spread throughout the secret realm. Seeing the supreme treasure emerge, Demon Ku Venerable was stunned. There was another supreme treasure here. That aura. Even if not a supreme treasure, it was at least a top-tier precious treasure. Yet Chen Ao had been right beside the treasure all along, never straying far. Seeing this, Chen Ao didn't hesitate. He reached out and grabbed it. The treasure entered his hand. Blade River King, leave the supreme treasure. Demon Ku Venerable, watching Chen Ao acquire yet another supreme treasure, was furious. He, a venerable, couldn't obtain a single supreme treasure, yet Chen Ao casually picked one up. Infuriating to the point of enraging a bug. The attack descended. Chen Ao slashed back with his sword. Full power strike. Boom. The two attacks collided head-on. Even Demon Ku Venerable was pushed back a fraction. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? A human sealed king can actually repel a venerable. Is Blade River King too heaven-defying? Is he really human, not a special life form? Clearly Chen Ao's all-out attack didn't come without cost. The recoil force made his body bleed profusely, but he couldn't spit blood or else he'd be exposed as a realm lord. At this moment Chen Ao hadn't forgotten to refine the treasure. In an instant he knew it was indeed a powerful supreme treasure. It's a top-tier domain precious treasure, Fong River Realm. Instantly the aura of a domain treasure spread, and within a radius of several light-years, a huge three-dimensional space appeared. A domain treasure. It's a domain treasure. Seeing the three-dimensional space, many sealed kings immediately understood what it was. It was actually a domain treasure. Even Demon Ku Venerable was shocked. A domain treasure, even if merely a precious treasure, was priceless. Blade River King, die. But at this moment Chen Ao burst into laughter. You're the one who dies. The next instant a palace appeared, enveloping Chen Ao inside. He had originally wanted to keep a low-profile, kill a few tens of thousands of sealed kings and leave. But this Demon Ku Venerable was courting death, forcing him to go all out. So he might as well take him down too. Seeing the palace appear, Demon Ku Venerable was not surprised. It was a treasure of their insect race, how could he not recognize it? But after killing Chen Ao, all these treasures would be his. Thinking you can escape by hiding in a palace precious treasure. A palace treasure could only defend against physical attacks but couldn't flee from a powerhouse. So Demon Ku Venerable wasn't worried at all. It would only let Blade River King buy a little more time. Feeling the pressure of the domain, Demon Ku guessed it was a domain precious treasure. Additionally, Chen Ao had a supreme treasure armor and a palace precious treasure. Altogether they were worth at least 7 or 8 treasure points. Demon Ku Venerable was beside himself with joy. Soon all of these would be his, and Chen Ao realized that unless he killed this guy he had no chance to escape. Since that was the case, then kill him. I wanted to stay low-key, but reality wouldn't allow it. Protected by the palace, the human body disappeared. What appeared before everyone was a colossal tree stretching 10 million kilometers. Without the domain treasure he might have been caught while switching bodies. That would have been troublesome, as being captured could expose his status as a realm lord. After all, he only had one supreme treasure armor that could disguise him as an immortal. If both bodies appeared together, one would inevitably be exposed. Now, with the pressure from the domain treasure, he could seamlessly switch bodies. The tree, though its features were unclear, showed signs of transforming toward human form. Many sealed kings could still recognize it at a glance. This is a special life form, and a plant-type special life form. Heavens, such a huge divine body. This body is simply exaggerated. It must be 10 million kilometers. So this is Blade River King's true capital. He actually has a special life form clone. Perhaps through possession or a clone secret art. In any case, this tree life radiated the same life aura as Blade River King. Before they couldn't sense Blade River King's aura, but now they felt it clearly. Too powerful. Demon Ku Venerable's face also turned extremely grim. With such a huge divine body and a supreme treasure, even he couldn't win. Yes, he couldn't win. Chen Ao could slowly wear him down with his divine body. But he didn't know that Chen Ao had no such intention. His body was not a divine body yet. Even with a gene multiplier of thousands, it would only translate to thousands of times the power of a realm lord, far from enough. The reason he switched bodies was that this body could withstand damage. Even if part of it was lost, there would be no life-threatening danger. The 10 million kilometer tree slowly shrank, eventually becoming a 100-meter giant identical in appearance to Chen Ao's human form. Demon Ku Venerable, let me see just how strong you really are. Chen Ao struck boldly. This time he no longer feared injury. With such a massive form he could be willful. Humph, no matter what, you're still just an immortal. I, a dignified venerable, am not afraid of you. Demon Ku Venerable had the urge to retreat. Special life forms were too strong, and as a low-level venerable he lacked confidence. He planned to wait for other insect race venerables to arrive and kill Chen Ao together. 3 minutes. He had to hold out for 3 minutes, no, actually just 2.5 minutes, to preserve the dignity of a male venerable. But Chen Ao wouldn't give him that chance. Cosmic Overlord class ultimate secret art. Fourth sword. A single sword stroke cut through the entire space straight at Demon Ku Venerable. You're only relying on your large divine body. In pure attack power, do you think I'm afraid of you? Demon Ku Venerable swung his axe. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows continuously. After one clash, Demon Ku Venerable's aura immediately weakened. Disaster. A venerable can't beat a sealed king. What's so strange about that? It's a special life form with a body over 10 million kilometers. I wonder what the gene multiplier of this special life form is. If it's several thousand-fold, then it's normal for it to win. Normal my ass. A large divine body only enhances survivability, but Blade River King's attacks just now were clearly stronger than Demon Ku Venerable's. A large body didn't necessarily mean a high gene multiplier, but everyone still thought Chen Ao's clone couldn't be too weak. At least a few hundredfold. Being comparable to a venerable wasn't surprising. They didn't know that Chen Ao relied entirely on secret arts for his attacks, with a base of 1,000,000 times the power of a realm lord. The only advantage was that compared to his human body, his He Guang tree clone dared to go all out. Not afraid of injury. Demon Ku Venerable's aura dropped, indicating his divine body had suffered over 10% damage, but Chen Ao's aura hadn't weakened at all. Indeed, his divine body was massive. Demon Ku Venerable sensed this as well, and understood he was no match. If this continued, he would die here. He wanted to flee, but how could Chen Ao let him? Having already exposed his clone, he wouldn't allow Demon Ku to escape easily. Blade River King, don't seek your own doom. I'm willing to let you leave, yet you dare to seal the space. Both sealed kings and venerables could seal space, preventing teleportation. Faced with a sealed king's space seal, even a venerable couldn't teleport. Ha ha ha, survive first then talk. Chen Ao had wing treasures and a domain treasure, completely suppressing his opponent. After switching bodies, he could unleash his full attack power. A mere low-level venerable was nothing to him. Die! Chen Ao struck blow after blow. Blade River King, you leave me no choice. After several exchanges, Demon Ku Venerable knew he would surely fall, so he directly self-destructed. Boom! Demon Ku's self-destruction left behind only 3 precious treasures. Chen Ao glanced at them, collected them, then teleported away quickly. After finding a suitable location, Chen Ao had a servant use a country teleportation. He quickly left the second battlefield, arriving at a very distant place. Not long after Chen Ao left, one after another powerful auras appeared. No fewer than a dozen venerables arrived at the second battlefield. King Blade River first teleported, then used Divine Kingdom transmission to swiftly depart from the area. Shortly after Chen Ao's departure, numerous venerables arrived, including high-level venerables, and even individuals nearing the level of cosmic overlords. Where is King Blade River? And where is the venerable Moke of our clan? Inquired the Zerg Venerable. The Zerg kings were still reeling from the fact that Venerable Moke had been slain by King Blade River. Humph! The Zerg Venerable let out a cold snort, snapping the Zerg kings back to their senses as they hastened to pay their respects. Speak! Where did King Blade River and Moke go? The Zerg King replied with a bitter smile. Your Venerable, it was King Blade River who slew Venerable Moke and then departed. The Zerg Venerable was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Even an invincible king could at most escape from a Venerable, never match one. Could it be that King Blade River is actually a special life form? Hearing the Zerg Venerable's doubt, all the kings nodded in agreement. Your Venerable, at first King Blade River was indeed human, but later to battle Venerable Moke, he directly swapped bodies. That body was a colossal tree over 10 million kilometers in volume. Undoubtedly a special life form. And then this special life form King Blade River slew Venerable Moke. Then the Zerg Kings presented the recorded footage to the Zerg Venerable before them. After viewing it, the Zerg Venerable nodded. King Blade River's human form was invincible at the king level, capable of barely withstanding Venerable Moke, but clearly struggling. Moke would have needed only a few moves to kill King Blade River. Then the colossal tree shadow emerged and the situation reversed dramatically. Ultimately, under the suppression of a domain treasure, Moke was brutally slain. Humph, I never expected King Blade River to possess such a massive doppelganger. No wonder he could kill Moke. However, since Moke was already dead, there was no point dwelling on it. Killing a Venerable was his own skill. If he encountered such a situation, he would certainly kill as well. But King Blade River had already fled, possibly back to human territory, leaving him powerless. The Zerg Venerable was the first to arrive, followed swiftly by kings from the human, mechanical, and demon races. After learning the situation, the three races' Venerables realized that while King Blade River was strong, the truly astonishing thing was his special life-form doppelganger. The three races were incensed. Venerable Banco of the humans, King Blade River, has wantonly slaughtered tens of thousands of king-level experts from our three races. The human race must provide an explanation. Venerable Banco of the humans laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, that was your race's own doing for provoking King Blade River. Did Nanchang not actively seek out King Blade River? Then did the kings of the demon and mechanical races disregard King Blade River's warnings in their greed for treasures? Spare me these useless words. For the sake of treasures, what was wrong with ignoring King Blade River's warning? Venerable Banco nodded. You speak correctly, but King Blade River killing them was also correct. He gave them a chance. Those who seek treasures must possess the strength, otherwise they court death. Would you, a Venerable, spare a king who vies for treasure with you? The Venerables of the three races were vexed. Although King Blade River had killed countless, there was at least some justification. Even if King Blade River was deemed wrong, so what? Would the humans care? You cannot slaughter so many. Enough of your prattle, you three races. If you want to fight, the human race will meet it. Otherwise go somewhere comfortable and stay there. With that, Venerable Banco led the human kings away. None dared to lay a hand on a king as a Venerable, lest the human cosmic lords retaliate by killing these Venerables. Damn it! Issue a bounty on King Blade River when we return. A king murmured softly. But King Blade River is too powerful. Even an ordinary Venerable would meet death facing him. How can we issue a bounty? The Zerg Venerable grew even angrier. Being able to kill a low-level Venerable meant at least mid-level Venerable combat power. With such a massive body, even several Venerables attacking together couldn't defeat him. Humph, a bounty is a bounty. I never said you had to act. The kings suddenly understood. It was just to save face. Then we know what to do. At the same time, within Chaos City, Jinyen was utterly dumbfounded. My disciple recently displayed invincible king-level power, slaughtering countless king-level experts. I could barely accept that. But now he directly killed a Venerable. What is going on? Only a few knew that Luofeng was King Blade River. King Jinyen knew well that Luofeng King Blade River was truly a domain lord. A domain lord killing a Venerable. King Jinyen wondered if the information was flawed. He made multiple inquiries, even finding a video of King Blade River killing the Venerable. Based on the appearance and attire, it should be my disciple. But what about this colossal tree doppelganger? Could it be that he has found a fourth doppelganger? King Jinyen had been searching for Luofeng in the virtual universe for days, ever since Chen Ao had slaughtered countless king-level experts, displaying invincible king-level combat power. King Jinyen was extremely shocked at the time. What is going on with my disciple? Why won't he answer my calls? Jinyen could only give up. At this moment, King Jinyen yearned to boast about his disciple. But City Lord Chaos had forbidden him from revealing that Luofeng was King Blade River. After all, a domain lord killing a Venerable was too astonishing. Even the most extraordinary special lifeforms couldn't achieve it. How did Luofeng do it? The gap in strength was so vast. It shouldn't be possible. Although Army Lord Marquis and King were all immortals, each level had a 100-fold difference. Between a domain lord and a Venerable, even without considering genes, the gap was over 100 million times. Most Venerables had tens to hundreds of times gene amplification, so the gap was often tens of billions. How could such a gap be bridged? I don't understand. Jinyen couldn't comprehend it, nor could City Lord Chaos. When City Lord Chaos saw Chen Ao kill the Venerable, he was equally puzzled. He is only a domain lord. Even if that armor provides 1,000,000 times the power of a domain lord, how does he make up the remaining 1,000-fold gap? Special lifeforms at the domain lord stage were of little use as the gap between a domain lord and a king-level peak was 1,000,000 times. A few thousand times gene amplification was useless. Chen Ao's true foundation was the 1,000,000-fold domain lord power from the armor. In City Lord Chaos's view, Chen Ao's secret technique was a peak cosmic overlord technique which could at most narrow the gap by tens of times. But there was still at least a tens of times gap. Where did this come from? My disciple has yet another special opportunity. I wonder what the upper limit of this combat power gap compensation is. If it could be elevated further, allowing an immortal to match a cosmic overlord or even a cosmic overlord to match a cosmic lord, that would be truly heaven-defying. City Lord Chaos had no intention of seizing his disciple's opportunity. He was merely looking forward to the day Chen Ao would become a super powerhouse. Chen Ao's behavior is also very strange. With such strength, why would he slaughter so many kings for no reason? Chen Ao quickly found a safe place, then returned to Chaos City. Everything was low-key. Fewer than 5 people knew he had left. When Chen Ao entered the inner palace of Chaos City, he felt space-time shift and then saw City Lord Chaos in the Chaos Void. Unknowingly, you have already reached such strength, City Lord Chaos said with a complex expression. He had intended for Chen Ao to gain experience preparing for the future. But unexpectedly, the moment Chen Ao stepped out, he could easily kill hundreds of king-level experts. This was not killing one by one but slaying tens or hundreds with a single sword strike, easier than slaughtering chickens. Even relying on a treasure, Chen Ao was still only a domain lord. Then Chen Ao managed to withstand a cosmic venerable. Unlike the Zerg and other alien races, Focus City Lord Chaos noticed that Chen Ao as a human domain lord could hold his own against a venerable. Even if he was at a disadvantage, it was still remarkable. In contrast, the killing of the venerable using a special lifeform did not shock him as much. Humans were this strong. It was only natural that special lifeforms were even stronger. Was your purpose in leaving to kill tens of thousands of king-level immortals? City Lord Chaos asked. Yes. Chen Ao nodded. My special lifeform doppelganger has a special secret technique. By killing it can collect the genes of various races and enhance its own gene factor. Oh! City Lord Chaos was quite surprised. There is such a talent secret technique. Chen Ao nodded. Originally my special lifeform doppelganger's gene factor was not this high, but now it has reached over 6,000 times. Can the human body also enhance genes? Yes, but the enhancement for humans is relatively low, only about 1,000 times. City Lord Chaos drew a sharp breath. 1,000 times. The limit for ordinary humans was 100 times. This meant he was inherently 10 times stronger than those venerables. 1,000 times gene factor was considered superior even among special lifeforms. Is 1,000 times the upper limit? It is the upper limit, roughly around 1,000 times more or less. Hearing this, City Lord Chaos felt a tinge of regret. If only it could go further. This is still good. In this way, when you reach the venerable stage, you will at least be a cosmic overlord. If your law comprehension is high enough to create a peak cosmic overlord ultimate technique, you will be among the strongest top-tier cosmic overlords. Next, City Lord Chaos asked Chen Ao how he had bridged the tens of times gap in combat power with the venerable. He knew that Chen Ao was a domain lord and the gene amplification was far less significant than the treasure armor. It is also a special secret technique. When I use the sword, it can be more powerful. City Lord Chaos found it strange that Chen Ao had 2 such peculiar talent secret techniques. Most talent secret techniques were direct attack techniques. Auxiliary talent secret techniques were very rare. Still, these secret techniques, though not directly increasing combat power, were not to be underestimated. City Lord Chaos did not probe deeply into the truth of Chen Ao's explanation. He merely wanted to understand. Even if Chen Ao said nothing at all, he would not find it inappropriate. City Lord Chaos believed that every life had the awareness to hide their trump cards. As long as Chen Ao was human and willing to contribute to humanity, that was enough. What do you plan to do next? I intend to comprehend the remaining parts of the time law, then break through to immortal. Good. Since you already have a plan, go ahead. If you need anything, you can find me directly in the virtual universe. Yes, Master. Chen Ao quickly left the Chaos Void and resumed his cultivation in the inner palace of Chaos City. Amidst this, he saw numerous messages from King Jinyan, but he did not respond. Yes, there are still 3 essences of the time law. Once I comprehend them, I can break through to immortality. Breaking through to immortality would allow him to share the same memories as the Vinewood King, and then he could instantly obtain the ultimate secret arts of a cosmic overlord, and even the ultimate secret arts of a cosmic lord. To be safe, I should create several more sets of secret arts using a different path. Chen Ao clearly knew that in the original story, Luofeng, despite separating his human body from the Golden Horned Beast, was still recognized as the same person because the secret arts were essentially homologous. To avoid being recognized, the Vinewood King avatar could continue on the Wood Void path, while this body of his could follow the Metal Void path. By the way, my Jawlight tree should take the time path. Then no one will discover me. After the Jawlight tree breaks through to immortality, it will also need to hunt down alien venerables. Hunting venerables is not as convenient as hunting kings. Fortunately, the progress bar for the second stage is not as insane as the first. For that 40% progress, he had killed over 50,000 immortals just to barely fill it. To kill 50,000 venerables, even if he killed them one by one, it would take countless epochs. Moreover, venerables are the backbone of a race, and no race would stand by and watch them be killed without reaction. The amplification factor of the first stage is 30 times. My human body instantly reached 3,000 times the gene level. The Jawlight tree only increased to 7,000 times. This improvement was already huge. However, what surprised Chen Ao was that later when he unlocked the second stage, although he had only killed one venerable, it seemed to directly raise the upper limit. His Jawlight tree avatar directly broke through to perfect gene level. This time there was no gift of innate secret arts, but it caused his volume to skyrocket from over 10 million kilometers to over 30 million kilometers. It was still a considerable improvement, and his human body instantly increased to 8,000 times the gene level. The main reason was that the second stage had a higher upper limit. Killing a venerable increased the progress bar by about 0.1. In theory, killing 1,000 venerables would be enough, but in reality the number would probably need to be several times that. The gene level becomes harder to improve as you go further. Chen Ao estimated that if he pulled the second stage progress bar to halfway, his human body's gene level would reach perfect gene level. By then his human body could also have a divine body over 90,000 kilometers tall. Perfect gene level is just the beginning. What I look forward to is maxing out the third stage, which can increase my gene level to 100,000 times during the Cosmic Lord stage. Cultivation continued to comprehend the time law. As the more difficult time law, Chen Ao found it not so easy to comprehend, and with a trace of interference from the space law it greatly slowed his progress. Time passed bit by bit. Chen Ao had unknowingly stayed in Chaos City for nearly 2,000 years. One day Su Xian and Hong found Chen Ao. Senior Luo Feng hasn't contacted me for over 5,000 years. Has something happened to him? Brother Luo Feng is only a little over 6,000 years old since birth, and now he's disappeared for 5,000 years. That's too worrying. Chen Ao suddenly realized. I forgot to tell you. Luo Feng is in a place and can't come out for now. It'll probably take a few thousand more years. Hearing that Luo Feng was not in danger, Su Xian and Hong both sighed in relief. That's good. That's good. No danger is good. Seeing Su Xian come to him, Chen Ao vaguely remembered something. Is there some problem with Earth? Chen Ao asked. Su Xian smiled naturally. No, Earth is fine. It's just that Luo Feng hasn't appeared for so long, so we were worried about him. Since Luo Feng is fine, we can rest assured. Chen Ao nodded, then summoned 3 king-level limit servants. Soon 3 king-level limit powerhouses will go to Earth. If anyone tries to harm Earth, just kill them. If anyone dares to overreach, kill them too. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Su Xian and Hong both trembled. 3 king-level limit. They were no longer greenhorns. They knew what a king-level limit meant. The Chenwu universe country didn't even have a single king. Brother, does our Earth really have 3 king-level limit? Hong still couldn't believe it. As a core member of the giant axe arena, he knew too well what status a king-level limit held. Not exactly. Chen Ao shook his head. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. King-level limit put a lot of pressure on them. If Chen Ao could casually arrange them, then they would have to redefine Chen Ao's influence. Maybe there are over 300 king-level limit. I haven't counted them. Mainly Earth can't hold that many people. I've arranged them elsewhere. Brother, stop joking. The human race might not even have over 300 king-level limit powerhouses. Over 300 king-level limit was really a lot. Don't be fooled by the 4 peak races, they often have tens of thousands of kings. But most of them are from small races. The human race's own king-level limit might not even be in the hundreds. King-level peak theoretically qualifies one to break through to venerable, but limit is a realm only the genius among geniuses can achieve. Am I that idle? They'll arrive at Earth soon. Just arrange things as you see fit. Oh, and if anyone causes trouble, just kill them. Then tell the outside world they are all friends of Luo Feng. As Chaos City Lord's direct disciple, Luo Feng has some face. Don't mention me. Hong gave Chen Ao a speechless look. When would this skulking personality ever change? When Su Xian and Hong left, the pressure in their hearts was even greater than when they came. It seemed the matter was resolved, but why did they still feel uneasy? Over 300 king-level limit powerhouses. What a massive force that was. Watching Su Xian and Hong arrive, Chen Ao thought of Luo Feng, who was still receiving the inheritance. It's been over 5,000 years. Luo Feng should be about to finish the inheritance of the Star Tower. At this moment, Chen Ao thought he should send Luo Feng an email. After all, the Blade River King was now quite famous. In the outer battlefield, the fame of the Blade River King would probably not fade for tens of thousands of epochs. The 3 major races are all hunting the Blade River King. I should warn Luo Feng. Chen Ao had his intelligent life form tell Luo Feng a lot, recounting what he had done and warning Luo Feng to run. But looking at this long list of events, Chen Ao felt it seemed like showing off. This doesn't match my style, does it? Chen Ao thought it over and finally decided to keep it simple. He sent Luo Feng 2 words, run fast. Chen Ao only needed to warn him Luo Feng could check the details himself. Luo Feng should understand after reading my email. After all, a quick check would reveal how famous the Blade River King is. Fame needs strength to match. Without strength it would be troublesome. After all, Luo Feng is only at the king level limit now, still some distance from Pseudo-King Invincible. He thought it over again, and again wondering if he had missed anything but found nothing. Then he continued to comprehend the time law. In as little as 300 years, or at most 2000, I should be able to fully comprehend the time law. There was still a distance from full mastery, but it was enough. His goal was not to comprehend the law but to fuse the laws. Time continued to flow. Several hundred more years passed. On this day Luo Feng's will broke through again, reaching the level of a cosmic venerable, while still a world lord, and successfully fused the Tower Pearl, claiming the Star Tower as his master. Mountain Sitter then appeared before Luo Feng. Child, you have finally succeeded. Under Mountain Sitter's explanation, Luo Feng learned of the extraordinary nature of the Star Tower, and also got a preliminary understanding of what Mountain Sitter had left for him. When you become a cosmic venerable, you can preliminarily control the Star Tower. When you become a cosmic lord with the Star Tower, you can even directly suppress your teacher Chaos City Lord. Luo Feng was stunned by Mountain Sitter's words. Suppress Chaos City Lord. That was the peak of the race, a super powerhouse among humans. Could he really achieve such a feat? Since I'm so awesome, suppressing my senior brother at the same level shouldn't be a problem, right? Luo Feng felt this small goal could be easily achieved. Mountain Sitter looked at Luo Feng's distracted expression and couldn't help but smile. Although with the help of the Star Tower you can achieve this, the prerequisite is that you need to cultivate to the realm of Cosmic Lord. I know, Master. I will cultivate diligently until I become the strongest in the universe. Luo Feng was full of spirit. Good, if both master and disciple become the strongest in the universe, that would be a fine tale in the cosmos. After finishing all instructions, Mountain Sitter left the Star Tower. After Mountain Sitter left, Luo Feng began to check his emails. Many were from Su Xin, containing much about family matters. There were also emails from Chaos City Lord and True Yen King. Both teachers asked Luo Feng to meet them. Then Luo Feng saw Chen Ao's email, which had only 2 words, run fast. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Does my senior brother think I'm in some danger and tell me to run? But actually I was undergoing the Star Tower's trial. If my senior brother knew I obtained the Star Tower treasure, he would probably find it hard to accept, right? Senior brother, for these thousands of years, I could only watch your back, but now I can finally overtake you on the curve. It would be false to say he wasn't happy. Mountain Sitter said he could suppress Chaos City Lord, but that was still far away. He hadn't initially set Chaos City Lord as a target so naturally. He didn't have a strong sense of expectation. However, as he watched Chen Ao's incredible progress step by step, he couldn't help but feel a competitive spirit. Compared to suppressing Chaos City Lord, suppressing Chen Ao undoubtedly made him more eager. Regarding Chen Ao's run fast email, Luo Feng didn't take it to heart. He then went to see Chaos City Lord first. Chaos City Lord didn't show much reaction. After all, it was Chen Ao who had killed venerables. In comparison, Luo Feng killing kings was not as striking. Then Luo Feng went to see Su Xin. Su Xin said Chen Ao had sent 3 king level limit. Luo Feng's expression stiffened. And then Su Xin also said Chen Ao had over 300 king level limit under his command. Hearing Su Xion's words, Luo Feng couldn't believe it and asked for clarification. Su Xion had only seen 3, not over 300, so Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother must have done that to reassure Su Xion and the others. The usually low-key senior brother actually had to lie. How hard it must be for him. Luo Feng let out a long sigh. Over 300 king level limit would never be possible, not in this lifetime. Senior brother, I will protect Earth from now on. Luo Feng understood Chen Ao's good intentions, but then grew angry at the actions of those outsiders. Senior brother can't help but step forward for Earth. As the true master of Earth, how could I stand by and do nothing? Luo Feng immediately went to find the Chaos City Lord, hoping he would restrain those outsiders. He even released the thousand-vine star-eating grass as a warning to them. Senior brother is right, anyone who dares to stretch out their claws should be struck down directly. Luo Feng settled Earth's affairs and went to see Jinyan King. He had a good relationship with Jinyan King, so he dared to visit him last. Su Xion's email had been urgent, and he needed to handle family matters first. He was sure Jinyan King would understand. As for going to the Chaos City Lord before Jinyan King, he believed Jinyan King would also be understanding. You've finally returned. Has Earth encountered any problems? Jinyan King asked. Indeed, a small trouble, but I've already resolved it. Luo Feng said. That's why I'm late. Master will surely forgive me, right? Ha ha ha. Jinyan King pointed at Luo Feng with a laugh. You've already made such a name for yourself in the universe, yet you're still like a child. Luo Feng smiled slightly. He thought Jinyan King was referring to his killing of a king. It was indeed astonishing. He hadn't imagined he could be this strong. It was only natural for Jinyan King to be surprised. No matter how formidable I am, wasn't I taught by Master? It proves that Master has a keen eye and excellent teaching. I dare not claim that, Jinyan said with a smile. He had never expected Blade River King to slay a venerable, but now hearing Luo Feng say this, he couldn't help but feel delighted. I Jinyan have actually taught such a prodigy, rare even across the entire universe, isn't it? There are many cases of heaven-defying special kings killing venerables, but a sector lord killing a venerable. I fear only my disciple has achieved this. You have the heart to joke with me now, which means you've passed the danger right. Jinyan King thought that Luo Feng had been hunted by many venerables, which was why he hadn't answered his calls. Now seeing Luo Feng lively and even joking, the danger must have passed. Luo Feng, seeing Jinyan's inquiry, sighed. The danger is over, but when I think back on what happened, I still feel terrified. Haha, fear is good. After experiencing such danger you will grow. Luo Feng was excited. Though Jinyan King didn't know the truth, as a mighty being who had lived countless epochs, he could indeed recognize Luo Feng's growth. Yes, this growth has been immense. His progress was so rapid that even he found it exaggerated. Even a king limit could be slain with a single strike. Saying he could slay heaven and earth was not an overstatement. By the way, where is your true body now? Jinyan suddenly asked. Luo Feng had been hunted, so his true body should be in human territory now. But out of a teacher's concern, he asked casually. Still in the Star Tower? Jinyan was stunned. What are you doing in the Star Tower? Aren't you afraid those venerables will attack you? Although you're powerful now, facing a siege of venerables would be a near-death situation, right? Can you already fight multiple venerables head-on? Luo Feng sent multiple question marks. Master, what are you talking about? What venerable attack, venerable siege? Although his strength had improved during his years in the Star Tower, at most he was near the level of an invincible king, and that was only with the help of a treasure. The gap to a venerable was immense. No, wait. Don't you know that the three races have issued a bounty on you? Luo Feng was even more confused. What was going on? Master, I am Luo Feng. Have you mistaken me for someone else? No, I know you are Luo Feng. You are the Blade River King, right? Jinyan was also puzzled. What was wrong with Luo Feng? I am Blade River King Luo Feng, but what does a venerable have to do with me? At most I killed a peak king. Wait, killed a high-level king. Didn't you slay Moke Venerable? Slay a venerable? Luo Feng went completely numb. A bad feeling surged in his heart. He quickly checked the latest news from the domain battlefield, and soon found countless pinned posts about Blade River King. The top one was the news of Blade River King killing the Zerg Smoke Venerable, with pictures and videos witnessed by thousands of kings. Absolutely authentic. He glanced at the second item. Shui Feng King had broken through to Venerable, titled Wang Feng Venerable. The rest of the news was all about Blade River King. How fast his strength had grown, how he killed Nanxing and countless kings limit. What's wrong, disciple? Did you lose some memories after the battle with Moke Venerable? Luo Feng could only force a bitter smile. He opened his mouth wanting to reveal Chen Ao's information, but Chen Ao had forbidden him from spreading it, so he ultimately kept silent. Master, the Blade River King you know is not me. How is that possible? The virtual ID in the domain battlefield is unique. Yes, the ID is unique, but I've been undergoing a legacy these years, so I lent my account to someone else. Luo Feng glanced at the military merits in his account. An astronomical figure with zeros filling the entire screen. This. Lent to someone else. Jinyan King had never expected that his 5,000 years of joy were all false. In truth, Luo Feng, as a sector lord, killing a high-level king or even a peak king was already heaven-defying, but compared to killing a venerable it seemed quite ordinary. Luo Feng looked at the series of feats Blade River King had achieved after he vanished, and his shock was hard to conceal. Senior brother himself already has invincible king strength, able to exchange blows with a venerable several times. After switching to a special life-form clone, he could even kill a venerable. Earlier, when the Star Tower acknowledged him as its master, he thought he would overtake his senior brother quickly. But he never expected Chen Ao to pull off such a massive feat. A sector lord killing a venerable. How can I ever achieve that? Luo Feng felt a genuine sense of loss. This sudden reversal dealt a heavy blow to his spirit. Since I can't surpass him as a sector lord, then I'll do it as an immortal. If not as an immortal, then as a venerable. I refuse to believe that with the guidance of teachers Washanku I will always lag behind my senior brother. He never accepted defeat. Even though Chen Ao had killed a venerable as a sector lord, he believed that in the future he might not necessarily lose. Back when we were at the star level, my senior brother's display of strength comparable to an immortal shocked me even more than now. Yet I managed to catch up then. Can I admit defeat now? Luo Feng kept encouraging himself, but all the strength he had seen from Chen Ao was what Chen Ao had chosen to reveal. He can already kill a venerable. Surely he hasn't held back, right? Impossible, right? This must be my senior brother's full strength. Luo Feng dismissed the thought that Chen Ao might still have reserves. Was such a thing possible? Luo Feng, are you alright? Jinyan asked with concern, seeing Luo Feng's expression shifting constantly. Nothing, I just didn't expect my friend to be so strong. I'll have to work hard to catch up. Though Jinyan King didn't know who Luo Feng's friend was, seeing Luo Feng pull himself together made him very happy. It's not about being inferior, it's about lacking the courage to pursue. Besides, Luo Feng was still a sector lord. That friend was probably a special life-form king. Killing a venerable wasn't entirely inconceivable. Disciple, you are the most talented genius I've ever seen. You are no worse than anyone. Master, I'm not a person who crumbles under pressure. This only gives me more motivation. Luo Feng chatted with Jinyan King for a while longer, then returned to his main body in the Star Tower. I'll capture some kings as slaves. Otherwise, flying back to human territory on my own is too slow. Since Chen Ao was already so formidable, he didn't intend to waste more time in the domain battlefield. He wanted to advance quickly. First obtain the next metal plate containing the 9 Tribulation secret code, find a clone, and then break through to Immortal. Luo Feng knew he couldn't compare to Chen Ao at the Sector Lord stage, so he would compete at the Immortal stage. Because he could now exert preliminary control over the Star Tower, Luo Feng could trap some kings in certain rooms and attack them. This way he could find opportunities to subdue them as soul slaves. Soon Luo Feng scanned the Star Tower for suitable targets. Within seconds he locked onto several kings. These 4 kings were all at the peak king level suitable for him to handle. Luo Feng estimated that he was slightly stronger than a king limit, but subduing a king limit slave would be very difficult. Better to take it slow. First capture some peak kings, then join forces to attack king limits. Senior brother is too strong, so he captured hundreds of king limit slaves at once. I'm average, so I have to take it step by step. Luo Feng didn't see this as a bad thing. Being weak but staying grounded was also a good approach. Using the Star Tower, he arrived at the place where the 4 peak kings were trapped. Initially, the 4 kings weren't too alarmed when they found themselves trapped inside the Star Tower. After all, the Star Tower had existed for so many years without any major incidents. Perhaps it was just a minor accident and they would soon get out. But when Luo Feng appeared before them, the 4 kings' faces instantly turned pale. Black Hair Wings, you're Blade River King. Blade River King, what are you doing here? The 4 kings screamed in terror. Luo Feng was speechless. These people were really scared by his senior brother. But it made sense. Encountering someone who could kill a venerable, it would be strange if they weren't afraid. Luo Feng was about to speak when the 4 kings suddenly shouted, Blade River King, don't think you can enslave me. Blade River King, even if I die, I won't let you increase your military merits. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the 4 kings self-destructed. If they couldn't win or escape, why not end it quickly? Luo Feng stood there dumbfounded. So brave. I haven't even said a word, and they self-destructed. Helpless, he had to search for the next batch of targets. After a long while, Luo Feng remained in a daze. Senior brother, you're really trying to kill me. During this time he had approached hundreds of kings, but the moment they saw him they excitedly self-destructed, not giving him a chance to get close. Forced to change to his golden-horned beast clone, he finally managed to get close to them. But the kings who saw the golden-horned beast also started self-destructing immediately after engaging. Those are Blade River King's wings. No mistake. Blade River King has a clone of this, might be one of his clones. Self-destruct. All self-destruct. Never give Blade River King a chance. Die with dignity. Then came the boom sounds. After all this effort, I haven't captured a single slave. Luo Feng was unwilling, but there was no other way. He was a sector lord, and the only treasure that could disguise his immortal aura was the wing treasure. Wings were different from armor. Their concealment was not very effective. He couldn't expose his status as a sector lord just to capture slaves. That would bring great trouble. So even if he wanted to pretend he wasn't the Blade River King, he couldn't. His senior brother had taken all the glory, and he couldn't even get a moment of it. Worse, he couldn't avoid it. He was stuck in an awkward position where he could not be Blade River King and couldn't show off brag. At that moment, his human friends began frantically sending him emails. Blade River King, what are you doing in the Star Tower? Don't you know the alien races are hunting you? Blade River King, run. The Zerg have already deployed venerables. Over a dozen venerables from the demon race are about to descend. Luo Feng felt alarmed. If he really encountered a venerable, he would have no chance at all. Time to flee. Luo Feng abandoned any other thoughts and slipped away, using his golden-horned beast body and retracted wings. When not fighting he could fold his wings, and since the golden-horned beast itself had wings it didn't attract attention. Luo Feng successfully left the Star Tower and returned to the human race. At this moment he met. Incomplete input, last scene truncated. Chen Ao was immersed in the laws. In the virtual universe, he barely acknowledged the other, simply placing a sign. Comprehending the laws? Do not disturb unless urgent. Senior brother, you set me up again. Luo Feng did not accuse, but his tone carried a hint of reproach. Luo Feng, that thought of yours is very dangerous. Chen Ao suddenly spoke. You said before that you wanted to see my strength, so I thought I'd fulfill your wish and let you witness my power. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Luo Feng tilted his head pondering. Seemed nothing wrong. But why did you have to use the name of Daohe King? This was forced upon me by Master Lord of Hundun City. I didn't want to go on a training expedition, but he insisted. That has nothing to do with it. That's not an excuse to impersonate Daohe King. Because I felt you needed more tempering. Now don't you feel that every step is difficult? Difficulty is exactly right. How can you grow without hardship? Nonsense. Luo Feng said bitterly. He would never believe Chen Ao's lies again. Those were only for fooling fools. Was this difficulty? This was life-threatening. If he hadn't had a clone and fled swiftly, he would have been besieged by dozens of venerables. Luo Feng shuddered at the thought. After he left the Star Tower, over 30 venerables gathered there in a short time. Fortunately he had left quickly, or he would have perished inside. Those matters are in the past. What do you plan to do next? Chen Ao asked. Luo Feng did not tell Chen Ao about Zhuoshanka. He only said he needed to visit a secret realm. Senior brother, what is that special life form of yours? You know I lack a clone. Could you let me have one too? Chen Ao rolled his eyes. You can't get it. My clone's gene multiple is too high. You can only look for one with a few hundred times the genes. Luo Feng was disappointed. Seeing Chen Ao's clone, which spanned over 10 million kilometers, and killed a venerable with ease, truly stirred his desire. Luo Feng now knew nothing about the world tree, so he only thought Chen Ao's Heguang tree was incredibly powerful. Besides, this clone isn't suitable for you. It follows the path of time. Chen Ao said. Luo Feng gave up the attempt. The path of time did not resonate with him. After all, he had taken over the golden-horned beast, so the path of gold and space was most fitting. Though he didn't admit it, he was now actually a golden-horned beast rather than human, unless he broke through to become the strongest and reverted to his original form. Then I'll handle the clone matter myself. Chen Ao replied perfunctorily, then closed his eyes to continue comprehending the laws, clearly signaling dismissal. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly and left Hundun City. He then went searching for the metal plate and, as expected, encountered the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf. Suddenly news spread across the universe that the human Daohe King was a realm lord. If it were just the Daohe King from the original story, he would only have been renowned. But this era's Daohe King had a record of killing a venerable. Now everyone realized how terrifying Daohe King was. A realm lord slaying a venerable across a gap of over 100 million times in power. Even a special life form could never achieve that. In less than 1,000 years, Luo Feng once again came to Chen Ao with a darkened face. Senior brother, you've really ruined me. But Chen Ao simply put up a sign saying, not receiving guests, not giving Luo Feng a chance to complain. This time Chen Ao ignored Luo Feng because he was fully focused on breaking through to become an immortal. The law of wood descended simultaneously, and all three of his bodies broke through to immortal. At the same time, the phenomenon of optimal absorption occurred. No hesitation needed. Absorb. Frantically absorb. Activate the W skill. Countless divine power poured into Chen Ao's Juyosi. Satisfied now, my divine body has gone from just over 1 light year to 5 light years. Chen Ao was immensely pleased. With such size, he had a chance to surpass the Lord of the Nine Nether in the future. As long as he performed well in breaking through to Venerable and Universe Lord with a high conversion rate, he could overtake the Lord of the Nine Nether. With the support of the W skill, he felt this goal was entirely achievable. As for breaking through to Universe Lord, perhaps he could instantly provide enough divine power to reach the stage of the strongest in the universe. He had completed the first stage of gene amplification. According to his estimation, by the time he broke through to Universe Lord, if he raised the basic genes to over 10,000 times, the actual genes would instantly exceed 30,000 times. He could directly break through to become the strongest in the universe. If things went wrong and he had to break through, he would have to make do with it. So during the immortal and venerable stages, I must accumulate more. Ideally activate the third stage or even max out the third stage progress bar. And now the most important thing is to release the soul connection. Chen Ao and Tengmu Wang had severed their soul connection for thousands of years, with the two bodies each heading in different directions. The human body was responsible for comprehending the 10 basic laws and walking the path of gold and space fusion, while Tengmu Wang focused entirely on the path of fusion laws. I wonder how far Tengmu Wang has progressed in comprehending the fusion laws. Without the soul connection, he couldn't send emails either, so Chen Ao had no knowledge of the Tengmu Wang clone. Now he could merge all their memories. Soon streams of memories entered the consciousness of the human and Tengmu Wang respectively. I didn't expect Tengmu Wang has already started studying Universe Lord ultimate secret techniques. At this rate, it might not be long before he can create a suitable Universe Lord ultimate secret technique. However, this technique would inevitably be on the path of wood and space. Now Tengmu Wang had obtained all the insights of the 10 basic laws, which elevated his comprehension of fusion laws of other elements by a great leap. The old beast god who was observing Tengmu Wang in the beast god realm was startled by the change. What's going on with Tengmu Wang? Why has he suddenly gained the recognition of many laws? The old beast god didn't know what had happened, but found it very strange. His small universe couldn't provide divine power and a divine body for perfect genes, but it could release the restrictions on the laws. Otherwise, how could one comprehend laws and create secret techniques? Damn, at this rate Tengmu Wang might really create a universe lord ultimate secret technique within 200 million years. The old beast god felt his heart bleeding. Tengmu Wang had already created dozens of universe overlord ultimate secret techniques, and even over 10 sets of universe lord peak secret techniques. Continuing like this, he would inevitably have a chance to create a universe lord ultimate secret technique. At this moment, countless other law fluctuations appeared on Tengmu Wang, further increasing his probability of fusing laws. I'm done for. The old beast god felt he had been tricked. Chen Ao, on the other hand, was ecstatic. Having obtained Tengmu Wang's universe overlord ultimate secret technique, his strength would skyrocket by a whole level. However, the wood space secret technique was not suitable for him. He needed to comprehend gold space secret techniques based on fusion laws. If possible, he would like to create a set of light-time fusion secret techniques, so that the Heguang tree could be completely independent and no one would ever discover the relationship between Heguang tree Tengmu Wang and the human Chen Ao. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the laws. Once I finish creating the secret techniques, I'll proceed with the next plan. After spending several hundred years familiarizing himself with his body, a Heguang tree clone with a volume of 50 million kilometers set out from the microsecret realm. It carried all the treasures. In the battlefield outside the domain, there were not many who possessed domain treasures and wing treasures, but across the entire universe among venerable such items were not uncommon, so they had little distinguishing features. This Heguang tree clone will henceforth be called Bloodlight Hall Master. It will hunt down venerables of various races for me, increasing my gene progress bar. Actually, Chen Ao wanted to send out the Geo clone as well, but its divine body was weaker, only over 1,000 kilometers, similar to Luo Feng's Geo clone. Moreover, its genes were also inferior, just over 1,000 times. Due to these two shortcomings, the Geo clone still possessed the combat power of a high-level venerable, but he had no suitable treasures for it. All his treasures were on the Heguang tree clone, so the Geo clone had to stay put for the time being. Over the past few hundred years, the Heguang tree had effortlessly created light-time universe overlord ultimate secret techniques, now possessing true universe overlord combat power. If it used the Sword Saint skill, it could even barely reach the top-tier universe overlord level. Combined with its 50 million kilometer divine body, having reached immortal as a plant lifeform, its divine body could continue to grow. Now even 100 top-tier universe overlords could only meet their end at its hands. Thus the Heguang tree clone could set off to hunt. For hundreds of years Chen Ao remained silent, and only a very few in the world knew of his existence. Tengmu Wang remained a legend. Meanwhile, the Ancestral God Sect welcomed a new legend. A genius suspected to be the human Daohe king. As soon as Luo Feng arrived at Purple Thorn Island, he ignited public opinion there. Countless kings and venerables of various races wanted to see this legendary genius. A realm lord who had killed a venerable. Similar to the original story, Luo Feng faced assassinations and numerous challenges step by step, proving his genius reputation. Thanks to Chen Ao's behind-the-scenes push, Luo Feng's treatment was even better. The original 620,000 challenges were increased to 1,000,000 and assassination attempts upgraded from ordinary venerables to high-level venerables. But the outcome was similar. Luo Feng stepped over these trials to become an even more dazzling figure. And on this day, the Lightning Divine Beast, one of the 8 divine beasts, arrived at Purple Thorn Island. Human Daohe King, your performance has greatly pleased me. I have a treasure to bestow upon you. With that, the Lightning Divine Beast granted Luo Feng a treasure. Luo Feng received the treasure and was overjoyed. He had been eagerly awaiting Chen Ao's promise. I wonder what this treasure is. The result did not disappoint Luo Feng. The Ancestral God Sect gave him an ordinary treasure armor that was extremely close to a high-grade treasure armor. Estimated value is 7 to 8 treasure points. Senior brother was absolutely right. Luo Feng was pleasantly surprised. With this, his survival ability would be greatly enhanced. Even an ordinary universe overlord would find it hard to harm him. But where has senior brother gone? I never imagined that my usually cautious senior brother would leave Hundun City for such a long time. It was truly strange. But as it turned out, Chen Ao's judgment was correct. The Ancestral God Sect's bestowal was indeed more generous. Next, I need to find the World Tree Clone and then break through to immortal. Once I become immortal, I can grow stronger until I surpass senior brother. After settling the matter of the Heguang Tree Clone, the Bloodlight Hall Master Chen Ao returned to the inner court of Hundun City. Staying in the inner court was safer. In human territory, no one could kill him. After all, no universe lord would venture into the human heartland. With his current strength, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he was safe. The days when he refused to leave Hundun City even at the universe level were long gone. Once he reached the universe lord stage, he would definitely not stay here. As soon as he arrived at the inner court of Hundun City, Lord of Hundun City teleported him to the inner hall. Have you broken through to immortal? Yes, master, your disciple has broken through. Do you have the confidence to repel the Zhuchong king? Lord of Hundun City felt that Chen Ao's strength was extraordinary. He had been able to intercept and kill a venerable as a realm lord. As an immortal he should at least have the combat power of a high-level venerable, right? Strength became harder to increase as one progressed, but he believed his disciple could do it. Yes. Chen Ao replied directly. He could defeat the Zhuchong king with one hand. Speaking of the Zhuchong king, thousands of years ago, after being stung by Tengmu Wang, he had gone out to train with Venerable Ziyu. 3,000 years ago he was killed by an alien race, then resurrected by a universe lord of the Ancestral God Sect. He was still within the Ancestral God Sect. Do you have the confidence to match Tengmu Wang? Lord of Hundun City asked again. The former question was merely casual, the latter was the real goal. That Tengmu Wang was a true unparalleled prodigy possessing top-tier universe overlord strength, even as an immortal. Moreover, his birth time was extremely short, making him truly monstrous. His own disciple also had a very short cultivation time, and high comprehension of the laws coupled with a special life form with genes several thousand times the norm and a divine body spanning tens of millions of kilometers. He couldn't help but ask. The Zhuchong king and Tengmu Wang were both very famous. The title of king, even those not in the primordial god sect were well aware of it. Hearing this question from the Chaos City Lord, Chen Ao was momentarily at a loss for how to answer. Was he supposed to contradict himself? So the question remained, who would ultimately emerge victorious? It should be King Tengmu, for his divine body was immense, spanning 100 million kilometers. The largest divine body aside from the Nether Sea. The Nether Sea was a case of pure bloatedness and could not be counted. King Tengmu is a transcendent special life form that emerged within the last few millennia. Rumors hold that his divine body exceeds 30 million kilometers, and that he slew 17 cosmic overlords, while still in the immortal stage, possessing combat prowess at the pinnacle of cosmic overlords. The Chaos City Lord, assuming Chen Ao was unfamiliar with King Tengmu's background, patiently elaborated. I'm not asking you to match King Tengmu right now. I merely want to know whether you have the confidence to contend with him in the future. Chen Ao had only just broken through to immortal, and his foundation was far inferior to King Tengmu's, so he would certainly fall short in the short term. Yet after 1,000 million epochs, the Chaos City Lord hoped Chen Ao could stand on equal footing with King Tengmu. Chen Ao nodded blankly, fighting against himself. There was no way to explain that. He knew King Tengmu's strength all too well. King Tengmu's true power had not yet been fully unleashed. While he might not yet rival a first-tier cosmic lord, he was certainly capable of preserving his own life. King Tengmu's supreme treasure was also formidable, in no way inferior to that of the Heavenly Wolf Lord. If he relied on his divine body, even if the Heavenly Wolf Lord himself came, he would have no fear. Good. Your confidence is enough to satisfy me, said the Chaos City Lord. You have broken through to immortal, and you have rendered great service to our human race. I shall bestow upon you a supreme treasure. Chen Ao looked at the Chaos City Lord. Do not find it strange. I have already discussed this with the high-ranking members of humanity. A super genius like you deserves better nurturing. Moreover, you have slain tens of thousands of kings from the three races. That alone merits a supreme treasure. As he spoke, a weapon appeared in the Chaos City Lord's hand. This is a high-grade supreme treasure, the rock gold sword. It suits you well. The Chaos City Lord observed Chen Ao's calm demeanor and sighed softly. Our human race is not wealthy. This supreme treasure is the best I can offer. Chen Ao shook his head. If it had been given to him earlier, he might have been able to let his Jawlight tree clone use it as the Bloodlight Lord. Now, however, it was no longer needed. Master, your disciple does not intend to venture out for training, so I have no need for a supreme treasure. Giving a high-grade supreme treasure to an immortal was against the rules. Although the Chaos City Lord and other high-ranking members could make the decision, it would inevitably displease the Venerables. Chen Ao had no desire to become a figure at the center of controversy. You refuse. Yes, your disciple has no need of a supreme treasure. Moreover, I have the strength to acquire one myself. I do not require the clan's grace. Good. Ambitious. However, I will keep this supreme treasure for you. If you ever need it, you may come and claim it at any time. Chen Ao nodded and said no more. By the way, now that you have become an immortal, you may build a palace on Thunder Island. Typically, immortals build their palaces on the outskirts, while venerables may build at the mountainside. Since you possess combat prowess at the venerable level, you should build your palace at the mountainside. Here it comes. Chen Ao knew this would happen. Although his strength was not negligible, and he could afford to be a little reckless, being reckless in private and being blatantly reckless in public were entirely different concepts. If an immortal suddenly built a palace at the mountainside, wouldn't that arouse suspicion among the alien races? Then what was the point of all his long-term concealment? Master, I only need to cultivate within the inner palace of Chaos City. Your disciple has always been indifferent to fame and fortune. I have no need for a grand palace. A simple dwelling in the inner palace is enough. The Chaos City Lord smiled faintly. The state of mind you earthlings possess is truly remarkable, and yours is even more impressive. You never strive remaining calm and detached. I am well aware of this. However, building a palace for an immortal is also a matter of upholding the dignity of the human race as strong. This is not solely your personal affair. Then let it be so. I will casually build a palace on the outskirts. As for my usual residence, I will continue to cultivate here in the inner palace. The Chaos City Lord was speechless. Other powerful beings with their long lifespans prized nothing more than treasure's strength and face. But when it came to Chen Ao, he completely disregarded face. A venerable level combatant who willingly accepted mediocrity. Very well. Since your state of mind has reached such a level, I will not press you. You may make your own decision. The Chaos City Lord ceased his persuasion. Since Chen Ao wished to keep a low profile, he could not force him. Chen Ao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Chaos City Lord was not compelling him. If the Chaos City Lord had insisted on making him build a palace at the mountainside exposing him, he would not have known how to handle his own awkward situation. After all, he had been too low profile before. Suddenly transforming from an unknown figure into a super genius was far too suspicious. Thank goodness. I'll just lay low in private. Let Luo Feng continue to be the public genius. However, Chen Ao knew that Luo Feng was dazzling enough, and would only grow more brilliant over time enough to obscure the occasional glimmer of light that Chen Ao himself might show. Having just left the Chaos City, Lord Chen Ao continued to comprehend the laws within the inner palace of Chaos City. Comprehending the laws was something that needed to be done by all below the level of Chaos Dominator. There was no respite. Senior brother. Senior brother. At that moment Luo Feng came running over. Over the span of several hundred years Luo Feng had successfully obtained the water of the Nether Sea, nurtured a clone, and as a result acquired the perfect gene inheritance secret technique. Senior brother, do you have any spare clone slots? Luo Feng asked. He intended to share such a powerful clone with Chen Ao. It was the ultimate divine power battery. Luo Feng, I have already crossed into immortal. I cannot nurture a clone. Luo Feng nodded, feeling regretful, but he believed that Chen Ao was not foolish and his choices must have been sound. The Nether Sea, though excellent, was only useful as a power bank. It was not so powerful as to be invincible. If given the choice between it and the World Tree, he would still choose the World Tree. Of course, Luo Feng's thoughts were entirely limited by his current realm. If he knew the method to break through divine power, he would never have such an idea. The World Tree was extremely powerful at the venerable level, but beyond that its only use was its divine body. Senior brother, you have already broken through to immortal. Then you must be able to easily annihilate venerables, right? Luo Feng, what are you saying? I am merely a pitiful and weak immortal. How could I possibly be a match for such formidable beings as venerables? Luo Feng curled his lips. His senior brother was truly no fun, never willing to reveal his true strength. If not for the occasional displays, he would never have imagined Chen Ao to be so powerful. Luo Feng was curious, wanting to know what level Chen Ao had reached so that he might at least have a target to chase. But Chen Ao, that infuriating man. I was hard to describe. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you in comprehending the laws, senior brother. I also plan to break through to immortal. Good, go ahead. Luo Feng knew that Chen Ao's life seemed to consist of only two things: lying low and comprehending the laws. Senior brother, it's too dull never to go out and experience the vast universe. With these words Luo Feng left directly. As his strength grew, Luo Feng increasingly felt the vastness of the universe, and witnessed countless powerful beings, which only deepened his yearning for greater power. Chen Ao remained seated there unchanging for eons, much like the first time Luo Feng had seen him sitting on an ordinary stone on earth. Never altering. Soon Luo Feng would learn what it meant to be slapped in the face. When he tried his utmost to break through to immortal, he suddenly discovered that, damn it, he could not break through. His divine kingdom, having been blessed by the universe for his perfect genes, had become even more solid. After a brief moment of disappointment, Luo Feng once again sought out Chen Ao. Senior brother, did you encounter any difficulties when you broke through to immortal? Look at how you put it. That's incorrect. Breaking through to immortal is extraordinarily difficult, fraught with countless obstacles. How can you call it some difficulties? Luo Feng, senior brother, speaking like that is no fun. Senior brother, I'm serious. I found that my core is too large and extremely solid. I simply cannot break through. Oh, is that so? I don't have any good solution either. Chen Ao still said nothing, letting Luo Feng make his own decision. Luo Feng did not press further. Chen Ao remained as enigmatic as ever, seeming to know everything yet nothing at all. So Luo Feng went to the Chaos City Lord. Looking at his 33rd disciple, the Chaos City Lord was also very satisfied. Although Luo Feng's comprehension of the laws was not as deep as Chen Ao's, he was in no way inferior in other aspects. You have already gathered all your clones. In theory, you should be able to break through to immortal. Why haven't you? Your disciple's strength is still insufficient. I intend to continue accumulating for a while longer, Luo Feng said. Good, then do as you wish. I am in no hurry. Tens of thousands of years, or even millions, are but a blink to me. The Chaos City Lord looked at Luo Feng. In terms of state of mind, both Chen Ao and Luo Feng were exceptional. However, Luo Feng was the type who grew stronger with adversity, charging forward unyieldingly. A temperament that suited his tastes. Chen Ao was the exact opposite, going with the flow, never contending or striving. This actually left the Chaos City Lord somewhat speechless. After all, strong individuals were always resolute, only then could they easily progress. Yet Chen Ao repeatedly slapped him in the face, proving that one could be formidable even while being cowardly. This left him at a loss. In the time that followed, Luofeng began to create even more powerful secret techniques, and had his Masha clan clone wander the cosmos, experiencing the myriad facets of life in the universe. Time flowed slowly. 15,000 years had passed since King Tingmu entered the Beast God realm, and within that realm King Tingmu had experienced 150 million years. Two-Face, come here quickly. The old Beast God looked at King Tingmu and summoned the Two-Face Ancestral God. The Two-Face Ancestral God arrived swiftly. Your disciple has succeeded, the old Beast God said helplessly. The Two-Face Ancestral God looked at King Tingmu and noticed that the secret technique he was using was quite extraordinary, seeming to possess the feel of a Cosmic Lord's ultimate secret technique. Truly unexpected. He actually succeeded. Although it took a little longer than the 100 million years King Tingmu had initially set, breaking through in merely 150 million years was still quite remarkable. In truth, King Tingmu had deliberately slowed his pace, as he also needed to focus on studying other types of secret techniques. Alas, this time I've really taken a loss. Not only did I waste energy, but I also had to throw in a supreme treasure. The old Beast God lamented bitterly. Originally, entering the Beast God realm required at least a peak-grade supreme treasure, or an equivalent item as an entry fee. But greed, it was all because of greed. The Primordial God Sect had first offered a top-grade supreme treasure, then bet a peak-grade one. He had thought it was a sure win, but King Tingmu had actually done it. An immortal born only 20,000 years ago had created a Cosmic Lord's ultimate secret technique. He had lost everything. Face and treasure. Truly a case of losing both treasure and dignity. Whatever mockery he had previously directed at the Two-Face Ancestral God would now be returned tenfold. Ha ha ha! King Tingmu is the rarest genius the Primordial God Sect has encountered in countless eons. Such an achievement is hardly surprising. At this moment, King Tingmu, even without relying on his divine body or his superior treasures, could still possess the combat prowess of a pinnacle cosmic overlord. And with all his advantages combined, he could fully match a first, or even second-tier cosmic lord, relying on his divine body of over 100 million kilometers. If a first or second-tier cosmic lord fought to the death, they could be worn down. Of course, the latter was far too difficult. Cosmic lords were not foolish. Cosmic lords rarely fell. Not because they were truly unkillable, but because they knew how to be cautious and had a high margin for error. As the two conversed, King Tingmu, who had just executed a set of secret techniques, suddenly immersed himself in comprehending fused laws, setting aside the Cosmic Lord's ultimate secret technique he had just created. Two-Face, what does King Tingmu intend to do? Wasn't he just comprehending the Wood-Void fusion law? Why has he now started comprehending the Light-Time fusion law? I don't know either. Is he planning to create another set? But even if he creates a new secret technique, it should be based on the Wood-Void fusion law. The Two-Face Ancestral God and the Old Beast God were both utterly baffled. The Old Beast God and the Two-Faced Ancestral God were unaware of the situation. However, if one did not understand, one should ask. Soon within the Beast God realm, a clone of the Old Beast God appeared before Vinewood King. Vinewood King, the secret art you just demonstrated should be the Cosmic Lord ultimate secret art, right? Chen Ao saw the Old Beast God and immediately shook his head. No, that was a Cosmic Lord peak secret art. The Old Beast God sneered, thinking he was not discerning. The moment you made a move, I knew the level of that secret art. If you lose, you lose. Don't tell me you intend to settle down here. I saw it clearly. That was definitely a Cosmic Lord ultimate secret art. That was definitely a Cosmic Lord peak secret art. Chen Ao insisted. This Beast God realm was a wonderful place for studying various dual system fusion laws. Wouldn't it be a waste not to take this time to research several sets? He even felt that the time originally set was too short. If only there were a few more billion years, he could create a set for each fusion law, making future triple system fusion laws much easier. The more perfect the fusion of dual laws, the simpler it would be to create a secret art that fused triple laws. The Old Beast God's face darkened. This little fellow really seemed intent on settling down here, clearly with no good intentions. Since you've succeeded, you can leave. Staying in my Beast God realm indefinitely is not acceptable. No, Star Ancestor, I haven't created it yet. According to our previous agreement, I can stay here for up to 2 billion years. You cannot go back on your word. Shameless brat. The Old Beast God gritted his teeth. This little fellow was utterly brazen. He had clearly created the secret art, yet he stubbornly denied it just to study other fusion secrets, obviously intending to stay and refuse to leave. Alright, fine, I'll count my losses. You have 50 million years left. Stay here if you must. Thank you, Ancestor. With that, Chen Ao buried himself in comprehending the Light-Time fusion law. The Bloodlight Palace Master was still lacking a suitable Cosmic Lord ultimate secret art, and he intended to comprehend it within that 50 million years. Preferably, he could also create a set of Gold Void fusion laws for his human body. I must find a way to return to this beast god realm in the future and master all dual system fusion laws. That is the foundation for reaching Chaos Dominator. However, the price to pay in the future would inevitably be greater. But that was a matter for later. The two-faced ancestral god laughed heartily. Old beast god, that's not fair. You're trying to find an excuse to drive Vinewood King away. Shut up. Do you think I'm that petty? It's clearly Vinewood King who has ill intentions. The two-faced ancestral god kept mocking the old beast god, for he had won this bet. He had one face and also a peak-level supreme treasure. The peak treasure naturally belonged to Vinewood King, allowing him to possess a peak treasure longsword and a peak treasure armor. Other treasures were somewhat inferior, but among first and second tier cosmic lords, he was definitely very formidable. Delightful. At the immortal stage I can already rival a second tier cosmic lord. When I break through to the venerable stage, I'll be able to match a third tier, and with some good treasures I'll have fourth tier combat power. However, even so, reaching the fifth tier was extremely difficult. The fourth and fifth tiers were a chasm. Without the strongest fusion secret art or a supreme treasure, it was impossible to reach the fifth tier. Old beast god, you have 50 million years left. Don't cause any trouble. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, the two-faced ancestral god departed, leaving the old beast god in a fit of frustration. At that moment, mountain-sitting guest arrived. Old beast god, what's wrong? Mountain-sitting guest still had his unrestrained demeanor. I tried to contact you, but you didn't respond. Could it be you suffered a great loss competing for a treasure? Humph, don't even mention it. I've suffered a huge loss this time. The old beast god then recounted the details of his bet with Vinewood King. Upon hearing the bet, mountain-sitting guest's heart sank. Trouble? Judging by your expression, could it be that the little fellow named Vinewood King succeeded in creating a Cosmic Lord ultimate secret art within 2 billion years? This was the growth path he had designed for his third disciple. How could someone have beaten him to it? Moreover, the crucial point was that he had planned for 3 billion years, and even he was uncertain whether Luofeng could succeed. But why had someone already succeeded? Of course he succeeded, and it only took him 150 million years. The old beast god vented in frustration. If that were all, it would be fine. I just misjudged a super genius in the universe. But that Vinewood King is utterly shameless. He clearly created a Cosmic Lord ultimate secret art. Yet he insists he hasn't succeeded, stubbornly planning to stay the full 2 billion years. Mountain-sitting guest laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Ordinarily, he would mock the old beast god, but now he needed a favor from him, and unfortunately, he had stumbled into the crossfire. The old beast god would likely be unwilling to open the door for his third disciple Luofeng. But to be fair, I did underestimate the super geniuses of the universe. Losing the peak treasure isn't too bad. I've gained some insight. Though displeased, the old beast god wasn't about to hold a grudge against an immortal. A peak treasure was nothing significant. Allowing Vinewood King to stay another 50 million years in the beast god realm would just waste a bit of energy. Seeing the old beast god's reflective expression, mountain-sitting guest's face grew even darker. With the old beast god saying such things, it was clear he would remain vigilant. Getting Luofeng into the beast god realm would be difficult. He thought that using a bet to bait the old beast god would definitely not work. By the way, mountain-sitting guest, you're a busy man, and never come without a reason. Why would you think of visiting me? The old beast god, after venting, turned to question mountain-sitting guest. Even mountain-sitting guest, who had lived for eons, found it hard to speak his mind. However, with his vast experience, he quickly found a way. Old beast god, did the two-faced ancestral god mock you? Isn't that obvious? Ha ha ha, I knew it. And I also know that Vinewood King created a secret art and refused to come out. It was probably premeditated. They planned to slap you in the face. If you say he can't create a single Cosmic Lord ultimate secret art, he'll throw 2, or even 3 in your face. 1 could be luck, but 2 or 3 would leave no room for argument. It would be a resounding slap. Mountain-sitting guest intended to take a different approach, not letting the old beast god know it was his request. Instead, he could use this situation and the old beast god's vanity to make him actively seek help. Indeed, the old beast god's expression darkened further. This was too humiliating. He said the other couldn't do it, but then the other pulled out a bunch of achievements. What could be more embarrassing than that? Even the cliched face-slapping novels were no match for this. His face would be trampled into the ground. Worst of all, the old beast god had a poor relationship with the ancestral god of the ancestral god religion. Being slapped like this, who could bear it? Arg! I should never have accepted that bet. The old beast god roared inwardly. Seeing the old beast god's expression changing, mountain-sitting guest knew his plan was working. Of course, the old beast god wasn't stupid, but to save face, and with some compensation, he wouldn't refuse mountain-sitting guest's request. Letting Luofeng enter the beast god realm. Originally, because of Vinewood King, the old beast god would definitely not agree, as there was no benefit. But to save face, he would inevitably consent. Old beast god, we've known each other for so many years. Plus I dislike the ancestral god religion too. So this time I can help you out. Oh, who doesn't know what kind of bird you are, mountain-sitting guest? Would you be so kind? The old beast god didn't believe a single word from mountain-sitting guest. Old beast god, if you don't want to then forget it. When the ancestral god religion spreads this story across the universe and nails you to the pillar of shame, don't blame me. Especially when the beast ancestor mocks you. Just think about that. Speaking of the demon race, they were the strongest in the primordial universe, surpassing all other races. The demon race actually had 4 universe supreme masters, the recognized dream demon race and quake demon race. Additionally, there were 2 others. One was the ancestor of the stellar beasts, but the stellar beasts looked down on the demon race and didn't ally with them. Besides these 3 supreme masters, there was also the beast ancestor, the oldest supreme master of the demon race. However, later on, both the demon race and the stellar beasts produced their own supreme masters, directly breaking away from the beast ancestor's control. The demon race had 2 supreme masters, leaving the beast ancestor powerless. Thus, the beast ancestor was eager to contend with the stellar beast ancestor for control of the stellar beast clan. However, the old beast god possessed a supreme treasure, while the beast ancestor did not, so the latter was no match. Yet the two were absolute old rivals. If the beast ancestor learned of the old beast god's disgrace, he would surely chase after him, mocking him for a billion epochs. After all, it was a love-hate relationship. Hearing about the beast ancestor, the old beast god's expression turned even worse. Being mocked by others and being mocked by a rival were not the same, especially a defeated opponent. Being mocked by a defeated opponent was more nauseating than swallowing a fly, especially for a prideful powerhouse like him. "Speak, what do you intend to do?" the old beast god said. "Simple. Find someone to compete with that Vinewood King." Mountain-sitting guest said. What do you mean? Can you find a genius comparable to Vinewood King?" More or less, mountain-sitting guest replied. In truth, mountain-sitting guest wasn't certain either, but he felt that since Luofeng could pass the Star Tower trial, and had the perfect gene bestowal granting a talent secret art, he should be able to do it. What does more or less mean? "I've recently trained a 3rd disciple. I believe he can create a Cosmic Lord ultimate secret art at the immortal level." The old beast god stared at mountain-sitting guest in shock. "Mountain-sitting guest, are you joking? Though I find that Vinewood King brat shameless, I know his talent is unmatched in the world. Even in previous cosmic eras, I've never heard of such a super genius. Is your 3rd disciple really capable?" "Absolutely," said mountain-sitting guest. "As long as you give my disciple the same conditions for enlightenment, I'll handle the bet with the ancestral god religion and provide the treasures." The old beast god quickly realized that mountain-sitting guest wasn't doing this for his face. He simply wanted to train his disciple using the same method as Vinewood King. Still, he found it hard to believe. Vinewood King's law comprehension was truly formidable. Was his disciple really capable? If so, it would only cost a bit of energy. A few billion years were nothing, and it was worth a try to save face. However, the old beast god was not one to be taken advantage of. "Let your disciple enter the beast god realm." "Fine. Offer a peak treasure, then make a bet with Vinewood King. You cover the wager." Hearing this, mountain-sitting guest felt his heart bleed. He had been confident that a single peak treasure would suffice. In reality, that same treasure was meant for the bet. If Luofeng succeeded, it would be a free ride. Not only that, but Luofeng would also gain a peak-level treasure. Now just the entry fee alone required a peak treasure. "Old beast god, that's not fair. I'm helping you save face." "Face? You still want to ask me for benefits? Are you doing that for my face? You're doing it to train disciples. Do you really think I'm stupid? No benefits, no deal. Fine, but a peak supreme treasure is out of the question. I don't know what price the Ancestral God Sect will have to pay. At most, I'll give you a top-tier supreme treasure." Another top-tier supreme treasure. The old beast god suddenly felt undervalued, as if he had been taken advantage of multiple times. But after thinking it over, something was better than nothing. A peak supreme treasure was worth about 9 or 10 top-tier ones. At least it stopped the bleeding. He could recover the energy lost from time acceleration. "Alright, but there's a condition. You have to win back face from the Ancestral God Sect, or this deal is off." Zhuoshanke wore a smile on his face but cursed inwardly. Tengmu King was so monstrously overpowered. How could it be easy to win? Still, he considered it a price worth paying. The Ancestral God Sect should be able to offer a peak supreme treasure, more or less. Zhuoshanke thought. As for whether he would win afterward, since Luofeng had already entered, he didn't care about the aftermath. His goal was to get Luofeng in. "Call Two-Faced over. I'll discuss it with him." Zhuoshanke held a wine glass in his hand, his mind racing. He was bound to take a loss, but it was a loss he could afford. As long as Luofeng could succeed, even paying 1 or 2 more peak supreme treasures was trivial. "Alright." The old beast god quickly summoned Two-Faced Ancestral God. Upon learning of Zhuoshanke's purpose, Two-Faced Ancestral God was astonished. "That human Daohe King is your disciple." To get Luofeng into the beast god realm, they had to forego secrecy. Even if Two-Faced knew, he wouldn't spread it around casually. Zhuoshanke's supremacy taking on a disciple, even a few dozen universe masters, was hardly surprising. "As far as I know, that Daohe King is indeed extraordinary. He killed a venerable as a realm lord. His talent is remarkable." It was he who had arranged the treasures bestowed upon Dao King. Upon learning of Dao King's achievements, the old beast god felt hopeful. As a realm lord, he could probably create Universe Overlord top-tier secret techniques or even Universe Overlord ultimate techniques. As an immortal, he might create Universe Master ultimate techniques. Zhuoshan Ku remained expressionless. He knew that the Dao King who killed the Venerable was someone else, since Luofeng was undergoing the Tower Pearl test at the time. But the other two didn't know that. Unwittingly, this increased Luofeng's bargaining power in the bet. Otherwise, just killing a king-level limit as a realm lord was far from matching Tingmu King. Well, Two-Faced, are you willing to take this bet? It was sudden, but at least they had found a way to get Luofeng into the beast god realm. A peak supreme treasure was nothing. Zhuoshan Ku was wealthy and waited quietly. The old beast god embellished his story, no longer claiming to be seeking face. Two-Faced Zhuoshan Ku came to visit, and I told him about Tingmu King, praising his unparalleled talent unrivaled in the universe. The old beast god paused, then feigned anger as if defending Two-Faced. But this old fellow Zhuoshan Ku insisted that his third disciple was the #1 genius in the universe and Tingmu King was nothing compared to him. How could I tolerate that? So I suggested they compete to see who was the true #1 genius. Two-Faced Ancestral God was taken aback. Whether Tingmu King was the universe's #1 genius. Why did that concern him? Why bother meddling? Zhuoshan Ku, you are indeed formidable. So Dao King is also your disciple. Two-Faced Ancestral God couldn't directly accuse the old beast god of being a busybody, so he turned to Zhuoshan Ku. Haha, killing a venerable as a realm lord. It's passable, I suppose? You're being modest. Dao King's talent is indeed extraordinary. Two-Faced Ancestral God didn't deny it. The achievements were there. It was no less impressive than an immortal killing a universe overlord. The only difference was the level. Two-Faced, how about a wager? Let my disciple Dao King compete with your Tingmu King from the Ancestral God Sect. Zhuoshan Ku didn't expose the old beast god's little scheme and willingly took the blame. The old beast god spoke directly. Two-Faced, what's there to hesitate? Zhuoshan Ku is offering you a supreme treasure. I've seen Tingmu King's talent and I absolutely refuse to believe that this so-called Dao King can match him. Zhuoshan Ku looked at the old beast god in surprise. After knowing him for so long, he didn't realize he could pimp people out. Two-Faced Ancestral God hesitated and didn't agree immediately. Although Dao King had performed well, he was still far behind Tingmu King, who had created a Universe Master ultimate secret technique as an immortal. One could say that Dao King was a super genius at the Realm Lord stage while Tingmu King was a super genius at the immortal stage. They were on different levels and hard to compare. Whether a Realm Lord could maintain that talent upon becoming an immortal was uncertain. On the surface, Tingmu King was sure to win, yet Two-Faced Ancestral God still didn't agree. This matter concerns Tingmu King. Let's ask him. Two-Faced Ancestral God spoke clearly, holding Tingmu King in high regard. However, it wasn't unreasonable. Tingmu King was already a top-tier universe overlord comparable to a universe master. Showing respect to a universe master was only proper. Even among humans, the city Lord of Chaos couldn't casually order the Lord of Heavenly Eclipse to do anything. They had to discuss it. The old beast god gritted his teeth. He had inquired about Tingmu King's temperament over the years. It was widely known that he disliked conflict. If they asked Tingmu King, wouldn't it surely fail? The old beast god quickly looked at Zhuoshan Ku, who merely smiled and gave him a reassuring glance. Alright, since you say so, Two-Faced, let's go ask Tingmu King's opinion. With that, the three each manifested a divine avatar and entered the beast god realm. Chen Ao was comprehending the fusion law when he sensed three presences approaching. Tingmu King. Two-Faced Ancestral God said with a smile. Greetings, Ancestral God. Tingmu King bowed. No need for formalities. Two-Faced Ancestral God said proactively. This is one of the supremacies in the universe known as Zhuoshan Ku. Chen Ao looked at Zhuoshan Ku in surprise. So this was the famous Zhuoshan Ku. He had been curious about him for a long time. If he had cultivated the 9 Tribulations secret code first, perhaps he would have taken Luofeng's place. What a pity. The Star Pagoda was deadly. Tingmu King pays respects to Zhuoshan Ku. Good, good. Zhuoshan Ku laughed. The reason I came is to ask my third disciple to compete with you. Chen Ao suddenly understood. Although he didn't know what had happened, Zhuoshan Ku had gone to considerable lengths to get Luofeng into the beast god realm. Since he had beaten Luofeng to it and caused Luofeng to lose the opportunity to enter the beast god realm, Zhuoshan Ku naturally had to find another way. If he agreed to compete with Luofeng, it should allow Luofeng to regain the chance to enter the beast god realm. Senior Zhuoshan Ku, please forgive me, but I have no interest in competitions whatsoever. Chen Ao refused without hesitation. Compared to Luofeng, his own persona was more important. After all, he thought Luofeng could find other opportunities, while he himself didn't have a backer like Zhuoshan Ku. Zhuoshan Ku seemed to have anticipated Chen Ao's refusal, and showed no surprise. Instead he spoke kindly, don't rush. Perhaps you don't know my disciple Dao King. With that, he recounted Dao King's achievements. He particularly emphasized the astonishing feat of Daohe King killing a venerable as a realm lord. Zhuoshanku spoke vividly, even causing two-faced ancestral god, and the old beast god to nod repeatedly, amazed by Daohe King's accomplishment. Chen Ao listened and almost believed it. Bullshit. The kill of the demon was his doing. Before the soul connection appeared, perhaps the body of Tengmu King didn't know the truth, but when the earthling broke through to immortality, all previous memories were transmitted to him. So hearing Zhuoshanku praise Luofeng's incredible prowess, Chen Ao felt extremely awkward. But awkward or not, he had to go along with it. According to what you've said, Senior, that Daohe King Luofeng is indeed exceptionally talented. Chen Ao nodded repeatedly, acknowledging Luofeng's greatness. But that doesn't concern me. It doesn't matter who has better aptitude. We're not enemies. In fact, I have a pretty good relationship with humans. Zhuoshanku was speechless. Earlier when you swindled treasures from him, you didn't say that. Zhuoshanku had intended to praise Luofeng to stir Tengmu King's competitive spirit, since geniuses love to compare. Unexpectedly, Chen Ao's temperament was so indifferent. He had no desire to compete, and instead seemed to imply that since Luofeng was his friend, Luofeng's greatness was also his own. The old beast god grew anxious, seeing Chen Ao still refusing to compete. But Zhuoshanku remained calm and steady. He gave the old beast god a second reassuring glance. Zhuoshanku knew Chen Ao's persona, but he also knew that Tengmu King had a major hobby. Tengmu King don't rush to refuse. This time, if you compete with my disciple, the winner will receive a peak supreme treasure. Zhuoshanku directly mentioned the peak supreme treasure. Tengmu King was famous for loving treasures. An immortal obtaining a peak supreme treasure. Surely he would be overjoyed, right? Zhuoshanku looked at Tengmu King with a smile. A peak supreme treasure. Some universe masters didn't even have top-tier ones. How tempting was that? Could the treasure-obsessed Tengmu King refuse? Chen Ao opened his mouth. This temptation was indeed great. The old beast god saw Tengmu King hesitate and felt hopeful. Two-faced ancestral god also chimed in with a smile. Tengmu King, you might not know, but this Zhuoshanku is a renowned master of artifact refinement. It said he can even forge top-tier supreme treasures. Zhuoshanku shook his head. That's too flattering. The materials needed to forge a top-tier supreme treasure are astronomical. I've never forged one, so don't spread baseless rumors. Chen Ao seemed to understand something. Senior Zhuoshanku, could we bet a top-tier supreme treasure? Hearing this, the three nearly stumbled. Ahem, Tengmu King, stop joking. No one can produce a top-tier supreme treasure, two-faced ancestral god said. He only wanted to suggest that Chen Ao could ask for more benefits, not that he should be so audacious. That was too ruthless, directly asking for a top-tier supreme treasure. Zhuoshanku smiled bitterly. That request is too high. I can't do it. If not a top-tier supreme treasure, then let's bet a peak domain supreme treasure. And it must be the best quality comparable to a set peak supreme treasure. Upon hearing this, the three looked at Chen Ao in astonishment. Good heavens, the gentle Tengmu King had transformed the moment treasures were mentioned, turning from a lamb into a greedy villain. Though the treasure Chen Ao demanded was not a top-tier supreme treasure, it was still extremely rare. Many supremacies didn't even own the best peak domain supreme treasures. Using treasure points as a measure, an ordinary treasure, like a low-quality longsword, might cost 0.8 points, while a low-quality domain treasure was worth at least 16 points. A three-piece treasure set was about 20 times the value of a single treasure of the same tier, and each tier increase in treasure grade was roughly 9 or 10 times the price, usually 10. Thus, the worst peak domain treasure would require at least 16000 treasure points, and that is the lowest tier. For one of exceptional quality, it could easily reach 50000 or even 100000 treasure points. To put it into perspective, even emptying the human race's treasury might not yield 100000 treasure points. As the treasury of a peak race in the primordial universe could barely muster 100000 treasure points, yet Chen Ao's opening demand was for a top-tier peak domain treasure. Although the treasury does not represent all of humanity's wealth, it was still an astronomical demand. Vinewood King, this request is too outrageous. Chen Ao was not in a hurry. He knew full well how excessive the demand was, but that was the essence of starting high. So he calmly said, then, ahem. The mountain-seated guest could no longer hold back. This Vinewood King was far too greedy. The demand was too high. He was no fool, and with a wager that was almost certain to lose, why would he offer such a valuable treasure? His original plan was to offer around 1,000 treasure points, a very ordinary peak weapon or armor treasure. He never expected Chen Ao to demand dozens of times that amount. Truly ruthless. My wager is a top-tier peak treasure longsword. The mountain-seated guest suddenly produced a longsword treasure engraved with complex patterns. Clearly the mountain-seated guest had thoroughly researched Vinewood King, knowing he used a sword. This treasure, calculated in standard treasure points, is worth approximately over 3,000 points. Already of very high quality. This was 3 times higher than his original estimate of 1,000 treasure points, but allowing Vinewood King to make such exorbitant demands was unacceptable. The mountain-seated guest directly laid out his bottom line. Chen Ao protested. But it's only a weapon treasure far inferior to an ordinary peak domain treasure. Even the two-faced ancestral god found Chen Ao's demands excessive. A wager between two immortals on treasures worth tens of thousands of points was too absurd. Vinewood King, I think this wager is quite suitable. Why not accept it? Said the two-faced ancestral god. A wager of 3,000 treasure points was something Vinewood King could afford. His entire collection of treasures already amounted to about 2,000 points, and with the old beast god about to lose a peak treasure to him. Thus 3,000 points was a fitting wager, effectively doubling Vinewood King's total wealth. Very well, since the ancestral god says so, I have no choice but to reluctantly agree. Where is Daohe King? Chen Ao said. To be honest, this treasure was as good as picking it up for free. He knew Luofeng's strength well, and Luofeng was still tens of thousands of years from breaking through to immortality. Even if he could break through early, or if Luofeng created a Universe Master ultimate technique here, he would still be no match. With his foundation in 10 laws, his 3 innate divine powers, his experience meditating at the origin of the universe, and the 8 beast god legacies, his realm far surpassed Luofeng's. He clearly remembered that Luofeng had created his first Universe Master ultimate technique by luck, as Luofeng himself did not understand the laws and could only activate techniques. Later he only managed to create a Universe Master pinnacle technique by luck and could not create a second ultimate technique. It took him 150 million years to create a Universe Master ultimate technique, which seemed slower than Luofeng. But he understood the underlying principles. He was confident he could create an ultimate technique for the Lifetime Law in 50 million years. If he continued on the Woodvoid path, he believed he could create several Universe Master ultimate techniques within 50 million years. That was the difference between him and Luofeng. He truly understood the fused laws. Luofeng is still too inexperienced. This is practically giving me a treasure. Even without considering law comprehension, his divine body spanned 100 million kilometers. How could Luofeng compete? The mountain-seated guest knew this too, but he had no choice. To get Luofeng into the beast god realm, he had to offer a treasure. My disciple is still a realm lord. Breaking through to immortality will take some time, the mountain-seated guest said. Oh, then how many years does the senior intend to let your disciple cultivate in the beast god realm? I have agreed with the star ancestor on 200 million years inside the beast god realm. I intend to let Daohe King cultivate for 300 million years. Chen Ao's heart rejoiced. He quickly looked at the old beast god. Star ancestor, for fairness, shouldn't I also stay in the beast god realm for 300 million years? The old beast god glared. Was this kid never going to stop? Did he really plan to settle down in his beast god realm? In truth, Chen Ao truly loved it here. It was an excellent choice for a home. This place is safe and allows me to comprehend the fused laws. It's the perfect dwelling. Chen Ao wished he could stay in the beast god realm for eons. Now that he had a chance to extend his stay, he was more than willing. His original plan was to prioritize the Lighttime fused law, and if time permitted, to study Goldvoid. Now with an extra 150 million years, he could also delve into other types of fused laws. As he mastered more fused laws, his progress would inevitably accelerate. Star Ancestor, a contest must be fair. If Daohe King stays in the beast god realm for 300 million years, I should stay for the same duration. The old beast god was furious. This feeling of being exploited was unbearable. Even if it was worthless wool, it was still his. Fine, then you may stay for another 150 million years. The old beast god turned to the mountain-seated guest. When will your disciple break through to immortality and come here? The mountain-seated guest pondered. Originally he had not planned to rush Luofeng, waiting for him to stumble upon the 9 Tribulations Codex by accident. But now, for the sake of the wager, he had to speed things up. Within tens of thousands of years. How can that be? That would give Vinewood King extra time to cultivate. The old beast god had done so much only to ensure Daohe King's victory over Vinewood King. If Daohe King lost, his own face would be irreparably damaged. The mountain-seated guest understood the old beast god's thoughts, but he cared little about the latter's dignity. His goal was to help Luofeng comprehend the secret patterns, create techniques, and enhance combat prowess. It's simple. Create a separate small space within the beast god realm, slow down time by a factor of 10,000. Then 10,000 years in the original universe would be only 1 year in your space. The difference would be at most a few years. The old beast god glared. Slowing down time requires more energy. Don't be so stingy. It's only a few tens of thousands of years. I'll provide the energy. At most it's worth a high-level treasure. The old beast god grunted, but didn't have the face to actually demand a high-level treasure from the mountain-seated guest. He still had his pride. Chen Ao no longer cared about those details. He only knew he was about to obtain a top-quality peak treasure longsword. A treasure on par with those of many Universe Supreme Masters, and far surpassing countless Universe Masters. Growing richer, but the 3-piece treasure set remains a distant dream. The 3-piece set was too expensive, each piece worth nearly 2,000 treasure points, several times his entire wealth. Even a top-tier 3-piece set of treasures would barely be affordable and only the poorest quality. Chen Ao continued comprehending laws in the beast god realm, while the mountain-seated guest could no longer wait. The old beast god was pressing him. Disciple, when do you plan to break through to immortality? The mountain-seated guest asked. Luo Feng was drifting through the universe contemplating life and creating techniques. Now several thousand years had passed since Luo Feng began his wandering, about 90% less than in the original timeline. Master, your disciple is drifting through the universe observing the myriad forms of life. Luo Feng replied respectfully. As for breaking through to immortality, your disciple is fully confident. The mountain-seated guest nodded. In that case, break through quickly. I have arranged a wager for you. The mountain-seated guest recounted the general situation to Luo Feng, and unlike the original, he proactively explained the method of creating techniques through secret patterns. All of this was novel to Luo Feng. Master, the path to immortality you've arranged for me is to enter the beast god realm, learn the fused laws, and then create a universe master ultimate technique. Luo Feng felt this was a joke. He was only a realm lord, yet he was being asked to create a technique at the universe master level. Learning is not easy, but creating a technique doesn't necessarily require full understanding. By arranging secret patterns in a certain order, you can still create techniques. The laws could be comprehended slowly. The mountain-seated guest was not concerned. He wanted Luo Feng to engage in fierce combat and cultivate his battle prowess. As one who had walked the path, the mountain-seated guest had become a divine king through artifact refinement, but such a divine king was undoubtedly weak in combat, even inferior to some chaos sovereigns. Breaking through to higher realms required combat, and cultivating combat prowess was crucial. Very well, your disciple will go and break through to immortality now. The accumulation during the realm lord stage had little effect on the immortal stage. Luo Feng did not intend to comprehend the 10 laws, but to focus on the gold void fused law, so he did not value the advantages of the realm lord stage. Luo Feng began his breakthrough while Chen Ao continued to comprehend the laws. Every day he simply studied the laws with nothing else to do. However, Chen Ao's Bloodlight Hall Master Avatar had been roaming the universe for several thousand years, and had gradually gained some fame. The Northern Frontier Alliance. As an alliance formed by hundreds of thousands of races, it had one Supreme Master as its leader, and over 100 Universe Masters. Among the 9 major forces of the universe, it ranked among the top. On paper, the Northern Frontier Alliance was the strongest, but it was poorly managed, and the races could not truly unite, so its strength was somewhat middling. Nevertheless, the Northern Frontier Alliance boasted many powerful races. With over 100 Universe Masters and thousands of Universe Overlords, these represented over 1,000 races that had pushed their bloodlines to the extreme. For Chen Ao, who sought to enhance his bloodline, this was the ideal hunting ground. I don't need to kill too many. Just one Universe Venerable from each race. After killing a few thousand, I can supplement the rest elsewhere. That was Chen Ao's plan. However, killing 1,000 Venerables was no easy task. The Universe Masters of the Northern Frontier Alliance would not sit idly by. I've been careful for these past few thousand years. I haven't killed a single Universe Venerable, just to scope out the situation. The Northern Frontier Alliance was vast, and scouting required much time. Now Chen Ao's Bloodlight Hall Master Avatar was at the very edge of the Northern Frontier Alliance. Here there are over 1,000 races, most without a Universe Overlord to guard them. Races with Universe Overlords were considered upper tier, and could dwell in the mid-level regions of the Northern Frontier Alliance. Races with Universe Masters were at the core. When quantity is lacking, make up for it with numbers. I'll start with these small races. Chen Ao soon infiltrated a place called the Wanming race. According to records, this race had only 1 high-level venerable and 3 low-level venerables. Which friend is visiting my Wanming race? As soon as Chen Ao approached, the Wanming venerable spoke out. Chen Ao was an unfamiliar universe venerable. This put the Wanming venerable on high alert. Such was the tragedy of a small race. Any strong individual could annihilate them. Thus caution was always necessary. I am Bloodlight Hall Master. I have come to kill you. Upon hearing the words of the Bloodlight Hall Master, Wanming Venerable was instantly stunned. Come to kill me? I wonder when I offended you, sir. Wanming Venerable felt a chill in his heart. Anyone who dares to call themselves Master is at least a Universe Overlord, far stronger than an ordinary Venerable. As a high-level Venerable, he had no confidence in withstanding such a powerful being. So upon learning Chen Ao's intention, Wanming Venerable immediately began summoning the Venerables of neighboring clans. But Chen Ao paid no heed to Wanming Venerable's words and charged straight at him. Sir, do you think the Wanming clan is easy to bully? Wanming Venerable did not expect the other to attack directly. As a high-level Venerable, he could still hold out for a short while against a Universe Overlord. That would be enough to delay until the arrival of several Venerables from allied clans that supported each other. These weak clans struggled to survive. Without banding together, they could not endure. The ninth sword, the ultimate secret art of a Universe Overlord. The long sword tore through the void and shot straight toward Wanming Venerable. Wanming Venerable, seeing that sword light, was frightened out of his wits. Sir, let's talk this over. Boom! Wanming Venerable exerted all his strength to resist, but when the sword light passed his divine body lost a full 30%. This is definitely not an ordinary universe overlord. An ordinary universe overlord could not destroy 30% of my divine body in one strike. The opponent must be extremely close to the level of a peak universe overlord. Wanming Venerable had lost all will to resist, the gap in strength was too great. Just 1 or 2 more strikes would kill him. For such powerful beings the time for 2 sword strikes was less than a single breath. A very short span. Friends, come quickly. This is an extremely powerful universe overlord. I cannot withstand him. Wanming Venerable kept calling out to his allies. Just as Chen Ao was about to deliver the second strike, he suddenly noticed 7 or 8 venerables appearing from all around. Stop right there. Do not act wildly. Sir, do you not know that we are clans of the Beijiang Alliance? We are protected by the Beijiang Alliance. Though the Beijiang Alliance often exploited them at this moment, it was their lifeline. Seeing the 7 or 8 venerables appear, Chen Ao was delighted. He had not expected that killing one would not be enough, and now there were even more. Indeed, this is solidarity. If no one helps when others are in danger, then no one will come to your aid when you are in peril. Looking at the 8 venerables, Chen Ao said calmly, "Do you really think that you lot can make me stop? That's far from enough." Seeing that Chen Ao had not continued his attack, the venerables were overjoyed. "Sir, though your strength is great, we have over 100 venerables from dozens of clans united. We are not to be trifled with. Moreover, we can summon universe overlords or even universe masters of the Beijiang Alliance to act." That was said, but they certainly did not want to call them if they could avoid it. It was too costly. To have a universe master act, at least 1 supreme treasure was required, and their clans might not even possess a single supreme treasure. 100 venerables, you say? The Wanming clan was not really weak, having several venerables, while many clans had only 1. Then let me see your strength, or I will not retreat. Very well, please wait a moment, sir. With that, the venerables kept summoning their acquaintances, calling every venerable they knew. Chen Ao watched them quietly as they summoned others. This is a great opportunity. Otherwise, teleporting from clan to clan, who knows how many years it would take to kill even one. Though they were weak clans, their territories were vast, and some desolate regions were even farther apart. He could only travel by repeated teleportation, and only when the distance was extremely great could he use the divine kingdom teleportation of his servants. This was very slow. Having the enemy gather 100 venerables saved him at least hundreds of years. Because they had a clear target and exchanged tokens, the arriving venerables came very quickly. In just half a day, about 83 clans and 114 venerables had arrived. Their strengths varied, but united they could contend with a universe overlord. Is that all? Chen Ao asked. 83 clans was not a small number, but Chen Ao hoped they would summon even more. Sir, this is the most we can gather in a short time. But if you truly intend to fight, we will summon even more venerables. With over 100 of us, even a universe overlord would have to retreat. Sir, you had better leave quickly. With so many people, their confidence grew. Chen Ao chuckled lightly. In that case, I thank you. Instantly space was sealed. Feeling the spatial seal, the over 100 venerables showed shocked expressions. Sir, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to fight 100 of us? Even if you kill us, your own losses will be severe, and you might even fall. Besides, we are members of the Beijiang Alliance. The universe masters of the Beijiang Alliance can reverse time and resurrect us. Can you find a universe master to resurrect you? Threats and warnings. These clans, in order to survive and show their strength before the powerful, kept proclaiming everything they had. Such is the sorrow of small clans. Unless a child of fortune emerges blessed with countless heavenly opportunities and forges ahead through hardships, only then can they become a mighty clan. To achieve this, only the protagonist of a novel could do it. Even Luofeng could not. Since you cannot summon more venerables in a short time, then die. The 9th sword, no longer attacking from a distance, he used his wing treasure to quickly approach each venerable, striking again and again. How is this possible? How can one sword strike kill me? That was the last thought of countless venerables. The venerables nearby, seeing their companions survive only a single sword strike, were terrified out of their wits. He is not a universe overlord. He is a peak universe overlord. A Wanming venerable, you have tricked us. The venerables roared, but one by one they fell before Chen Ao's sword. Those with supreme armor could endure 3 or 4 strikes, and those without died in one. Star River Master, a universe overlord called the Bloodlight Hall Master, is slaughtering us venerables. Chilon Master, save my clan. Wonka Palace Master, save me. The moment they could not withstand Chen Ao, the venerables of each clan began to cry for help to the universe masters or universe overlords of the Beijiang Alliance they knew. But those universe masters needed time to arrive, and clearly these venerables could not hold out until then. In less than 3 minutes, Chen Ao had slain all 114 venerables. Many venerables were too weak. Without supreme treasures, they were like paper before Chen Ao. The harvest is 43 supreme treasures. Only that many from over 100 venerables. Moreover, these treasures were all of the lowest grade, either weapons or armor. Let's go. The strong ones of the Beijiang Alliance will be here soon. Chen Ao teleported away. The Beijiang Alliance, the Sea of Beijiang. This place, Oi, as the central location of the Beijiang Alliance, was originally a super-large secret realm, but it had long declined. At the founding of the Beijiang Alliance, it was chosen as the center. Its status was equivalent to an administrative center, or the Alliance headquarters. Though the Beijiang Alliance had a universe most powerful, the Beijiang Alliance leader generally did not manage affairs. The main managers were Star River Master and a few other top-tier 5th-level universe masters. In terms of strength and status, Star River Master was almost no less than Chaos City Lord, and thus earned the trust of tens of thousands of clans in the Beijiang Alliance. Of course, the clans that did not trust them were mostly gone. Qilin, are you here about the Bloodlight Hall Master as well? Qilin Master was a four-hoofed, white-furred exotic beast. Hearing Star River Master's question, he nodded his massive head. Star River Master, what is the origin of the Bloodlight Hall Master? How dare he kill over 100 universe venerables of my Beijiang Alliance? Although those venerables were from peripheral clans that were usually exploited, this act slapped the face of the Beijiang Alliance. If such incidents happened a few more times, the prestige of the Beijiang Alliance would greatly diminish, and those small clans feeling unprotected would naturally leave the alliance. Unknown. This Bloodlight Hall Master seems to have appeared out of nowhere, but his strength is formidable, estimated to be close to a peak universe overlord. The universe overlord of this level could not have appeared suddenly. There must be an origin. Perhaps he is a universe overlord from some force who has changed his identity to cause trouble in our Beijiang Alliance. Then how should we handle this? Qilin ignored the irritable, thirsty Blood Master. Although Qilin was quite powerful, he was still far behind the 3 presiding universe masters. Hongguang Master said this matter has already been assigned to Wonka Palace Master, who is leading several universe overlords to investigate. They are relatively close to the peripheral region where the incident occurred, so they can travel back and forth quickly. Qilin Master said no more. Since the 3 had made the decision, he could not say much. He was far inferior in both strength and status. Wonka has sent word that the Bloodlight Hall Master has already left. Hongguang Master said. Thirsty Blood Master's face was fierce. What does Wonka say? Wonka says that the Bloodlight Hall Master was very strange. He did not plunder the nearby clans, only killed some venerables and left. Even the remaining venerables of the Wanming clan were unharmed. Hearing Hongguang Master's words, the several universe masters were greatly surprised. Killing is usually for 2 reasons. One is for treasures, the other is for revenge. But the opponent did not plunder the clans so naturally. He was not after treasures. No matter how small a clan, if plundered, some treasures could still be gathered. If it was for revenge, the Wanming clan should have been annihilated, or at least all its strong members killed. There was no reason for only one Wanming venerable to die, while the other venerables of the Wanming clan remained safe. This is strange. It does not seem like treasure hunting or revenge. So what was the Bloodlight Hall Master after? Star River Master was puzzled. No matter what the reason, if he dares to touch our Beijiang Alliance, he must pay the price. When we find him, we must kill him. If he has a clan, we must retaliate fiercely. Thirsty Blood Master, calm down. Hongguang Master advised. We need to figure out the situation. In this vast universe, finding a powerhouse close to the level of a peak universe overlord is too difficult. Thirsty Blood Master was a hothead, and he knew it himself, but he could not control himself, so he said no more. Hongguang Master and Star River Master exchanged a glance. For now, let's search the universe for any similar strongman based on the information from our subordinates. If we can find him, that would be best. It will probably be very hard to find him. If we cannot find him, and he only acts occasionally, we might have to swallow our pride. But if he dares to come again, the Beijiang Alliance must respond. Such was the deterrence of a universe overlord close to the peak. If it were a true peak universe overlord, it would be even more terrifying. They dared not act recklessly lest the enemy pushed to the brink go wild and wreak havoc. Even if the clan had a universe master, they could not withstand it. In the end, they chose to swallow their pride. Qilin Master was not surprised, and most of the time this was the choice. As for the slain universe venerables, they could simply be resurrected. After all, it was not free. The wool still came from the same sheep. Like the Lord of Bloodlight Hall, such incidents occur frequently throughout the universe. At every moment, entire races are annihilated, yet no one sympathizes nor does anyone deem it unjust. The universal law of operation is thus, and no one can change it. Meanwhile, the Lord of Bloodlight Hall had already fled to another location within the Beijiang Union. In the universe, there are no directions such as east, west, north, or south, nor up or down. Chen Ao had roughly traveled from the southern edge of the Beijiang Sea to the eastern side, utilizing the Divine Kingdom teleportation, which proved quite convenient. Along the way, Chen Ao also collected some soul servants to serve as means of transportation. Over the past few millennia, he had undertaken similar tasks, and in fact he had already surveyed all corners of the Beijiang Union, leaving behind some coordinates to facilitate his servants' Divine Kingdom teleportation for easy relocation. Master news has come from the clan that a new large-scale secret realm has appeared here which may contain some treasures. A king-level limit immortal reported to Chen Ao. In a clan where the strongest is merely a universe overlord, such a king-level limit immortal is considered a treasure, and they are privy to most of the clan's information. These were the agents Chen Ao had planted in various clans. He had even taken 4 venerables as servants to gather intelligence for him. This time quite a few universe venerables should arrive right. Universe lords generally do not enter secret realms, not even the ultra-large ones. Most universe lords choose to enter the cosmic sea as it is abundant with treasures, and offers a much higher probability of gaining wealth than secret realms. Under your instructions, I spread the news through certain channels in advance. Barring any accidents, hundreds, or even thousands of universe venerables will soon gather. Ordinarily, when a secret realm is born, many venerables appear, but those who discover it try to keep the information hidden to avoid too many competing for treasures. Chen Ao deliberately leaked the information, ensuring that the moment the secret realm was born, a large number of venerables would enter. Chen Ao planned to use this opportunity to launch a major slaughter. Searching clan by clan was simply too slow. After this job, I'll have to move on. Fixating on the Beijiang Union might easily lead to trouble. Chen Ao concealed himself in an inconspicuous spot, quietly observing the cosmic space as a massive rift appeared. The cosmic secret realm was taking shape. Before the cosmic secret realm was fully born, nearly 1,000 universe venerables were already waiting outside, along with dozens of universe overlords and 3 top-tier universe overlords inside. Continue spreading the news to attract more venerables. Now that exposure is no longer a concern, we can publicize it widely. Chen Ao instructed his immortal servant. At the same time, he had the 4 venerable servants help spread the news to more venerables. I'll wait here for a while. Although the Lord of Bloodlight Hall hasn't drawn too much attention with so many Beijiang Union venerables, there must be some who know of my existence. He could change his appearance, but his supreme treasures were not so easily altered. The main problem was that he had too few of them. Previously, he had obtained over 40 ordinary supreme treasures worth roughly 35 treasure points, but he had no place to dispose of them. If only I had a teacher like Zuoshank now. Handling such disposal would be best done in cooperation with him. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in touch, and Zuoshank wouldn't pay him any attention. After waiting for about 3 years near this large cosmic secret realm, another 300 venerables entered. Chen Ao also began to enter. Not many more venerables would arrive in the short term, so it was time to close the net. 1,300 venerables. I estimate I can kill 700 or 800. That should push my second stage gene progress bar to about 1/5 right. Chen Ao wasn't even confident that he could advance the progress bar that much. He had originally thought that killing 1 venerable from the Zerg race had increased the bar by 0.1, so killing 1,000 or 2,000 would suffice. But when he killed venerables from weaker clans, he realized that the progress bar increased extremely slowly. If he killed only ordinary venerables with low gene levels, he would need to kill about 20,000. The bloodline genes of the Zerg are indeed strong. After all, they are a clan with universe lords and even the strongest. But their clan's strength is also formidable. If I dared to hunt venerables in the Zerg territory, several universe lords would probably come after me instantly. The Beijiang Union was after all an alliance with weak cohesion, which allowed him to get away with this. If it were one of the 6 peak clans, they would hunt him to the ends of the universe. I hope these venerables are a bit stronger. According to Chen Ao's estimation, for clans with the strongest, the genes reached the limit. Killing 1 such venerable would provide 0.1 progress. For clans with a universe lord, killing 1 venerable would provide 0.02. For clans where the strongest was only a venerable, killing 1 would provide only 0.005. Universe overlords are also at the universe venerable level, and their gene level is the same as ordinary venerables. That is, killing the weakest venerables might require killing 20,000. This was still a preliminary estimate. In reality, when the progress bar reached 80 or 90%, it might require even more. Indeed, bloodline evolution is too difficult. If I reach the 3rd stage, would I need to kill 1,000 universe lords? The bloodline of universe lords is naturally not low, but the difficulty of killing them is immense. The total number of universe lords in the entire original universe might not even be that many. Setting aside these thoughts, he would take it step by step. First, kill the venerables and activate the 2nd stage. The moment Chen Ao appeared, the Beijiang Union venerables immediately erupted in panic. Damn, it's the Lord of Bloodlight Hall. Who is the Lord of Bloodlight Hall? Never heard of him. Stop talking nonsense. This guy is a butcher. Better stay far away. Earlier in the Wanming clan territory, this Lord of Bloodlight Hall killed over 100 venerables in one go, including more than 20 high-level venerables. Upon hearing that he had killed so many venerables at once, the venerables traveling in groups immediately became terrified. Such a universe overlord was truly reckless, and encountering him would be a huge disaster. They quickly moved away. Oh no, the Lord of Bloodlight Hall is coming toward us. The dozen or so venerables turned pale. In the first instant, they wanted to flee, but space had been sealed, making teleportation impossible. Lord of Bloodlight Hall, we have not offended you. Why are you stopping us? Chen Ao was too lazy to waste words and simply drew his sword. Seeing Chen Ao's action, the venerables understood immediately and quickly sent messages to the universe overlords in the secret realm. Lord of Bloodlight Hall, I advise you not to act rashly. I have already sent a message to Palace Lord Jisa. He is a top-tier universe overlord. If he encounters you, you will surely fall. Some venerables threatened him. According to their information, the Lord of Bloodlight Hall was close to the top-tier Universe Overlord level but still had some gap. Chen Ao turned a deaf ear and continued his slaughter. A dozen or so venerables. It would take only about 10 seconds to finish them all. Attacking the weak with strength and with the opponents lacking life-saving supreme treasures, it was easy to kill them. After the kill, Chen Ao moved to another location. Meanwhile, within the Beijiang Union's communication network, news of the Lord of Bloodlight Hall broke out again. Due to limited communication range, the news was temporarily confined to the secret realm. The dozens of Universe Overlords and 3 top-tier Universe Overlords quickly learned of the matter. Humph, that Lord of Bloodlight Hall. Who knows where that madman came from? He kills everyone he sees without saying a word. We can't let this continue or we'll face the Alliance's censure. Let's move together. The moment we encounter the Lord of Bloodlight Hall, we'll inform each other and kill him together. With dozens of Universe Overlords and 3 top-tier Universe Overlords, even if the Lord of Bloodlight Hall were a top-tier Universe Overlord, he might not be able to escape. Good. That Lord of Bloodlight Hall has killed so many. He must be carrying a lot of supreme treasures. We can reap a considerable harvest. Let's discuss that later. First, find the man. The Universe Overlords and top-tier Universe Overlords searched for Chen Ao's trail, while the ordinary Universe Venerables were already terrified. In less than half a day, over 100 Universe Venerables had fallen to the Lord of Bloodlight Hall. That Lord of Bloodlight Hall is a madman. Where did this powerhouse come from? Doesn't he know that there are many Universe Overlords of the Beijiang Union in the secret realm? The Venerables were both angry and frustrated, but facing the Lord of Bloodlight Hall they were helpless. Their strength was inferior and they couldn't resist. Let's quickly find the Universe Overlords. For our safety, the Universe Overlords have specifically asked us to gather. Fleeing was out of the question. It wasn't time for that yet. The secret realm had just appeared with countless treasures unknown. How could they leave? Upon hearing the news, the Venerables immediately joined the teams led by Universe Overlords. Thus, the dozens of Universe Overlords divided into 10 teams each with over 100 Venerables and several Universe Overlords. The 3 top-tier Universe Overlords acted alone. These 13 teams planned to besiege the Lord of Bloodlight Hall. I'm already guarding the exit of the secret realm. That Lord of Bloodlight Hall will never escape. A top-tier Universe Overlord sent a message. The remaining 12 teams conducted a carpet search. Chen Ao, who had never bothered to hide, was soon found by one of the teams. Chen Ao was quickly located by one of the teams. Everyone, we found the Lord of Bloodlight Hall. Come and surround him quickly. Good, will be there in a few minutes. Just delay him a bit. No problem. A few minutes is fine. That Lord of Bloodlight Hall is only a Universe Overlord. With the 4 of us Universe Overlords, he might not even gain an advantage. Haha, exactly. But to be safe, let's gather before attacking. They knew that the Lord of Bloodlight Hall's strength was close to that of a top-tier Universe Overlord. A team of 4 Universe Overlords and over 100 Venerables, while not afraid of the Lord of Bloodlight Hall, would still find it very difficult to kill him. To kill the Lord of Bloodlight Hall, it would take at least 4 such teams to have a chance. Now there were not just 4 but 10 teams with 2 top-tier Universe Overlords on the way. Killing the Lord of Bloodlight Hall was a near certainty. Lord of Bloodlight Hall, don't think of escaping. Since you dared to kill the Universe Venerables of the Beijiang Union, prepare to fall. To tell you the truth, dozens of Universe Overlords and 2 top-tier Universe Overlords are already on their way. Your death will come soon. Chen Ao looked at them, ignoring their bluster, and charged straight in. Haha, Lord of Bloodlight Hall, you still want to put up a desperate struggle. With so many of us, do you think you can still act tough? Relying on their numbers, even though the Lord of Bloodlight Hall was half a level stronger, the gap could be compensated by quantity. Unless one reached the top tier, killing a Universe Overlord was nearly impossible. Die. 9th Sword. At the same moment, Chen Ao activated all his states. Originally he was merely extremely close to the top-tier Universe Overlord level, but with the blessing of the Sword Saint ability he crossed that half level. He reached the top-tier Universe Overlord level. Moreover, at this moment Chen Ao was not even among the weakest of the top-tier Universe Overlords. Swish. Once in close range, Chen Ao's sword swept across the body of the leading Universe Overlord. The Universe Overlord, whose face had been full of ferocious smiles, suddenly turned horrified. As his divine body disintegrated, the Universe Overlord grew increasingly terrified. The change in expression lasted less than 1/10 of a second, and then the Universe Overlord dissipated directly into the cosmos. After the sword strike, Chen Ao did not hesitate for even a moment. The space had been sealed, so no one could teleport away. With his top-tier cosmic treasure and a specialized acceleration technique, Chen Ao's speed far surpassed that of the remaining 3 cosmic overlords. Moreover, his Q skill was several times faster than teleportation. No one could escape. Swish, swish, swish. After 3 strokes of his sword, only a few treasures remained on the ground. The Venerables hadn't even processed what had happened before the 4 cosmic overlords were already dead. A group of cosmic Venerables screamed in terror. If 4 cosmic overlords couldn't survive 3 seconds, what chance did they mere Venerables have? Chen Ao's figure flickered rapidly through the space. In just half a minute all 100 venerables lay dead. He activated his divine power and collected all the nearby treasures. Chen Ao teleported away. At that moment the other teams had been eagerly anticipating a joint siege on the Bloodlight Hall Master. But soon they were stunned. The messages from the fallen venerables clearly told them that the Bloodlight Hall Master possessed the strength of a top-tier cosmic overlord. How is that possible? Weren't we told he was close to a top-tier cosmic overlord? How did he become a full-fledged one? Top-tier cosmic overlords are incredibly rare. There aren't many more of them than cosmic lords. How could just anyone appear as a top-tier cosmic overlord? They refused to believe it. They dared not believe it. But the results told them that the Bloodlight Hall Master was indeed a genuine top-tier cosmic overlord. For cosmic overlords couldn't hold out for 3 seconds. If that's not a top-tier cosmic overlord, what is? In an instant the remaining 9 teams dared not approach. It was a joke. If he had reached the level of a top-tier cosmic overlord they would only be throwing their lives away. The Bloodlight Hall Master is a top-tier cosmic overlord, and he has already escaped. What should we do now? The cosmic venerables of the Northern Frontier Alliance kept exchanging messages. Finally, after deliberation, they decided to have 2 top-tier cosmic overlords lead the way with all other cosmic overlords and venerables following behind them. Now, we don't have to be afraid. Yes, as long as we follow Lord Jisai, even a top-tier cosmic overlord can't harm us. Lord Jisai has been a top-tier cosmic overlord for millions of epochs. After all these years, he's probably not far from becoming a cosmic lord. What is a mere Bloodlight Hall Master compared to him? They were brimming with confidence. The more than 500 venerables and over 20 cosmic overlords no longer worried. Lord Jisai, now that our Northern Frontier Alliance has only 2 teams, the chance of encountering the Bloodlight Hall Master has dropped significantly. No matter. As long as the Bloodlight Hall Master remains in the secret realm, we will eventually meet him, Lord Jisai said. After all, they had a top-tier cosmic overlord stationed at the secret realm's exit, and he had not yet seen the Bloodlight Hall Master, meaning the latter was still inside. So they would meet sooner or later. In fact, not long after they encountered Chen Ao. Chen Ao had never hidden himself, and from the very beginning, he had prepared to face top-tier cosmic overlords. This is my first time facing a top-tier cosmic overlord. Even when I was Tangmu Wang, I only faced 17 cosmic overlords. He was confident against cosmic overlords, as he had already created an ultimate technique of the Wood-Void fusion law. This technique had never been used outside, not even the Star Ancestor had seen it clearly. So if he encountered real danger, he could directly use this cosmic lord-level ultimate technique, elevating his power to the peak of top-tier cosmic overlords. Then even against a first or second stage cosmic lord, he could rely on his divine body and Q skill to escape. Of course, if he could avoid revealing the technique, he would prefer not to. After all, the Bloodlight Hall Master identity was more suited to techniques of the Lighttime Path. He was also working hard to create a cosmic lord-level ultimate technique based on the fusion of those 2 laws. The Bloodlight Hall Master is ahead. I see him. With so many people, they naturally had a wider field of vision and soon spotted Chen Ao. Let's go surround him. Don't let him escape. Everyone be careful. This Bloodlight Hall Master is extremely powerful. We'll just distract him and leave the rest to Lord Jisai. Lord Jisai did not hesitate. I will directly confront the Bloodlight Hall Master. Soon Lord Jisai and Chen Ao locked eyes. Bloodlight Hall Master, you are a top-tier cosmic overlord, yet you recklessly slaughter the cosmic venerables of our Northern Frontier Alliance. This is beneath your dignity. Lord Jisai rebuked. Today you die. Chen Ao chuckled. Killing a peer was difficult. But if the opponent's divine body was ordinary, there was still a chance. Without waiting for Chen Ao to act, Lord Jisai sealed the space. With his strength, unless Chen Ao was a cosmic lord, there was nothing to worry about. Chen Ao ignored Lord Jisai. To kill him, he would have to wear down his divine body, and that required Lord Jisai to have no powerful treasures. But Lord Jisai possessed the high-level palace treasure Jisai Palace, from which he derived his title. Although the Jisai Palace was only average among high-level palace treasures, destroying it required at least the combat power of a 3rd-stage peak, or even a 4th-stage cosmic lord. So Lord Jisai was not afraid at all. Luo Feng once pretended to be a cosmic lord, and was humiliated by the high-level palace treasure, White Needle, of the Heavenly Hua Venerable. Luo Feng's scalp had crawled at that time. Chen Ao looked at the cosmic venerables and cosmic overlords behind Lord Jisai. Bloodlight Hall Master, come and fight. Lord Jisai attacked, first a pair of long swords in his hands aiming at Chen Ao. Chen Ao glanced at him, then his figure flickered rapidly. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly a domain treasure appeared enveloping Chen Ao. As a veteran top-tier cosmic overlord, who had visited the primordial star dozens of times, Lord Jisai's treasures were even better than those of the Heavenly Erosion Palace Master. Fortunately, it's just an ordinary domain treasure, or I'd be in trouble. Chen Ao didn't want to casually reveal the power of his Q skill. Ignoring spatial blockade to move tens of light years was acceptable, as many races had similar innate secret techniques. but moving hundreds of light years would definitely attract attention from the observant. Safety was paramount. Chen Ao also used a domain treasure, but it was clearly inferior to Lord Jisai's. Fortunately, the suppression was negligible and didn't affect him. You have quite a few treasures, but they're only at the precious treasure level. Otherwise you might have escaped. Lord Jisai watched Chen Ao's constant dodging, thinking he was trying to flee, and kept pursuing. But he had no idea that Chen Ao's target was actually the cosmic venerables lingering on the periphery. Lord Jisai has too many treasures. Killing him is too difficult. Better to kill some venerables and increase my progress bar. Lord Jisai's contribution to the progress bar was no different from an ordinary venerables. Killing him would only yield some treasures, which wasn't worth it. By the time Lord Jisai realized what was happening, Chen Ao had already charged into the flock like a tiger among sheep, lunging at the venerables. Bloodlight Hall Master, have you no shame? Attacking the weak! Lord Jisai shouted, furious. He had never seen such a shameless top-tier cosmic overlord. Under normal circumstances he would never attack ordinary venerables unless they provoked him. First, to follow the rules, and second, to maintain the dignity of a strong being. But this Bloodlight Hall Master had no scruples at all. He was blatantly killing venerables. Bloodlight Hall Master, stop. Ha ha ha, Lord Jisai, you may be strong, but you can't protect them. Chen Ao laughed. After forcing Lord Jisai back with a single blow, he began slaughtering the venerables. The venerables cried out in panic, seeking shelter, but the gap between Chen Ao and Lord Jisai was small, making it very difficult for Lord Jisai to stop Chen Ao. Bloodlight Hall Master, since you have no shame, don't blame me. A massive crimson palace suddenly appeared near Chen Ao. Chen Ao was startled. Wasn't that the Jisai Palace? Then Lord Jisai shouted, don't resist. I'll use the Jisai Palace to protect you all. Enter the palace. Hearing this, the many venerables and cosmic overlords were overjoyed and were promptly sucked into the Jisai Palace. Although the palace would suppress them, they trusted that Lord Jisai wouldn't harm them. And if they didn't enter, Chen Ao would kill them without hesitation. Chen Ao opened his mouth, speechless. Lord Jisai had actually gathered over 300 venerables and cosmic overlords into his palace treasure. Now there was no way to kill them. He collected a few treasures from the kills and prepared to leave. He didn't want to waste time with Lord Jisai here. He couldn't kill Lord Jisai, and he might even be surrounded. But he wasn't afraid of being surrounded. Even 3 top-tier cosmic overlords couldn't do anything to him. Why? Because his divine body spanned 50 million kilometers and he feared nothing. Bloodlight Hall Master, do you still think you can escape? They had been fighting for about a minute. According to the Northern Frontier Alliance's communication, another top-tier cosmic overlord would arrive in about 10 minutes. If 2 top-tier cosmic overlords couldn't take down Chen Ao, a third would join. They were determined to keep the Bloodlight Hall Master here. Lord Jisai, you can't do anything to me, Chen Ao said coldly. This guy was like a turtle shell. Impossible to crack. He was willing to fight a war of attrition, but was the opponent willing? We'll see if I can do anything to you. But now you can't escape. Chen Ao looked at the domain that had been pushed to its limit. He had no choice but to fight. Lord Jisai, since you want a battle, I'll oblige you. Ha ha ha, only a cosmic lord can make me. Lord Jisai retreat. You Bloodlight Hall Master are still far from that. Both wielded swords, attacking each other relentlessly. They were both burning their divine bodies for full power strikes. My treasures are too weak. The weapon can't fully unleash my power, and the armor is useless. Normally the armor could reduce attacks to 1%, but the enemy strikes had exceeded the treasure's limit, so it could only reduce them to 1/10. But Chen Ao wasn't afraid. His divine body was 50 million kilometers, while the opponent's was at most a few hundred meters. How could they compare? After a few minutes of combat, Lord Jisai sensed something was wrong. He had burned 20% of his divine body, including combat damage, while Chen Ao, who burned even more fiercely, showed no sign of weakening, indicating he had lost less than 10%. Could this guy's divine body be tens of thousands of kilometers? Lord Jisai had a bad feeling. If the opponent's divine body was that vast, even if he was at a disadvantage in every other aspect, his own divine body was only a few hundred meters. A 1:100 consumption ratio would still spell his defeat. What should I do? If I stop now, he'll definitely escape. He contacted another top-tier cosmic overlord, who would need about 5 more minutes to arrive. But he had already lost 20% of his divine body in 3 minutes. If he fought another 5 minutes, he would be finished. It seems I can only delay the Bloodlight Hall Master a little. Palace Master Jisai could clearly sense that the Bloodlight Hall Master before him was consuming his divine body at a rate 100 times greater than his own. Their strength was roughly equal, but he possessed a high-grade treasure armor, while the other did not. His domain treasure was also superior, and the disparity in their weapon treasures was even more immense. Thus he held a massive advantage in every aspect. The opponent, aside from having relatively powerful secret techniques, was almost entirely lacking. Moreover, the latter was burning his divine body with virtually no regard for cost, resulting in an enormous loss of divine essence. Yet, even after depleting 20% of his own divine body, the opponent's aura had not diminished in the slightest. A divine body of at least 10,000 kilometers. Palace Master Jisai was utterly helpless. With 100-fold gene level and several size-expanding treasures, he had managed to increase his divine body to a few hundred meters. However, among top-tier universe overlords, his divine body was truly minuscule. Encountering one spanning over 10,000 kilometers left him with little but despair. If it weren't for his superior treasures, Palace Master Jisai would have fled after just a few exchanges. What should I do? 5 minutes. I can't hold him off for long. His divine body had already reached a dangerously low level. A loss of 10% reduced his strength by 10%. A loss of 30% reduced it by 50%. A loss of half his divine body would directly cut his power by 90%. Although his will was far stronger than that of an immortal, lessening the decline it would not be by much. His divine body had already been depleted by over 20%. If this continued, his strength would drop to half and he might even be killed in retaliation. This was unacceptable to him. But just then, the Star River Lord sent him a message: slay the Bloodlight Hall Master, for a reward of 200 treasure points. Seeing the Star River Lord's message, Palace Master Jisai hesitated. 200 treasure points. Even if he only got half, that would be 100. 100 treasure points. Even for a top-tier universe overlord, a trip to the primordial star might not yield such a harvest. With those 100 points plus his accumulated savings, he could exchange for the top-tier treasure armor he had long coveted, worth 400 treasure points. Then his survivability would greatly increase. I'll play it safe, avoid a reckless fight, and I still have my palace treasure. I refuse to believe he can truly wear me down. For the sake of treasures, one had to risk it. Battles against other top-tier universe overlords were common. The other two will be here soon. Their divine bodies are both over 10,000 kilometers. Then I won't fear a war of attrition with this Bloodlight Hall Master. Having made up his mind, Palace Master Jisai ceased burning his divine body and began to linger on the edge. Only when Chen Ao tried to escape with all his might would he block with full force, otherwise he simply wasted time. Chen Ao noticed the sudden change in Palace Master Jisai's combat style, and could roughly guess the situation. His divine body loss was indeed hundreds of times greater than Palace Master Jisai's, but what was that trivial loss? It didn't even amount to a single hair. Looking at the half hair remaining on his arm, Chen Ao fell into thought. Right, I'm a tree. This isn't hair, it's a root. This loss was even less than what he could recover. This Palace Master Jisai neither fights nor flees. He's clearly stalling for time. But judging from his aura, he must have lost over a quarter of his divine body, right? Chen Ao really didn't want to waste time with this fellow, but the other insisted on detaining him. Once his strength drops to 50%, I might be able to turn the tables. And that threshold is approaching fast. Chen Ao gazed at Palace Master Jisai's array of treasures, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I'll play along with you. Suddenly he accelerated sharply, intending to break out of the domain treasure's range. As expected, Palace Master Jisai had to go all out to keep Chen Ao from escaping. The strike required his full strength. Unexpectedly, Chen Ao suddenly reversed his attack, clashing with Palace Master Jisai dozens of times. Palace Master Jisai was startled. He had thought Chen Ao genuinely intended to flee, not that he would turn back to fight. Ha ha ha, Palace Master Jisai, if you can't keep me here, then stop pestering. It wouldn't be good if you end up falling here. Chen Ao laughed. Bloodlight Hall Master, don't be arrogant. The Star River Lord has decreed a generous reward for your death. You may escape today, but you won't escape tomorrow. Chen Ao realized. He had been publicly wanted. That made sense. He had killed nearly 500 venerables. If there were no bounty, that would be strange. What does a bounty matter? Can the Northern Frontier Alliance dispatch a universe master to kill me? First and second stage universe masters couldn't stop him. Even if third or fourth stage masters came, he could escape using his Q technique and immense divine body. Would they really send a fifth stage universe master? Such beings rarely acted, and even if they did, he wasn't foolish enough to wait around to die. Fifth stage universe masters were exceedingly rare. The Northern Frontier Alliance might not even have 7 or 8. With such a vast territory, where would they find him? Bloodlight Hall Master, you will die. Palace Master Jisai saw his divine body consumption approaching 30%. If he exchanged a few more blows, the loss would exceed that threshold, putting him in extreme danger. 3 minutes left. I've never found 3 minutes so hard to endure. Palace Master Jisai's body trembled involuntarily. How could he survive these 3 minutes? This was a matter of a strong man's pride. He absolutely could not be looked down upon. Sigh, I'll hold on as best I can. Direct combat was out of the question. He dared not gamble with his life. So with a reverse gesture, the enormous Crimson Jisai Palace floated out and Palace Master Jisai entered it. Using the domain treasure, he planned to stall with his palace treasure. The treasure palace flew swiftly and could withstand attacks. He relied on brute ramming. Whenever Chen Ao tried to flee, the Jisai Palace would instantly appear before him, using its sturdy walls to slam into him. It was a constant annoyance, slowing Chen Ao's speed. Though it couldn't completely stop him, it reduced his pace by 70%. Pursuing and fleeing like this, it would only take a dozen minutes until the other two Northern Frontier Alliance Universe Overlords arrived. This is absolutely safe. Even if he captures me, he can't do anything to me. Though his Jisai Palace was merely average among high-grade palace treasures, it couldn't be destroyed by a mere Universe Overlord. He would just hold on with all his might. Palace Master Jisai, you're courting death. Ha ha ha, Blood Light Hall Master, what can you do to me? At worst you'll capture me for a moment, but to suppress me your speed will drop by more than half. Soon the top-tier Universe Overlords of my Northern Frontier Alliance will arrive, and then you'll die. In that case, Palace Master Jisai, witness my technique. With that, Chen Ao directly manifested his divine kingdom and pulled Palace Master Jisai into it. Chen Ao used his own divine kingdom to suppress the captured Palace Master Jisai. Inside the Jisai Palace, Palace Master Jisai watched everything unfold. After a brief moment of shock, he was overjoyed. Blood Light Hall Master, you're digging your own grave. He then began to enlarge the Jisai Palace continuously. The palace could expand to a height of 1 light year, and each expansion carried a tremendous impact force. Such impact outside would do little harm to a top-tier Universe Overlord, merely obstructing flight paths. But now inside Chen Ao's divine kingdom, every impact directly struck the kingdom itself. As a result, Chen Ao's divine power would be depleted 10,000 times faster. Moreover, this damage was not reduced by armor. It was pure true damage. If it could originally harm half a hair of Chen Ao, now it would cost him hundreds or thousands of hairs. After countless impacts, Chen Ao would be completely bald. Even if your divine body is hundreds of millions of kilometers, you can't withstand such attrition. For Palace Master Jisai, this loss was negligible. He merely had to control the palace treasure to enlarge its volume. Now I don't need any help. With a little time, I can directly pierce through Blood Light Hall Master's divine kingdom and annihilate him. Palace Master Jisai felt the 200 treasure points were secure, and since he alone would kill the target, he didn't need to share. Everything would be his. But Chen Ao was not foolish. He wouldn't let Palace Master Jisai succeed so easily. True, even a divine body tens of millions of kilometers long couldn't withstand such a war of attrition, as his loss might be hundreds of millions of times greater than the opponent's. Almost no one could endure that. Yet Chen Ao could. During Luo Feng's era as a Universe Master, he could rely on the Sea of Divine Power to withstand the supreme treasure palace of the Zerg Empress. What difficulty was there for Chen Ao to withstand a high-grade treasure palace? His Sea of Divine Power was far larger than Luo Feng's when he first became a Universe Master. If Luo Feng could do it, why couldn't he? Palace Master Jisai was gleefully assaulting Chen Ao's divine kingdom. Chen Ao felt that every second a few of his hairs were lost, but he didn't care. Divine Kingdom Suppression. Sea of Divine Power Suppress. Without hesitation, he threw the Jisai Palace into his 9 Abyss Sea, using it to suppress the palace. What? Where is this? Why do I sense boundless divine power? How is this possible? Palace Master Jisai was still joyfully ramming inside Chen Ao's body. Suddenly he was thrown into this place. What is this place? Palace Master Jisai was truly bewildered, and he could feel the surrounding pressure. It definitely surpassed a top-tier domain treasure. He had witnessed the might of a Universe Master wielding a top-tier domain treasure, and the pressure he now felt was no less. Blood Light Hall Master, what is this place? Ha ha ha, Palace Master Jisai, you'll find out soon enough. Chen Ao laughed, burning the 9 Abyss Sea, which stretched 8 light-years at a maddening rate. Every second, the total divine power burned exceeded that of 1,000,000 Palace Master Jisais. At the same time, Chen Ao used his W technique to recover rapidly, with the recovery rate roughly matching the consumption. Now, Palace Master Jisai, taste my soul secret technique. He was not particularly skilled in soul attacks, but since he had created a Universe Master level ultimate secret technique, he could easily create a Universe Overlord level ultimate soul attack secret technique. Even without a soul attack treasure, he had time. Palace Master Jisai was trapped here with no escape, so Chen Ao could attack slowly. Whether it took 1 year, 2 years, or 10 or 20 years, his divine power was nearly inexhaustible. He would just wear him down. A high-grade palace treasure could not block soul attacks. Ah! Palace Master Jisai suddenly screamed. He felt a powerful soul attack coming from all directions. Each attack cost him little, estimated at less than 1/1,000,000th of his divine body. After all, he had an ordinary soul treasure that could reduce soul attacks by 99%. But at this rate, after 700,000 seconds, his divine body would be completely annihilated. Blood Light Hall Master, I don't believe you can do anything to me. Palace Master Jisai gritted his teeth and persisted. He thought that such a massive expenditure of divine power, even if Blood Light Hall Master had a divine body of 1,000,000,000 kilometers, could not withstand it. Chen Ao sneered coldly. Unfortunately, he had his W skill, or otherwise, he would have truly had to sacrifice half a light year of his divine body to annihilate the opponent. Star River Lord, save me. Seconds later, Jisai Palace Master was terrified. His divine body had been depleted by over 30%, his strength plummeted, and his ability to resist soul attacks weakened. At this rate he would die here soon. In his view, since Bloodlight Hall Master dared to act so boldly, he must have had confidence. Eternal Light Lord, help me. Jisai Palace Master kept sending out distress signals. The 3 5th stage Pinnacle Universe Lords stationed in the northern frontier sea soon received the news. Jisai Palace Master is calling for help. What's going on? Star River Lord was furious. Jisai Palace Master was a renowned top-tier universe overlord of the Northern Frontier Alliance, a powerhouse of this level ranked among the top 20 in the Alliance. And now he was begging for help. Jisai Palace Master possesses a high-grade palace treasure. Could he have encountered a 4th-tier universe lord? But that doesn't make sense. Wasn't he pursuing Bloodlight Hall Master? Couldn't figure it out. Star River Lord immediately asked the 2 top-tier universe overlords still searching for Bloodlight Hall Master in the secret realm. But the message that came back was that someone had used Divine Kingdom teleportation. Divine Kingdom teleportation. Bloodlight Hall Master should have escaped. But what about Jisai Palace Master? Could he have taken Jisai Palace Master along with him? That's suicide. Even more perplexing. He asked Jisai Palace Master what was happening. The reply confirmed that Bloodlight Hall Master had used his Divine Kingdom to suppress him and intended to kill him with soul attacks. Silence. Several universe lords shook their heads. Now we can only see who can hold out until the end. Jisai Palace Master or Bloodlight Hall Master. Bloodlight Hall Master's divine body must be enormous, but its consumption is also massive. This is a battle of attrition. But Bloodlight Hall Master, who became a top-tier universe overlord, is certainly not foolish. He must have some confidence in his success. They sighed to each other knowing that Jisai Palace Master was most likely doomed. I never expected Bloodlight Hall Master's ace to be an enormous divine body. Just how massive must it be to withstand such burning? Or perhaps he has some special means. Or a source treasure. No one knew. But there was nothing they could do. It seems that killing Bloodlight Hall Master will be difficult. It wasn't about fearing the strong but about fearing those with massive divine bodies. If an opponent was strong they could find someone stronger. But if the divine body was enormous, even they would be troubled. Even if you stood there and let you attack, you might not be able to kill him. None of the 3 excelled at soul attacks, so they were helpless against a massive divine body. Inside Jisai Palace Master was utterly despairing. His divine body had dropped to merely 10% remaining. If this continued, he would fall into a deep slumber. And then it would not be death but enslavement. Everyone, I am about to self-destruct. If any of you do not wish to become a soul slave, follow me in self-destruction and wait for the Lord to revive us. He was a universe overlord. The ultimate being could still resurrect him. But all his treasures would be lost. Billions of years of accumulation would be destroyed in an instant. The Northern Frontier Alliance will not let Bloodlight Hall Master go. I swear after I am revived I will invite all my friends to hunt down and kill Bloodlight Hall Master. Jisai Palace Master roared. Bloodlight Hall Master, I will return. With that, Jisai Palace Master self-destructed. And without his protection the universe overlords and universe venerables all self-destructed one by one. Feeling the self-destructions of these venerables, Chen Ao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately they self-destructed inside my body. I can still collect their genes. Gene collection required close proximity, otherwise the genes of these 500+ venerables would be wasted. Counting all the ones I've killed, that's nearly 1,000 venerables. But my progress bar is only at 8%. Chen Ao was speechless. The gene quality of those venerable clans was just too poor. Setting that aside, Chen Ao delightedly took over all of Jisai Palace Master's treasures, including the Crimson Jisai Palace. With this Crimson Jisai Palace my reputation as Bloodlight Hall Master is solidly established. From now on this palace would no longer be called Jisai Palace but Bloodlight Hall. And a high-grade treasure set of long swords. The swords were a pair together comparable to a top-tier treasure weapon. But he used a single-handed sword. He could only use them separately. What a waste. A sword that could rival a top-tier treasure, but I can only use it as a high-grade treasure. Still, such a high-grade treasure was considered top-notch. But these treasures had water space-type secret patterns. To fully unleash their power he needed the appropriate secret techniques. What a pity I can't fully utilize their value. They're only a few times stronger than my current long sword treasure. All things considered, this treasure longsword could only function as an ordinary high-grade treasure longsword. The armor is simple, high-grade, activated by a universe overlord's ultimate secret technique. His soul treasure was inferior to his own. All in all he had killed 30 universe overlords, nearly 1,000 universe venerables, and 1 top-tier universe overlord. He equipped himself with an ordinary domain treasure, a high-grade palace treasure, a high-grade longsword treasure, and high-grade armor. My strength has increased by roughly 10%. My survivability has been greatly enhanced. As for the remaining treasures, there are over 400 items including 16 high-grade treasures, worth about 200 treasure points. 2 sets of ordinary 3-piece treasures worth 40 treasure points. The remaining 400 ordinary treasures are estimated at around 400 treasure points. That meant he now had about 640 treasure points. This was enough to exchange for decent top-tier treasures and armor, and even a high-grade domain treasure. Unfortunately, there was no place to fence them. All these treasures were obtained by killing Northern Frontier Alliance venerables. Unless he revealed his identity as Blood Light Hall Master, he could never take them out. Zhuoshan Ku, I'm starting to regret it. I suddenly realized there are benefits to being your disciple. If he had been killing so crazily as a disciple, Zhuoshan Ku might have even given him rewards. But now not only were there no rewards, he had no way to dispose of the loot. For now, I'll keep a low profile. After that fierce battle with Jisai Palace Master, I've gained new insights into Light Time's secret techniques. His Vinewood King clone was working full force on creating a Universe Lord's ultimate secret technique for Light Time fusion. Now he could speed up the process. Familiarize myself with the treasures, create secret techniques, and since the heat is on, I'll lie low for a few thousand years. Then I'll go kill again. Blood Light Hall Master lay low in the microsecret realm. At the entrance, Chen Ao's 300-plus peak marquee slaves stood guard. There would be no trouble. The Northern Frontier Alliance. After confirming the deaths of Jisai Palace Master, over 30 Universe Overlords, and more than 800 Universe Venerables, the entire Northern Frontier Sea was shrouded in a grim atmosphere. All the Universe Lords and top-tier Universe Overlords of the Northern Frontier Alliance gathered here. This Blood Light Hall Master has no respect for the Northern Frontier Alliance. Spare the useless words. Blood Light Hall Master has the strength of a top-tier Universe Overlord and a divine body of at least 10 million kilometers. If he is a lone wanderer, he fears no one. Universe Lords and top-tier Universe Overlords discussed among themselves. The three at the head, including Star River Lord, spoke first. The Northern Frontier Alliance has not suffered such a loss in countless years. Blood Light Hall Master must be killed. Therefore I propose raising the bounty to a top-grade, high-grade 3-piece treasure set. A 3-piece set meant Palace Soul and Domain treasures. A top-grade, high-grade 3-piece treasure set started at 500 treasure points and could go up to over 1,000. Of course, for a bounty it would be calculated at 500 treasure points. Upon hearing this, the breaths of those top-tier Universe Overlords quickened, and even some second- and third-tier Universe Lords had a glint of greed in their eyes. Upon becoming a Universe Lord, even in the human race, one could only obtain a top-tier treasure worth about 100 treasure points. And this bounty was a direct offer of 500 treasure points, enough to drive even not-so-strong Universe Lords to madness. Agreed. Agreed. One by one Universe Lords raised their hands in approval. Such a reckless top-tier Universe Overlord was indeed terrifying. Blood Light Hall Master's kills alone had yielded over 1,000 treasure points. The cost to revive those Venerables and Universe Overlords was also around 1,000 treasure points. Combined, one could see the enormity of the Northern Frontier Alliance's loss. Offering a 500 treasure point bounty was not excessive, but it was certainly not small. It would at least keep second- and third-tier Universe Lords busy for a while. These Universe Lords discussed some internal matters of the Northern Frontier Alliance, then dispersed. A considerable number of the departing Universe Lords and top-tier Universe Overlords began searching for Blood Light Hall Master's whereabouts. The benefits of killing Blood Light Hall Master were enormous: a 500 treasure point reward, and the treasures on him were worth over 1,000 points. Combined with a little more accumulation, one could exchange for a top-tier 3-piece treasure set. Such a temptation. If it were Tianlang Lord, he would definitely act to upgrade his Tianlang Hall from high-grade to top-tier. Chen Ao's human body was extremely idle. The Vinewood King clone was comprehending laws and creating secret techniques. The Deep Sea clone was lying dormant as always. The Blood Light Hall Master clone was also lying low. But the human body had nothing to do. Disciple, why do you sit in Chaos City staring blankly every day? That day space and time shifted again, and Chaos City Lord pulled Chen Ao into Chaos Void. Lately Chaos City Lord had noticed that Chen Ao was really idle. Just staring at the sky above Chaos City every day. Master, I've been quite free recently with nothing to do. He had already comprehended all the basic laws, leaving no room for improvement. In fact, he had fully mastered the laws of time and space. He could break through to the Venerable level at any time. However, to maximize the second stage gene progress bar, he could not break through. Once he became a Universe Venerable, pushing the progress bar further would require killing Universe Lords. Then what about the third stage progress bar? Kill the ultimate beings. Could he even do that? So he could not break through. With no laws to comprehend, he became completely idle. You've fully mastered the laws of space and time. Chen Ao nodded. With the mutual reflection of fusion laws, comprehending the basic laws was quite fast. He had fully grasped time and space decades ago. Then you can break through to Universe Venerable. Chen Ao nodded again. Then why haven't you? I'm tempering my mind. Chen Ao offered an irrefutable excuse. Tempering the mind can be done anytime. Since you can break through, then do so. Only at a higher level can you build a better foundation. Chaos City Lord was extremely pleased with this disciple. He never expected that only tens of thousands of years after the Genius War, his disciple was already ready to become a universe venerable. Such speed was unprecedented. Moreover, given Chen Ao's combat power, once he broke through he would immediately be a universe overlord. With more polishing, he could easily become a top-tier universe overlord. If he became a top-tier universe overlord, he would be among the top powerhouses of the human race. If he had a few more disciples like this, he would be laughing in his sleep, spending only 2 or 3 treasure points. A mere handful of resources could forge a future supreme cosmic overlord. What could be more profitable than that? I still intend to refine my mental state further. I feel I've been rather unstable lately. What's wrong? Did something happen? Nothing of the sort. I just feel that my reverence for the universe and the powerful is somewhat lacking. Lord of Chaos City realized. What you say is very reasonable. At my current level I too must constantly remind myself to maintain reverence for the powerful and the universe. You've done well in this regard. Chen Ao nodded in strong agreement. He too felt he had been a bit reckless lately. Although he always had cards up his sleeve, he still felt an unsettling sense of instability. Therefore I plan to ponder deeply on how to maintain this reverence. Then go and think. Such matters are better handled with caution. Lord of Chaos City felt a faint epiphany from Chen Ao's emphasis on steadiness. Chen Ao returned to his inner residence, and continued to stare blankly, while also contemplating the Bloodlight Palace Lord's next move. A millennium of hibernation should suffice, after that action must be taken. However, the Beijiang alliance would not be suitable. The 6 major races are too cohesive. Touching one affects the whole, so none can be targeted. The Divine Ancestor Sect and the Star Beast Alliance are also no-go. That leaves only the second-tier top forces. There are 7 top-tier forces: the Xihuan Alliance, the Jiu Alliance, the Chenshui Alliance, the Gensher Alliance, and 3 top-tier clans. Each of the 3 top-tier clans has more than 5 universe lords, but none have a universe strongest, so they are merely top-tier clans. Naturally, the 3 top-tier clans are also off-limits. What remains are the 4 major top-tier alliances. Among them, the Jiu Alliance and the Chenshui Alliance are not far from the Beijiang Alliance, while the Xihuan Alliance and the Gensher Alliance are extremely distant. Since there is no up or down, left or right, their positions cannot be specifically described. Suffice it to say that Chen Ao favored the Jiu Alliance. Because the Jiu Alliance was the weakest with only 12 universe lords, among whom the most notable was the Yenshin clan led by Yan Di. The Yenshin clan, specially guided by the sitting mountain guest, possesses extraordinary genetic talent. Killing one Yenshin clan member might be worth killing 10, or even dozens of venerables from other races. A ratio of 1 to dozens is still modest. Perhaps 1 could equal hundreds. Killing a venerable is not terribly difficult, but hunting them one by one, without a gathering, it takes years to kill even one. Therefore, the venerables of the Yenshin clan offered excellent cost-effectiveness. Additionally, he could go to some cosmic secret realms where venerables were more concentrated. However, his intelligence network was insufficient and such secret realms were kept strictly confidential. After all, treasures within secret realms are limited. If too many experts go, each gets less. Entering a secret realm is a matter of chance, not pursuit. Killing Yenshin clan members was the best option for now. I really hope one day I can directly kill Yan Di as well. Then the origin soul will be mine. The origin soul is worth about 50,000 treasure points. That's no small number. Even Yan Di's Yenshin halberd is worth over 5,000 treasure points. Killing a third-tier universe lord and obtaining such a harvest is absolutely unimaginable. After all, even killing the Lord of Chaos City's main combat body might not yield such gains. Yan Di is a true treasure trove. Then it's decided. After a millennium I'll go to the Jiu Alliance to seek the Yenshin clan, plant a few moles within them, and then wait until I break through to Venerable to find an opportunity to kill Yan Di. If he could kill Yan Di, it would mean he had at least the strength of a 4th-tier universe lord, coupled with his Tengmu King and Bloodlight Palace Lord's colossal divine bodies. And if he also obtained the origin soul, even a universe strongest would find him nauseating to face. At that time, he would reveal the name of Chen Ao. With a plan in place, Chen Ao stopped staring into the void and began to gather information using the human race's database. This included some matters about the Bloodlight Palace Lord, all rumors spread by the Beijiang Alliance. The Beijiang Alliance is slandering me, but it doesn't matter. After all, the Bloodlight Palace Lord is specifically for this kind of work. After reviewing the information about the Bloodlight Palace Lord, Chen Ao began searching for news about the Jiu Alliance and the Chenshui Alliance to prepare for his upcoming activities. Over the next millennium, he would definitely keep a low profile, acquire some slaves, gather intelligence, and only truly strike once he confirmed there was no danger. Time passed slowly, and soon another 1,000 years had gone by. Luo Feng, who was originally not supposed to break through to the immortal level until 40,000 years later, had smoothly achieved the immortal realm. His teacher, the sitting mountain guest, urged him urgently, so he dared not delay. "Senior brother, I have broken through to immortal." Luo Feng walked up to Chen Ao. "Senior brother, I have become an immortal, drawing closer to you," Luo Feng declared solemnly. His 9 Nether Sea avatar had achieved perfect genes, acquiring a super powerful innate secret technique, and the stellar tower was about to fall into his hands. Luo Feng felt his future was bright, and that he would be unmatched among his peers. Thus in his heart Luo Feng had an unspoken thought, perhaps soon I will surpass you. Chen Ao looked at Luo Feng, meeting his eyes full of battle intent. That's very good. Now that you're an immortal you can travel and explore more. The future universe is yours. Cough, that's too much. Luo Feng knew Chen Ao was about to start his usual nonsense about dominating the universe. By the way, I might be gone for a while. So if anything happens to Earth, please look after its senior brother. Don't worry, don't worry. Luo Feng looked at Chen Ao, who was staring into the sky while contemplating life. Senior brother, do you really plan to stay in Chaos City forever? Yes, it's quite nice here. But. Luo Feng wanted to say that he would progress very slowly this way. Without venturing out, he couldn't obtain treasures and grow stronger. But then he thought that his own strength might still be inferior to his senior brother's, so it was too early to talk big. Thus he ultimately held his tongue. When I return after being trained by teacher Sitting Mountain Guest, and become much stronger, I'll make you realize that you've chosen the wrong path, senior brother. Luo Feng had communicated with the Sitting Mountain Guest and knew the purpose of this training. He also knew that once he completed the cultivation tasks, his strength could directly reach the level of a universe overlord or even a top-tier universe overlord. As for Chen Ao's strength, it was estimated to be that of a high-level venerable. Therefore, once he returned from his training, he would inevitably be much stronger than Chen Ao. Then he could use facts to prove that Chen Ao had taken a wrong turn. Back then Bolan also chose the wrong path and remained obscure for a long time. And my senior brother, whose talent surpasses Bolan's by millions of times, was still dazzling at the Domain Lord stage. But if he persists on the wrong path, he might end up in obscurity as well. Regarding Bolan, Luo Feng felt nothing special. It was just a warning to himself. As for Chen Ao, he hoped Chen Ao would awaken early, make use of his talent, and become a cosmic powerhouse soon. Chen Ao looked at Luo Feng, and in that moment his gaze seemed to contain many things. Chen Ao stroked his chin and couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that Luo Feng is planning to make a move against me? Thinking this, Chen Ao gave Luo Feng a meaningful look. Perhaps the Sitting Mountain Guest hasn't told you what you're about to face next. In the past I've been too indulgent with you, senior brother. This time it seems I'll have to give you a loving fist of discipline. After bidding farewell, Luo Feng directly left Chaos City and headed to the place the Sitting Mountain Guest had instructed. Since there was no longer a need for guidance, the Sitting Mountain Guest directly gave Luo Feng the metal plate containing the 9 tribulation scripture. Luo Feng smoothly brought the golden horned beast's genes to the perfect level, and his divine body swelled to over 90,000 kilometers. Originally I intended to give you this metal plate inscribed with the 9 tribulation scripture only after you passed the trial, but my plans have encountered an unexpected change, so I've skipped that step. Later I will need to make use of your divine body, so you should bring your golden horned beast and other avatars together. Luo Feng widened his eyes. All 4 avatars. Yes. The Sitting Mountain Guest felt a headache just thinking about the legendary tens of millions of kilometers of Tengmu King's divine body. This 90,000 kilometers was nothing compared to the hundreds of millions of kilometers. It was like a hair. If you tried to insert the golden horned beast into his pores, he would complain it was too thin. How could he possibly fight that? Moreover, Tengmu King's secret techniques had reached the ultimate level of Universe Lord. Unless Luo Feng could create the strongest fusion secret technique of a Universe Lord, he would only have a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. As for now, there was no chance of winning. Of course, the Sitting Mountain Guest had already made plans for the outcome. He had already resigned himself to losing that peak supreme treasure longsword. This time I plan to send you into a small universe of a strongest being called the Beast God Realm. The Sitting Mountain Guest began to explain the details to Luo Feng. Teacher, are you saying that by combining my innate secret technique with the 8 fusion law patterns, I can create a Universe Lord ultimate secret technique? Even if I don't understand the laws, I can still create it. Yes. The Sitting Mountain Guest nodded. Originally I intended for you to comprehend it yourself, but compared to the result, telling you directly won't hurt. The Sitting Mountain Guest only pointed out the direction. He didn't actually teach Luo Feng how to create a Universe Lord ultimate secret technique. Soon the Sitting Mountain Guest brought Luo Feng to the Beast God Realm. This is the primordial ancestor of the Star Beast Alliance. The Sitting Mountain Guest introduced. And this one you should have heard of, the two-faced primordial god of the divine Ancestor Sect. Hearing the introduction, Luo Feng quickly bowed respectfully. Luo Feng pays respects to the Star Beast Ancestor and the primordial god. The old beast god and the two-faced primordial god smiled and nodded, saying nothing. They had to maintain their dignity in front of the youngster. As for that one, he is the peerless genius of the divine Ancestor Sect, Tengmu King. Tengmu King looked at Luo Feng and took the initiative to speak. Hello Daoha King. I am Tengmu King. Luo Feng looked at Tengmu King in shock. Before he had come to the divine Ancestor Sect, Tengmu King was already very famous, and he had heard many legends about Tengmu King during his time there. Teacher, is the opponent you mentioned actually Tengmu King? Luo Feng's eyes widened, unable to believe the fact. On the way here the sitting mountain guest had only told him there was a sparring opponent, but he hadn't said it was Tengmu King. Tengmu King is a top-tier universe overlord, and he possesses an enormous divine body. The divine Ancestor Sect all say that even facing a universe lord Tengmu King might not lose, and could even exhaust a universe lord to death. His divine body is too huge. Even a universe lord with perfect genes, unless they are a special lifeform, would have a divine body of only 90,000 kilometers. In reality, an ordinary universe lord's gene level reaching 1,000 times is already good. There is no comparison in terms of divine body. Moreover, Tengmu King's treasures are better than those of most universe lords. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that Tengmu King can exhaust a universe lord to death. Ahem, it is indeed Tengmu King. The sitting mountain guest hadn't dared to say it before fearing Luo Feng wouldn't be able to accept it. This difficulty was far greater than killing the old beast god with the same divine body. It was like going from easy mode straight to hell mode. Daoha King, we are just having a friendly spar. A contest of victory or defeat, no need for a life or death battle. Tengmu King grinned. Looking at that smile, Luo Feng was startled. Why did that smile feel familiar? Could it be that he had seen Tengmu King before? Impossible. Shaking off this unrealistic thought, Luo Feng took a deep breath. Teacher, I will not admit defeat. Although he knew that Tengmu King was extremely strong, perhaps even stronger than the rumors, he did not back down before the fight. His senior brother was also extraordinary, but he had never retreated. Before defeating his senior brother, he would not lose again. I will not be defeated again, Capta. Looking at Luo Feng's renewed fighting spirit after a brief moment of daze, Zuoshank was extremely satisfied. Such willpower was excellent. Tengmu Wang only has an advantage during the immortal and venerable stages, but later on there is no advantage at all. Zuoshank actually didn't care much about Tengmu Wang. Special lifeforms with such enormous divine bodies like Tengmu Wang were not rare. There were special lifeforms in the cosmic sea with divine bodies spanning billions or even hundreds of billions of kilometers. But so what? In the end it all came down to secret techniques and treasures. Tengmu Wang merely had slightly better comprehension, but even becoming a void true god was extremely difficult for him, let alone higher levels. Zuoshank's expectations for Luo Feng were nothing less than a god king. A slight gap in the early stages is completely insignificant. What truly matters is that Luo Feng can forever maintain his fighting spirit and an enterprising, never-give-up heart. When it came to combat power, Zuoshank could easily acquire several supreme treasures for Luo Feng during his Universe Master period, and then wouldn't he utterly crush Tengmu Wang? But what was the point of that? Alright, since both little fellows are here, I will state the rules of the competition once more. Old Beast God, as the host, naturally took the initiative to speak. This time Tengmu Wang and you Luo Feng will each cultivate here for 300 million years. Then the two of you will fight. Whoever proves stronger in combat will be the victor. Do you both understand? Luo Feng heard the terms of the bet, took a deep breath and nodded. Chen Ao also nodded without saying anything about maintaining the same divine body. He wasn't foolish. In a situation where he was sure to win, why would he impose restrictions on himself? Then he would smoothly become the fool who got overturned by the protagonist against all odds. In reality, his secret techniques were definitely stronger than Luo Feng's, as he had insight into the fusion law and created techniques of a higher level. Well, if ranking ultimate secret techniques on a scale of 10, the strongest ultimate secret technique he created was about a 9. From that perspective, he had the right to be cocky and say something about not taking advantage by maintaining the same divine body. But haha, he was a man of stability. How could he do such a stupid thing? Being cocky was impossible. Without absolute certainty, he would never take that risk. Zuoshank and Old Beast God both looked at the calm-faced Tengmu Wang. Seeing Zuoshank's silent Old Beast God had to take the initiative, Tengmu Wang, you should know that Luo Feng is just an ordinary human, and his divine body is vastly inferior to yours. I know. Then to maintain fairness in the competition, shouldn't we ensure the same divine body? After all, the real comparison is about comprehending laws and creating secret techniques, not divine bodies. Chen Ao nodded, quite agreeing. I think so too. However, the secret techniques I create need to be performed according to my body. If the body is not suitable, I can't use them. Both of you are Universe Supremes. You can enhance Daoha Wang's divine body. That would be very fair. Ha ha ha. Two-faced ancestral god burst into laughter. How could that be possible? A divine body of over 100 million kilometers had been enhanced at the cost of their Ancestral God Sect's peak treasures just to reach this level. This was mainly because Tengmu Wang was a plant-type lifeform enabling such enhancement. An ordinary lifeform, even at the cost of dozens of supreme treasures, could never be enhanced to this extent. Old Beast God glared. This Tengmu Wang, how could he say such a stupid thing? Truly a fool. But Old Beast God looked at Zuoshank. How could they play this game now? In terms of divine body, 1,000 Luo Fengs couldn't compare. Zuoshank turned his head away, not looking at Old Beast God. Old Beast God suddenly understood. This guy never expected Luo Feng to win. They had thought that if they demanded the two maintain the same divine body, Tengmu Wang would agree. That was the normal rule of competition. But they hadn't expected Tengmu Wang to completely ignore them. He didn't play by the rules. Ahem, I think it's better for Tengmu Wang to maintain the same divine body as Daohe Wang. Tengmu Wang looked at Old Beast God and suddenly chuckled. Star Ancestor, how about you add a stake? Then I'll maintain the same divine body as Daohe Wang. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the others looked at Tengmu Wang in astonishment. How was it that when it came to treasures, Tengmu Wang's thinking suddenly became so clear? Alright, Zuoshank, bet on a melee weapon, so I'll bet a peak treasure armor. Chen Ao stared with big sparkling eyes. Is it an exceptional armor worth 5,000 treasure points? Old Beast God almost fell from mid-air. This was too ruthless. Zuoshank and Two-Faced Ancestral God laughed heartily. This Tengmu Wang was usually foolish, but when it came to treasures his intelligence immediately kicked in. Trying to fool him was unlikely. Ahem, I don't have such a good item. Just an ordinary peak armor. That won't do. Chen Ao shook his head. This stake is too light. I might even lose. Wouldn't that mean losing 6,000 treasure points, because of 1,000 treasure points? One way or another that was indeed 6,000 treasure points. Old Beast God, if you want to save face, I think you'd better add a stake. Otherwise, Two-Faced Ancestral God teased. Old Beast God's expression kept changing. I really don't have that level of armor. I have one here. How about you exchange it with me for equivalent treasures? Zuoshank jumped in at the right moment, directly dragging Old Beast God into the water, not giving him a chance to make excuses. You have to seize your own face. Once this bet is set, there will be no opportunity. Two-Faced Ancestral God continued. Old Beast God's hands trembled. 5,000 treasure points. Even for him it was a huge amount. After all, he had a race to support, unlike Zuoshank. After much hesitation, face seemed more important than 5,000 treasure points. Moreover, having come this far, he couldn't back down. Zuoshank, tell me, if we maintain the same divine body, what are the chances of winning? Zuoshank pondered for a moment, hard to say. I'd estimate about 30%. Really, 30%? In Zuoshank's view, Tengmu Wang didn't like fighting or. His only 2 recorded battles were both overwhelming victories. Luo Feng's achievements, on the other hand, were hard won step by step. At the same level of secret technique, Daohe Wang would surely be better at applying it than Tengmu Wang. Alright, I'm in. In the end, Zuoshank produced a peak-grade longsword worth over 5,000 treasure points, while Old Beast God offered a peak treasure armor of equivalent value. To ensure Luo Feng's victory, Old Beast God didn't mind tempting him with benefits. Daohe Wang, if you win the treasures worth 6,000 treasure points from your teacher, and Tengmu Wang will all be yours. You don't need me to explain what that means, do you? Hearing that number, Luo Feng's breathing quickened. 6,000 treasure points. His teacher's 1,000 treasure river was worth about that much. Chen Ao looked at Luo Feng. Why did he suddenly have a bad feeling? His secret technique was already very close to the strongest level of Universe Master Ultimate Secret Techniques, while Luo Feng didn't understand the laws at all, and only managed to create a Universe Master Ultimate Secret Technique through sheer luck. Even if given tens of thousands of years, Luo Feng could not create a second one. If Universe Master Ultimate Secret Techniques were scored out of 10, his Ultimate Secret Technique was a 9. Could Luo Feng possibly have continuous luck? First he lucked into creating a Universe Master Ultimate Secret Technique, and then a second stroke of luck could produce a technique of the top tier 10 level. A lucky hit was a 1 in 10,000 probability. Consecutive lucky hits were a 1 in 100 million probability. For an ordinary person it was absolutely impossible. But Luo Feng was the protagonist. Chen Ao was completely unsettled. I don't believe the protagonist is really that amazing. Even if he does get lucky, I still have a cheat. I won't lose. Seeing Tengmu Wang's expression, Old Beast God suddenly felt that Tengmu Wang was afraid. Daohe Wang, you have to work hard. Whether you gain anything depends on yourself. Then Old Beast God explained the situation. Over the next 120 million years, the two of them would each comprehend the fusion law. After that, Tengmu Wang would be placed in a region where time flowed 10,000 times slower, so he would only have an extra year or so of cultivation, which was negligible. Clearly Old Beast God would not give Tengmu Wang even a second extra. He would control the time perfectly. Luo Feng nodded. This was normal. You two may each go and comprehend. Luo Feng's request was simple: the Gold Void Beast God statue. The other 7 statues were for Chen Ao, since Luo Feng couldn't understand the others. In fact, he couldn't even understand Gold Void. He only knew how to arrange and combine the secret patterns. Watching Luo Feng take the Gold Void Beast God, Chen Ao felt a bit regretful. He had originally planned to go comprehend Gold Void after comprehending Light Time. Now he had to change his plans. I estimate that in another 10 to 20 million years, I can create the Light Time Fusion Secret Technique. Then I'll choose Water Void as my third target. Water Wood Void was the original of his Annihilation Secret Technique. Perhaps he could get a preliminary glimpse of the path of 3-element fusion. However, it was very difficult. He hadn't even mastered 2-element fusion, let alone 3. Time slowly passed. In the Beast God realm, about 10 million years had passed, while in the original universe only 1,000 years had gone by. The light-time fusion secret technique has finally been created. Whether it was wood void or light-time, both were the 10th sword. They were just different categories with the same level and similar power, so there was no need to separate them. My 11th sword will be the strongest universe master fusion secret technique, and the 12th sword will likely be a 6th level secret technique. Upon second thought, that number was similar to Giant Axe's. Giant Axe's 15th axe seemed to be a secret technique close to the 9th level. Damn, he hadn't expected to still be on the same pace. Shaking off these messy thoughts, he began to practice and optimize based on the first set of secret techniques. This new light-time secret technique was still too weak. It would be best to gradually optimize and enhance its power. Even though they were on the same level with no absolute gap, the strongest ultimate secret technique could be 1 to 2 times stronger than the weakest. Naturally, the stronger the secret technique, the better. Luo Feng, about 2 light years away from Tengmu Wang, watched Chen Ao practicing his technique and felt it was utterly perfect. That feeling of perfect harmony made him feel as if he were seeing the beast god. Is this the universe master ultimate secret technique? Luo Feng felt immense admiration, because he knew that earlier Zuoshank had said Chen Ao was cultivating the wood void law, but now he was clearly practicing light time. I haven't even created a universe master peak secret technique yet. I'll just take it step by step. Luo Feng was not in a hurry. He had always been steady. He seemed never to be the strongest, with others always ahead of him, but he never worried and always moved forward steadily. Unconsciously, he left many behind, from surpassing his peers to surpassing some seniors. He relaxed his mind, feeling the sensation of the beast gods, who were born universe masters freely roaming the universe. Seeing Luo Feng in this state, old beast god was overjoyed. Zuoshank, come quickly. An incarnation of Zuoshank soon arrived. Old beast god, what is it? It hasn't been that long. Has Luo Feng succeeded in creating a secret technique? No, look at your disciple. Zuoshank looked at Luo Feng and immediately understood what state he had entered. The beast god's heart. He has actually comprehended the beast god's heart. What's so strange about that? The golden-horned beast is a descendant of the gold beast god. Unlike the original story where he was grief-stricken, now old beast god wanted Luo Feng to become stronger the better. Thus, before the universe supreme stage, there will be no obstacles for Luo Feng. Yes, having comprehended the beast god's heart, as long as he reaches the required realm, he can easily break through to universe master. With the beast god's heart, creating secret techniques will only become easier. The odds of winning this bet have suddenly increased. Humph, if it weren't for me being willing to risk. Go ahead, otherwise the gap between the divine bodies of Daohe Wang and Tengmu Wang is too vast. There's simply no comparison. The old beast god said with complacency. It was still he who dared to wager, finding an opportunity in what seemed like a doomed situation. Sitting mountain guest smiled without speaking. All of this was indifferent to him as long as Luo Feng could create secret arts and engage in frenzied combat. The two of them conferred together but did not inform the double-faced ancestral god. Meanwhile, Chen Ao paid no attention to Luo Feng. He truly did not believe that Luo Feng could bluff his way to victory twice in a row. He dedicated himself to optimizing his secret arts, enhancing the strength of the Blood Radiance Palace Master. And in the original universe, nearly 3,000 years passed without notice. From the time the Blood Radiance Palace Master went into seclusion until now, 3,000 years had elapsed. I originally thought 1,000 years of seclusion would suffice, but I never expected Tengmu Wang to create a universe master-level ultimate secret art, forcing me to wait over 2,000 years. In the beast god realm, over 20 million years had passed. The optimization of secret arts had reached an extreme in a short time, and Tengmu Wang had begun to comprehend the water void beast god laws. The subsequent optimization of his light-time secret art required him to rely on his own battles, refining the art through combat. The reason Tengmu Wang's wood void secret art could only score 9 points was precisely because he lacked sufficient battles to further optimize it. The Blood Radiance Palace Master did not have this worry. He would eventually fight many powerful opponents. This time perhaps I will have to face some weaker universe masters. Currently his gene level was roughly equivalent to a single universe master, weak indeed. His secret art was a universe master level ultimate art, so he would not be at a disadvantage against most universe masters. As for treasures, he was merely average, considerably weaker than an ordinary universe master, with an estimated gap of about tenfold in gene level. Calculating this way, compared to weak first and second tier universe masters, the gap might be on the order of 1,000 to 10,000 times in gene level. That was nearly 2 tiers. It seemed that aside from having a thick health bar, he was utterly outclassed. Even with the boost from the system panel skills, he was still more than 1 tier behind. He could fight against very weak universe masters. So when facing a universe master, it's better to play it safe. Fleeing is acceptable, engaging head-on would only lead to being crushed. I won't stake my life on the assumption that others are weak. To be safe, whenever I encounter a universe master, I'll run. He did not overestimate himself, striving to keep a low profile to survive longer. Thus he positioned himself as a top-tier universe overlord. When meeting a universe overlord, he would strike without hesitation. When encountering a universe master, regardless of strength, he would flee. Over the next 1,000+ years, Chen Ao roamed the periphery gathering intelligence on the 9-Domain Alliance. From the intelligence, Chen Ao learned that the 9-Domain Alliance consisted of 9 powerful races with universe masters, among which the top-ranked Shisai race possessed 2 universe masters. The 9-Domain Alliance was an alliance spearheaded by the Shisai race. In fact, in earlier times, because these races were close to the demon race, most of them were actually vassals of the demon race. However, the demon race's oppression was too severe, and these universe masters could no longer bear it, thus forming the 9-Domain Alliance. Beyond the 9-Domain Alliance lay the Northern Border Alliance. The Flame God race was also very powerful within the 9-Domain Alliance, ranking roughly 3rd. Only the 2 races with 2 universe masters could suppress the Flame God race. All other races were dominated by the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor's treasures were too formidable. He possessed the original soul, the Tribulation Armor, and the Flame God Halberd. A near-perfect combination. Through these treasures he had forcibly elevated himself to the peak of the 3rd tier, even approaching the 4th tier. In terms of secret arts alone, the Flame Emperor's arts were only close to the ultimate level. To kill the Flame Emperor, we must wait for Luofeng to take the Tribulation Armor. Once the Flame Emperor loses the Tribulation Armor, his close-quarters defense will be mediocre at best, peak 3rd tier strength. For now, there was no way to deal with the Flame Emperor, so Chen Ao began his actions after thoroughly investigating the races of the 9-Domain Alliance. First, kill the venerables of these 9 powerful races in the 9-Domain Alliance. Leaving aside the Flame God race, the venerables of these 9 races could each provide him with over 0.02 progress on his bar. He had arranged soul slaves in each of these 9 races and others allowing him to teleport directly. Killing a small number of venerables was quite easy. Kill one, teleport, then kill the next. And the first target was undoubtedly the Flame God race. Divine Kingdom Teleportation. Chen Ao directly arrived in the heart of the Flame God realm of the Flame God race. Master, my teacher should have already detected you. It doesn't matter. The moment Chen Ao teleported, the venerable of the Flame God race would inevitably have sensed him. Which powerful expert has come to visit my Flame God race? Unlike the Wanming race, the Flame God race was a powerful race protected by the Flame Emperor, and even a top-tier universe overlord had to tread carefully. Chen Ao wasted no words. He drew his sword and slew him. In an instant, the venerable of the Flame God race died on the spot, and his progress bar increased considerably. Not bad, 0.5 progress bar. Well worth it for a hygiene race specially cultivated by Sitting Mountain Guest. This was equivalent to 5 Zerg race venerables. Although that venerable Moku was not from the Mother Nest clan, the difference would not be too great. He estimated that the bloodline of the universe's strongest would only add about 0.2. The Zerg race was famously diverse. In contrast, the differences among humans, such as tigermen, foxmen, bearmen, were much smaller, and killing them would yield little benefit. The moment the Flame God race venerable was killed, he transmitted the news of his death. Soon the other universe venerables of the Flame God race learned that someone had infiltrated their heartland and directly slain one of their venerables. Who is it? Roared the Flame God race's universe overlord. Even the Flame Emperor quickly learned of it. What? Someone dares to kill a venerable of my Flame God race in our very heartland? Who is so audacious? The Flame Emperor was naturally hot-tempered, and upon encountering such an incident, he became enraged beyond measure. An elder of the Flame God race immediately replied, "Judging by the attire, it seems to be the Blood Radiance Palace Master, who was wanted by the Northern Border Alliance several thousand years ago. This Blood Radiance Palace Master possesses top-tier universe overlord strength. Several thousand years ago, he killed a top-tier universe overlord of the Northern Border Alliance. Even a top-tier universe overlord. How dare he commit slaughter in the heart of my Flame God race? He must die." The Flame Emperor soon set out. Chen Ao's movements were too swift. Although the Flame Emperor could control everything within the Flame God realm, he could not monitor it constantly. Chen Ao had teleported in through the divine kingdom of an immortal of the Flame God race. The killing took less than a second, and then he quickly teleported away via his divine kingdom. The entire incident occurred in under 3 seconds. The Flame Emperor could not react in time. Unless the Flame Emperor had been watching that venerable constantly, there was no way to respond. But the Blood Radiance Palace Master has already teleported away via his divine kingdom, and we don't know where he went. I know that well enough. I don't need your reminder. The Flame Emperor was extremely harsh and strict even with his own kind. The Universe Overlord Elder of the Flame God race upon hearing this trembled in fear and dared not speak. I refuse to believe he won't show himself. The Flame Emperor was about to initiate a communication within the 9-Domain Alliance, warning the other races to be on guard against the Blood Radiance Palace Master. But then he discovered that each of the 9 powerful races of the 9-Domain Alliance had lost a venerable. Is this Blood Radiance Palace Master a madman? The Flame Emperor was stunned. Even someone as reckless as he would never do such a thing. Only a few dozen seconds had passed since the incident in his own race, yet the Blood Radiance Palace Master had already committed slaughter among the other races. This is absolutely a madman, killing without reason. He doesn't act like a normal person. If a member of the Flame God race had been killed, it might have been due to a personal grudge or a robbery, which would be understandable. But what was the other party after? In less than a minute he had shuttled through 9 races, each guarded by a universe master, and killed 9 venerables. What else could this be but madness? This familiar scene seemed to have occurred somewhere before, right? The Northern Prison Lord, created by my teacher Sitting Mountain Guest, is a similar madman to this Blood Radiance Palace Master. To help him create opportunities for slaughter, Sitting Mountain Guest had deliberately created a public enemy of the original universe known as the Northern Prison Lord. The Northern Prison Lord had once committed slaughter among various races quite similar to the Blood Radiance Palace Master's indiscriminate killings. However, the Northern Prison Lord was stronger, at the Universe Master level, and had even killed Universe Masters. He attracted even greater hatred. Could it be that this Blood Radiance Palace Master is a new identity, created by my teacher Sitting Mountain Guest for my 3rd junior brother? Considering that Luofeng was still an immortal, it seemed fitting to have a top-tier universe overlord persona. Damn it! If that's the case, why kill my Flame God race? Or is it just a diversion? In an instant, the Flame Emperor's small mind raced with many thoughts, and for a time, he did not go out to deal with the Blood Radiance Palace Master. The universe overlord of the Flame God race beside him trembled, not daring to speak or ask. Chen Ao successfully killed 9 universe venerables of the 9-domain alliance and was quite satisfied. The progress bar has increased by nearly 1, very good. These 9 kills alone were equivalent to 1/8 of the progress he had gained from killing over 1,000 venerables, dozens of universe overlords, and 1 top-tier universe overlord. Clearly the gene gap between races was enormous. What a pity that killing the same race repeatedly yields no benefit. Otherwise I would have camped outside the Flame God realm and slaughtered the entire Flame God race. 1 venerable gave 0.5. So tempting. This made his desire for the Flame Emperor not only about treasures but also about gene collection. Compared to the Northern Border Alliance, the 9-domain alliance was much smaller. On the other hand, the interactions among races within the 9-domain alliance were more frequent, and they were more familiar with each other's clans. Over 1,000 years of investigation, unexpectedly fruitful. In the Northern Border Alliance, some races didn't even know who their neighbors were, so it was hard to establish strong connections. At most there were some connections among venerables, while the lower immortals had almost no communication. But the 9-domain alliance was different. Aside from the 9 powerful races, the subordinate races were led by universe overlords with similar statuses. The territory was relatively rich and compact, leading to closer ties. Did Chen Ao stop after killing 9 venerables? No. 1,000 years had allowed him to accomplish much. Divine Kingdom teleportation continued. About 5 minutes later, the entire 9-domain alliance erupted in turmoil. Not only the 9 major races but also the weaker races, those with only universe overlords as guardians, had witnessed over 100 universe venerables die in just 5 minutes. Some races even had their universe overlords directly slain. Chen Ao could roughly guess how the 9-domain alliance was shaken, but he did not care. 1,000 years of effort all for these few minutes. Like chasing after a mate. Chen Ao glanced at his progress bar. Compared to races like the Wanming race, those with universe overlords had slightly stronger genes. Thus over 100 venerables added about 1 to his progress bar, matching the contribution of the 9 major races together. The Flame God race is still the best. 1 venerable is worth more than 50 from other races. At this moment his actions in the 9-domain alliance came to an end. Without killing the Flame Emperor there wasn't much difficulty, unlike the vast territory of the Northern Border Alliance. Time to go to the Thousand Waters Alliance. Chen Ao planned to switch locations, heading to the Thousand Waters Alliance where there were many races to kill. Over the next 1 or 2,000 years, he would have to gather intelligence again. Charging in blindly without knowledge was the act of a brute. He preferred to plan and then act. However, just as Chen Ao was about to teleport away, he suddenly found the surrounding spacetime sealed. You killed the venerables of my 9-domain alliance and still want to escape. Mastery of spacetime. Universe Master. The Lord descended. Chen Ao looked into the distance, completely unruffled. The strongest in the 9 Realms Alliance was a 4th-level Universe Master from the Shisai clan, unlike the Yen Emperor who had relied on treasures to reach that level. This Shisai Master strength was genuine. The strongest being a 4th-level Universe Master, killing him was nearly impossible. In fact, there were only 3 4th-level Universe Masters, including the Yen Emperor. Recognizing the figure approaching, Chen Ao understood that it was the Maisie Lord of the Maisie clan, one of the 9 powerful races. This Maisie Lord was merely an ordinary Universe Master classified as 2nd level in terms of strength. A 1st-level Universe Master referred to a newly advanced one assessed by 3 criteria: a 100-fold gene level, a peak Universe Master secret technique, and an ordinary supreme treasure. If any of these 3 aspects made a breakthrough dozens or even hundreds of times, it could elevate combat power by 1 level. For instance, a 4th-level Universe Master typically possessed several thousand times the gene level, a Universe Master ultimate secret technique, 1 peak supreme treasure, and several top-tier treasures. The Maisie Lord before him had gene-level secret techniques and treasures that were merely ordinary, but still surpassed the basic 1st-level standard, making him 2nd level. Even a second-level universe master was not something a top-tier universe overlord could match, unless it was one of those heaven-defying top-tier universe overlords with an enormous divine body. Unfortunately for them, Chen Ao was exactly that. Blood Radiance Palace Lord, you killed someone in the Nine Realms Alliance, and intend to leave without an explanation. Chen Ao looked at the Mazy Lord before him. Explanation? My divine body is huge, you can't outlast me. The Mazy Lord was dumbfounded by Chen Ao's words. He had made many guesses about how Chen Ao would explain his reasons. He had even considered that the Blood Radiance Palace Lord might be so insane as to directly attack even a universe master like himself. But Chen Ao bluntly claiming his body was huge was something he had never imagined. How huge? The Mazy Lord asked. Huge enough. Chen Ao declared firmly. News from the Beijiang Alliance estimated the Blood Radiance Palace Lord's divine body at around 10 million kilometers. We'll see if you can outlast me. If he backed down without a fight, he would lose face as a universe master. Then let's give it a try. Chen Ao was not afraid. If he didn't prove himself, the other would never let him go. He could flee, but he wouldn't be satisfied without testing his limits. He had hidden for so long. In the absence of danger, he wanted to know his limits. If a second universe master appeared, he would immediately use his Q skill to escape. The Q skill ignored spatial lockdown and the control of time and space by countless universe masters. That was why he dared to be cocky. Chen Ao drew his sword and charged at the Mazy Lord. The 10th sword, a universe master ultimate secret technique. Facing Chen Ao's attack, the Mazy Lord remained calm, and raised his own supreme treasure warhammer to counter. Unquestionably, it was a top-tier treasure far superior in quality to Chen Ao's long sword. Their figures crossed, exchanging 4 or 5 rounds. Chen Ao assessed his body's condition. The loss was around 4 to 5 10,000ths. As expected of a universe master, one hammer blow can destroy 10,000th of my divine body. His 10,000th was still 5,000 kilometers. That single blow had obliterated the equivalent of 10,000 Jisai Palace Lords. His high-grade supreme treasure armor provided little protection, at best reducing it to 1/10. Moreover, his divine body was an immortal divine body far inferior in quality. Hence the heavy loss. Mazy Lord again. Fine. The Mazy Lord did not hesitate and clashed with Chen Ao once more. After a dozen exchanges, Chen Ao's aura showed no sign of weakening. Each exchange cost only 4 to 5 10,000ths of his divine body. After a dozen times, it was still less than 1% loss. Far from the 10% threshold where his aura would weaken. To make Chen Ao's aura fade, at least 100 more exchanges would be needed. As for the Mazy Lord, seeing Chen Ao's aura undiminished, his expression darkened. You really are huge. The Mazy Lord couldn't help but say. As an ordinary life form, what he lacked most was an enormous divine body. His own divine body was not small, nearly 10,000 kilometers. But among universe masters, it was quite ordinary. In this short time, he had already lost 4%, several times more than Chen Ao. If this continued, he would be the first to fall. And he had a clan to protect. Even if he could outlast Chen Ao, he couldn't afford to. Such was the tragedy of a weak clan. Without other universe masters, they had to bow even to a top-tier universe overlord with a large divine body. Blood Radiance Palace Lord, you may leave. Having said that, the Mazy Lord departed without another word. After he left, Chen Ao also teleported away, not lingering. His strength was far inferior to a second-level universe master. He only relied on his divine body to outlast. In truth, a universe master didn't have to engage in such attrition. They could use their control of time and space and domain treasures to slowly wear him down. But if they overplayed their hand and failed to kill Chen Ao, they would have to endure his frenzied revenge. If even a universe master couldn't directly stop him, what about the rest of the clan? They would be left to die. In fact, while the Mazy Lord was fighting, the other universe masters of the Nine Realms Alliance were observing everything. Seeing the outcome, they all fell silent, neither blaming the Mazy Lord nor uttering harsh words. They remained calm. Each of them was the sole universe master of their race. If they died, or even if their divine body was too weakened, their clan could face extinction. Who would dare take such a gamble? For a powerful treasure, they might risk their lives, but for a mere venerable of the clan, it was not worth it. Venerables could be resurrected. It would only cost a bit of divine body. Compared to that, letting Chen Ao go was far less costly, much less so. For instance, the Mazy Lord had lost 4% of his divine body in this battle, enough to resurrect a venerable. This time he had suffered a net loss. As the sole universe master of their clan, they had many considerations. Luo Feng could gallivant freely because he had the backing of the giant axe and a large group of human universe masters. If Luo Feng lacked such support, the Earth lineage would have been annihilated countless times. The Yen Emperor was also observing the Blood Radiance Palace Lord, hesitation flickering in his eyes. It reminded him of the Baikyu Lord setup. Seemingly not too strong, yet unkillable with formidable survivability. Could it really be Zhuoshan Ku? The Yen Emperor gritted his teeth, not daring to make a move. As for the two clans with more than one universe master, they also refrained from acting against Chen Ao. If the Blood Radiance Palace Lord only killed one venerable from each clan, we must swallow this insult. But if he dares to come again, don't blame us. Venerables were the foundation of a clan. Even if they could be resurrected after death, it was still a burden to a universe master. They could not tolerate repeated losses. A group of universe masters sat down to discuss. Probably not. The Blood Radiance Palace Lord never returns after killing, and he only kills one person per clan. Perhaps he is doing something special, refining treasures or cultivating a unique secret technique. It seemed humiliating that a group of universe masters was browbeaten by a top-tier universe overlord, but this was the way of survival in the universe. This was why a single top-tier universe overlord like Shilua Duo could sustain a powerful clan. They could have ganged up on the Blood Radiance Palace Lord. For the sake of their clans, they would even sacrifice face. But they feared that if they hurt him badly without killing him, he would retaliate against their clans, leading to annihilation. They could not afford that gamble. The Maisie Lord's action was the Nine Realms Alliance's stance. Kill if possible, but if not, swallow the insult. Send word of the Blood Radiance Palace Lord to the Beijiang Alliance. We have clans to worry about, but those people in the Beijiang Alliance don't care as much. Let them deal with him. I've already notified the Galaxy Lord. With luck, they might intercept the Blood Radiance Palace Lord. While the Maisie Lord was fighting, Chen Ao, a universe master, had already sent the coordinates to the Beijiang Alliance. If the Beijiang Alliance dispatched several universe masters, the Blood Radiance Palace Lord might be killed on the spot. As long as the Blood Radiance Palace Lord doesn't provoke us, we'll consider this a minor loss. By the way, isn't the primordial star about to open? Yes, estimated to be just over 30,000 years away. We need to prepare well this time, try to obtain some powerful treasures to protect our clans. Good, this time we'd better team up. It's safer and easier to compete for treasures. For these relatively weak universe masters, treasures were crucial. Not only could they instantly boost combat power, but they could also protect their clans. For example, if they had a top-tier domain treasure like the Thousand Treasures River, they could constantly monitor their clans and never let Chen Ao succeed in a sneak attack. At the very least, they could shelter all venerables and immortals within it. Meanwhile, the Galaxy Lord and the Eternal Light Lord gathered again. Galaxy, you must have received the news, right? The Blood Radiance Palace Lord appeared and fought the Maisie Lord, forcing him to retreat by virtue of his enormous divine body. I know. I never expected the Blood Radiance Palace Lord to be so strong that he could directly withstand a universe master. Humph, that guy is just relying on his huge divine body. If I met him, one hammer blow would destroy a huge chunk of his divine body, and I could kill him in no time. The Galaxy Lord and the Eternal Light Lord could only sigh. That was obvious they could do it too. But there were very few 5th level peak universe masters in the entire universe. They couldn't be deployed casually. To kill the Blood Radiance Palace Lord, safely 4th level strength is needed. Otherwise, it's just a battle of attrition and he might escape. Alas, who would have thought we'd end up with such a big problem? The Galaxy Lord felt immense headache. A huge divine body allowed one to be domineering even if their level was insufficient. And our Beijiang Alliance has only 24th level universe masters. They won't be dispatched for a mere treasure point. Those willing to kill the Blood Radiance Palace Lord couldn't do it. Those who couldn't be bothered. If the Blood Radiance Palace Lord doesn't come to our Beijiang Alliance again, then let it be. That's the only option. Since he's gone to the Nine Realms Alliance and the direction he left points to the Chenshui Alliance, we won't worry about it. But the bounty should still be posted. Fine, that's fine. You're too soft on him, you're spoiling him. The Bloodthirsty Palace Lord complained. The Galaxy Lord and the Eternal Light Lord directly ignored the Bloodthirsty Palace Lord's words, and began discussing the primordial star. As decision-makers, they received news earlier. As for informing the venerables, they would wait until the primordial star was about to open. Forcing a 2nd-level universe master to retreat proved Chen Ao's strength. The name Blood Radiance Palace Lord once again stirred up waves in the universe. Major peak powers secretly became vigilant. Another madman who killed without reason had appeared. Meanwhile, Chen Ao kept teleporting and arrived at the Chenshui Alliance. The Chenshui Alliance has an estimated 3,000 clans. Although its territory is far smaller than the Beijiang Alliance, it is still 100 times larger than the Jiu Alliance. Unquestionably, exploring the Chenshui Alliance would take even longer. The Beijiang Alliance was too powerful, so he dared not kill too many there. But the Chenshui Alliance was different. Many clans, many venerables, and weak in strength. This was his main killing ground. Here I need to pull the progress bar to 5. The Bloodlight Hall Master was conducting investigations within the Thousand Waters Alliance, planning before acting. In the Beast God realm, the Vinewood King unknowingly approached Luofeng. Chen Ao speculated that Luofeng's peculiar state might be the rhythm of comprehending the Beast God's heart. Chen Ao did not approach too closely. His true purpose was the Golden Void Beast God statue. His current realm was already quite advanced. Perhaps within a few million years, he could create the Golden Void fusion secret technique. Vinewood King, do not disturb the Riverblade King. The old Beast God appeared at the opportune moment. Luofeng's situation was now very delicate, unable to withstand any disruption. Star Ancestor, how could I do such a thing? I merely wish to contemplate the golden beast god statue. The old beast god looked at Chen Ao with a strange expression. You originally comprehended the wood beast god, then the light beast god, and now you want to comprehend the golden beast god as well. There seemed to be no connection whatsoever. Whether walking the path of dual fusion or triple fusion, generally one would divide into the space and time systems. But what was this back and forth of Chen Ao's? Just for reference and comparison. In truth, he should now be contemplating the wind beast god statue. The earlier clash between the Bloodlight Hall Master and the Universe Master had made him realize the means of Universe Masters, and he felt a faint stirring regarding the triple fusion laws. Yet, after some contemplation, he found no progress, so he simply abandoned the idea of fusing wind, light, and time. Instead, he turned to contemplate the golden beast god. Fine, then you may contemplate, but remember not to disturb the Riverblade King. With that, the old beast god departed directly. Chen Ao glanced at Luo Feng with a hint of approval. Luo Feng was growing stronger. Once Luo Feng created an ultimate Universe Master secret technique, he would possess the strength of a top-tier Universe Overlord. Although it was still a level below his own heaven-defying Universe Overlord, it was still quite remarkable. When Luo Feng broke through to Venerable, he would then enter the same realm as him. Luo Feng is finally about to grow up. It feels like my little boy is coming of age. Chen Ao was quite pleased. Then Luo Feng could continue to be his shield, allowing him to develop safely to the Universe Master level. He was not far from Universe Master now. The main deficiencies were in treasures and genes. Once he advanced to Venerable, he could match 3rd tier or even 4th tier Universe Masters. The Bloodlight Hall Master still needs some battles to illuminate my path for comprehending triple fusion. Fighting with 2nd tier Universe Masters had benefits, but it also brought a risk factor of about 1, which put him in a difficult position. Time passed slowly and 30,000 years swiftly went by. The Beast God realm remained calm, except that the Vinewood King had been locked in a small dark room. The Chaos City was equally calm, and the human Chen Ao continued to ponder life. In the mini-secret realm named Little Base by Chen Ao, the 9 Nether Sea absorbed divine power day after day, increasing in volume, maintaining a state of lying dormant. But in the original universe, it was far from calm. This Bloodlight Hall Master is simply courting death. The Star River Lord roared in anger. Hongguang, he dares to slaughter within our North Domain Alliance again. This time I will personally pursue the Bloodlight Hall Master. Hongguang Lord nodded. Good, let Kushue go as well. This Bloodlight Hall Master must die. He has already caused immense losses to our alliance. If this continues, we Universe Masters will be worn down by him. Nearly 30,000 years had passed since the Bloodlight Hall Master slaughtered Venerables in the 9 Domain Alliance. The 9 Domain Alliance had indeed not suffered further killings from Chen Ao, as its races were limited and continued slaughter held no meaning. In contrast, the Thousand Waters Alliance, the Thorn Ring Alliance, and the North Domain Alliance had suffered near-catastrophic losses. Compared to secondary powers like the Thousand Waters and Thorn Ring Alliances, the North Domain Alliance with its countless races was truly devastated. Chen Ao had killed nearly 9,000 Venerables in total. This was a terrifying number. Not counting the lost treasures, the divine bodies required to resurrect these Venerables measured in treasure points exceeded 10,000. With too many Venerables dying, resurrection became difficult for Universe Masters. As the number of resurrections increased, the damage to the Universe Masters multiplied. The cost of resurrecting 10,000 Venerables was roughly 40 times that of resurrecting 1,000. The Universe Masters of the North Domain Alliance were furiously enraged. At one point, dozens of Universe Masters jointly pursued the Bloodlight Hall Master. To comprehend the triple fusion laws, Chen Ao grew a bit reckless and fought a brief battle with a 2nd-tier Universe Master. Then he discovered that 4 Universe Masters were rapidly descending, forcing him into a bloody fight. In the end, his divine body of 50 million kilometers suffered losses exceeding 50. And he had no choice but to escape using a Q skill. Chen Ao felt he had been too reckless. The outside world was horrified and despairing at the Bloodlight Hall Master's survival ability. 5 2nd-tier Universe Masters had failed to capture him. How could he be killed? That time Chen Ao directly slaughtered nearly 6,000 Venerables of the North Domain Alliance. But the North Domain Alliance could only grit their teeth and accept it. Then the Bloodlight Hall Master went to the Thorn Ring Alliance. The North Domain Alliance had not yet rejoiced for long when the Bloodlight Hall Master once again returned to the North Domain Alliance. This time the Bloodlight Hall Master killed another 2,000 Venerables of the North Domain Alliance. Having suffered massive slaughter 3 times in a row, even the presiding Star River Lord and 2 other powerful Universe Masters could no longer sit idly. This time they deployed over 80 Universe Masters, including 2 peak 5th tier, 4 ordinary 5th tier, 10 4th tier, and the rest being 2nd and 3rd tier Universe Masters. Upon learning of this, Chen Ao was terrified and fled immediately. Jokingly, if he didn't run, he would truly be done for. Fortunately, I spent over 10,000 years planting many spies within the North Domain Alliance. Otherwise, if I were cornered, even the Q skill might not save me. An attack from the Star River Lord's level could cripple him in 1 strike and kill him in 2 or 3. Of course, true death was impossible. At most the Blood Light Hallmaster would self-destruct. But this time he knew that the North Domain Alliance was no longer viable for him, nor were the Thorn Ring Alliance or the Thousand Waters Alliance. In total I have killed 15,000 venerables and the progress bar has reached 83. After 4 10,000-year efforts this was his harvest. Of course there were also treasures worth over 20,000 treasure points, a modest gain. Indeed this kind of assassination yields the fastest treasure acquisition. 20,000 treasure points. If not considering the difficulty of obtaining treasures, that's already the total wealth of a 3rd or 4th tier universe master. But my progress bar still has 17. It seems I have to go to the Bug Clan and the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan and the Bug Clan possessed the strongest bloodlines and the most complex races respectively. Combined they could probably make up the remaining 17 of the progress bar. In the Beast God realm, the old Beast God looked at the Riverblade King before him. Previously he thought Vinewood King was the supreme genius of the universe, unmatched by anyone. But after witnessing Luo Feng's 10,000-year contemplation, he realized that Zhuoshan Ku's disciple was indeed extraordinary. Zhuoshan Ku, this disciple of yours is truly remarkable. Though he hasn't mastered the fusion laws, he relied on your secret pattern flow to create 3 universe master ultimate secret techniques. In the original story Luo Feng only contemplated for over 100 million years before creating a single universe master ultimate secret technique and leaving. But now due to the presence of Vinewood King, Luo Feng had honestly contemplated for 300 million years. When Chen Ao learned that Luo Feng had in 300 million years repeatedly struck by luck and created 3 universe master ultimate secret techniques, he was quite speechless. Indeed, as the protagonist Luo Feng had mastered the art of luck. Vinewood King, the Riverblade King's achievements in 300 million years are in no way inferior to yours. The old Beast God knew there was a difference. Luo Feng merely arranged and combined laws while Chen Ao truly comprehended fusion laws. But secret techniques care not about their origin, a combat power is everything. Vinewood King smiled. I feel like I've taken a loss. For the sake of earning the Star Ancestor's treasure armor I might end up trapped myself. Zhuoshan Ku and the old Beast God both burst into laughter. The former satisfied with Luo Feng's achievements worthy of his valued disciple, and the latter relieved that his treasures and face were preserved. The two-faced Ancestor God looked at Vinewood King with some concern. Vinewood King, even if you lose it's nothing. Just some treasures. A few thousand treasure points, though not a small sum, were nothing major for the Ancestor God cult. Chen Ao had already achieved remarkable success and he was satisfied. Moreover, Chen Ao could break through to Venerable at any time. Even becoming a universe master was highly certain, requiring only a bit of time. Once Chen Ao became a universe master with his comprehension ability and enormous divine body, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier peak 5th-tier universe master. Their Ancestor God cult was willing to fully supply Chen Ao with various peak treasures, forging him into a super powerhouse capable of roaming the cosmic sea. In comparison, a few thousand treasure points were nothing. A strong individual was far more important than treasures. Chen Ao looked at the 3 powerful beings before him. Though the Riverblade King has achieved much in 300 million years, I haven't lost yet. The old Beast God still laughed heartily. In his view, without the advantage of genes and divine body, Chen Ao was surely no match for the battle-experienced Riverblade King. Even if their secret techniques were at the same level, the Riverblade King would surely win. Enough talk. You two shall have a match. The old Beast God urged his mini-universe, then made Chen Ao and Luo Feng split divine bodies of equal size. Both were 90,000 kilometers. Such a small divine body. Chen Ao remarked casually. Luo Feng opened his mouth, originally feeling immense excitement and joy over his 90,000-kilometer divine body, but facing Vinewood King somehow it no longer felt so impressive. Only a heaven-defying special life form like Vinewood King would consider a 90,000-kilometer divine body small. Most universe masters had divine bodies smaller than 90,000 kilometers. Vinewood King, I have waited 300 million years for this moment, and I have been looking forward to it. Luo Feng was in high spirits, having unknowingly reached the same level as the legendary heaven-defying special life form. Thinking of his senior brother, who had always stayed in the Chaos City Lord's position, he must have far surpassed him now. After all, he now possessed the combat power of a top-tier universe overlord 2 levels above Chen Ao's high-level venerable. Even if his senior brother had made some progress, he would at most match a universe overlord. Under his hand, he might be gone in a single encounter. That was the gap in absolute power. Riverblade King, let me see your secret techniques. Chen Ao was quite helpless. Luo Feng's luck was too outrageous. Could it be that among the 3 ultimate secret techniques conjured by luck, one has reached the pinnacle of ultimate secret techniques? His Wood Void was only 9/10. If Luo Feng's technique reached the pinnacle, that would be 10/10. It would be slightly stronger than his. Luo Feng had no ability to optimize the level of secret techniques, lacking a foundation in laws. It was like randomly drawing a card from a 110-point ultimate secret technique pool. 3 lucky strikes each with a 1 in 10,000 chance plus drawing a 10-point ultimate secret technique. That was a 1 in 10 trillion probability. In comparison, those protagonists who claim to advance with a probability of less than 1 in 10,000 and then easily succeed are not exaggerating. After all, a 1 in 10,000 chance is nothing. Reigning in his thoughts, Chen Ao used divine power to manifest a sword. Divine bodies were kept consistent. As for treasures, even if Chen Ao brought out a peak treasure Luofeng would have, it can be obtained. Both possess the same gene level of 10081 times with no disparity. Then it all comes down to secret techniques. Luofeng roared, launching attacks solely with his hoofclaw. The ultimate secret technique of a universe master. Golden Sea. A secret technique imbued with the fusion of gold and space laws filled a region spanning tens of thousands of light years, then concentratedly struck toward Chen Ao. Chen Ao's face turned green as he watched the technique. Damn it, another bluff. This is the extreme ultimate secret technique. Chen Ao felt utterly helpless. Fortunately, I'm also a cheater. In terms of secret techniques, he was at a disadvantage while all other aspects were equal. Thankfully, he still had the blessing of the Sword Saint panel. 10th sword. Chen Ao thrust out the long sword in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The entire void trembled. As a result, both the old beast god and sitting mountain guest were slightly dazed. Lost. The two supreme beings could hardly believe it. They could clearly see that Luofeng's secret technique was slightly stronger than Tengmu Wang's. Yet the actual feedback on their divine bodies showed that Luofeng had lost nearly 30 more divine body than Chen Ao. At this rate, Luofeng would soon perish due to excessive divine body loss. Impossible. Under perfectly equal conditions, since Daohe Wang's secret technique is stronger, there's no reason he should lose more divine body in combat. The old beast god also couldn't understand this situation. It was utterly illogical. Sitting mountain guest remained calm. No rush. It's not necessarily a loss yet. My disciple has an extremely strong will, and the outcome of a life and death battle is uncertain. The divine body contains the life imprint. For beings with souls, the divine body is the soul. Thus, the more divine body lost, the greater the damage to the soul. This is also why the loss of divine body reduces strength. At this point, if both lose 50 of their divine body, those with weak wills see their strength plummet by 90. While those with strong wills might only lose 80 or even 60 of their strength. From this perspective, there was still a chance. But was it truly possible? When the last trace of divine power of Luofeng's golden-horned beast was annihilated, Chen Ao still had nearly 50 of his divine body. The greater the loss of divine body, the faster the strength declines, and naturally the more divine body is lost. Such a gap could not be bridged by will alone. Moreover, when it came to the will to survive, Chen Ao didn't think he was weaker than Luofeng. Luofeng had other avatars, so he naturally wouldn't care about the annihilation of one golden-horned beast. Yet a trace of disappointment lingered in Luofeng's eyes. He still couldn't defeat Tengmu Wang. Truly a super genius of the universe. 300 million years of expectations suddenly shattered. Even Luofeng felt some disappointment. However, after only a brief moment of disappointment, Luofeng's gaze hardened again. I never wanted to compare with anyone. Since my days as a warrior on Earth, the only one I've ever wanted to surpass is myself. Failures will come many times. Why dwell on them? In an instant, Luofeng not only regained his fighting spirit, but also made a slight advancement in his state of mind. Seeing Luofeng like this sitting mountain guest felt even more satisfied. This character of growing stronger from setbacks pleases me greatly. If I had stubbornly persisted against the Food Kingdom back then, perhaps the outcome wouldn't have been so bad. No matter how many excuses he made for himself when facing a formidable enemy, he ultimately retreated. And it wasn't just a simple retreat. It was a complete withdrawal. If he, a divine king, had been willing to join a powerful force relying on his treasure-refining skills, revenge would not have been difficult. But he was afraid. Lacking the courage to fight, the courage to face death. But my disciple will not retreat. He will fulfill my wish. Sitting mountain guest was more insistent than ever, firmly believing that Luofeng could become a divine king and help him defeat the three sovereigns of the Food Kingdom. The old beast god and the dual-faced progenitor were also astonished as they looked at Luofeng, both expressing their approval. Failure is not frightening, the fear of failure is the most terrifying. Tengmu Wang, these two supreme treasures are yours. Sitting mountain guest suddenly waved his hand, and two supreme treasures appeared in Chen Ao's hands. Looking at the two peak-level supreme treasures, worth nearly 10,000 treasure points, Chen Ao beamed with a radiant smile. Star Ancestor, I wish to use one ordinary peak-level supreme treasure as a price to continue meditating here for 300 million years. I wonder if the Ancestor would agree. In truth, the time he had spent in confinement was extremely painful. Because during the battle between Bloodlight Palace Master and several Universe Masters, a flash of inspiration gave him a slight insight into the fusion of three systems. If he could meditate a bit longer, he might create the strongest fusion secret technique of a Universe Master. Once created, his combat power would skyrocket. The old beast god huffed and puffed. You really want to settle down in my beast god realm? Old beast god, don't be so stingy. The dual-faced progenitor interjected. At worst, I'll keep this secret for you. The old beast god grew even angrier. Since when did confidentiality become a bargaining chip? This shouldn't be a principle of the strong. Don't follow Tengmu Wang's example. Sitting mountain guest turned to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, do you intend to continue meditating here for a while? Luo Feng hesitated for a moment. I do have that intention. There are still many insights in my mind. If I could exchange them with Tengmu Wang, that would be best. Upon hearing the sitting mountain guest looked at the old beast god. I'll provide the supreme treasures. The old beast god won't be at a loss. It's fine, but the experts of the Star Beast Alliance might also need to enter here. He was the progenitor of the Star Beast Alliance, and this place was originally meant to nurture its experts. No problem, having more people doesn't really affect meditation. Meditating on the Chaos Steel was done in batches, sometimes with over 100 people entering at once. The beast god statue was similar. The old beast god said no more. Chen Ao, knowing the old beast god had agreed eagerly, went to meditate on the wind beast god. 300 million years should be enough to create the strongest fusion secret technique of a universe master. Luo Feng left his 9 nether avatar behind and followed sitting mountain guest away with his other avatars. At the immortal level, creating a divine power avatar was quite difficult. Tengmu Wang, please guide me in the coming time. Daohe Wang, you're too polite. Let's improve together. Tengmu Wang smiled. Looking at Tengmu Wang's smile, Luo Feng suddenly recalled his high school days and his wife Su Xian. Su Xian. The human Luo Feng went to find his wife. Upon learning this, Chen Ao grumbled and continued meditating on the fusion laws. The beast god realm fell into calm again. In the original universe, the Bloodlight Palace Master's wanton slaughter had caused great turmoil in the Northern Frontier Alliance and several secondary superpowers. Too many venerables had died. Bloodlight Palace Master then arrived at the Artisan God Star. My treasures are still lacking. I have almost no chance against a universe master. He had many treasure points, having killed over 10,000 venerables, including many universe overlords and even 13 top universe overlords. But his treasures remained largely unchanged. Among the universe overlords and top universe overlords, he hadn't obtained any top-level supreme treasures, only high-level supreme treasures comparable to top ones. Yet no matter how comparable, they were still high-level supreme treasures. They were insufficient to fully unleash his power. He urgently needed top-level supreme treasures to boost his combat strength. His next targets were the Zerg and the Demon race. The cohesion and mobility of these two races were not comparable to the loose Northern Frontier Alliance. Therefore he enslaved many Zerg and Demon race king-level immortals in the outer battlefield, using them to gather intelligence on the venerables. Moreover, most of those at the peak king level and limit king level had venerable teachers. This was almost a perfect assassination plan. He wanted to kill as many venerables as possible before the Demon race could react, reducing the chance of being entangled by a universe master. At the same time, combat power was a major guarantee. With top-level supreme weapons and armor, his strength would improve significantly. Bloodlight Palace Master requests an audience with the Artisan God Lord. Chen Ao's voice echoed around the Artisan God Star. Hearing the name Bloodlight Palace Master, some universe venerables and universe overlords scattered like startled birds. This man was a killer. He specialized in killing venerables. Even a universe overlord would die if encountered. He wouldn't attack us, would he? I'm so scared. I'm scared too. This madman kills without reason. But he's probably here to ask the Artisan God Lord for treasures. The Artisan God Lord has decreed no fighting here. Bloodlight Palace Master shouldn't cause trouble. All the venerables and universe overlords who had been queuing stepped aside, and Chen Ao naturally walked forward. That's the former Jisai Palace, right? I've seen it before. This must be Bloodlight Palace Master. Now it's called Bloodlight Hall. The fame of Bloodlight Hall is immense, even greater than that of the Heavenly Wolf Hall. After a brief wait, a venerable emerged. Bloodlight Palace Master, the teacher invites you in. The venerable stood before Chen Ao with utmost respect, for this was a ruthless man who dared to fight a universe master. Even his teacher, the Artisan God Lord, might not necessarily be able to take down Bloodlight Palace Master. Thank you. Chen Ao expressed his gratitude and followed the venerable into the palace. Soon Chen Ao met the renowned Artisan God Lord of the universe. Bloodlight greets the Artisan God Lord. Bloodlight Palace Master, you're too polite. The Artisan God Lord said with a smile. Facing an extraordinary universe overlord like Chen Ao, most universe masters would be courteous. Moreover, he was a relatively neutral universe master focused on treasure refinement. May I ask what brings Bloodlight Palace Master to my Artisan God Star this time? Chen Ao's blood-colored face was expressionless, somewhat stiff. I came to seek the Artisan God Lord's aid in refining some supreme treasures. Hearing, some supreme treasures. The disciples beside the Artisan God Lord couldn't help but be astonished. For someone of Chen Ao's level, the request would surely be for top-level supreme treasures, and the phrase some clearly indicated more than one or two. Oh, treasure refinement is possible. What kind of supreme treasures does Bloodlight Palace Master desire? I need a top-level supreme longsword, top-level supreme armor, top-level supreme boots. And if the Artisan God Lord agrees, I would also like a top-level supreme domain treasure. Hearing Chen Ao list 4 supreme treasures at once, even the artisan god lord was stunned. That was too many. But before the artisan god lord could speak, Chen Ao suddenly pointed into the void, and in an instant thousands of treasures appeared. These treasures ranged from ordinary heavy treasures to high-level supreme treasures, covering various categories. But they all shared one trait: they belonged to the time system. His collection was not limited to these 5,000+ items. The rest were space system treasures which were useless even as raw materials. I hope these treasures are all of the time system. These can serve as payment. Even the artisan god lord who could refine top-level supreme treasure sets was taken aback by the sheer number of treasures. The quantity was enormous, and Chen Ao couldn't refine treasures himself. How many venerables and universe overlords had to be killed to amass such a collection? Venerables from small races often had no treasures at all. These 5,000+ treasures represented the lives of no fewer than 5,000 venerables. Even the artisan god lord was stunned, let alone his disciples. Having followed the artisan god lord for so many years, they had seen no fewer than 10 universe masters. Yet those universe masters could at most bring out a few hundred treasures to exchange for one top-level supreme treasure. Never had they seen such extravagance from a single powerhouse. Truly a formidable lone wanderer, and an extremely bloodthirsty one at that. The disciples marveled. If, with such ability, who would still refine treasures? A top-tier longsword armor and boots are easy. I can forge them in just a few hundred years. But a top-tier domain treasure is not so simple to obtain. Chen Ao certainly would not consider a domain treasure that barely reached the entry level. These thousands of treasures could not be used to exchange for such inferior goods worth only 2,000 treasure points. The craftsman god roughly estimated the value of these over 5,000 treasures, approximately 6,800 treasure points. Even if he charged an extra 30% as per the rules, he would still have to give Chen Ao treasures worth 5,300 treasure points. The first 3 were relatively cheap. Generally, a top-tier weapon treasure worth 300 to 500 treasure points was considered high-grade. By this calculation, the top-tier domain treasure must be worth at least 4,000 points. This was already considered a mid-grade top-tier domain treasure. The craftsman god explained the approximate price. Even as a universe master who refined treasures, he might not have such a huge gain in tens of thousands of epochs. If you want a mid-grade top-tier domain treasure, it requires not only materials but also an extremely long time, perhaps tens of thousands of years. Chen Ao couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. So slow. What about the next tier, top-tier domain treasure? As long as it is of the light and time attribute. Armor palaces and soul treasures did not have a great demand for laws. On the contrary, weapons and domain treasures had a greater requirement for laws. If wielded with a suitable secret technique, their power could be increased by 10 to 20%. If it's just a top-tier domain treasure worth around 2,000 treasure points, I can forge it in only 1,000 years. But I do not intend to charge any fee. The craftsman god suddenly spoke. Chen Ao looked at the craftsman god. Craftsman god, what are your conditions? Please speak plainly. If Bloodlight can do it, I will certainly do my utmost. To be honest, I was able to forge top-tier palace treasures countless opportunities ago, but after all these years I have yet to successfully forge a single peak treasure. The craftsman god explained slowly. This time I intend to forge an ordinary peak treasure armor or weapon, as a stepping stone to becoming a master of forging peak treasures. However, I am somewhat lacking in materials. May I ask what materials the craftsman god lacks, and where should they be sought? I need the bones of the golden beast god. This thing is only found in the human race's Shuelua world. It turned out that the craftsman god also followed the gold and space path. Therefore, if he were to forge a peak treasure, the first one would best be of the gold and space type. Undoubtedly, the golden beast god's bones were an excellent material. Chen Ao was somewhat speechless upon hearing the craftsman god's description. How had it come back to the human race after all this? The craftsman god looked at Chen Ao with hope. Generally, when it came to top-tier materials like beast god bones, only top-tier universe overlords and universe masters could help. But the human race had its own treasury and had no need to ask for his help, so he had no chance to speak. And from his name one could see his stubborn temper. He was unwilling to lower his pride. Although other universe masters had some connections with him, the human race would not grant them face. For instance, if a universe master of the demon race went to the humans to beg for beast god bones, that would be asking for humiliation. This matter is not easy to handle, Chen Ao said with difficulty. In truth, he was overjoyed inside. This was a perfect excuse handed to him on a silver platter. The craftsman god added, Bloodlight Palace Lord, you are renowned throughout the universe and a lone strongman. Generally, the human race would grant you this face. I only need 1,000-meter-sized beast god bone worth about several tens to 100 treasure points. As long as Bloodlight Palace Lord can obtain the golden beast god bone for me, I am willing to forge treasures for you at the original price. Chen Ao also understood the craftsman god's meaning. It was simply because his own fearsome reputation was so great that the human race would not want to offend him and would be willing to do him a favor. Agreed, but I hope the craftsman god will prepare the treasures for me as soon as possible. Rest assured, leave it to me. The craftsman god was delighted. He felt that the Bloodlight Palace Lord had a high chance of success. He had previously asked other friends, but all had failed. Either their strength was insufficient to negotiate with the human race, or they were on bad terms with them. In just 1,000 years I can prepare those treasures for Bloodlight Palace Lord, and only charge the original price. As he spoke, the craftsman god accepted only about 3,000 treasures, all of ordinary value, estimated at around 3,300 points. Good, I am willing to give it a try, but if it fails I will have to make up for it with other treasures. Meaning if it didn't work out he would give another 1,000 treasure points as service fee. Good, as long as Bloodlight Palace Lord is willing to try. The craftsman god did not make things too difficult for the Bloodlight Palace Lord. It was just an attempt. Leaving craftsman star Chen Ao was very happy, because he had found a way to dispose of the stolen goods. Originally, if he had not offended the 6 peak races, he could go to any race and exchange treasures at a high price. About 30 to 40% would be deducted, meaning a treasure worth 1 treasure point in those peak races might only be exchanged for 0.6 or 0.7 treasure points. This depended on the behavior of the peak races. The probability was 0.6 or even 0.5. Before this, as the Bloodlight Palace Lord, in order not to reveal his identity, he could not contact the human race. Even exchanging treasures would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. And he did not want to be fleeced like a fat sheep by other races, so he had been holding onto the treasures. Now, with the craftsman god's request, he could openly go to the human treasury to exchange treasures. Although he would still be exploited, being exploited by the human race was a different kind of contribution. This made Chen Ao very happy. It would be best to exchange for a good palace treasure. Chen Ao had not asked for a palace treasure from the craftsman god, because he knew forging such treasures took a long time. And consecutive forging would take even longer. He planned to act against the demon and insect races in about 2,000 to 3,000 years. During this time he must obtain the treasures. I still have treasures worth about 18,000 treasure points on me. Even if half is contributed to the human race, I still have 9,000 points, enough to exchange for a decent palace treasure or a peak longsword. Essentially he wanted to exchange for a peak longsword, but an ordinary peak treasure longsword with poor attributes was truly inferior to a high-grade top-tier treasure longsword with matching attributes. Chen Ao did not think the human race had an exceptional peak treasure longsword worth 3,000 to 5,000 treasure points. I'll go to the human treasury later and take a look. If there is one that's best. If not, I'll exchange for a top-tier palace treasure. Soon Chen Ao arrived in human territory. Since he had not committed any killing, no one bothered him. However, when he descended upon the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, it still caused a commotion. Yuho Lord even descended directly to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Amid a group of trembling venerables, Chen Ao calmly spoke. Greetings, human Yuho Lord. Bloodlight Palace Lord is too polite. Yuho Lord did not dare to act arrogantly. He could barely be considered a third-order universe master, but in reality he was only at the peak of the second order. He dared not put on any airs before Chen Ao, since Chen Ao's achievements proved that a second-order universe master was completely helpless against him. Even several second- or third-order universe masters could at most injure Chen Ao but could not kill him. What was most troubling was that the Bloodlight Palace Lord seemed to have an infinite divine body. Previously, when besieged by several universe masters, he had lost a great amount of divine power. It was thought that the Bloodlight Palace Lord had lost most of his divine body, measured in tens of millions of kilometers. To recover so much divine power, he would have to remain dormant for at least hundreds or even tens of thousands of epochs. But unexpectedly, after the great battle, within just a few years the Bloodlight Palace Lord emerged again, and his aura of strength had fully recovered. How could anyone fight him? May I ask what business the Bloodlight Palace Lord has in our human territory? Yuho Lord inquired. This time I am actually entrusted by the craftsman god, hoping to obtain a 1,000-meter-long golden beast god bone. For this, Bloodlight is willing to exchange it for treasures, worth 500 treasure points. Hearing that the Bloodlight Palace Lord was willing to exchange for 500 treasure points, Yuho Lord was surprised. This was nearly 10 times the price. Even if they were to overcharge, 100+ treasure points would be the limit. Unexpectedly, this Bloodlight was so generous. It seemed he was determined to obtain the beast god bone. For a madman like the Bloodlight Palace Lord, everyone kept their distance. The Northern Frontier Alliance had been disgraced and suffered huge losses, which made other forces cautious not to provoke the Bloodlight Palace Lord lightly. This matter I need to discuss with Chaos City Lord. May I ask if the Bloodlight Palace Lord can wait? Chen Ao could not go to Chaos City, so he could only wait. No problem. Additionally, I also hope to exchange some treasures in the human race. I hope Yuho Lord can provide the convenience. Hearing the Bloodlight Palace Lord's new request, Yuho Lord was initially worried, but he never expected it to be about exchanging treasures. This was a great blessing because each exchange meant a big gain for the human race. It was a perfect opportunity to fleece a lone traveler. Unexpectedly, the Bloodlight Palace Lord was a money spinner. How about the price at the normal rate of 106? Chen Ao offered proactively. Yuho Lord was shocked. Oh, he had thought Chen Ao would demand 108. His bottom line was actually 107, which would already be very profitable since the Bloodlight Palace Lord also had to save face. Unexpectedly, the Bloodlight Palace Lord himself was willing to take the loss. Alright, I will go discuss with Chaos City Lord. Bloodlight Palace Lord Chen Ao spoke this matter openly in front of everyone, so even ordinary realm lords could hear it. This matter would soon spread to other major forces, and they could only sigh at the human race's good fortune. Moreover, by exchanging treasures with the Bloodlight Palace Lord, the human race had formed a bond with him. Not to say the relationship was very good, but at least the Bloodlight Palace Lord would not casually kill human venerables. For a madman, such treatment was already the best. That damned Bloodlight Palace Lord is actually going to take our Northern Frontier Alliance's treasures to the human treasury to exchange. Those treasures belong to our Northern Frontier Alliance. The Universe Masters of the Northern Frontier Alliance roared. So many treasures. Even the Universe Masters were envious. Even the River of Stars Lord was no exception. They could laugh off a few hundred or 1,000 treasure points, but tens of thousands of treasure points. No one could remain calm. Other forces that had no grudge with Chen Ao were greatly regretful. An exchange rate of 106. The human race has gained a huge advantage this time. The more the Bloodlight Palace Lord exchanges, the more the human race profits. Why doesn't he come to our insect race? Our insect race is willing to exchange at 107 for that Bloodlight Palace Lord. We have all kinds of treasures. Aren't we better than the human treasury? Damn craftsman god. Why did he have to ask for the golden beast god bone? This gave the Bloodlight Palace Lord a chance to contact the humans. Otherwise he could have come to our demon race. Our demon race like such lone strongmen. Yuho Lord found Chaos City Lord in the virtual universe. In fact, Chaos City Lord already knew of the Bloodlight Palace Lord's arrival. Yoho, the Bloodlight Palace Lord, only made these requests. Chaos City Lord was somewhat incredulous. The Bloodlight Palace Lord had not caused any trouble for the humans. On the contrary, he seemed to be delivering treasures to them. Uncle Master, this is not surprising. A lone traveler finds it difficult to obtain suitable treasures. This time he happens to contact our human race. Exchanging treasures is only natural. Good, this is a great opportunity. Our human treasury is willing to open to that Bloodlight Palace Lord. As long as he has treasures, he can exchange freely. The more he exchanged, the more they profited. Anyone who refused would be a fool. The Chaos City Lord did not specifically go to meet the Bloodlight Palace Lord, instead delegating the task to the Lord of the Hidden Marquee. However, the Chaos City Lord kept a constant watch over the Bloodlight Palace Lord, ensuring he did not take the opportunity to cause any trouble. The Lord of the Hidden Marquee led the Bloodlight Palace Lord into a separately open space. This is the golden beast god bone that the Bloodlight Palace Lord requested. Suddenly, a massive bone covered with countless mysterious laws appeared before Chen Ao. The laws on it were clearly discernible to Chen Ao as the fusion of gold and void laws. Such perfect divine patterns were absolutely impossible to forge. This treasure is worth approximately 500 treasure points. The Lord of the Hidden Marquee may count it. As he spoke, a large number of treasures appeared in Chen Ao's hands, all ordinary treasures worth between 0 point a few and a few points each. The Lord of the Hidden Marquee made a rough estimate and judged the value to be about right, nodding in agreement. Alright then, this first transaction is successfully concluded. After speaking, the Lord of the Hidden Marquee let out a hearty laugh, and the Bloodlight Palace Lord did the same. Then let us proceed to the second transaction. The Bloodlight Palace Lord inquired, does the human race have a pinnacle treasure longsword with light-time divine patterns? That would naturally be the first choice. Upon hearing that Chen Ao needed a pinnacle treasure, the Lord of the Hidden Marquee beamed with joy. After all, with a pinnacle treasure worth over 1,000 treasure points, as long as the exchange went through, they could make a profit of 2/3, netting over 600 treasure points. However, after searching, the Lord of the Hidden Marquee could only shake his head in disappointment. No, our race has pinnacle treasure longswords, but none of the light time system. Then what is the best treasure longsword the human race has? Just an ordinary pinnacle treasure. Chen Ao understood. In that case, it would be better to use a top-grade superior treasure longsword. Next, Chen Ao exchanged for a pinnacle treasure armor, worth 1,200 treasure points, for which Chen Ao had to pay treasures worth 2,000 treasure points. Together with the treasures from Artisan Godlord, he now had a top-grade superior treasure longsword, a pinnacle treasure armor, a top-grade superior treasure war boots, and a top-grade superior domain treasure. He still needed to exchange for a palace type and a soul type treasure. Chen Ao made another selection and exchanged for 2 top-grade superior palace and soul type treasures. These 3 treasures are worth a total of 6,000 treasure points. According to the previously agreed price, I need to pay treasures worth 10,000 treasure points, correct? The Lord of the Hidden Marquee nodded. Yes, that is indeed the price. Hearing that he had earned 4,000 treasure points in one go, which was equivalent to giving a pinnacle weapon to 4 human universe masters. Even the Lord of the Hidden Marquee himself did not have a pinnacle treasure weapon. How could he not be delighted by such a profitable deal? The Bloodlight Palace Lord nodded, then waved his hand, and thousands of treasures appeared. Seeing so many treasures, the Lord of the Hidden Marquee was momentarily dazed. Treasures worth over 10,000 treasure points were 7 or 8 times his entire net worth. The quality of these treasures was quite good. Chen Ao also had inferior ones, but he did not take them out. These could all be added to the human treasury. Although no one knew this was his deliberate contribution, he himself knew it was enough. Lord of the Hidden Marquee, are these treasures sufficient? Enough, of course they are enough. The Lord of the Hidden Marquee was grinning from ear to ear, as the quality of these treasures was excellent. Although the value was similar, each person could only use a fixed number of treasures. Better quality naturally meant greater strength. Compared to having no treasure points to exchange for treasures, having treasure points, but being unable to find suitable treasures was even more pitiful. With that, our transaction is concluded. Both sides put away the treasures they had exchanged. Bloodlight Palace Lord, the human race harbors goodwill toward all lone powerhouses. Would you be willing to join our human alliance? The Bloodlight Palace Lord smiled faintly. He knew they would try to recruit him. As a heaven-defying cosmic overlord who could resurrect, he was far more valuable than even a universe master. Thank you for your kind offer, Lord of the Hidden Marquee, but I am used to freedom and do not like to be bound. Our human alliance will not restrict your actions, Bloodlight Palace Lord. On the contrary, if you encounter trouble, the human race will do its utmost to protect you. Chen Ao almost laughed out loud. The Northern Border Alliance and other major powers have lost over 10,000 venerables at my hands. Will the human race truly protect me? Of course. Once you join the human race, we will naturally protect you, Bloodlight Palace Lord. What if I continue to kill the cosmic venerables of the Northern Border Alliance? The past grievances would naturally be settled. But if he continued slaughtering after joining the human alliance, he would be causing trouble for the alliance without reason. The human alliance would not tolerate that. Killing 3 or 5 or even 30 or 50 might be acceptable. But killing thousands or tens of thousands, destroying the very foundation of the enemy, would create an irreconcilable enmity. The human alliance would not be able to withstand the enemy's desperate retaliation. May I ask why the Bloodlight Palace Lord has killed so many cosmic venerables? With your strength, if it were merely for treasures, there would be no need for such actions. I have my reasons, Lord of the Hidden Marquee. I shall take my leave now. With that, activating his new Bloodlight Palace, the Bloodlight Palace Lord departed from the human race. Watching the Bloodlight Palace Lord leave, the human universe masters all breathed a sigh of relief. Such a madman was truly unsettling. The Chaos City Lord gazed into the distance at the departing Bloodlight Palace Lord, and said to the human Chen Ao beside him, "That is the Bloodlight Palace Lord. You must have heard of his fearsome reputation, right?" Chen Ao nodded. How strange. It felt like he was spying on himself. That is a powerhouse of the universe. Though he is not a universe master, he can survive encounters with them. Even I cannot act rashly against him. If I strike and fail to kill him, and he escapes, the human race will face a disaster. The Chaos City Lord sighed. Take the Northern Border Alliance, for example. They have far more powerhouses than the human race, yet the Bloodlight Palace Lord has left them disgraced, damaging their very foundation. It will take countless eons for them to recover. I hope you can one day become a super powerhouse like him. A fearless, heaven-defying cosmic overlord. Such an existence is far more terrifying than even a universe master. Chen Ao's expression was extremely complex. This disciple will do his best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Such an existence appears only once in countless eons across the vast universe. You have exceptional talent. Cultivate well, and perhaps one day you will catch up to the Bloodlight Palace Lord. That would be a blessing for the human race. Chen Ao smiled and said nothing. If he spoke, it would sound like self-praise. Because of his human body, Chen Ao knew the Chaos City Lord was observing him. Even the Chaos City Lord had to be cautious. This top-grade superior palace treasure is indeed far stronger than a high-grade treasure. Generally, the upper limit of damage a high-grade palace treasure could withstand was the 4th level. Below the 4th level, it was difficult to damage the palace treasure. The upper limit of a top-grade superior palace treasure directly reached the 6th level. In the primal universe, the 6th level was the highest combat power. Thus, having a top-grade superior treasure in the primal universe meant a very high level of safety. Although not absolutely safe, as long as one did not act recklessly, safety was guaranteed. With a top-grade superior soul treasure, even a universe master would find it difficult to kill him with a single soul attack. He could simply self-destruct. The body of the Vinewood King is far stronger. It has no soul, so it cannot be killed by soul attacks. One can only slowly kill it through close combat or illusions. For the Vinewood King, even death was not a concern, as it did not affect his other bodies. It was the most suitable body for wandering around. Piloting his new Bloodlight Palace, Chen Ao arrived at Artisan God Planet. Haha, worthy of the Bloodlight Palace Lord. Even the human race had to show him some respect. It's all thanks to the treasures paving the way. The human race made quite a profit. Artisan God Lord nodded. He had heard of this news as he was even more concerned than Chen Ao. Artisan God Lord, here is the golden beast god bone you requested. Chen Ao handed the beast god bone to Artisan God Lord. Artisan God Lord took it excitedly. Haha, with this beast god bone, I can attempt to forge a pinnacle treasure. Treasure forging was a matter of zero or countless. Once one reached that level, as long as materials were sufficient, they could forge pinnacle treasures endlessly. When he could one day forge the pinnacle three-piece set of treasures, who would dare not show him Artisan God Lord the utmost respect? Artisan God Lord, I exchanged for a pinnacle treasure armor from the human race this time, so there's no need to forge armor. Good. These are trivial matters. Artisan God Lord returned some treasures to Chen Ao. This is a domain treasure which I forged earlier. Chen Ao was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he dared to promise completion in 1,000 years. He had stock. However, this domain treasure was clearly ordinary, but its laws were suitable for Chen Ao's use. The treasure longsword and the treasure war boots will take only a few hundred years to forge. Please wait a while, Bloodlight Palace Lord. No problem. This amount of time was just right. After all, he also needed time to plant spies among the Zerg and the demon races. Over the next few hundred years, Chen Ao lay low on Artisan God Planet, familiarizing himself with the treasures while continuously studying the three-system fusion secret technique. Even though the Northern Border Alliance and other powers knew the Bloodlight Palace Lord was on Artisan God Planet, they did not come for him. If Chen Ao had been able to receive news in advance and escape last time, then once the Universe Masters mobilized this time, Chen Ao would certainly get wind of it again. Unless the Universe Masters thoroughly investigated every immortal and above-level powerhouse in the entire Northern Border Alliance, simply passing on information carried almost no risk of exposure. It seemed that a single heaven-defying cosmic overlord like Chen Ao could wreak havoc everywhere, but the main reason was his supermassive divine body and his Q skill. The supermassive divine body could buy time while the Q skill ignored blockades and allowed him to escape quickly with no one able to catch him. Ordinary heaven-defying cosmic overlords did not possess such abilities. Time flowed slowly and 1,000 years passed quickly. Bloodlight Palace Lord, my master said that the treasures you need have been forged. Please come. Good. Chen Ao quickly stood up and entered the palace. Haha, Bloodlight Palace Lord, I have not failed your trust. Chen Ao looked at the two treasures Artisan God Lord handed him, which were a top-grade superior treasure weapon and a top-grade superior treasure war boots. This weapon took a great deal of effort. The implication was that it was even better than expected. Thank you, Artisan God Lord. I will remember this favor. You're welcome. You helped me obtain the beast god bone from the human race. I haven't thanked you yet. Chen Ao exchanged a few pleasantries with Artisan God Lord and noticed that the latter seemed eager to start forging his pinnacle treasure, so he quickly took his leave. After the Bloodlight Palace Lord left, Artisan God Lord issued a statement that he would not be forging for others for a short time. Of course, as for ordinary treasures, his disciples could handle them, so he did not shut down Artisan God Planet. None of this concerned Chen Ao anymore. He left Artisan God Planet with his newly acquired collection of treasures. My genes are too weak, only at the level of a Universe Master's double. My secret techniques and treasures are acceptable, so I barely qualify as a second-level Universe Master. If he could break through to the venerable level, his genes would increase by 100-fold. Then one could instantly possess third-tier strength. If one could master the ultimate fusion secret art of a Universe Lord, that would be 4th tier, and with even stronger treasures it would be the peak of 4th tier. At the Universe Venerable level, this was almost the limit. Of course, if one could create a 6th-tier secret art, one could achieve 5th-tier combat power, but the difficulty was too great. The gap between the ultimate fusion secret art of a Universe Lord and a 6th-tier secret art was roughly the difference between an immortal and a venerable. Consider that among hundreds of thousands of immortals, only a few dozen venerables could be born, and you would understand how imbalanced the ratio was. I have a reference for the ultimate fusion secret art of a Universe Lord. The 3 innate secret arts serve as a reference, but there is no reference for a 6th-tier secret art. His innate secret art, though also a fusion of 3 systems, was comparable to only the introductory level of the first layer scale armor chapter, when contrasted with the 7-fold beast god path. To create a 6th-tier secret art, one would need to reach at least the 4th layer. The gap was far too great. After 1,000 years of lurking and waiting, Chen Ao had already planned the optimal assassination routes within the demon race and insect race. These routes had to ensure that he could kill a venerable within seconds and then teleport away via his divine kingdom. At the same time, he had to avoid the notice of Universe Lords. With this first wave, I estimate I can kill 500 in each race. That would be 1,000 in total. 1,000 with luck might bring over 10 progress on the bar. His progress bar was only 17 short. After this first kill of 1,000, after a few thousand years, when the insect race and demon race relaxed their vigilance, he would kill another 1,000, and by then the progress bar would be nearly full. If it's still not enough, I'll have to wait until the primal star opens. That's also a good opportunity for kills. But on the primal star, the venerables would be too scattered, and upon seeing the Bloodlight Hall Lord, they would immediately flee. Moreover, it was easy for things to go wrong. It wasn't very stable. Then let's settle it like this. I'll make my move in 300 years, starting with the demon race, which currently has fewer universe lords guarding its territory. 300 years passed leisurely, and Chen Ao found the perfect moment to strike. These venerables were not chosen at random. First, it was best if their race had a universe lord, and second, their survival abilities could not be too strong. If it were a top-tier universe overlord with a supreme treasure armor, he wouldn't be able to kill him in a few seconds. Killing venerables of peak races like the insect race and demon race was far more difficult than killing those of the alliances. Because in alliance forces, universe lords were usually clustered together, universe overlords were on the periphery, and venerable level races were at the edges. In these peak races, however, a universe lord was typically surrounded by a ring of venerables. The protection of venerables by peak races was far better than that by peak alliance forces. The first one, Electric Wolf Venerable. This was a descendant of Lord Tianlong, and also a universe overlord with excellent genes. Chen Ao had specifically chosen him. At that moment, the Electric Wolf Venerable was lecturing a group of immortal disciples. During the lecture, Lord Tianlang suddenly noticed that one of his disciples had performed a divine kingdom teleportation. Before Lord Tianlang could ask what the disciple was doing, Chen Ao appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the Bloodlight Hall Lord, the Electric Wolf Venerable immediately tried to call for help from Lord Tianlang. But Chen Ao struck with a single sword strike, and the Electric Wolf Venerable's aura completely vanished. The speed was so fast that even the immortal disciples couldn't react. Then Chen Ao quickly performed a divine kingdom teleportation. Almost at the same time, his immortal slaves all went to seek out their own venerable teachers. While they were face to face with their venerable teachers, Chen Ao would suddenly appear, kill the opponent, and flee. In just 10 minutes, the demon race was shaken. They had lost over 500 venerables. Ah, damn it. Damn that Bloodlight Hall Lord. How dare he provoke my demon race. I want him dead. Lord Tianlang roared in fury. A universe lord of the demon race beside him said coldly, "Didn't you say last time that you needed a strong man like him? Now he's here." Lord Tianlang was speechless. He had wanted Chen Ao to bring them treasures, not to kill people. Enough, stop talking nonsense. That Bloodlight Hall Lord killed over 500 venerables and universe overlords and then fled instantly. How do we deal with this now? How to deal with it? Endure it, of course. What else could they do? The man had vanished. Where could they even pursue him? The universe lords of the demon race fell silent. This grudge could not be settled now unless they encountered him again later. After what happened with the North Border Alliance, I suspect that the Bloodlight Hall Lord still has slaves left in our demon race. Now let's do our best to investigate the immortals of our race. Yes, this is more important. Otherwise, if he strikes again, our losses will be even greater. Checking one by one would take a lot of time, but it was safer than the alternative. Whether someone was a soul slave could be discovered by controlling the moment and probing. But I'm afraid the immortals and venerables will object. Humph, who dares to object? If they don't want to die, they'll all obediently submit to the probe. Otherwise death awaits them. Lord Yumo said coldly. It's settled. We must conduct a thorough investigation, and try not to let any slip through. Lord Yumo also knew that a complete investigation was impossible, but if they were meticulous, then even if the Bloodlight Hall Lord struck again, the losses could be minimized. By the way, when you find one, don't kill him immediately. Play the long game to catch the big fish. Hearing this, everyone understood. The immortals associated with venerables were to be watched closely. Perhaps they could trace the Bloodlight Hall Lord's whereabouts. As a race, their cohesion and execution were far stronger than that of the North Border Alliance. The many universe lords deliberated over all this for more than an hour. Then suddenly the universe lords of the demon race revealed expressions of shock. What? That Bloodlight Hall Lord didn't just slaughter our demon race. He also caused massive carnage in the insect race. Moreover, from the information gathered, the insect race's losses were even greater than the demon race's. Because the insect race had lost 3 top-tier universe overlords and over 30 universe overlords. The insect race's mother queens had this trait. Once they became venerables, they were universe overlords with formidable strength. Thus, the insect race had many universe overlords but relatively few venerables. Those venerables were all of inferior bloodlines. Chen Ao naturally wouldn't choose those venerables who had become so by accident from ordinary insect warriors. Those warriors had almost no value. In an instant, the insect race and demon race were shaken. The moment after Chen Ao's slaughter, humanity and the mechanical race received the news. They too worried whether the Bloodlight Hall Lord would come to their own races. But after a long while they breathed a sigh of relief. The Bloodlight Hall Lord did not come. Humanity has some connection with the Bloodlight Hall Lord. It's unlikely he'll come to us. Do not let your guard down. The universe lords of every peak race were discussing the matter of the Bloodlight Hall Lord. This Bloodlight Hall Lord was truly insane. He had almost torn through the 9-domain alliance, the North Border Alliance, and other forces. Everyone thought he would stop, but then he struck again at the insect race and demon race. Chen Ao, have you heard about this? That Bloodlight Hall Lord is completely reckless, killing without hesitation. The demon race and insect race can do nothing against him. Indeed, there was nothing they could do, Chen Ao thought to himself. After all, he had planned the assassination routes for hundreds of years. As long as he wasn't surrounded by universe lords of the 4th tier or above, he would be safe. Damn it, why are the mechanical race and humanity untouched? Why target my insect race? When did my insect race ever provoke that madman? Of the 4 great races, 2 were victims and 2 were unscathed, creating a stark contrast. Of course, no one suspected that the Bloodlight Hall Lord was a member of humanity. It didn't seem likely. Even if some suspected, there was no evidence and humanity simply ignored them. Further away, the Crystal Race and Prison Race were tense. They were far from the 4 races, but no one could be sure whether the Bloodlight Hall Lord would come for them. After the slaughter, Chen Ao naturally returned to his small base. The venerables of the Demon Race and Insect Race are indeed far richer than those of the smaller races. The 1,000 venerables and universe overlords brought in nearly 4,000 treasure points. Quite generous. More importantly, Chen Ao found that his progress bar had increased by over 9%. The progress bar was now close to 93. He needed only a little over 7 to complete the 2nd stage. Once the 2nd stage was complete, barring accidents, when he broke through to Universe Lord, his gene limit could instantly reach 60,000 times. In the next few thousand years, I'll continue to lie low and I'll need to gather new soul slaves. I'll also discard those I haven't used. Chen Ao wasn't stupid. He knew that the Universe Lords of the Insect Race and Demon Race would investigate soul slaves, and using them again would lead him into a trap. So he had to set up new schemes. If the next wave kills another 1,000 with luck, I can directly unlock the 3rd stage. The news of the Bloodlight Hall Lord killing over 1,000 venerables of the Demon Race and Insect Race inevitably reached Luo Feng's ears. He had already known about the Bloodlight Hall Lord's visit to human territory, but comprehending the laws with King Tingmu was so enjoyable that his foundation in the laws had greatly strengthened. At this rate, I'll soon break through to Universe Venerable and leave my senior brother far behind. Feeling his own progress and thinking of his senior brother, who was still idling in Chaos City, Luofeng felt a tinge of sadness. Once I become a venerable, my senior brother will realize how wrong he was. Even though he can't have the same excellent conditions as I do, he shouldn't just stay in Chaos City. Luofeng continued to comprehend the laws. As for the matter of the Bloodlight Hall Lord, he just smiled and let it go. After all, the Bloodlight Hall Lord hadn't provoked humanity, and there was no conflict between them. A universe overlord defying the heavens. Can he rival a universe lord? I'm only a top-tier universe overlord now, still a bit short of the heaven-defying level. But once I become a venerable and master the Star Tower, my strength will surely not be inferior to that Bloodlight Hall Lord. Luofeng believed that with such conditions his strength would not be less than any life of the same rank. By the way, I should go retrieve my second senior brother's tribulation armor. Once I become a venerable, the tribulation armor will be a crucial part of my strength. Luofeng sent his golden horned beast clone and Masha killer clone to the Yen god race to retrieve the tribulation armor. Unlike the original story, after Luofeng broke through to immortal, he remained extremely low-key, not even taking the time to avenge himself against Fu Jing. Thus Luofeng did not yet have the reputation of a mobile treasure trove. Of course, everyone knew Luofeng had treasures, but 1 or 2 ordinary treasures were clearly not enough to tempt a universe overlord. The process of retrieving the tribulation armor was naturally calm. Although Yen Emperor was unwilling to give the tribulation armor to Luofeng, when Luofeng appeared before him, Yen Emperor had no choice but to hand it over. In the following thousands of years, life remained as peaceful as ever, as if nothing major was happening in the universe. But then the Bloodlight Hall Lord struck again. On the eve of the Primal Star's opening, while the venerables of the demon race were looking forward to setting off for the Primal Star to harvest abundant treasures, the Bloodlight Hall Lord launched his second assault. He directly killed another 1,000 venerables of the insect race and demon race. The universe lords of the insect race and demon race could only roar in fury, but it was nothing but impotent rage. Damn it! We are a peak race, yet we are toyed with by a mere universe overlord. Bounty: 3,000 treasure points. Whoever kills the Bloodlight Hall Lord, my insect race will give him 3,000 treasure points. My demon race will also add 3,000 treasure points. The insect clan and the demon clan were ignited with fury. If the slaughter continued, even their races could not endure it. Resurrecting over 1,000 venerables would severely wound their universe masters. With the Primal Star about to open at such a critical juncture, venerables are slain and treasures lost. The universe masters, in order to resurrect the venerables, suffer immense damage to their divine bodies and a drastic decline in strength. How then can they play? Ha ha ha! The demon clan and the insect clan have truly fallen into dire misfortune by provoking that Bloodlight Palace Lord suffering such a massacre of their venerables. The mechanical clan Father God, upon seeing this, was greatly pleased. A universe master of the mechanical clan also laughed. Father God, with the Bloodlight Palace Lord acting in such a manner, will the strongest of the insect clan and demon clan not strike to kill him? The 3 of them are still in the cosmic sea. It will take some time for them to return. Moreover, the Bloodlight Palace Lord is not foolish. He hasn't slaughtered as he did in the Northern Xinjiang Alliance, otherwise the Insect Clan and Demon Clan would surely hunt him relentlessly. But if it's only 1,000 killed, then it's a different story. Universe Masters will take action, but those 3 old fellows might not bother. Lone wanderers are troublesome. You never know where they are hiding. This Bloodlight Palace Lord is likely to become the enemy of the entire universe. Among the 9 major powers he has offended 3. Among the next tier powers he has provoked almost all. That has nothing to do with our mechanical clan. If the Demon Clan and Insect Clan suffer, our mechanical clan will reap the benefits. The mechanical clan Father God hesitated for a moment because the Bloodlight Palace Lord has severely depleted the foundations of the Insect Clan and Demon Clan. This time on the Primal Star, they will likely resort to ruthless measures. The lost treasures must be reclaimed, and those Universe Masters also need treasures to recover, thus inevitably increasing the brutality of the struggle on the Primal Star. Similarly, the Northern Xinjiang Alliance and the Thorn Ring Alliance will also frantically compete for treasures. Upon hearing this news, the Universe Masters and Universe Venerables of the Mechanical Clan wore grim expressions. Originally, when treasure hunting, once the treasure had a master, everyone would retreat. But once madness takes hold, even if you obtain the treasure, you will still be pursued. This Bloodlight Palace Lord is a scourge. Will the Primal Star be bloodier than ever this time? Naturally. To compensate for their losses and restore their strength, they must fight and kill. At the same time, within the human clan, human powerhouses assemble. With a loud shout, the highest council of the human clan convened. Luo Feng suddenly entered a massive throne. Beside him was Chen Ao. Senior brother, why is the highest council being convened this time? Luo Feng asked. The Primal Star is opening. Luo Feng understood. He quickly looked up information about the Primal Star. Because he did not have the reputation of a mobile treasury, the human venerables harbored no dissatisfaction toward him. This highest council is convened because the Primal Star is about to open. From the largest throne at the head, the voice of Chaos City Lord rang out. However, according to the predictions of all races, this opening of the Primal Star will be exceptionally brutal. You may all know the reason. The Bloodlight Palace Lord's mad slaughter over the past tens of thousands of years has killed nearly 20,000 venerables from various major powers, severely depleting the strength and foundations of the entire universe. To make up for all this, the eyes of all major powers will be fixed on the Primal Star. This time, those going to the Primal Star must be careful. That is all. Dismissed. With a few brief words, the highest council of the human clan was directly disbanded. Senior brother, this council was really simple. Luo Feng muttered. By the way, since the Primal Star is opening, are you going to seek treasures? I will go. Chen Ao nodded. Speaking of which, aren't you and the Barking Mirror King enemies? He is determined to kill you. Luo Feng smiled disdainfully. Now that he possessed the strength of a top-tier universe overlord, he did not take a mere Barking Mirror King seriously. Very well. Since the Barking Mirror King seeks death, I will see him off. With Chen Ao's reminder, Luo Feng easily killed the Barking Mirror King, and was recognized as having the strength of a high-level venerable. At the same time, Luo Feng's reputation as a mobile treasury was exposed. The super-genius Blade River King, who had been dormant for tens of thousands of years, re-entered the view of the major races. Well, for now, aside from Luo Feng's strength increasing greatly, nothing else has changed. The strongest shield was about to play its role again. After this time, I can break through to become a venerable. By then, with 4th-tier combat power, I will be able to roam the universe, and the name Chen Ao will shake the entire universe. Luo Feng and Chen Ao walked together. Today was the day Luo Feng celebrated the establishment of his palace on Thunder Island, and many venerables came to congratulate him. The battle between Luo Feng and the Barking Mirror King a few days ago had led others to consider him a high-level venerable. Such an existence, once becoming a venerable, would surely be a universe overlord or even a top-tier universe overlord. These venerables and universe overlords naturally came to offer congratulations. Chen Ao and Luo Feng walked side by side. Chen Ao teased, "You are now a walking mobile treasury. You even risk being robbed when you go out." Senior brother, to be honest, I no longer take such trivial matters to heart. In terms of strength, he was a top-tier universe overlord. Even if he had tens of thousands of treasure points, it would be nothing unusual. In terms of experience, he had once made a bet with Vinewood King worth over 10,000 treasure points. What was a few dozen points? Oh, it seems that becoming an immortal has greatly increased your strength, giving you much confidence. Chen Ao smiled. Senior brother, let me be honest with you. I now have the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. When he said this, Luo Feng was a little nervous. It was his first time showing off, and he didn't know how to say it properly. He hoped to see Chen Ao's shock and confusion followed by a sudden realization, and then he would stop idling in Chaos City. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Chen Ao nodded lightly, as expected of you. Having top-tier universe overlord strength is only fitting. Luo Feng looked at Chen Ao in surprise. Senior brother, aren't you astonished? Or do you not fully understand what top-tier universe overlord strength means? Of course I understand. Then don't you feel pressured? You used to be 10 streets ahead of me, and now seeing your junior brother catching up, doesn't it stir any emotion? Luo Feng was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Chen Ao was too calm. Looking at Luo Feng's expression, Chen Ao was silent for a moment, as if organizing his words. As for pressure, I do have some. After all, the young man who used to be amazed just by watching me swing my sword has almost caught up to me. Wait, senior brother. What do you mean by almost caught up to me? Because senior brother also has the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. Chen Ao silently added to himself, and I'm a bit stronger than you. Luo Feng. At this, Luo Feng fell silent and said nothing more. Why did Chen Ao always seem off? He didn't suspect Chen Ao of bragging because Chen Ao never liked to show off. But the question was, how did Chen Ao manage to obtain the strength of a top-tier universe overlord? He had perfect genes and the ultimate technique of a universe master, which gave him top-tier universe overlord strength. What did Chen Ao rely on? Could it be that Chaos City was so effective that just staring at the sky every day could make him this strong? By the way, Luo Feng, are you planning to go to the Primal Star soon? I am comprehending the laws. I might go, but only after I create my latest secret technique. Although the newly created secret technique was only a universe overlord ultimate technique, it represented his own realm of laws, not just a simple arrangement of law patterns. The two were fundamentally different. Alright then, lend me your wing treasure. Senior brother, are you planning to go to the Primal Star soon? Yes, I'll probably go to the Primal Star 2 years before it opens. Alright, I'll lend it to you. The Pagoda Pearl could not be lent, but the wing of Slaying Wu was now dispensable for Luo Feng, so he didn't hesitate. Those who borrowed treasures never knew what to borrow. Chen Ao took the wings with a smile and left. Luo Feng watched Chen Ao leave, his expression extremely complex. He could not figure out how, after experiencing so much and spending hundreds of millions of years comprehending in the beast god realm, he had only attained top-tier universe overlord strength. What did Chen Ao rely on to obtain the same level of power? Luo Feng, is that the senior brother you mentioned? Tru Yen Venerable approached, looking at the departing black-haired young man with a complicated expression. Because of his close relationship with Luo Feng after becoming a venerable, he had also learned some things about Chen Ao. For example, killing a venerable as a domain lord. Tru Yen Venerable was only a mid-level venerable, and even killing an ordinary venerable was difficult. Yet Chen Ao back then, just a domain lord, had killed a venerable. This was unimaginable to him. Yes, it's him. Several venerables nearby approached, overhearing Luo Feng and Tru Yen Venerable's conversation, and asked curiously, Luo Feng, you have a senior brother? Yes, a master I acknowledged in my early years. Luo Feng did not reveal to outsiders that Chen Ao was a disciple of Chaos City Lord. Apart from the true high-level members, only Luo Feng, Tru Yen Venerable, and the gatekeepers knew about this. At the same time, his second senior brother Gei Venerable came to borrow a treasure, but was politely refused by Luo Feng. The other venerables and universe overlords, knowing that Luo Feng was going to the Primal Star, did not press further. However, many venerables still harbored resentment toward Luo Feng, believing that he only had the strength of a high-level venerable incomparable to a universe overlord. They also thought the treasures were bestowed by Chaos City Lord, and that he was too partial to Luo Feng. I originally didn't plan to rush to the Primal Star, but these venerables are forcing me to go and prove myself. The first proof was killing the Barking Mirror King, but the Barking Mirror King had fabricated lies giving him the label of Mobile Treasury, which made the human venerables feel he was unworthy of so many treasures. Thus Luo Feng was forced to prove himself a second time. Let's wait a bit. With Vinewood King's help, I can create a secret technique in just a few centuries. Then I will be confident to break through to Venerable and afterward go to the Primal Star to prove myself. Luo Feng was not reckless. Proving himself should not hinder his cultivation. If he became burdened by reputation and affected his future, that would be foolish. Soon the Primal Star opened. Chaos City Lord was surprised to find that his disciple, the extremely lazy one, was moving. You borrowed Luo Feng's wings to enter the Primal Star. Chen Ao nodded. Yes, master. My treasures are too inferior, so I plan to search for some treasures on the Primal Star. Good, this is a good thing. But your strength should only be at the high-level venerable level, right? Such strength is too dangerous to act alone. On the Primal Star, venerables usually form teams, and even universe overlords might team up. Those who dared to act alone were either top-tier universe overlords or those strong enough to face a top-tier universe overlord on their own. Master, do not worry about your disciple. Your disciple already has the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. Chaos City Lord was stunned for a moment. Top-tier universe overlord. Chen Ao nodded. Do you know what that concept means? Your disciple has already created a universe master ultimate technique and indeed possesses the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. Chaos City Lord then carefully examined Chen Ao. Chen Ao looked at Chaos City Lord, wondering if he should also show off Luo Feng's part. But after thinking, he decided to let Luo Feng tell Chaos City Lord about his own strength himself. Ultimate Universe Lord's secret art. Chaos City Lord found it hard to believe. His disciple had only been an immortal for a few tens of thousands of years, and yet he had already created an Ultimate Universe Lord's secret art. Master, back when I was a Sector Lord, I killed a venerable by relying on the Ultimate Universe Overlord's secret art I created. Over the years I made some progress, and thus smoothly created the Ultimate Universe Lord's secret art. Chaos City Lord smiled wryly. You really are low-key. You call that some progress? Do you realize that many mighty figures can't achieve even that slight progress in their entire lives? Just luck. Chen Ao showed no arrogance. He had already touched the threshold of the three-system fusion secret art. What was there to boast about? With luck, perhaps within 1,000 years the Bloodlight Hall Master could create the strongest fusion secret art of a Universe Lord. In comparison, the ultimate Universe Lord secret art was merely average. Alright, since you have such strength, I won't stop you. But do you want me to create another identity for you? Years ago, Luo Feng had risen to fame as the Blade River King with a fabricated identity. Now that his other disciple had also gained the strength to stand firm in the universe, it was natural to create an identity. Chen Ao blinked. No need, Master. I am the Blade River King. Chaos City Lord. If you're the Blade River King, what about Luo Feng? I am Luo Feng's clone. Chaos City Lord. What are you playing at? With such strength, other mighty figures would want the entire universe to tremble at their name, yet you still hide behind your junior brother's reputation. Chen Ao was truly unlike a mighty figure. Once I have the strength of a Universe Lord, and can roam the universe freely, I will naturally use my own name. Chen Ao said, wouldn't it be more shocking if a Universe Lord suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Chaos City Lord was both amused and exasperated. Was this man hiding his strength just to make a grand reveal, or was he truly trying to stay low-key? Since you are willing to remain ordinary, it's not a problem. You can be a hidden Universe Lord of humanity. But are you truly content with that? Once I become a Universe Lord, there's no need to hide. For now, I'll continue to keep a low profile as a top Universe Overlord. After all, top Universe Overlord strength is just average. Chaos City Lord felt both gratified and speechless. Top Universe Overlord was just average. Do you want the Heaven Eclipse Palace Master to hunt you down? Oh, he can't beat you, so never mind. Alright, do as you please. Since Chen Ao was already a top Universe Overlord, he no longer needed guidance and could make his own decisions. Top Universe Overlord. My disciple has trained for only tens of thousands of years, and is already a top Universe Overlord. To be honest, Chaos City Lord was overjoyed, even a little excited. Chen Ao's emergence had hit him with a thunderbolt. Last time, after a silence of several thousand years, he struck out and killed a venerable at the Sector Lord level. This time, after a silence of tens of thousands of years, he directly reached the level of top Universe Overlord. If he sinks into seclusion in Chaos City for a few 100,000 years, will he really become a Universe Lord? Humanity has gained another super powerhouse. Chaos City Lord kept observing Chen Ao, but Chen Ao had already left. His treasures are still a bit lacking, all ordinary level. He'll suffer in a fight against a top Universe Overlord. But he has clones, so it should be fine. He did not bestow more treasures. With Chen Ao's strength, he could go and seize them himself. The primordial star was full of treasures, and he had every chance. In fact, not only Chen Ao's human form, but also the Bloodlight Hall Master and the Yuhai clone had set off for the primordial star. With the Bloodlight Hall Master supplying treasures, both the Yuhai clone and the human form were equipped with a full set of high-grade treasures. 6 or 7 pieces, each very complete. There was no worry about the human's treasures being discovered, since the Bloodlight Hall Master had previously traded with the human. It was perfectly normal for treasures to enter the human race. Others had no way of knowing exactly which treasures the Bloodlight Hall Master had traded. Unless the Yuho Lord was a spy, no one could say for sure. The Bloodlight Hall Master acts alone, while I as a human will impersonate Luo Feng to attract those venerables. After killing over 1,000 venerables from the demon race and the insect race last time, his progress bar had reached 99. 5. Only the final 0. 5 was needed to activate the third stage, which would also be the time for him to advance to Universe Venerable. His Beast God path had already reached the 7th level. He could have broken through to Venerable long ago. It was just that he couldn't become a Universe Lord since he lacked the Beast God heart. However, he could walk the path of spacetime. He already had the foundation and only needed a little time. Chen Ao slightly shortened his height and altered his facial features to be about 50, similar to Luo Feng. Black hair, wings, the venerables and universe overlords of the foreign races would be very excited, right? On the primordial star I can still use Q skill, but the distance is a bit shorter than in the original universe. Is it because of space-time? He felt that the environment of the primordial star didn't really affect him. The reduced movement distance might be due to the distorted spacetime here, causing a certain deviation in the sense of distance. The primordial star. A place where you can step on heavy treasures while walking, and also my final hunting ground. Chen Ao flew casually over the primordial star. He deliberately let people see his black hair and golden wings. Many venerables looked up and saw Chen Ao flying overhead, all stunned. Not many dared to be so arrogant alone. Usually it was a top universe overlord or an extremely powerful universe overlord. But what was Chen Ao's situation? His aura was not strong at all. Black hair human with a pair of golden wings behind his back. Could that be the legendary mobile treasure trove, the Blade River King Luo Feng? Let me compare. Soon someone brought out an image for comparison. The facial features were slightly different, but as foreign races, how could they tell? A rough similarity was enough to identify him. It's him, the human blade river king Luofeng. Haha, we're so lucky. We just arrived and we've already encountered this mobile treasure trove. He's said to possess a soul treasure and a palace treasure along with other treasures. His net worth exceeds 50 points. Richer than most universe overlords. Go surround him. The 8 universe venerables discussed and then pounced on Chen Ao. In their eyes, this Blade River King was only at the high-level venerable level. And they had 6 high-level venerables and 2 mid-level venerables. Killing a high-level venerable would be a piece of cake. Human Blade River King, leave your treasures and we'll spare your life. Seeing 8 venerables chasing him at once, Chen Ao's face flashed with panic, and he actually flapped his wings and turned to flee. Haha, where do you think you're going? The leading venerable laughed and activated his own domain heavy treasure, intending to slow Chen Ao down. But Chen Ao didn't stop either. He activated his own treasure, but only a small amount of power, just enough to reach the level of an ordinary domain treasure. Haha, he does have a domain treasure. Blade River King, stop running. We only want the treasures, we won't kill you. The venerables shouted. Some venerables and universe overlords who were originally searching for treasures elsewhere heard the words, Blade River King, and became as excited as if they had been injected with stimulants. They looked at Chen Ao flapping his wings with greed. Human Blade River King. Mobile treasure trove. Haha, all his treasures will be mine. Chen Ao kept fleeing, flapping his wings and activating the first-level secret pattern of his domain treasure, as if desperately hindering the powerful enemies behind him. Why are you chasing me? Chen Ao roared. For the treasures. Haha, Blade River King, I didn't expect you to be so foolish and yet so rich. Seeing Chen Ao's furious and panicked expression, the group of venerables and universe overlords chasing him became even more delighted. It was somewhat similar to crushing geniuses. Facing a super genius of the universe like the Blade River King, they also felt the thrill of overwhelming a genius. They could get treasures and bully a super genius famous throughout the universe. It felt really good. I'm not the Blade River King. You've got it wrong. Chen Ao's divine power voice transmission spread in all directions. Haha, stupid, truly stupid. I saw those wing treasures with my own eyes at the Ancestral God Cult. And your appearance and shape. You're definitely the Blade River King. Denying it is useless. Once we kill you, we'll know. Don't struggle in vain. Since you came to the primordial star, leave all your treasures behind. Chen Ao kept shouting. I'm not the Blade River King, I'm not the Blade River King. But who believed him? And his loud shouts attracted the attention of even more powerful figures. Once they observed, they immediately understood that Chen Ao was indeed the Blade River King. So they joined the pursuing crowd. Within just a few days, the team chasing Chen Ao had grown to over 600 strong, with more than 400 universe venerables, and nearly 200 universe overlords. Top universe overlords wouldn't stoop to attack the Blade River King. The gap was too great and they cared about their dignity. Clearly 50 or 60 treasure points could drive universe overlords crazy, but could not make top universe overlords lose face. Unless the treasures on the Blade River King were worth nearly 200 treasure points. You bastards, when will you stop chasing me? I told you I'm not the Blade River King. Enough nonsense. Even if you're not the Blade River King, you're still dead. To counter the domain treasures of so many powerful figures, Chen Ao had already activated his domain treasure to near the level of a high-grade domain treasure. A high-grade domain treasure was worth around 200 treasure points. Even the best of ordinary domain treasures was worth over 100 treasure points. With such a net worth, even if Chen Ao had only shown the strength of a venerable, let alone a universe overlord, since they had already started the chase, they would have to see it through. If not for the top universe overlords caring about their dignity, they would have joined in personally. At this time, among the human venerables, a huge uproar had arisen. What? The Blade River King went to the primordial star. How dare he? And alone. This Blade River King is truly foolish. What kind of place is the primordial star? It's a dangerous zone where universe overlords can be seen everywhere. Did he really think it was as safe as the Ancestral God Cult? You say the Blade River King even has a top-grade ordinary domain treasure. His treasure points are worth nearly 200. My god, Chaos City Lord is too biased. He gave Luofeng so many treasures. Hearing these news, the human universe venerables were instantly ignited. 200 treasure points. Even top universe overlords didn't all have such a net worth. That Blade River King just a high-level venerable, yet he has so many treasures. He's foolish enough to give the treasures bestowed by our human race to the foreign races. This Blade River King is a traitor to humanity. Rescue? That was impossible. Unless a top universe overlord went to save him, how could anyone rescue Luofeng from hundreds of venerables and universe overlords? Even True Yen Lord hurriedly found Luofeng. Luofeng, did you go to the primordial star? No. Luofeng was completely immersed in comprehending the laws and had no time for the primordial star. Ah, then how is this possible? True Yen Lord quickly took out the video. he had obtained hundreds of venerables chasing a human man, who looked like a person from Earth with a pair of golden wings on his back. These wings were a very famous treasure. After all, during that performance at the ancestral god cult, they had caused the death of a venerable. The image was unmistakable. Luo Feng looked at the man being chased by a large group of venerables and universe overlords and couldn't help laughing. That's my senior brother Chen Ao. What? Chen Ao? True Yen Lord was extremely shocked. How dare he? Isn't he taking the heat for you? Foreign. If the clan killed Chen Ao, they would think they had killed Blade River King Luo Feng, thus eliminating the reputation of Luo Feng's mobile treasure vault, and he would be safe thereafter. Luo Feng looked at Xinyan Venerable speechlessly. Master, your pronunciation is wrong. Come follow me, Dong Qiang. Why are you still fooling around at a time like this? Xinyan glared. Luo Feng shrugged helplessly. My senior brother is extremely powerful. He is using my Blade River King identity to fish. Extremely powerful. He is about the same age as you. How powerful can he be? Is he already a cosmic overlord? Even a cosmic overlord could not withstand so many powerful beings. Senior brother says he is a top-tier cosmic overlord. Silence. Xinyan smiled and shook his head. You believe that? He has cultivated for only tens of thousands of years just like you. How could he be a top-tier cosmic overlord? Luo Feng blinked. Actually, disciple also possesses top-tier cosmic overlord strength. I believe senior brother has strength at that level. Xinyan did not doubt Luo Feng, nor did he think Luo Feng would deceive him, but his heart was bitter. He could not accept this fact. Really? Yes. I thought that after breaking through to Venerable I had regained control of life. I never expected. Xinyan Venerable left helplessly. Since Luo Feng was safe and Chen Ao was also not in danger, he naturally would not disturb Luo Feng. On the primordial star, nearly 10 days had passed since the first wave of Venerables discovered Chen Ao. The number of strong beings pursuing him had not decreased but increased, reaching nearly 1,000. Because Chen Ao's territory treasure had clearly displayed the power of a high-grade territory treasure. This caused an uproar among the many powerful beings. A high-grade treasure worth 200 treasure points had been obtained by a high-grade venerable. Death. He must die. Blade River King was doomed, they said. Even Primordial City Lord was watching everything. From the very beginning he had seen that Chen Ao was fishing. A high-grade territory treasure. This disciple of mine is truly extraordinary. Did he obtain it from the inheritance, or did he seize it himself? Primordial City Lord did not know that it belonged to the Northern Territory Alliance, and the Northern Territory Alliance thought it was exchanged from the human treasury. Chen Ao had never left Primordial City, but Primordial City Lord knew that Chen Ao had a clone. Perhaps it was the harvest of that clone. After all, Chen Ao possessed top-tier cosmic overlord strength, so that clone would naturally be even stronger. He had seen its colossal divine body. Fishing is also a good thing. Those alien races want to kill Blade River King and seize the treasure. Now they have run into the gun barrel. If Chen Ao kills them, they deserve it. Chen Ao was also constantly watching the strong beings pursuing him from behind. He knew the situation well. Now Bloodlight Hall Master was not suitable to act, so this body had to take over. 0.5 progress. Although difficult, killing a few hundred venerables will suffice. Unfortunately, he had lured over 1,000 venerables and cosmic overlords, but only a few could actually be of use. Less than 200. The other 700 to 800 were venerables from races he had already killed. Secondary kills were useless. Even dozens of venerables had been personally killed by Bloodlight Hall Master. Having been deprived of treasures, these venerables urgently needed to regain their footing from Blade River King and obtain some treasures. The dozens of them were even more frenzied than other venerables and cosmic overlords. How pitiful! Hitting the gun barrel a second time, but you are seeking death yourselves. Now there were too many pursuers. Any more and he would lose control. He had already pushed his territory treasure to the level of a high-grade treasure, showing that he was under great pressure. These venerables and cosmic overlords also held territory treasures, constantly opposing him, greatly reducing his control. That's enough. Any more and I can't reel them in. Chen Ao planned to close the net. His idea was to lure some venerables from races he hadn't killed, but 4 or 5 out of 10 were duplicates. This is the difference between luring and actively hunting. When I actively hunt, I can ensure no duplicates, but with luring I have no choice. In the distance, seeing that Blade River King Luo Feng had stopped, many powerful beings rejoiced. The longest pursuit had lasted 10 days. Such a chase was rare, and with so many powerful beings around, many wanted to retreat. But Blade River King had stopped. Or perhaps he could run no more. Haha, Blade River King's territory treasure has reached its limit. He can't use his speed anymore. Being able to resist so many territory treasures, that high-grade treasure must be extraordinary. Kill him, and the treasures will be ours. Get that territory treasure. The group of strong beings grew even more excited, all charging toward Chen Ao with full force. At that moment, Chen Ao summoned his Dark Sea clone. The Dark Sea clone was only over 9,000 kilometers, and its divine power density was slightly inferior, but it was still a combat force doubling the killing speed. Given Chen Ao's strength, unless those cosmic overlords had a high-grade treasure armor and an exceptionally large divine body, he could slay them with a single strike. His secret technique was the pinnacle of a cosmic lord's ultimate technique, only one step away from the strongest fusion technique of a cosmic lord. Its power was boundless. Haha, this Blade River King actually intends to fight back. With so many of us, even a top-tier cosmic overlord would have to retreat. What can you do against us? He summoned a strong being. No fear, there are so many of us. The moment this cosmic overlord saw the Dark Sea clone, he intended to kill it, but the Dark Sea clone lightly swung a sword and cut him down. At the moment of death, the cosmic overlord's face was full of question marks. How did this happen? How did I die? Many others had the same question marks. One sword strike and almost no one could withstand a second. This is impossible. Ah, Blade River King's World Ring actually contains a top-tier cosmic overlord. Blade River King is bait. Countless alien strong beings roared. But Chen Ao had first killed those who held territory treasures. With the opposition of territory treasures gone, these venerables and cosmic overlords were severely suppressed within Chen Ao's high-grade territory treasure. Their speed was reduced to an extreme, making escape impossible. Over 1,000 venerables and cosmic overlords meant 1,000 strikes. With two bodies attacking separately, the number was halved. Within just over 10 minutes, all those who had been pursuing Chen Ao were slain. The effective count is about 200 and my progress bar is at 99. 76. I need to kill about 200 more venerables. But it was extremely difficult. He had killed nearly 20,000 venerables and cosmic overlords representing 20,000 races. Finding new races was not easy and would take some time. The benefit was that killing these venerables was effectively free. Of course, it might make many races unable to accept it since Blade River King now possessed top-tier cosmic overlord strength. In the original story, because of this, the insect race, the demon race, and the mechanical race even dispatched their strongest beings to kill Luofeng. But Chen Ao was not worried. Because he was not Luofeng. He had shouted that he was not Blade River King, but those people didn't believe him. That was not his problem. At this point, the human body and the Dark Sea clone continued to wander around the primordial star. Those who tried to attack him were killed directly. When encountering races he hadn't killed which could increase the progress bar, he also killed them directly. I a top-tier cosmic overlord kill a few hundred venerables and cosmic overlords. What's the big deal? Moreover, these few hundred were scattered across various forces, with each force having only a few dozen. They would just have to grit their teeth and accept it. In the virtual universe, Chen Ao found Primordial City Lord. The harvest this time is not small, right? Primordial City Lord laughed. Killing over 1,000 venerables and cosmic overlords, including 6 ordinary territory treasures. How could the harvest be small? Just average only about 1,000 treasure points worth of treasures. Primordial City Lord laughed heartily. Such wealth was extremely rich even among top-tier cosmic overlords. But it also matched Chen Ao's status as a top-tier cosmic overlord. This time you came to see me, your teacher, for what matter? It's like this. I am still mistaken for Blade River King, so the aliens know that Blade River King has cultivated for only tens of thousands of years and possesses top-tier cosmic overlord strength. They will inevitably try to kill me madly, even dispatching cosmic lords. Primordial City Lord nodded. Although Chen Ao had indeed only cultivated for tens of thousands of years, the aliens didn't know that. They still thought Chen Ao was Luofeng. The Luofeng they knew was terrifying. Having top-tier cosmic overlord strength in just tens of thousands of years, he would be even more fearsome in the future. They would inevitably kill him at any cost. Alright, Dragon Travel Lord and Ice Peak Lord are both on the Primordial Star. I'll have them keep an eye on you. This body of mine has nothing to do in Primordial City anyway. I might as well join you and make some trouble. Primordial City Lord was going to take action personally. However, your approach has pleased me, your teacher. To protect Luofeng, you even exposed yourself. Primordial City Lord still didn't know Luofeng's strength and thought Chen Ao was protecting Luofeng. After all, after this incident, the news that Chen Ao was not Blade River King would spread. Then even if the aliens encountered Luofeng, they wouldn't dare to act. Who knew what was going on? Was it a disguise, or was there a top-tier cosmic overlord in the world ring? Thus Luofeng would be safe. Chen Ao blinked. I never thought of that. I was just borrowing Luofeng's name to kill more aliens. Besides, Luofeng probably doesn't need my protection. The human Chen Ao was still wandering around the Primordial Star. In fact, Bloodlight Hall Master was not far away. Of course, Bloodlight Hall Master had his own goal, the Sword River Plate. The Sword River Plate was a top-grade territory treasure. If that were all, it wouldn't be enough for Bloodlight Hall Master and the many cosmic lords to contend for it. The most important thing was that the Sword River Plate, in addition to its territory treasure function, also had the attack power of a pinnacle treasure. The Sword River Plate consisted of a compass and 9 Sword River Plate divine swords. The compass was a top-tier territory treasure, while the 9 swords attacks rivaled a pinnacle attack treasure. What Chen Ao valued was this kind of treasure. His E-skill had a true damage effect which was extremely harmful to divine bodies. If he had the Sword River Plate, it would increase his attack frequency. Even if the Sword River Plate's attacks were weak, attaching true damage to them would make it a top-tier attack treasure. Imagine each of the 9 swords attacks imbued with true damage. The power would be unparalleled. To some extent, for Chen Ao, the Sword River Plate was no less than a set of pinnacle attack treasures. Perhaps even stronger. If I can find Throne Seeker later and have him upgrade the Sword River Plate to a pinnacle treasure level, the power. At that point his attacks would be incredibly sharp, not quite matching the ultimate treasures but not far off. If I have a pinnacle level Sword River Plate, I might achieve 6th tier combat power. Chen Ao was extremely eager for this. For this goal he was even willing to engage in direct combat with Cosmic Lords. The Sword River Plate will emerge in the next few hundred years. If I can max out my progress bar during this time, I can break through to the Venerable level, and then my combat power will rival a 3rd tier peak Cosmic Lord. If luck allows my secret technique to advance further within these few hundred years, my strength could reach the 4th tier. That would be extremely powerful among the many Cosmic Lords. For this purpose Chen Ao attacked the aliens with great diligence. The Venerable, while the Blood Radiance Hall Master, had been in hiding all along. If the Blood Radiance Hall Master had revealed himself prematurely, perhaps those Universe Masters who bore grudges against him would have arrived, swiftly complicating matters. Thus the Blood Radiance Hall Master must remain concealed, only making his move when the Genha Luo emerges. Only the human body and the Abyssal Sea clone could take action. Chen Ao's strength was formidable, and with his clone, he could even slay a top-tier Universe Overlord. However, most top-tier Universe Overlords possessed Palace-type supreme treasures, and on the Yuanshi star, he could not recklessly draw them into his divine kingdom. Thus, when encountering a top-tier Universe Overlord with a Palace treasure, he refrained from attacking. Chen Ao's slaughter continued. The various cosmic forces, having lost so many Venerables at once, naturally sought to resurrect those Venerables who had fallen by the hands of Universe Masters. Within the Beijiang Sea, the Star River Master sat enthroned at the head. Time reversal. The Star River Master began to reverse the spacetime of that region. All the Venerables of the Beijiang Alliance had once come to pay homage here, so by reversing to that moment he could resurrect the Venerables. As time reversed continuously, the Star River Master witnessed each fallen Venerable. Freeze! Freeze! Pointing at the fallen Venerables one by one, he pulled them back from the past spacetime. In the next instant, dozens of Venerables were resurrected. The Beijiang Alliance had the most members, so naturally they suffered the most casualties. Only the Beijiang Alliance leader could resurrect a Universe Overlord. The Star River Master could only revive these Venerables. Greetings to the Star River Master. We thank you for resurrecting us. After receiving their memories, the resurrected Venerables quickly bowed in gratitude. The Star River Master nodded casually, then asked, "All of you died because of the Human Blade River King. Before your deaths, did you see clearly who the powerhouse hidden within the Blade River King's world ring was?" A top-tier Universe Overlord was no nameless figure. The emergence of a new top-tier Universe Overlord among humans compelled these superpowers to investigate thoroughly. It was a man somewhat similar to the Blade River King, but standing dozens of meters tall. As he spoke, the Venerable simulated the scene before his death. He bore a resemblance to Earthlings. The Star River Master nodded, confirming that his memory held no such powerhouse. While the Star River Master pondered, a Venerable suddenly remarked in surprise, "Were you all slain by that powerhouse? But I was killed by the Blade River King." "Nonsense. You are a high-level Venerable. How could the Blade River King slay you?" "The Blade River King has only been cultivating for how long?" The Venerables expressed disbelief. Yet the remaining few Venerables also spoke up. "I too was personally slain by the Blade River King." Even a Universe Overlord said so. A single Venerable might have been mistaken, but when several appeared it could not be an error. The Star River Master was stunned, then said, "I never expected the Blade River King to be so powerful, capable of slaying high-level Venerables and even Universe Overlords. It seems he possesses the strength of a top-tier Universe Overlord. Humans and our Beijiang Alliance have no direct enmity. In that case, spread the news. I believe the Bug Race, the Demon Race, and the Machine Race will not stand idly by." At the same time, the Thorn Ring Alliance issued a similar message. Yet the three races had no need for such information, as many of their own powerhouses had been slain by Chen Ao. In an instant, the entire universe was shaken. The Blade River King, who had cultivated for only tens of thousands of years, now possessed top-tier Universe Overlord strength. Even the Universe Supreme Masters of the Bug Race, Demon Race, and Machine Race were alarmed. Some of them had been roaming the Cosmic Sea but returned due to the matter of the Blood Radiance Hall Master. "My children, has the Human Blade River King truly only cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and yet attained top-tier Universe Overlord strength?" inquired the Machine Race Father God. "Indeed, Father God. I was personally slain by him. I am a Universe Overlord clad in a high-level Supreme Treasure armor, yet he cut me down with a single sword strike. His strength is not only top-tier Universe Overlord, but nearly approaches the level of a heaven-defying Universe Overlord. A heaven-defying Universe Overlord referred to an existence comparable to a first-stage Universe Master. However, true universe masters, unless newly ascended, almost all reached the second stage, so this power level was often categorized as heaven-defying universe overlord. Cultivating for tens of thousands of years and becoming so formidable, he must be eliminated early. Declared a fifth-stage universe master of the machine race. Otherwise, in another few hundred or thousand epochs, a new Chaos City Lord might be born. Having reached the fifth stage, he understood the Chaos City Lord's might. Though the gap in power seemed small, the Chaos City Lord possessed several sets of ultimate universe master techniques, only a step away from the Supreme Master. I will seek out the universe Supreme Masters of the Demon Race and Bug Race to discuss this. This time our three races will act together to eradicate the Blade River King. At a convergence zone of the Bug Race, Machine Race, and Demon Race. Mengcha, why hasn't Jin Jiao come? Asked the Bug Race Empress. I represent the Demon Race alone. The Demon Race had two universe Supreme Masters, Mengcha, known as the Dream Demon Ancestor, and Jin Jiao, the Earthquake Demon Ancestor, with Mengcha being female. I summoned you both here to discuss the matter of the human Blade River King. It has been confirmed that he is still in the immortal realm, yet possesses top-tier universe overlord strength. This is even more dazzling than Chaos back then. Indeed, if left unchecked, he may become a new Chaos City Lord before long. If he had broken through to become a venerable with top-tier overlord strength, they would not need to worry. But an immortal with such power was truly terrifying. The human Blade River King is still on the Yuanshi star. For safety, each race will dispatch one universe master and 3 top-tier universe overlords to surround him. With the aid of some venerables, it will be impossible for the Blade River King to escape. Agreed. That's the plan. The Blade River King was merely a top-tier universe overlord. Deploying such a force would be sufficient to kill him. However, we must prevent human reinforcements. Our 3 races each have more than one universe master on the Yuanshi star. Let them help block the humans. No human universe master can hold off all the universe masters of our 3 races. In their view, as long as one universe master successfully approached the Blade River King, he would be doomed. Soon the orders were passed down. The 3 races began to mobilize. Chen Ao soon sensed someone watching him. Have they come? He thought, observing the venerables of the 3 races keeping their distance and monitoring him constantly. But he was not afraid at all. Why should he be? When the time came, he would prove that he was not Luofeng. The 3 races would leave in disappointment, and even if they tried to attack, he would have a universe master protecting him. As for why he did this, it was to gather the venerables of the 3 races so he could kill them. Searching on his own was too slow, and the venerables he encountered were often those who had killed his kin before, or even those he had already slain. Once the venerables of the 3 races gathered, he could pick and choose. He only needed a few hundred names, which should be feasible. To seize the Jinhaluo and break through to venerable, he needed to speed things up. Soon hundreds of venerables from the 3 races had gathered around Chen Ao. Chen Ao looked at the venerables. Are you looking for death? Haha, Blade River King, this is the Yuanshi star. You cannot teleport, and your domain-type treasure cannot reach us. We can flee quickly. How can you kill us? That's right, we'll just follow you and you can't kill us. Watching the venerable's smug expressions, Chen Ao could only laugh inwardly. These clever little devils. Let them gloat for now. Once I confirm that their numbers are enough to fill my progress bar, I'll show them what cruelty means. But Chen Ao accelerated, flying in all directions. Chen Ao, the 3 races are mobilizing a universe master to kill you. Chaos City Lord quickly received the news and said urgently, be careful and do not sacrifice yourself to protect Luofeng. In Chaos City Lord's view, Chen Ao was determined to protect the Blade River King, even risking an encounter with a universe master. Master, I will be careful. Good, then reveal the fact that you are not the Blade River King and let the 3 races know what shame is. Haha. Though it brought no tangible benefit, fooling the universe masters of the 3 races would delight Chaos City Lord. Such moments were rare spices in a long life. The Dragon Travel Master and Ice Peak Master of my virtual universe company are already on their way to you, but they are currently entangled by the universe masters of the 3 races. You must be cautious. I understand, Master. I will rendezvous with Ice Peak Master and the others. Saying this, Chen Ao changed direction and headed toward Ice Peak Master's location. At the same time, within Chaos City, the Duobao River vanished and Chaos City Lord set out. Haha, the Blade River King is fleeing. He seems to have sensed something. Never mind him. Our strength is average. We only need to keep an eye on him. The universe masters of our races will act. The venerables of the 3 races communicated among themselves, refusing to give Chen Ao any chance to collect kills, simply watching him. Almost there. Nearly 600 venerables I haven't killed, including some with high bug race and demon race bloodlines. Time to close the net. Chen Ao looked at the 3,000 venerables following him, then flickered. His disguised innate technique domain allowed him to teleport less than 100 light-years each time. Yet even that distance was terrifying. One relied on flight, the other on teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ao easily killed several venerables. He intended to kill only the 600 that could increase his progress bar, but the venerables were mixed among many others. Since they were here, he might as well kill them all. By the time he reached the 400th, his progress bar was full. In reality, Chen Ao had slain over 2,000 venerables this time. Now no venerable dared to watch him, not even from afar. Too terrifying. The human Blade River King actually possesses the innate technique domain. Because Luo Feng had not revealed much during his treasure hunt at Flame Emperors, placed the other races in the universe, did not know that Luo Feng possessed the innate technique domain. Thus they were unprepared. This allowed Chen Ao to slay 2,000 venerables. After reaching the quota, Chen Ao left his Abyssal Sea clone behind and began to distance himself with his human body. Damn it! We can't even watch him anymore, he's escaped. Due to the distance, the venerables of the three races did not know that Chen Ao had left a world ring in a certain spot on the Yuanshi star. At this moment, Chen Ao's human body carried no treasures at all. Blade River King. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding spacetime shifted. A universe master had descended. It's Lord Banff. The venerables rejoiced. Had they not paid such a heavy price? 2,000 dead venerables. Precisely to await the arrival of a universe master. Human Blade River King. Lord Banff gazed at the rising star, who was already deemed capable of reaching the 5th stage peak. His mission was not merely to kill the Blade River King. According to the Bug Race's request, the best outcome was to enslave his soul, turning the human Blade River King into the Bug Race's Blade River King. The second option was to kill his soul. After all, the Blade River King had clones, as everyone knew. Blade River King, do you know who I am? Lord Banff. Lord Banfu was still smiling, his expression exuding a powerful sense of affinity. How difficult it was to enslave a top-tier cosmic overlord. He was no formidable being like the Void True Demon God. Thus he needed to guide step by step, causing Blade River King to develop a slight misperception. In that moment of doubt, a crack would appear in his heart, allowing Lord Banfu to smoothly break through Blade River King's will barrier. Therefore Lord Banfu did not resort to force. Instead he appeared amiable. Blade River King, do you know which faction I belong to? Chen Ao blinked. Lord Banfu, you've got it wrong. I am not Blade River King. Lord Banfu. The game hadn't even started yet, and he was already making a misperception. But this was wrong. How could he mistake himself? Blade River King, there's no need to deny it. I am very certain that you are Blade River King. But Lord Banfu, you truly are mistaken. I am really not Blade River King. Lord Banfu was a bit speechless. Could this Blade River King be mentally unstable? Perhaps he was a madman who had gone so far as to not recognize himself. Yet looking at Chen Ao's expression, Lord Banfu hesitated slightly. If you are not Blade River King, then who are you? I am the Venerable Jingyuan. Chen Ao declared. This was his new name, which he had already arranged with the City Lord of Chaos. It meant reverence for the cosmic origin. Though that was the explanation given to the City Lord. Lord Banfu was stunned. Venerable Jingyuan. Why have I never heard of him? Chen Ao sighed helplessly. I have been cultivating in the Chaos City for 1,000,000 epochs. It was only with the opening of the primordial star that I came out. Then what about your wings? I borrowed them from Blade River King. Since I've been cultivating all along, I have no treasures of my own, so I borrow everything. Good heavens. Lord Banfu felt utterly discomfited. I've been saying all along that I'm not Blade River King, but no one believes me. Chen Ao's face was full of grievance. At the same moment, the City Lord of Chaos descended. Banfu, what are you planning to do to my disciple? He is Venerable Jingyuan, not Blade River King. Your various factions, without ascertaining the truth, have unjustly accused my disciple. Lord Banfu remained silent. What proof do you have that he is not? Chen Ao said. I have already notified Blade River King. He is now at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. You can send a spy to verify. Moreover, you can find someone who has sensed Blade River King's divine power, and compare it with mine. Lord Banfu's silence grew longer. Chen Ao spoke with such certainty that it seemed no further proof was needed. Furthermore, he had received news that the human Blade River King had appeared at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. His true body had manifested not in the virtual universe. This was a mess. Soon Lord Banfu figured it all out. Humans, you have deliberately set this trap. Lord Banfu ground his teeth in fury. City Lord of Chaos, you are one of the top powerhouses in the universe, yet you stoop to such despicable tactics. Ha ha ha, I have done nothing. It was your own factions who let their imaginations run wild, thinking that my disciple Venerable Jingyuan was Blade River King. Hasn't he been shouting all along that he is not Blade River King? It's all a fraud, a complete fraud. Lord Banfu had already sent out the message and confirmed that the Venerable Jingyuan before him was not Blade River King. Humph, even if he is not Blade River King, he still slaughtered so many venerables of our three races. This matter must be settled. The previous killing of dozens was one thing, but Chen Ao had just annihilated 2,000. Chen Ao retorted. They harbored ill intentions toward me. Since they were weak and dared to show disrespect, killing them was only right. Lord Banfu understood this, but with so many dead, an explanation was necessary. You killed too many. Lord Banfu knew that with the City Lord of Chaos present, he could not kill Chen Ao. This siege on Chen Ao was not as elaborate as the original siege on Luofeng. After all, their power levels differed. Chen Ao had only displayed the strength of a top-tier cosmic overlord, while the original siege was because Luofeng was suspected of being a cosmic lord. Chen Ao shrugged indifferently. Fine, I'll take the loss then. Bang. As soon as he spoke, Chen Ao's body self-destructed. Seeing the space empty without a single treasure left behind, Lord Banfu realized that Chen Ao had already prepared everything. Luofeng had a fierce temper and refused to give face to the three races, but Chen Ao cared little about such things. The simpler the matter, the better. Humans, you win this round. Lord Banfu departed. The City Lord of Chaos laughed heartily, immensely pleased at having thoroughly mocked the three races. Moreover, Chen Ao had slain so many venerables. Although distributed among the three races, each race lost several hundred, enough to severely damage the divine bodies of several cosmic lords. In terms of face treasures and racial foundation, this was a massive gain. And all Chen Ao had sacrificed was a little energy from one divine body. This operation could be said to be 100-fold, a million-fold profit. The farce was over. The entire universe fell into a deathly silence. It turned out that Blade River King was merely a decoy to lure them into this trap. The three races had suffered a great loss and could only swallow their pride. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. In the human meeting, the cosmic lords of humanity roared with unrestrained laughter. Your disciple Venerable Jingyun made quite a haul this time, didn't he? Said Giant Axe. Not bad. According to him, about 3,000 treasure points. Even Giant Axe's wild face could not help but break into a smile. These were the treasures of the three races. A reversal meant a net gain of 6,000 treasure points, and reviving the venerables also cost a great deal. Is this Venerable Jingyuan your disciple Chen Ao? He has reached such strength. Yes, he has been cultivating for the same amount of time as Luofeng, but his power is already formidable. Excellent. Humanity has gained another super powerhouse. It seems it won't be long before your virtual universe company gains a new cosmic lord. The City Lord of Chaos was also delighted. Having nurtured a disciple who would become a cosmic lord filled him with pride and honor. He still has some way to go, but he has the potential to become a cosmic lord in the future. The top echelons thoroughly ridiculed the three races before adjourning. In the virtual universe, the City Lord of Chaos looked at Chen Ao. This harvest is enormous. It will allow you to add quite a few treasures. Hee, it's just average. Average? You've gained nearly 5,000 treasure points in total, enough to exchange for a top-tier weapon and armor. Many cosmic lords can't achieve this. The City Lord of Chaos didn't dwell on the treasures. You are still an immortal, aren't you? When do you plan to break through to Venerable? Disciple intends to break through soon. Good. Once you break through, your combat power should be comparable to a heaven-defying cosmic overlord. Chen Ao nodded without further comment. The task of this body was complete, and now it was time for the Bloodlight Hallmaster to take the stage. Before breaking through, Chen Ao had a chat with Luofeng. Senior brother, you've stolen all the limelight from me, the real Blade River King. Luofeng teased. He knew that Chen Ao was not one to seek the spotlight. He always used his Blade River King identity to cause trouble. This time he was probably forced into a corner and had to reveal himself. Isn't it your turn to put on a show now? Chen Ao smiled. That's true. I've almost fully comprehended the laws, so it's time to visit the primordial star. But now, as a moving treasure trove, I'm afraid no one will dare to provoke me. After leaving Luofeng, Chen Ao showed a faint smile. Junior brother, thank you for shining so brightly. Some of the treasures he exchanged for a top-tier peak longsword, while the rest he kept in hand for other purposes. The third stage of gene activation. I wonder how many cosmic lords I need to kill. Chen Ao's concern was not just killing cosmic lords, but also a major issue when reaching the critical threshold between 90000 and 100000 times would he need to kill a cosmic sovereign. If that were the case, Chen Ao felt he might be in deep trouble. In the original story, Luofeng killed his first cosmic sovereign after becoming a cosmic lord, creating a 7th stage secret technique, obtaining a treasure comparable to the ultimate supreme treasure, and possessing the Severance secret art. For him, at the venerable level, to kill a cosmic sovereign. Please don't screw me over like that. Even though 100000 times the gene was difficult, he felt that killing a cosmic sovereign at the venerable level was even harder. But for now, he didn't know how much progress he would gain from killing a cosmic lord. I hope I don't have to kill hundreds of them. Killing a cosmic lord was extremely difficult. In the short term, he couldn't even think about it. He would need to reach at least 4th stage combat power before attempting to kill some 2nd or 3rd stage cosmic lords. First, break through to venerable and obtain 3rd stage peak combat power. Chen Ao once again sank into seclusion. After Chen Ao had tricked the three races, the real Blade River King entered the primordial star. At first, everyone thought this was a fake, a repeat of the human trick, that this Blade River King was Venerable Jingyuan in disguise. Thus Blade River King acted with impunity, and even some top-tier cosmic overlords were reluctant to provoke him. But as time passed, the alien venerables discovered that this Blade River King was real. Nevertheless, no one dared to touch him. They feared that inside his world ring there might be a powerful human hidden. All venerables below top-tier cosmic overlord avoided Blade River King. Even when treasures appeared, they dared not compete. However, when a high-grade palace treasure emerged, even cosmic lords were tempted, let alone top-tier cosmic overlords. Forced into a corner, many alien powerhouses engaged only to find that this Blade River King also possessed top-tier cosmic overlord strength. This time, the three races could no longer remain calm. But after the previous incident, they were much more cautious. They compared carefully, even sending a venerable familiar with Blade River King to die just to confirm whether this Blade River King was Luofeng. After verification, the three races gathered once more and launched another assassination attempt on Luofeng. The situation returned to the original storyline. On Purple Thorn Island, Luofeng was ambushed by the cosmic sovereign Void True Demon God. Forced into a corner, Luofeng had to break through to Venerable and then pretend to be a cosmic lord. During this period, a major event occurred. The Star Tower in the outer domain battlefield disappeared. Luofeng must have gone to retrieve the last chapter of the Nine Tribulations secret art right. The Bloodlight Hall master clone of Chen Ao left the small base and headed to the primordial star. Luofeng will soon be slaughtering here on a grand scale. But what matters more to me is the Sword River Luo. Not long ago, the Sword Tomb had emerged containing all the details about the Sword River Luo. A single compass is a top-tier domain treasure, and when the 9 divine swords unite, they possess not only the power of a top-tier domain treasure, but also the attack power of a peak attack treasure. It was absolutely the finest top-tier domain treasure, worth nearly 200,000 treasure points. Instantly, cosmic lords swarmed to the scene. At the Sword Tomb, over 20 cosmic lords were waiting for the treasure to emerge. Chen Ao also quietly arrived. Unlike other treasures on the primordial star, entering the Sword Tomb required no token, only the ability to withstand the pressure of the Sword River Luo. But clearly this was a battlefield for cosmic overlords, and top-tier cosmic overlords generally had to stay away. In the original storyline, this Sword River Luo was obtained by a cosmic lord of the Thorn Ring Alliance. Chen Ao looked at the Lord Satan of the Thorn Ring Alliance. He is a third-stage cosmic lord. Since he could obtain the Sword River Luo, so can I. Moreover, he didn't even need to fight for it deliberately. Just need to pay more attention to this Lord Chitan, and the probability of obtaining the Jinha Luo compass will greatly increase. However, as soon as Chen Ao arrived, he immediately incurred the hostility of almost all the Universe Masters present. There were 23 Universe Masters here, and 18 of them held grudges against him. Could be said that he was a public enemy. Bloodlight Hall Lord, how dare you show yourself here? The Demon Clan's Lord Tianlang and Lord Yumo growled. Bloodlight Hall Lord, you slaughtered over 10,000 venerables from our Northern Frontier Alliance. This blood debt must be settled thoroughly. Bloodlight Hall Lord, our Xihuan Alliance lost 3,000 Universe venerables at your hands. It's time to repay this debt. Facing the reprimands of 18 Universe Masters, Chen Ao was not flustered in the slightest. Gentlemen, why such fury? The venerables died, so what? How much are those venerables really to you? Is that relationship more important than the treasure, the Jinha Luo? Hearing Chen Ao's words, the Universe Masters fell silent. The logic was sound. After all, how could the deaths of a few fellow venerables compare to a top-tier domain treasure? Bloodlight Hall Lord, our demon clan is irreconcilable with you. Lord Tianlang was the first to charge at Chen Ao. Chen Ao looked at Lord Tianlang with exasperation. Truly the weaker one was the greater the temper. Oh right, he had killed a descendant of Lord Tianlang. 10th sword. Chen Ao's treasure long sword struck fiercely against Lord Tianlang's body. What? The result stunned everyone. Lord Tianlang was actually forced back instantly by Bloodlight Hall Lord. This comparison made it clear that Bloodlight Hall Lord possessed third-tier combat power. You broke through to Universe Master. Lord Tianlang looked at his divine body in disbelief. His treasure was quite ordinary, and his armor was only at the top-tier level. Under Chen Ao's strike, he lost nearly 10,000th of his divine body. This was already terrifying. He was a Universe Master after all, and his divine body was not small, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. If I hadn't broken through to Universe Master with all the slaughter I've committed, how would I dare appear here? Hearing Chen Ao's words, the numerous Universe Masters fell silent. The strongest among them was 4th tier, and Chen Ao, as a Universe Overlord, could already match a 2nd tier Universe Master. Now that he had become a Universe Master, having 3rd tier combat power was normal. Added to Chen Ao's enormous divine body, everyone felt a chill at the thought. Even a 4th tier Universe Master would be reluctant to engage Chen Ao. He was too troublesome. Unless it was a 5th tier Universe Master with absolute power to crush him, otherwise anyone facing Bloodlight Hall Lord would find it a headache. He was simply unkillable. Chen Ao smiled without speaking. In reality, his divine body had already reached 60 million kilometers during his immortal stage. Now that he had broken through to Universe Venerable, he felt it could continue to increase. The upper limit was unknown, but exceeding 100 million kilometers was not a problem. It was so meaty it made you sick. Lord Tianlang, do you still want to fight? Chen Ao looked at Lord Tianlang, a clear smile on his face. Lord Tianlang was only second tier, a bottom tier character. His gene level barely boosted his combat power by 1 tier with a few thousand times, and his secret methods and treasures were very poor. Such an opponent was naturally no match for him. He was completely outclassed in every aspect. Lord Tianlang's face was gloomy. He never expected to be humiliated by a junior. He was a veteran universe master. However, Lord Tianlang knew he was no match. If he forced a fight, he might actually die here. Everyone had seen how bloodthirsty Bloodlight Hall Lord was. Those 20,000 venerables, some of whom had not yet been resurrected. So Lord Tianlang looked at Lord Yumo beside him. Lord Yumo was a top-tier, third-tier expert, relatively strong among this group of universe masters. Forget it, the treasure is more important. We'll settle the grudge later. Venerables could be resurrected, and those factions had been unwilling to provoke Chen Ao before. Now that Chen Ao was a third-tier universe master, they were even more reluctant. Those venerables had no choice but to accept their deaths. The main issue was that he couldn't be killed. Even a fifth-tier universe master couldn't guarantee killing him, and it wasn't like a fifth tier hadn't acted before. Here, aside from the Demon Clan, the universe masters of other races all shared the same thought. Bloodlight Hall Lord, since you've become a universe master, will you stop casually killing venerables from now on? Lord Hushu of the Northern Frontier Alliance asked. If anyone felt the most pain, it was definitely the Northern Frontier Alliance. However, Lord Hushu had previously participated in the pursuit of Chen Ao, and had exchanged a few rounds with him. At that time he couldn't defeat Chen Ao, and now it was even harder to do so. He was only a second-tier peak or barely a third-tier universe master of average strength. Now his strength might be even lower than Chen Ao's. Of course, when I was young I was ignorant, so I killed a lot of people. Now I am no longer the person I was. Naturally I won't kill venerables anymore. Chen Ao said without hesitation. Hearing Chen Ao's words, the universe masters of the various factions breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he wouldn't kill venerables. Revenge was hard to achieve. They could only bury it in their hearts. If the opportunity arose to strike when he was down, they would not miss it, but no one was willing to go all out to avenge themselves against Chen Ao. Seeing that none of the universe masters present made a move, Chen Ao said with a smile. Since no one wants to fight, would you mind moving aside and making some room? Let's wait for the treasure to emerge together. The many universe masters wore stiff expressions, then shifted positions, keeping a certain distance from each other. The distances between them were quite far. The treasure would emerge within a certain range, and then fly in a random direction, so grabbing the treasure depended more on luck than strength. Lord Shatan of the Tsihuan Alliance, I'll stay right beside you. You don't mind, do you? Humph. Lord Shatan snorted coldly. Chen Ao had killed several of his disciples. How could he not mind? But there was nothing he could do now. Even if the 18 universe masters present attacked together, they might not be able to take down Chen Ao, so he naturally wouldn't act. Lord Shatan, your attitude toward me is worse than toward others. Could it be? Shut up. Lord Shatan, who had always had a bad temper, was even more furious at Chen Ao's words. Hey, I just felt bored and wanted to find someone to chat with. Since Lord Shatan is unwilling, forget it. Chen Ao waved his hand, looking indifferent. The many universe masters watched Chen Ao speechlessly. This roguish demeanor could not be reconciled with the bloodthirsty Bloodlight Hall Lord, who had committed countless slaughters. Is this really Bloodlight Hall Lord? It should be him. I fought him when he was a universe overlord. Although his divine body's aura has changed considerably, his secret methods haven't, so it's definitely him. Every breakthrough in strength could be considered becoming a new species, so the divine body's aura naturally changed. Chen Ao quietly stayed beside Lord Shatan. I hope nothing unexpected happens, or I'll have to start targeting universe masters early. But even killing Lord Tianlang was extremely difficult. If he couldn't get the Genha Luo soon, things would become very hard. Time passed slowly and several years went by unnoticed. The treasure's aura grew stronger and stronger, clearly about to emerge. Chen Ao was even more tense. Unlike ordinary universes, other universe masters regarded the Genha Luo the same as any top-tier domain treasure. But he had a tremendous need for this Genha Luo. He was determined to obtain it. The Genha Luo compass is emerging. A huge black disc appeared before the many universe masters. On the disc were 9 round holes, and the surroundings were covered with mysterious secret patterns. And the direction in which the compass appeared turned out to be exactly where Chen Ao and Lord Shatan were located. Haha, it's good that inertia is large enough. Following Lord Shatan leads to meet. Seeing the Genha Luo flying toward him, Lord Shatan was filled with excitement. But the next moment a faster figure had already appeared between him and the Genha Luo. Damn it, Bloodlight Hall Lord, this Genha Luo is mine. Lord Shatan roared. Haha, when the treasure is before us, whoever is faster gets it. Tack, tack. The nearby universe masters frenziedly attacked Chen Ao, and Lord Shatan directly struck at Chen Ao's back. You're not good enough. A huge palace appeared before everyone. Chen Ao did not hide inside the palace but used it to block the attacks from behind. His speed was very fast and his position was excellent, so he naturally reached the Genha Luo compass's location first. Don't let him refine it. Attack quickly. More than 20 universe masters were anxious. They could accept anyone else obtaining this treasure, but seeing Bloodlight Hall Lord get it made them extremely uncomfortable. Frenzied attacks sent the palace treasure flying in all directions. Couldn't be used as a shield. Once blocked it would be knocked away. In that short time Chen Ao had already taken the Jinha Luo into his hand and begun to refine it. Hurry up! The Universe Masters unleashed their most powerful attacks and Chen Ao's divine body was constantly being worn down. But it was useless. Until Chen Ao finished refining the Jinha Luo compass, his aura did not weaken. Damn it, why is this guy's divine body so huge? More than 20 of them attacked together for several minutes and Bloodlight Hall Lord withstood the assault, losing less than 10% of his divine body. This was simply against all reason. Haha, I'll take the Jinha Luo. Chen Ao refined the Jinha Luo and instantly a huge phantom of the compass identical to the Jinha Luo compass appeared in the void. At the same time everyone felt the oppressive force of the compass. Undoubtedly Chen Ao had already refined the Jinha Luo. To seize the treasure they would have to kill Chen Ao. Kill him? Don't joke. Over 20 of them had attacked with full force for 5 or 6 minutes and Chen Ao's divine body had not even suffered a single % loss. A battle among Universe Masters usually lasted only a minute or two at most. Any longer meant they were fighting to the death. So facing Chen Ao's divine body they were utterly desperate. He stood there letting them attack and they couldn't even hurt him. Haha, your attacks don't hurt much. You still need to work hard on creating secret techniques. Hearing Chen Ao's words the many Universe Masters grew even angrier. This guy had a truly venomous tongue. He took the treasure and still mocked them. Didn't they want to create the ultimate secret techniques? But they had to be able to do it. Lord Tianlang silently left, not intending to stay any longer. By the way, everyone, I have the Jinha Luo compass, but those divine swords will gradually emerge over the next few hundred years. I hope that the factions that obtain them will hand them over to me. Everyone knew the characteristics of the Jinha Luo, so Chen Ao's words were not surprising. As compensation I am willing to purchase each divine sword at 500 treasure points. Please do me this favor. Of course, if anyone deliberately opposes me and hides the divine swords to spite me, I will have to come and request them personally. Hearing the price, everyone was quite satisfied. After all, the main part of the Jinha Luo was the compass. Those divine swords were just accessories. Although the 9 swords together could function as a top-tier offensive treasure, their combined value was around 1000 treasure points. Even with the Jinha Luo's enhancement, it would be at most 2000 treasure points. In the original story, Luofeng obtained 1 divine sword, and the contribution price was only 12 treasure points. Even if the humans needed to negotiate 10 or 20 times that price would be reasonable. So the 9 swords together would be worth about 2000 treasure points. But Chen Ao was offering a total of 4500 treasure points, twice the premium. From that perspective his sincerity was clear. However, hearing Chen Ao's subsequent threat, the many Universe Masters, the Lord was somewhat angered, but there was no help for it. They had indeed attacked moments ago, yet they could not even scratch it. Humph, if we obtain the Jinha Luo we will naturally seek out the Bloodlight Palace Master for a trade. However, we do not know where the Bloodlight Palace Master resides. Asked Lord Shaten. Chen Ao was also taken aback. The question seemed quite reasonable, but if the Universe Overlord were to arrive, even if Chen Ao escaped, his divine body would suffer great damage. Well, I have a venerable servant on the Artisan God Star. If you obtain the Jinha Luo Divine Sword, you can go directly to the Artisan God Star for the trade. I, the Bloodlight Palace Master, will certainly not be stingy with treasures. The Universe Masters snorted as well. Do you not have any idea where those treasures of yours came from? Damn it, are they yours? They are ours. Chen Ao laughed heartily, steering his palace treasure away, ignoring these people. According to what the Jinha Luo said, the Jinha Luo Divine Sword would emerge separately over the next 900 years. Chen Ao only needed to wait quietly for 900 years. Of course, he would also monitor news about the Jinha Luo through human intelligence channels. If anyone dared to hide it, he would not hesitate to storm their doorstep. His strength was already sufficient to allow him to roam freely across the original universe. Even facing a 5-stage peak like the River of Stars Lord, he could withstand and escape. As for the Universe Overlord, he had not tried, but he estimated he could escape as well. Of course, this was in the original universe. In the Cosmic Sea, one could not be so reckless. I feel it is truly close. There is only the last membrane separating me from the Universe Master's strongest fusion secret art. Breaking through it, Chen Ao would be able to enter a new realm. At this moment Luofeng came to Chen Ao. Senior brother, this time I may not be able to return. If something happens to me, I entrust Earth to you. Please make sure to take Earth back. Luofeng revealed his plan to pretend to be a Universe Master. Chen Ao looked at Luofeng. This armor of yours seems quite extraordinary. Luofeng, I am bidding you farewell in life and death, and you tell me the armor is nice. Yes, this is the tribulation armor, of course it is nice. Go, you will be fine. I will follow along as well. Even if a Universe Master comes, I can help block for you. Luofeng's eyes widened. Senior brother, you have also broken through. Of course. Did you think I would be slower than you? Or do you think my strength is inferior to yours? Luo Feng looked at Chen Ao with gratitude. Senior brother, although you have tricked me several times this time, I am still very grateful to you. You're welcome. I just want to say in the future when I trick you, do not get excited. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will not get excited. Chen Ao was willing to personally protect Luo Feng. This was a matter of risking his life. Was there a greater favor than this? In comparison, using him a little bit was really nothing. With you saying that, I am relieved. Luo Feng wanted to say something else, but suddenly felt that something seemed off. Chen Ao was not worried about being killed by an alien universe master, but instead was worried about whether he himself would get excited. No matter how one thought about it, it was strange. Junior brother, I will go ahead. Good, I will wait for you on the primordial star. Luo Feng bade farewell to Chen Ao, and then charged toward the primordial star. Next should be the moment for Luo Feng to display his might. The shocking scene of him killing thousands of venerables with a single move. I am the universe. Yes, killing thousands of venerables with one move was shocking. In comparison, his sneak attack that killed 20,000 venerables was actually not much. He, Luo Feng, is still young. Chen Ao directly deployed his human body, and the Nether Sea Avatar, and even the Bloodlight Palace Master made a move. However, the Bloodlight Palace Master and the human were separate. If the timing was right, the Bloodlight Palace Master could cause disruption. Pity there was no great battle after all. Otherwise, I could take the opportunity to kill a Universe Master, and see how much progress bar a Universe Master can provide. Meanwhile, in the Beast God realm, the Rattanwood King revealed a faint smile. The strongest fusion secret art is complete. Having reached this step, all my original accumulation is finished. Yes, the most that the original universe could provide was to comprehend the Universe Master's strongest fusion secret art, which is the preliminary fusion of 3 systems of secret arts. The rest of the path must be walked by the Universe Masters themselves unless they obtain the inheritance of the origin continent. As early as a few years ago, when Luo Feng was preparing to pretend to be a Universe Master, the Nether Sea Avatar had already returned. Now the Beast God realm actually only had Chen Ao. Star Ancestor, please send me away. The old Beast God looked at Chen Ao with surprise. Rattanwood King, have you finished your contemplation? Yes. Good, in that case I will send you away. Wait, about that, the previously agreed 300 million years, but I have only contemplated for tens of millions of years. Can I get a refund for the remaining network fee? Get lost. The Rattanwood King was thrown out of the Beast God realm cursing. At the first moment the Rattanwood King entered his small base, used the 9 Abyss Sea to successfully switch to a venerable level divine body, and then re-strengthened his divine power. This volume can continue to increase. I estimate 200 million kilometers is not a problem. Afterwards he returned to the Ancestral God Sect. In fact, he could now completely disappear because the Ancestral God Sect could no longer help him. As for some peak treasures, even the Ancestral God Sect could not casually give them to him. He needed to compete for them himself. He could completely revert to his human identity, and with his breakthrough to venerable his aura changed so the ancestral gods might not necessarily recognize him. However, Chen Ao still remembered the kindness of the Ancestral God Sect and did not intend to do so. When the two-faced ancestral god learned that Chen Ao had become a universe venerable, he was even more delighted. It has only been tens of thousands of years, and you have become a universe venerable. Can you tell me what level your combat power has reached now? The Rattanwood King estimated and then said, it is roughly 3rd stage peak combat power. Due to my divine body, I will be stronger in prolonged battles. Good 3rd stage peak. As a universe venerable, you already have such strength. By the way, weren't you planning to stay in the Beast God realm for another 300 million years? Why did you come out so early? Mainly because I feel that I can already create a Universe Master's fusion secret art. The Beast God realm is of no use to me. He had already fully comprehended the 8 basic fusion laws. Now the difficulty was the 3-system fusion. Good. The two-faced ancestral god became even more joyful. If he could create the Universe Master's strongest secret art, then after becoming a Universe Master, he would be able to possess 5th stage combat power. If he created several more sets, then it would be 5th stage peak. As for treasures, the Ancestral God Sect could still provide some. With the convenience of the original universe, they could obtain peak domain treasures just requiring a bit of time. Next, what do you plan to do? The ancestral god looked at the Rattanwood King with satisfaction. He had not expected the Rattanwood King to grow so fast. In just tens of thousands of years, the time it takes for a special life form to sleep, the Rattanwood King had already stood at the pinnacle of the universe. I plan to create the Universe Master's strongest fusion secret art, and then go out to explore. He had already created the Bloodlight Palace Master's Light Wind Time fusion secret art, but his own secret art had not yet been created. This would take some time. However, having entered this threshold with his speed of comprehension, these were not problems. By the way, Rattanwood King, do you want a good treasure? The two-faced ancestral god suddenly said. The Rattanwood King was taken aback. Could there be a surprise? Is it a supreme treasure? Ahem, that is impossible, but perhaps you can obtain a peak set treasure. The Rattanwood King's eyes widened. This? Is it possible? A peak set treasure was second only to a supreme treasure, even slightly better than those top-grade peak level 3-piece sets. Its value was estimated to exceed 100,000 treasure points. The key was that it could no longer be measured by treasure points. If you wanted to exchange it, there was no place to do so. Most peak treasures were like this. Exchanging them was very difficult, especially for those above the level of 3-piece sets. There is an opportunity. The original universe recently conveyed its will to us. Lord Yuan Ao brought back from the cosmic sea something that the will of the original universe utterly detests, and this Lord Yuan Ao himself has also been abandoned by the original universe. From the feedback of the original universe's will, if this matter is handled well, it is very likely to obtain a peak set treasure. The Ancestral God Sect is the spokesperson of the original universe, but they are not fools. When they can seize benefits for themselves, they certainly will not let it go. Killing Lord Yuan Ao was an excellent opportunity. When Chen Ao heard this, he immediately remembered. Wasn't this the matter of that strange artifact? It was also the cause of the giant axe's fall. Chen Ao nodded. Good ancestral god, I understand. I will attempt to kill that Lord Yuan Ao. If you possess 4th stage universe master combat power, with your divine body, you have a great chance to annihilate him. Lord Yuan Ao was also a special life form with a divine body of 1,000,000 kilometers, but of course, he could not compare to Chen Ao. Chen Ao possessed a top-grade peak longsword and armor strong in both offense and defense. Once his secret art also reached the level of the strongest secret art, his combat power would surely explode. Originally, I should have asked some guardian beast gods to do this, but if you can accomplish it, that would naturally be the best. The guardian beast gods and the Rattanwood king, who was a core member nurtured from a young age, were still different. If the benefits could be taken by their own people, why let others have them? It was just that the 3 ancestral gods could not leave at will, otherwise they would want to go kill Lord Yuan Ao themselves. Ancestral god, is this urgent? Not urgent. According to the will of the original universe, it is usually a minor matter to delay for several eras. Chen Ao nodded. He remembered that when Luo Feng and his group joined forces to kill Lord Yuan Ao, it seemed to be much later than now. This way he still had plenty of time. A 4th stage universe master with a 1,000,000-kilometer divine body, unless that Lord Yuan Ao fights me to the death, it will be difficult to wear him down. However, Lord Yuan Ao's mission was to spread the Chensi diagram. In principle, he should fight to the death without retreating. Let me first create the 2nd universe master's strongest secret art. The Rattanwood king immersed himself once again in the creation of secret arts. Meanwhile, the Bloodlight Palace master's face was full of smiles. The secret art is complete. Although it is only a very ordinary universe master's strongest fusion secret art, it is enough to elevate my combat power by 1 level, firmly reaching 4th stage. If the treasure is a bit better, I can fully become 4th stage peak. This was the peak combat power of Luo Feng before he obtained the Duandong River inheritance. However, he could break through this limit. As long as he obtained the Jianheluo, he could reach 5th stage. In his hands, he already had 3 divine swords, all obtained by venerables of small forces who then came to him. None of these 3 swords had been obtained by major forces. This was not surprising. In terms of races, the number of venerables occupied by the major forces was not large. He had announced this matter back then to inform those small races. Of course, even if the small races did not come to trade, it was fine. He could kill his way to their doorstep. After all, it was very difficult to obtain a treasure on the primordial star without anyone knowing. Especially the Jianheluo divine sword, which was comparable to a high-level treasure. Once it emerged, many universe venerables could arrive in time, so there was no fear of not finding the obtainer. To hide this useless divine sword in some corner of the universe for a lifetime was not worth it. Next, I will just wait for Luo Feng's great show. His goal was very simple: to follow behind Luo Feng and pick up treasures. Luo Feng killed over 6,000 venerables but did not pick up any treasures. Such waste was something he could not tolerate, so he would go and pick up those treasures. What he picked up naturally became his. As for Luo Feng, he had never seen him. Chen Ao's 3 avatars followed Luo Feng to the primordial star. "Senior brother, are you there?" Luo Feng asked. "I'm here, not far from you. Go ahead and do it, I've got your back." Hearing Chen Ao's voice, Luo Feng felt more confident. What followed was similar to the original story. Luo Feng targeted the Heavenly Hua Venerable of the demon race, cutting off 9 of his divine body with a single blade strike. The Heavenly Hua Venerable then fled into the high-grade palace treasure, the White Needle, leaving Luo Feng helpless. Chen Ao was pleased to see this. To smoothly collect the treasures, he naturally would not remind Luo Feng. Thus Luo Feng intended to seek another opponent, but the Heavenly Hua Venerable, piloting the White Needle, relentlessly followed and monitored him. Forced into a corner, Luo Feng had to activate another plan. Like Chen Ao, he would gather countless strong experts from the 3 races, and use his innate secret technique to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. During this process, Luo Feng used his innate secret technique domain to eliminate countless experts, and then began teleporting away repeatedly. Chen Ao appeared opportunely collecting the treasures Luo Feng had no time to pick up. In the original story it was only mentioned that the treasures from killing 6,000 venerables were left behind, but during this period Luofeng had also killed 1 or 2,000. A significant number. Senior brother, I might need to use a powerful secret technique soon. It doesn't distinguish friend from foe and deals immense damage to the divine body. Don't worry, my divine body is also quite substantial. I'll be fine. Chen Ao said. Hearing this, Luofeng felt a bit relieved. He was afraid that Chen Ao might also be crushed by his I am the universe technique. More and more venerables gathered, and at that moment Lord Banfu appeared again, intending to enslave Luofeng's soul. However, Luofeng reacted and engaged in a fierce battle with Lord Banfu. During the battle, Lord Tongling arrived to join forces against Luofeng. At the same time, Human Chaos City Lord and Lord Dragonform also arrived, but they were blocked by other universe lords from the 3 races. Lord Tongling, aren't you ashamed to gang up on my disciple with Lord Banfu? Haha, Chaos, spare me the useless talk. Today is not a sparring match. We're here to kill your disciple Luofeng. Chaos City Lord was furious and struck with all his might. Chaos, don't interfere. Your disciple Luofeng must die today. Want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? The universe lords of the 3 races were confident that this operation would succeed, and that they could kill Luofeng. Seeing that Chaos City Lord and Lord Dragonform were blocked and Chen Ao, who had promised to hold off one universe lord, was nowhere to be seen, the situation took a turn for the worse. Faced with such a dire situation, Luofeng had no choice but to activate the secret technique. I am the universe, instantly crushing over 6,000 venerables. When Luofeng used the I am the universe technique, Chen Ao began to act. His 2 bodies separated, teleporting through space and frantically picking up the ownerless treasures. Afterward, there was a clash between the human and 3 race universe lords. Their attention was focused on each other, and they hardly paid any attention to Chen Ao, who was busy collecting treasures on the sidelines. Jingyuan Venerable, how dare you? Those are the treasures of our 3 races. With over 6,000 venerables killed by Luofeng, the 3 races would suffer a severe blow to their vitality. If Chen Ao also took all the treasures, it would add insult to injury. Chaos City Lord and Luofeng stared in shock at Chen Ao, who was focused solely on collecting treasures. No one had expected Chen Ao to be here. By now, aside from the universe lords, all venerables were dead. The universe lords were too entangled to stop Chen Ao. Haha, Lord Tongling, where do you think you're going? Originally the universe lords of the 3 races were blocking Chaos City Lord, but now the situation had reversed. Chaos City Lord was blocking the 3 race universe lords. Chaos City Lord, get out of my way. Didn't you just say that I am your opponent? Don't run. Let's go have some fun. Chaos City Lord laughed heartily. Luofeng had killed over 6,000 venerables, making humanity's gains enormous. If Chen Ao could also take all the supreme treasures, humanity would make a killing. Ah, Chaos Dragonform, stop blocking me. The universe lords of the 3 races shouted. They were frantic as they watched treasure after treasure quickly vanish into Chen Ao's pockets. Lord Banfu, forget about Luofeng. Stop Jingyuan Venerable immediately. They even abandoned Luofeng entirely. They realized that Lord Banfu was not adept at close combat, and his illusions were useless against Luofeng, so they ordered him to stop Chen Ao. Lord Banfu intended to disengage from Luofeng. Luofeng was stunned. Although Chen Ao hadn't made a move, it seemed he was no longer in danger, yet something felt off. Haha, Lord Banfu, where do you think you're going? Let's fight another 300 rounds. Luofeng naturally wouldn't let Lord Banfu leave, so he did his best to delay him. Watching most of the treasures slip into Chen Ao's pockets, Lord Banfu howled in frustration. Jingyuan Venerable, you're courting death. Frantic Lord Banfu endured Luofeng's attacks and charged at Chen Ao. Ignoring him, Chen Ao used his human body to block Lord Banfu and fight alongside Luofeng, while his other body continued collecting treasures. In no time, over 70% of the treasures had entered Chen Ao's pockets. Luofeng, are you stupid? Why aren't you using your Masha race avatar to collect treasures? Isn't it a waste? Luofeng suddenly realized. His Masha race avatar's divine body was too small, and its gene level was only at the venerable level of 100, making it useless in battle. But as a treasure-collecting tool, it was more than adequate. The remaining 30% of the treasures were split almost evenly between Chen Ao and Luofeng. Within 10 minutes, 90% of the treasures had entered Chen Ao's pockets, and nearly 10% went to Luofeng. However, Chen Ao had picked first, taking the most valuable items, while Luofeng's share consisted of ordinary goods. Haha, excellent. My 2 disciples have made the 3 races regret this day. Failing to kill Luofeng and losing so many venerables and supreme treasures. This was comparable to the devastation the Bloodlight Palace Lord had inflicted on the Northern Alliance. But the 3 races were a collective, while the Northern Alliance was just an alliance. An alliance didn't need to compensate for lost treasures, but the 3 races did. The 3 races suffered a massive loss. Luofeng, go back first. I'll hold off Lord Banfu for a while. Alright, senior brother, be careful. After a couple of minutes of fighting, they knew Chen Ao's strength was formidable. Jingyuan Venerable, you're courting death. Lord Banfu was furious. Luo Feng as a Universe Lord could stop him, but what was Chen Ao? Chaos City Lord was about to leave with Luo Feng, when suddenly everyone was shocked. The blustering Lord Banfu's aura rapidly weakened. You're also a Universe Lord. That's a pinnacle secret technique. Lord Banfu roared. He was all too familiar with this aura. Hey, you only realize now. Too late. Lord Banfu had already suffered considerable divine body damage from fighting Luo Feng, and then he underestimated Chen Ao, who struck him with his two bodies using a combined Pinnacle Universe Lord secret technique. In an instant, Chen Ao, who had been fully prepared, attacked 4 or 5 times, and with 2 bodies he struck 10 times. Thus Lord Banfu fell. Earlier Lord Banfu had consumed quite a bit of his divine body, about 10%, while trying to kill Luo Feng. Then he faced the combined assault of Chen Ao and Luo Feng. The peculiarity of Chen Ao's attacks was that even without using full force, the true damage from his E-skill was still present. Lord Banfu's divine body was constantly being depleted. Lord Banfu naturally knew his divine body was depleting faster than usual, but he was facing 2 opponents at the time. Luo Feng had the combat power of a Universe Lord, while Chen Ao possessed the strength of a top-tier Universe Overlord. Some divine body loss was normal. By the time Luo Feng left and Chen Ao faced Lord Banfu alone, Lord Banfu's divine body depletion had reached nearly 30%. This was a very dangerous threshold. Once depletion exceeded 30%, strength would drop by half. However, since Lord Banfu specialized in illusions, the reduction would be somewhat smaller. But Lord Banfu was not adept at close combat, and his divine body was mediocre. The drop in strength would severely cripple his combat power, and once he fell into the state, the risk of death loomed. Lord Banfu was well aware of this, but he was careless. Chen Ao was merely a top-tier Universe Overlord. What did that matter? So he even ignored Chen Ao's attacks, intending to block Luo Feng's escape. In that brief moment, Chen Ao erupted. Using his 2 bodies, he employed the combined Pinnacle secret technique, wielding the peak-grade treasure longsword he had exchanged for earlier along with the system panel. With near 4th stage peak combat power, Chen Ao struck Lord Banfu 10 consecutive times, fully landing on the one who had disregarded him. By the time Lord Banfu reacted, over 60% of his divine body had been lost. At this level, his power was diminished to less than 1/10. He was even more powerless to resist, and the other Universe Lords couldn't rescue him in time. Boom! As Lord Banfu's divine body exploded, all the Universe Lords were stunned. Even Luo Feng and Chaos City Lord stared at this scene in disbelief. Lord Banfu, a powerful 4th stage Universe Lord, had died here, although he was a master of illusions, and his close combat ability was so poor that even Luo Feng, a mere 2nd stage Venerable, could handle him. Still, he was a 4th stage Universe Lord. As for Chen Ao, time to make a run. The moment he killed Lord Banfu, his Yuhai avatar immediately teleported away. To block pursuers, his human body charged at the 3 race Universe Lords coming to rescue and self-destructed. The self-destruction of a divine body over 90,000 kilometers long held the 3 race Universe Lords at bay for a moment. Then Chen Ao's Yuhai avatar successfully escaped to where the Bloodlight Palace Lord was. The sudden turn of events left all 4 races, including humanity, utterly bewildered. A Universe Lord had fallen. The heavens had collapsed. No matter how many Venerables died, they could be slowly resurrected. No matter how many treasures were lost, they could be gradually gathered. Though it affected the Foundation, given time, everything could be restored. But the death of a Universe Lord was an absolute shattering of the Foundation, irreversible. Chaos, your disciple dares to kill a Universe Lord of our Zerg race. Our 2 races will be at war to the death. The Universe Lords of the Demon race and the Mechanical race instantly turned into bystanders, not uttering a single word. Of course, the so-called alliance of 3 races was only formed to deal with the latent threat of Luo Feng, and they all knew that Luo Feng possessed the combat power of a Universe Lord, and was difficult to kill. This operation had already failed. What they could not accept was the loss incurred. But when it comes to comparing misfortunes, nothing is worse than having someone more unfortunate than yourself. Without a doubt, nothing mattered more than the death of a Universe Lord, especially a 4th stage one. Chaos City Lord coldly stared at the Zerg Universe Lord. Humph, I killed him, and that's that. If I had the chance, I would kill you too. The hatred between the 4 races ran deep. When given the opportunity, they would absolutely go for the kill. The reason they didn't wage open war was simply mutual restraint and compromise for the sake of their civilization's development. They didn't want to kill each other's Universe Lords. It was just extremely difficult. If you were slightly weaker, your opponent would flee, immediately denying you the chance to fight. Even if you got entangled, they would call for reinforcements at the first opportunity. Thus, even though Lord Tianlang had shown off in front of Chaos City Lord could not kill him. The main reason was that Lord Tianlang could use his palace to stall for time until the Demon Race Universe Lords arrived to rescue him. The Demon Race and Mechanical Race looked at the conflict between the Zerg and humanity, a trace of a smile appearing on their faces. This time it seemed they had not suffered a loss. Being able to witness a 4th stage Universe Lord fall was worth more than the death of some Venerables. Chaos City Lord couldn't be bothered to waste words with the Zerg Universe Lord, and simply led Luo Feng and Lord Dragon Form away. Upon arriving at the primordial star, even the city lord of chaos did not bother to have Luo Feng commit suicide by destroying his own body, as in the original tale. Compared to what Chen Ao had done, Luo Feng's transgression was truly insignificant. Returning to the human domain, the Dragon Travel Lord could not help but ask, "Chaos, what is the story with these two disciples of yours?" The Dragon Travel Lord turned to Luo Feng. Though it was somewhat shocking that Luo Feng had suddenly become a universe lord, it was not beyond acceptance. Yet Chen Ao, in the presence of many universe lords, had slain a Banfu Lord in a short time. The overall strength of that Banfu Lord was no less than that of the Dragon Travel Lord himself. The City Lord of Chaos smiled wryly. "I haven't figured it out either. I've been searching for Chen Ao in the virtual universe, but he hasn't replied. Perhaps he's entangled in something. Being able to kill a universe lord. This is too exaggerated." The Dragon Travel Lord could not help but exclaim, "How many epochs has it been since a fourth-stage universe lord fell in the primordial universe? In the past, such falls mostly occurred in the cosmic sea. No one expected a universe lord to perish in the primordial universe. They dispersed and the matter began to ferment anew. The sudden appearance of a venerable Jingyuan had already been astonishing enough. Top-tier universe tyrants were not common. Only a few existed in each faction, even rarer than universe lords. Yet because the City Lord of Chaos had concealed it well, it had not been exposed. This time, with the fall of a universe lord, the entire universe was shaken. Lord Jingyuan's past was unearthed by the spies of various races who risked everything to investigate. Venerable Jingyuan, suspected to be a participant in the genius battle 70,000 years ago, had performed unremarkably ever since. Unremarkable? What a joke. 70,000 years ago, he was at the star level. 70,000 years later, he could slay a universe lord. How was that unremarkable? This Chen Ao has hidden himself deeply indeed. For so many years, not a single piece of information leaked out. If not for investigating his connection to the City Lord of Chaos's disciples, hardly anyone would remember him. Regardless, that venerable Jingyuan, or Lord Jingyuan, has already become a force to be reckoned with. There's nothing we can do about him. No matter how many coincidences or accidents, to kill a fourth-stage universe lord required at least fourth-stage combat power or above. Such power was the pinnacle of any faction. Lord Jingyuan truly unremarkable. Many details of Chen Ao's past were dug up, including his impersonation of the Blade River King in the extraterritorial battlefield, and killing a venerable while still a realm lord. As the news spread, the entire universe buzzed with shock. He had been that extraordinary even back then. Neither other factions nor the human race itself had imagined Chen Ao could be so heaven-defying. Yet they had never even heard of Chen Ao's name. Indeed, aside from a few masters of the Green Shadow Sect who still fervently awaited his return to the fold, no one else remembered Chen Ao. His performance had always been so ordinary. Neither as brilliant as Bolin at the top nor as steady as Luo Feng's accumulation at the bottom. Even in the 1 or 2 realm lord battles, he ranked in the middle, neither ahead nor behind. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. How many such geniuses is the human race hiding? Countless races began frantically planting spies among humans. Such hidden explosions were terrifying. Who knew if the next one would suddenly erupt and slay another universe lord? Though Luo Feng was a genius, he was currently only a second-stage universe lord, and even among second-stage he was at the bottom. Chen Ao, however, had displayed peak fourth-stage power. Countless times stronger than second-stage. In the virtual universe, Chen Ao, what is the story with your combat power? The City Lord of Chaos could not help but ask. Even Luo Feng, who had shown universe lord-level power, was left aside. Disciple has made some minor progress and thus achieved such power. Minor progress again. The City Lord of Chaos looked at Chen Ao speechlessly. Are you a universe lord? Disciple is still at the venerable level. The City Lord of Chaos pressed his forehead, unable to comprehend how such power arose. Disciple like Luo Feng has perfect genes, and I have already created a universe lord's ultimate secret technique. Self-created ultimate fusion secret technique. The City Lord of Chaos looked up to the sky. Such progress was truly ordinary. No. Do you know that those who can create a universe lord's ultimate secret technique are all super powerhouses? That's for others. My strength is still relatively ordinary. The City Lord of Chaos pressed his forehead again and stopped dwelling on it. How many ultimate fusion secret techniques have you created? Only one. That's still good. In the future, when you advance to universe lord, your power may not be inferior to your teachers. Chen Ao smiled and said nothing. Then the City Lord of Chaos turned to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, your performance this time also surprised me. Both of you have your own opportunities. That's good. Soon I will introduce you to the many universe lords of our human race. For now, let our virtual universe company lineage gather first. At this moment, the City Lord of Chaos was pleased. He had nurtured 2 universe lords at once. He had previously envied his junior brother, the Dark Lord, for having a universe lord disciple, Yuho Lord. Now he no longer needed to envy, he had doubled that. In the virtual universe, the human high level gathered. Meanwhile, in reality, Luo Feng, you still have a teacher from an alien race, don't you? Chen Ao asked. Luo Feng looked at Chen Ao in surprise. Senior brother, you know about that. In fact, it's not just me. The City Lord of Chaos and the others could guess too, but they didn't see the need to mention it. Then you, senior brother. Actually, I wanted you to recommend me. I wish to meet that Zhuoshan Ku. Chen Ao said. Regardless, our earth lineage was guided by Zhuoshan Ku. He has done me a favor. Luo Feng nodded. I can only mention this to teacher Zhuoshan Ku. Whether he is willing to see you I cannot say. The timing was perfect as Luo Feng also planned to visit Zhuoshan Ku. Teacher. Luo Feng communicated with Zhuoshan Ku. Ha ha ha, my good disciple, this time you've made your name known across the universe. Zhuoshan Ku was very pleased. Teacher, compared to my senior brother I am still far behind. Killing 100 venerables could not compare to slaying a universe lord in terms of shock value, as venerables could be regenerated. Zhuoshan Ku said nothing more. Killing a universe lord was indeed impressive. Teacher, you should also know that the Lord Jingyuan who slew the universe lord is also my senior brother from the earth lineage. Now my senior brother wishes to see you. Would you be willing to meet him? Oh, that little fellow wants to see me. Very well, then bring him along. Luo Feng received the transmission and smiled at Chen Ao. Senior brother teacher Zhuoshan Ku is willing to see you. That's good. Luo Feng then brought Chen Ao to meet Zhuoshan Ku. Luo Feng had intended to dispose of the loot from killing the Qinhua Lord, and he also thought he had slain a universe lord, but Zhuoshan Ku denied it. Teacher, this is my senior brother Chen Ao, now known as Lord Jingyuan. Lord Jingyuan. An interesting name. Zhuoshan Ku looked at Chen Ao with a smile. Toward Luo Feng, Zhuoshan Ku was warm and affectionate, as Luo Feng was his protege, whom he had watched grow the apple of his eye. But for Chen Ao he was not so concerned. Zhuoshan Ku could tell that Chen Ao had a request. He had agreed to meet Chen Ao only because he was Luo Feng's senior brother, had helped Luo Feng a few times, and belonged to the earth lineage. By the way, what is the purpose of Luo Feng's visit this time? Disciple wishes to obtain a peak ultimate treasure battle blade. With that, Luo Feng brought out his gains. Mainly the top ultimate treasures from killing the Qinhua Lord plus some items he had picked up after being reminded by Chen Ao. This is not enough. Your teacher will not take advantage of you. I will definitely charge you 30% less than what the clan would offer. I have only one peak ultimate treasure battle blade here. Though it is not top grade, what you have still falls short. Luo Feng then added more items, barely enough to exchange for the peak ultimate treasure battle blade juk. Any discerning eye could see that Zhuoshan Ku was at a loss, but that was the way of nurturing disciples. Having achieved his goal, Luo Feng stepped aside. Zhuoshan Ku then turned to Chen Ao. Lord Jingyuan, what is it that you wish to see me about? This junior has come to exchange for some ultimate treasures. Oh, exchanging for ultimate treasures. My prices are not cheap. Zhuoshan Ku said with a smile. For foreign races the exchange rate was usually 106 or 107, with 107 considered a fair price. The artisan godlord had maintained this price, which earned him a great reputation as it was relatively inexpensive. Luo Feng could not help but interject, senior brother is also of the earth lineage. Zhuoshan Ku shook his head. The earth lineage is your affair. I have done what I could. I only take care of you as the leader of the earth lineage. I cannot look after everyone. Chen Ao smiled. Exchanging for treasures is only one aspect. The main thing is that I wish to ask senior Zhuoshan Ku for a favor. To upgrade my Jianheluo to the peak level. What? Luo Feng stared at Chen Ao in shock. Even Zhuoshan Ku showed a surprised expression. Everyone in the universe knew who held the Jianheluo. Senior brother, then the Bloodlight Palace Lord. Chen Ao nodded. Yes, the Bloodlight Palace Lord is one of my avatars. Senior brother, you are too ruthless. The Bloodlight Palace Lord's reputation was immense. A ruthless killer who had butchered 20,000 venerables across the universe. Apart from the terrifying beings who could kill universe lords, the Bloodlight Palace Lord was the most infamous. Famous for his madness. Luo Feng was astounded. Could Chen Ao really be that insane? In truth, not only Luo Feng but even Zhuoshan Ku felt Chen Ao was utterly mad. Due to his personal experiences, Zhuoshan Ku had little fondness for Chen Ao even after he had slain a universe lord. The main reason was that Chen Ao was too covert, always hiding in the shadows. Though his talent was heaven-defying, even the best talent seemed insignificant before a divine king. Going forward, one needed to be tempered in battle, charging forward fearlessly to enter the ranks of the supreme powerhouses. The mindset of the Star Pagoda reflected this. Only by advancing directly could one obtain everything. Yet upon learning that Chen Ao was the Bloodlight Palace Lord, Zhuoshan Ku's attitude toward him shifted 90 degrees. Chen Ao was not that cowardly figure. He appeared craven but did the most ruthless deeds. 20,000 venerables, including over 1,000 universe tyrants. Even Zhuoshan Ku found it staggering. He began to scrutinize Chen Ao carefully. Chen Ao of course showed no fear. He had no need to be afraid even of Zhuoshan Ku. In truth, with his current strength he could face the strongest beings in the universe head-on. Yes, it was that exaggerated. He was at peak 4th stage while the strongest in the primordial universe were only at peak 6th stage. However, he was a universe venerable, and in the primordial universe would grant him immense assistance. Moreover, his E-skill's true damage would make even the strongest feel the pain. Thus, in the primordial universe he could truly stand against the mightiest beings. This was his confidence. Furthermore, Zhuoshan Ku was constantly under the surveillance of the primordial universe's will, and dared not unleash his full power, casually, so Chen Ao had no reason to fear. If you ask for my help, the price will be very high, Zhuoshan Ku said, still smiling. So high that you cannot afford it. Chen Ao nodded. Indeed, the Jianheluo was already a top-grade ultimate treasure. To upgrade it to the peak level would not. It was said to be a supreme peak domain treasure, at least of high-grade quality. Such an item measured in treasure points would be around 100,000 points. However, treasures of this level could not be exchanged even with a large number of ordinary treasures. Every high-grade peak treasure was almost unique and very difficult to trade for. Treasure points could only measure the material value of such treasures. Their actual value was immeasurable. However, you are also from the Earth lineage guided by me. If you are willing to become my registered disciple, I can offer you some conveniences. Chen Ao was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, Jingyuan pays respects to teacher Zhuoshan Ku. As long as there were benefits, he would even call the ancestral god father. So why care about having one more teacher? Shame was a good thing, but he had none. Ha ha ha, good. From today on you are my registered disciple. Luo Feng was naturally pleased to see Chen Ao receive Zhuoshan Ku's help. He senior brother, I am a direct disciple, while you are a registered one. Does that mean from now on I am your senior brother? Chen Ao rolled his eyes. Luo Feng was becoming cheeky too. He would find an opportunity to bully him, making him realize his duty as a shield, only existing to take a beating. However, Chen Ao's strength was already formidable, so he didn't need a shield. Luo Feng couldn't withstand his edge either. Teacher, I need 3 supreme-grade treasure armors, and 3 supreme-grade treasure longswords. Chen Ao stated directly, of course I will pay the corresponding price. As he spoke, a full 30,000 treasures appeared before Zhuoshan Ku and Luo Feng. Seeing these 30,000 treasures, Luo Feng was stunned. This number was too exaggerated. Among the 30,000 treasures, 20,000 were true treasures, including thousands of high-grade treasures, many of which were 3-piece set treasures, and dozens of top-grade treasures. Senior brother, these treasures. Are they? Right, many of them were picked up behind you. Luo Feng's eyes widened. To exchange for a peak treasure battle blade, he had already given up his original weapon. Truly the type to leave nothing behind. But Chen Ao had actually picked up so many. In terms of quantity, Chen Ao had picked up 90%, but he had first picked, so he naturally took the best quality, while Luo Feng's pickings were trash. Luo Feng, we agreed beforehand, don't get excited. Luo Feng was exasperated. No matter how he looked at it, he felt he had been tricked. Again, Luo Feng looked at Chen Ao with a resentful gaze that made one's scalp tingle. Ahem, the picked up ones are only a small part, about 30%. The main gains are from the Bloodlight Palace Master, and my scheme to ambush and kill the 3 race venerables. To ambush the 3 race venerables you also used my name. And shouldn't I have a share of the treasures you picked up? Luo Feng couldn't help saying. He only had 1 peak treasure battle blade so far, and even his armor was just an ordinary top-grade treasure, too shabby. He was jealous. Chen Ao completely ignored Luo Feng. From now on they were done. You plan to use these to exchange for 6 peak treasures. That's barely enough, but if you do, will you still have treasures to upgrade the Jianheluo? Zhuoshan Ku laughed. Chen Ao gave an embarrassed smile. Wasn't he waiting for this opening? Well, as a registered disciple you cannot receive my direct help, but I will give you a promise. As long as you kill 1 universe overlord or 10 top-tier universe overlords during your universe venerable period, I will help you refine a peak treasure. You will need to provide the materials whose value is about 1/10 of the treasure's worth. If you become a universe master, then the requirement will be multiplied by 10. Kill 10 universe masters, or 100 top-tier universe overlords. Ahem, teacher, during my immortal period I killed 13 top-tier universe overlords. Does that count as completing it 13 times? If calculated by 10 times, killing 1 top-tier universe overlord during the immortal period naturally counts as 1. Then he had killed 13, that would be 13 opportunities. Luo Feng's eyes widened. Damn, that was impressive. Wasn't that equivalent to getting 3 peak domain treasures for free? If these 30,000 treasures were used as materials, couldn't they be exchanged for several peak treasures? He knew that the city lord of Chaos City had told him that humanity had never possessed a single supreme treasure so far. Peak domain treasures were the ultimate. Ahem, this counts as at most 1. Zhuoshan Ku couldn't handle it either. Who could withstand that? 13 opportunities were almost as much as his life. Teacher, killing a top-tier universe overlord during the immortal period should count as 1 opportunity, right? No. Top-tier universe overlords are relatively easy to kill. 10 counts as 1 opportunity. That's the bottom line. Then my previous kill of Banfu Master should also count as 1, right? At this, Luo Feng fell silent. Zhuoshan Ku also fell silent. Chen Ao had indeed killed a Universe Master and Banfu Master had no clones. It was a true kill. Senior brother, shouldn't I have a share in the kill of Banfu Master? Junior brother, we agreed earlier that no matter what happens don't get excited. Chen Ao spoke again. Luo Feng Alright, the kill of Banfu Master should indeed count. Luo Feng's contribution is only a small part, but combined with your previous kill of 13 top-tier universe overlords that counts as 2 opportunities. Chen Ao beamed with joy. 13 times was indeed unlikely, but getting 2 was still pretty good. In the original story, Luo Feng didn't have many good treasures until he became the strongest. Then can I use one of the opportunities to upgrade the Genha Luo? Chen Ao was particularly concerned about this. Yes. Zhuoshan Ko did not refuse. Providing the Genha Luo counted as having materials. Adding a little more, it could be upgraded to peak treasure level. Your Genha Luo hasn't been fully collected, has it? Right, I'm still missing 3 divine swords. It will take several hundred years. Then I'll wait for you for a few hundred years. What about the second requirement? This can wait. Teacher, do you have 3 supreme peak treasure longswords and armors? These 2 were the easiest to enhance combat power, 1 offense 1 defense. As for soul treasures, top grade was sufficient, though peak level would certainly be better. But they were too expensive. As it happens, I do have some. Because of the incident with Tangmu Wang, I refined a few extra pieces. Zhuoshan Ke laughed. Soon Chen Ao obtained 3 peak treasure longswords and armors of excellent quality. They weren't the very best, but they were no worse than Tangmu Wang's sword, which was used for a bet by Zhuoshan Ke. This time it was for his own disciple. Of course Zhuoshan Ke didn't know that Chen Ao inwardly complained, actually it was all me. Exchanging treasures, I'll give you the same discount as Luo Feng. 30% off. So I only need part of your treasures. As he spoke, from the 30,000 treasures, nearly 3,000 remained, including 500 high-grade treasures. These treasures were all materials to Zhuoshan Ke, so the difference wasn't great. He deliberately left some good ones for Chen Ao. Luo Feng was even more jealous. He could only get 1 battle blade while Chen Ao got 6 pieces, enough for each clone with some left over. Senior brother, I still lack a peak treasure armor. What do you think? Chen Ao looked at Luo Feng in surprise. Luo Feng, are you that poor? Luo Feng's face flushed slightly. Yes, I'm quite poor, junior brother. Alright, go pick a peak armor then. Consider it a gift from your senior brother. Ha, thank you, senior brother. Luo Feng subconsciously thanked him excitedly. But after thanking, he felt something was off. Shouldn't this have been his in the first place? Luo Feng was not a petty person. After all, the treasures were indeed in Chen Ao's hands. He had gotten a peak armor and was already very happy and satisfied. He looked at the remaining treasures. They were worth about 6,000 to 7,000 treasure points. If he used another requirement, he could exchange for a peak domain treasure or a palace treasure. Teacher, if I use these treasures plus 1 opportunity, can you refine a palace treasure that can defend against soul attacks? A palace treasure capable of defending against soul attacks was the supreme palace treasure, or otherwise hiding inside was just being a target. Even if it could defend against soul attacks, one still had to guard against someone like Chen Ao pulling it into a divine kingdom and slowly draining it with divine power. Similarly, a universe most powerful could also pull it into his mini-universe and slowly wear down the owner inside. Hiding in a palace treasure wasn't invincible. It just made killing more difficult. But being able to defend against soul attacks would undoubtedly allow one to live for a very long time. Not enough. You need at least double the amount. Zhuoshan Ke replied. Chen Ao nodded, he understood. By the way, teacher, could we discuss something? Chen Ao brought up the second main purpose of this visit. Upgrading the Genha Luo was one, and the second was also crucial. I wonder if I can kill Yen Di. Luo Feng was shocked by Chen Ao countless times. Killing Yen Di? You really dare to think? Zhuoshan Ke was also stunned by Chen Ao's words. He certainly had feelings for Yen Di, and those feelings were no less than for Luo Feng. But Yen Di had taken a narrow path, and his personality had major issues, causing Zhuoshan Ke immense disappointment. Teacher, senior brother, Yen Di's path has narrowed. If he continues like this, he will only be destroyed along with the universe's end. If he can break through under my pursuit, that would be good for him. If he cannot break through under my pressure, then he will simply die early. Zhuoshan Ke remained silent. Chen Ao's reasoning was sound. It was like raising goo. Chen Ao and Yen Di would fight each other and the winner would be king. But it was still hard to let go. Luo Feng looked at Zhuoshan Ke's expression and wanted to advise Chen Ao not to provoke him, but was stopped by Chen Ao's gaze. Chen Ao had been considering this for a long time. Even if Zhuoshan Ke didn't allow it, he would still kill Yen Di, but using Tangmu Wang's clone. It was just that other powerhouses didn't know Yen Di had a supreme soul treasure, or otherwise, there would be no shortage of those wanting to kill him. He couldn't give up this opportunity. Whether for the gene progress bar or the original soul, he had to kill Yen Di. After all, Yen Di had lost his tribulation armor and was only at the 3rd level. Killing Yen Di was truly tempting. From the progress bar at the venerable stage, one could see that Yen Di was definitely worth 3 or 4 ordinary universe masters. Zhuoshan Ke was silent for a long time. Chen Ao didn't nag. He just sat quietly waiting for Zhuoshanku to make a decision. If you truly have the strength, then go ahead and try. If it can make him see the light, that would be good. In the end, Zhuoshanku agreed. His feelings for Yendi were far less important than cultivating a strong one and taking revenge on the Food Kingdom. Even Luo Feng to some extent was just a pawn for his revenge. As a god king, he had seen too many lives. Such feelings were not enough to cloud his judgment. Chen Ao was very happy to hear Zhuoshanku's words. However, to deal with Yendi, you must fight one-on-one. Absolutely no using clones to surround him. He wanted either Yendi or Chen Ao to improve, not simply kill someone. Of course, the best outcome would be for both to break through in a life-and-death battle. Yendi still had potential. As a disciple cultivated through the divine power stream, if he could break through with 90000 times gene level, he would definitely be a super genius. Such geniuses were rare even among the existing God King factions. As long as Yendi could take that step. Disciple only knows that I will use my human body to kill, not take advantage with a divine body. He had to accept this disadvantage, otherwise Zhuoshanku would be displeased. Although he didn't care much about Zhuoshanku's attitude, for the sake of quickly accumulating treasures, he still had to appease Zhuoshanku. Having obtained the promise of the throne of the mountain guest, Chen Ao and Luo Feng departed from the void, where the throne of the mountain guest resided. Luo Feng gazed at the vast array of supreme treasures Chen Ao had acquired, feeling a hint of envy, but only a hint. He was still quite delighted, having originally hoped to obtain a pinnacle supreme treasure battle blade, yet he ended up with an additional pinnacle supreme treasure armor. Although this armor was not of the highest quality, its value was nearly 2,000 treasure points, somewhat superior to ordinary pinnacle armor. Senior brother, do you truly intend to slay senior brother Yen Emperor? Luo Feng finally couldn't help but ask. Of course, I specifically sought out Master Throne of the Mountain Guest primarily for this matter. He had even anticipated that the Throne of the Mountain Guest might take him as a nominal disciple, or otherwise, he wouldn't have exposed the fact that the Blood Light Hall Master was his avatar so early. Before he directly confronted the cosmic overlords, the top-tier Jinhe Luo was already sufficient. After all, what he valued most was the attack frequency of Jinhe Luo. In the future, when I reach the origin continent, I might obtain a domain treasure 10 times as powerful as Jinhe Luo, capable of striking hundreds, or even thousands of times in an instant. Tisk, that would be utterly invincible. Jinhe Luo had greatly enhanced his system panel, and similarly powerful treasures were bound to be numerous. His Sword Saint template was too formidable. Regardless of the level he reached, it would always provide assistance. Q for escape, W for enhanced comprehension, E for increased damage, R. Perhaps after 10,000-fold genes it would become useless, but isn't that enough? Luo Feng hesitated. He had no favorable impression of Yen Emperor, either, especially his despicable behavior when preventing Luo Feng from retrieving the tribulation armor. Yet Yen Emperor was after all his second senior brother. But seeing Chen Ao's expression, he knew that Chen Ao was firmly resolved to kill Yen Emperor. Senior brother, when do you plan to seek out second senior brother? Luo Feng inquired. In a few hundred years after I become familiar with the treasures, I will go. There were about 300 years remaining before he could obtain Jinhe Luo. During this time he could further strengthen his power, and then he could bring Jinhe Luo, using it as a trump card in case of emergencies. Over the next 300 years the universe once again fell into calm, except for occasional appearances of the Blood Light Hall Master on the primordial star, where he acquired some treasures. This Blood Light Hall Master was utterly shameless. As a cosmic lord he should not have participated in the competition for treasures below the top tier, but he never hesitated. Whenever he encountered even an ordinary treasure being born, he would directly claim it. This earned the Blood Light Hall Master a reputation for greed throughout the universe. Yet he was too powerful. Even cosmic lords were reluctant to offend him, and ordinary venerables could only flee upon sight. During these 300 years Chen Ao had gathered all the divine swords of Jinhe Luo. Blood Light Hall Master, as expected of you, you came after all. A cosmic lord from the monster race sneered. Chen Ao was unperturbed. Since you came, why can't I? Humph, a dignified cosmic lord snatching ordinary treasures from common venerables. Only you Blood Light Hall Master would do such a thing. Ha ha ha, spare me your high-mindedness. As if you're clad in pinnacle treasures. You're just afraid to snatch for the sake of your clan's juniors. I'm a lone wanderer. Why shouldn't I compete for a few more treasures? Shameless. Confronted with the Blood Light Hall Master's twisted logic, many cosmic lords felt exasperated. Not bad. No cosmic overlords have come this time. Seeing that the area around the Kogod Valley was filled with cosmic lords, he felt relieved. This Kogod Valley was also a place that produced pinnacle treasures, specifically a pinnacle palace treasure, the Kogod Palace. According to records, the Kogod Palace was quite excellent among pinnacle treasures, highly likely capable of ignoring soul attacks. A top-quality pinnacle palace treasure. Such pinnacle treasures appeared only a few times during the entire opening of the primordial star. Chen Ao had even pursued a top-tier cosmic overlord for several days to obtain the Kogod seal, becoming one of the 18 who entered the Kogod Valley. Such pinnacle treasures often had a high chance of attracting cosmic overlords, but it seemed many events had occurred recently so none came. There were 2 5th-order Cosmic Lords and the rest were 4th order. At this level ordinary Cosmic Lords dared not come as they could easily die, top-tier Cosmic Overlords would be in extreme danger. Bloodlight Hall Master, did you seize that God seal from the Bloodlion Venerable of my monster race? The top-tier Cosmic Overlord Chen Ao had pursued earlier was the monster race's Bloodlion Venerable. A Cosmic Lord had even come to rescue him but failed. Otherwise the monster race might have had 2 slots this time. Yes, I heard that Bloodlion Venerable is the descendant of you Zeus Lion Lord. What a pity. He was quite powerful but unfortunately he met me. Killing with words. Bloodlight Hall Master, don't go too far. Zeus Lion Lord roared. What? If you've got the guts, come and hit me. Zeus Lion Lord was grinding his teeth. As a 4th order peak Cosmic Lord, he was a top figure in the universe, but he was utterly helpless against this Bloodlight Hall Master. Once we're inside, we'll settle the score. Upon entering the God Palace, one would be trapped in a special secret realm where a unique natural disaster, flame water, frequently appeared, severely damaging the divine bodies of Cosmic Lords. Fine, we'll see about that. He hadn't gone all out in recent years, so others thought he was only at the 3rd order peak. In reality, with Chen Ao and the system panel, he could reach 5th order combat power, and if not for his lower gene level, he might have rivaled the 6th order. The God Palace is opening. Soon as the void trembled, 18 tiny holes appeared at the entrance of the God Palace. Holding the God seal allowed entry. A voice sounded like a thunderclap. The many Cosmic Lords who had been waiting entered without hesitation. This God Palace treasure would enhance the foundation of any race, especially palace treasures which could truly save lives. With this God Palace, and once Chen Ao is elevated to the pinnacle level, killing Yen Emperor, and obtaining the original soul, my Bloodlight Hall Master starter equipment will be complete. Then I can venture into the Cosmic Sea. Chen Ao entered the God Palace and found that it was not filled with rows of rooms as he had imagined. According to information outside the God Palace, besides the pinnacle palace treasure, there are also 3 top-tier palace treasures, 9 high-level palace treasures, and 18 ordinary palace treasures. Such a massive dungeon, which appeared only a few times during the entire opening of the Primordial Star, naturally wouldn't have just one treasure. Everyone who entered would gain something. Chen Ao was about to explore when suddenly a small palace treasure stood before him. Tisk, did I just pick up a treasure? Chen Ao collected the palace treasure and refined it. The moment he did, he knew it was one of the 18 ordinary palace treasures and also the key to the next stage. So it's a challenge-based type. Upon obtaining this first ordinary palace treasure, he could enter the second layer where he would randomly encounter another entrant, and they would compete for a high-level palace treasure. This was both a competition for the treasure and for the right to enter the next layer. It seems the 3rd layer will involve the 3 top-tier palace treasures, and the 4th layer will be the pinnacle treasure, the God Palace. Using the palace treasure, Chen Ao quickly entered the 2nd layer. Then a tall figure appeared before him. Wasn't that Zeus Lion Lord? Ha ha ha, Zeus Lion Lord, your luck is truly terrible to have run into me. Humph, Bloodlight Hall Master, you're too happy. Have you noticed the liquid floating in the void? That is flame water, which will constantly erode your divine body. My armor is a pinnacle treasure far superior to your top-tier armor. Zeus Lion Lord had planned ahead and brought an excellent pinnacle treasure armor. Chen Ao nodded. Then thank you for sending me such a fine treasure. Zeus Lion Lord wondered if the Bloodlight Hall Master had lost his mind. Did he not understand the implication? Thanking him for sending a treasure. Did he think he could kill me? Humph, I'll soon show you that in this God Palace divine body is not the most important, treasure armor is. Without further words, Zeus Lion Lord raised his own treasure warhammer and charged at Chen Ao. At the same time, a drifting torrent of flame surged toward Chen Ao as Zeus Lion Lord moved. Ha ha ha! With a burst of laughter, a massive compass appeared above. Unlike the empty compass before, now 9 divine swords gleaming with black light were inserted into it. Release! Chen Ao fully activated Chen Ao. The 9 divine swords immediately flickered and began to rotate in an orderly fashion along with the compass. Chen Ao used the compass as its foundation and the divine swords as its river. Humph, Chen Ao. Sensing the pressure around him, Zeus Lion Lord felt a hint of strain. Clearly Chen Ao was slightly superior to his domain treasure. As for the attacks from the divine swords, Zeus Lion Lord was unconcerned. Without a secret technique, the attacks of a pinnacle treasure had almost no power. They merely added some domain suppression, a different kind of pressure. Seeing Zeus Lion Lord's disdain for the Chen Ao divine swords, Chen Ao couldn't help but smile joyfully. Admittedly, in terms of sheer spectacle, wielding a pinnacle treasure longsword with a Cosmic Lord's ultimate secret technique was far grander, but in terms of damage to the divine body, Chen Ao was several times stronger than his own attacks. Although his attacks were powerful, the opponent's armor and weapons were no joke. Unless the attack exceeded the armor's limit, the damage directly inflicted on the body was only 10,000s. Such damage was truly negligible. When 2 Cosmic Lords of similar levels fought for a few minutes, exchanging thousands of strikes, they could only reduce each other's divine body by several percent or even a fraction. Killing was extremely difficult. The 11th sword. Seeing this momentum, Zeus Lion Lord's soul nearly fled in terror. This is a Cosmic Lord's ultimate secret technique. Indeed, let you be the first to taste my power. Boom. Combined with the Genha Luo Divine Swords, Chen Ao's secret technique also descended. Zeus Lion Lord roared repeatedly, then met the attack with his warhammer. Boom. Boom. They exchanged blows, continuously delivering over a dozen strikes in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, Zeus Lion Lord's face darkened, for his divine body had lost 3,000ths. 3,000ths might seem little, but this was just a single exchange. A mere second or two. If this continued for a few minutes, he might be completely annihilated. My divine body is nearly 300,000 kilometers, yet this Blood Light Hall Master possesses a Cosmic Lord's ultimate secret technique. A miscalculation. He could also see that the Bloodlight Hall Master's gene multiplier wasn't high, which was normal for a lone wanderer. Collecting gene-enhancing treasures was not easy. These items were often fragmented and required the support of a force. The Bloodlight Palace Master has been a universe lord for only a few thousand years, yet he dares to attack at a level verging on 5th stage. What kind of freak is this? This is truly terrifying. A few thousand years ago, a 2nd stage universe lord could suppress him. But now I, a pinnacle 4th stage universe lord, am being suppressed. Let's try first. The Ko-Flame water here deals far greater damage to him. Without a good armor, his divine body loss is 1,000 or 10,000 times mine. Adding this loss, Chen Ao's divine body loss might not be less than mine. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll hold you back, make you consume greatly, and see how you can continue to compete for treasures. Lord Jusher made up his mind to pay with 30% of his divine body to prevent Chen Ao from continuing the next round of competition. That way he would have avenged himself. Bloodlight Palace Master, come again. Haha, of course I won't refuse. Chen Ao kept squeezing Lord Jusher's space, driving him deeper into this layer. Here teleportation was impossible, and to cross space one had to fly slowly. As long as he didn't give Lord Jusher a chance to leave, he might be able to kill him. Opportunities to kill a universe lord are rare indeed. I must make good use of this. A universe lord was truly too difficult to kill. Among universe lords, none had a divine body smaller than 10,000 kilometers. Their treasures were superior, and their life-preserving abilities went without saying. The most annoying thing was that they could call for allies. As time passed, Chen Ao's suppression of Lord Jusher became more and more evident. Lord Jusher's divine body had already lost 10%, while Chen Ao's divine body still showed little loss. I am no match for him. Apart from draining his power, there seems to be no chance to advance further. Not obtaining the Pinnacle Palace treasure made him despondent, but he had seen many treasures, and had even more taken away, so he felt no deep disappointment. In short, even if I have to suffer heavy injuries, I will not let this Bloodlight Palace Master have an easy time. Lord Jusher resolved to drain the Bloodlight Palace Master, so he kept engaging him in battle. The two soon fought for 10 minutes, and Lord Jusher was already close to the core area where a palace stood. Clearly one of the 9 high-level palace treasures. It was also the key to the next level. At this moment Lord Jusher's eyes held a hint of shock. My divine body has lost nearly 30%, yet his aura hasn't weakened at all. How is this possible? No weakening of aura meant that the divine body loss was less than 1%. He had lost 30%, and the opponent lost less than 1%. Your armor is also a pinnacle supreme treasure. Fool, only now do you realize. Die! Haha, Bloodlight Palace Master, I admit you are extremely strong, but to kill me, dream on. Saying this, Lord Jusher prepared to fly toward the exit. Thinking of leaving now. It's too late. Previously he had deliberately driven Lord Jusher deeper, not even using his full power to prolong the battle, and push Lord Jusher's position further in. Now that Lord Jusher had lost nearly 30% of his divine body, and his strength was about to have, how could Chen Ao let him escape? He continued to intercept Lord Jusher in the same direction. Besides attacking, he also had to prevent Lord Jusher from gaining speed. And this strike stunned Lord Jusher 1%. He took away 1% of my divine body in a single exchange. Bloodlight Palace Master, you have been hiding your strength. Lord Jusher roared. Haha, only now do you realize. Too late. Chen Ao fully activated the River of Swords, and 9 divine swords rapidly scoured Lord Jusher. Even in death, Lord Jusher would never know that the River of Swords was the main offensive force, while Chen Ao's secret technique attacks were merely auxiliary. Because the powerhouses of this world all believed that only secret techniques could deal the strongest damage, and any additional damage was false. The so-called additional damage would be completely blocked by the armor's baseline defense. If it did not exceed a certain threshold, it could not inflict harm. Bloodlight Palace Master, I am a universe lord of the demon clan. If you dare to kill me, the ultimate being of my clan will surely kill you. Will surely kill you. Lord Jusher was afraid, truly afraid. His strength was waning, and a single exchange with Chen Ao could destroy 2% of his divine body. A few more strikes, and he would surely die here, and the distance to the exit was still far. He had no chance to fly over and escape. Die! Chen Ao roared, striking at Lord Jusher again and again. Bloodlight Palace Master, you will surely die. Before his death, Lord Jusher sent a message to the Demon Clan's Universe Lords saying that the Bloodlight Palace Master possessed 5th stage combat power, and had killed him, and he begged the Demon Clan's Universe Lords and the Demon Ancestors to avenge him. Upon receiving this news, the Demon Clan was shaken. How is this possible? How could Lord Jusher have fallen? Even if the Bloodlight Palace Master has 5th stage combat power, he shouldn't have been able to kill Jusher. 5th stage against the pinnacle 4th stage was not an overwhelming advantage. As long as one didn't recklessly fight to the death, there was basically no danger. Or in a place like the Cosmic Sea, a 5th stage Universe Lord could chase for hundreds of thousands or millions of years before possibly killing a 4th stage. Or perhaps encountering some kind of death trap. Maybe the Kodivine Temple had some special environment that caused Jusher's fall. Indeed, 5th stage combat power is formidable, but it shouldn't be able to kill Jusher in such a short time. Soon they discovered that Lord Jusher's token had lost its aura, clearly indicating his fall. That Bloodlight Palace Master truly has no regard for our Demon Clan. This grudge must be avenged. I will contact the 2 Demon Ancestors. If we don't kill him after he killed our clan's Universe Lord, our clan cannot stand. The Bloodlight Palace Master had killed over 1,000 venerables, and though it pained them, they endured for the sake of the clan. But killing a Universe Lord of their clan was absolutely intolerable, otherwise the clan's morale would crumble, and the clan would be finished. The Demon Clan's Universe Lords began to mobilize, planning to send 10 Universe Lords of 3rd stage, or above, to encircle and kill the Bloodlight Palace Master. Dream Demon Ancestor. Several Universe Lords arrived. The Shock Demon Ancestor had gone to the Cosmic Sea, so the one guarding the Demon Clan this time was the Dream Demon Ancestor. I know all about Jusher. I will go with you to find the Bloodlight Palace Master, and he must pay the price. The Insect Clan's Lord Banfu had been killed by Chen Ao, and the Insect Clan had no choice. They had to develop, and a Universe Lord battle with humanity would spell the end of their clan. In comparison, the Bloodlight Palace Master had no backing. Although solo practitioners were not to be trifled with, as long as the clan was willing to pay a certain price, they could still kill him. The Dream Demon Ancestor also possessed a supreme treasure of the highest level. A mere Universe Lord was of no concern to him. It was only in the primordial universe. If it were in the Cosmic Sea, he could chase such a Universe Lord for 1,000,000 epochs. The Dream Demon Ancestor of the Demon Clan and 10 Universe Lords set out. At the same time, the Bloodlight Palace Master spread the news that he had killed Lord Jusher of the Demon Clan. The entire universe was astounded once again. Had the Bloodlight Palace Master grown to this level? Luofeng, who was currently comprehending the wings, also received the news. Since he knew that the Bloodlight Palace Master was Chen Ao's clone, he naturally paid attention. He can kill a Universe Lord now. Senior brother already possesses 5th stage combat power. Luofeng felt a bit envious. He felt that Chen Ao's progress was always so fast. He himself had hit a bottleneck, but Chen Ao seemed to have no such trouble, always advancing rapidly. At this rate, senior brother might become an ultimate being directly. Luofeng could no longer describe Chen Ao. But now I understand why senior brother borrowed my Blood Cloud Pearl. He was planning something big. After analysis, he also knew that the Bloodlight Palace Master and the human Chen Ao had absolutely no connection, at least they would not face the same strong enemies. In this way, without fully unleashing his power, he wouldn't be recognized by his life aura. This time Chen Ao knew he might be exposed, so he prepared the Blood Cloud Pearl to once again separate the human Chen Ao from the Bloodlight Palace Master. I heard that the Demon Clan has dispatched many strong warriors. Maybe even the ultimate being will make a move. How will senior brother handle it? He was actually a bit excited, wondering if Chen Ao could escape from an ultimate being. Fighting was definitely out of the question. If he could still fight, Luofeng would probably kneel to him. If senior brother gets killed, that would be interesting, haha. Luofeng laughed heartlessly. In his view, Chen Ao was being too reckless this time. If he went too far, he might actually die. After all, losing a clone wouldn't mean true death. If he died, Luofeng would have the capital to mock his senior brother. Chen Ao successfully killed Lord Jusher and obtained his treasures. Not bad. A top-tier divine weapon, a pinnacle armor, and a top-tier domain treasure. Apart from these, the rest were high-level treasures such as palace treasures and soul treasures, all at the high level. Without someone to rescue him, entering a palace treasure was of little use, it only delayed death. Lord Jusher knew this, so he simply waited for death. In fact, even if he had entered the palace treasure, Chen Ao wasn't afraid. He would just pull it into his divine kingdom and suppress it. The Bloodlight Palace Master had done this more than once, and any strong warrior familiar with his methods knew this. So Lord Jusher simply gave up. I lost about 200,000 kilometers of divine body. Chen Ao estimated his loss. After becoming a venerable, his divine body had evolved to 150 million kilometers using some treasures. The loss of 200,000 was almost all of Lord Jusher's divine body, but to him it was a drop in the bucket. With such a loss, he could fully recover within 3 minutes by activating his ability. A minor issue. The progress bar is exactly the same as with Lord Banfu, 0.5 per kill. It seems the 3rd stage's progress bar is quite fixed. Killing 1 gives 0. 5. So theoretically I need to kill 200 universe lords. This number was quite large but still within acceptable range. What he feared was the threshold between 90000 times and 100000 times. He flew to the deepest part of the second layer of the Divine Temple and claimed the high-level palace treasure. Then he sensed that the third layer had not yet opened. It seems I'm faster here. Chen Ao found it a bit strange. Normally 2 universe lords would exchange a few blows, gauge each other's strength, then stop. They wouldn't deliberately annoy the enemy like Lord Jusher did. If Lord Jusher had left after a brief exchange, Chen Ao couldn't have stopped him. After all, at full strength, a single exchange lasting 1 or 2 seconds could at most annihilate 5,000ths of Lord Jusher's divine body. At that rate Lord Jusher would have realized he was outmatched and could have left. Maybe it's a set time. Since that was the case, Chen Ao wasn't in a hurry. The wait wouldn't be too long. While waiting, Chen Ao received news that a large number of demon clan powerhouses had gathered outside the Divine Temple intending to kill the Bloodlight Palace Master to avenge Lord Jusher. But now I can attempt to cross blows with the strongest. In the cosmic sea, he would never dare, but here in the primordial universe this venerable one could receive immense assistance from the universe's will. After waiting for a full 3 months, he finally received the message that he could enter the third layer. 3 universe masters contending for a top-tier treasure. That fits the requirements of the primal star. A top-tier palace treasure would inevitably draw dozens of universe masters into competition, but this was after all a selection with only the strongest among them remaining. Universe masters from the Piercing Ring Alliance and the Beijiang Alliance. Chen Ao gazed at the 2 universe masters, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He hoped these 2 would engage him in a relentless life-or-death battle. Bloodlight Palace Master. Seeing Chen Ao appear, the 2 universe masters' expressions turned somewhat grim. They had already learned of his killing of the Lion Lord Universe Master. Although the Ku Temple's Flame Water was harmful to divine bodies, it was impossible for it to cause significant damage to a Universe Master in a short time. Therefore the Lion Lord Universe Master had very likely been slain head-on by the Bloodlight Palace Master. How about you two? Chen Ao took the initiative to speak. It was impossible to make these 2 Universe Masters retreat voluntarily, but seeing their lack of momentum, Chen Ao also knew that killing them was unlikely. They were the type to flee at the first sign of danger. He also understood why he had to wait 3 months. It was obviously to allow one to recover their divine body. Although these 2 have some damage to their divine bodies, it should be less than 10%. Chen Ao felt helpless. There was no way to kill them. Meanwhile the 2 Universe Masters, sensing that Chen Ao's aura was completely intact, felt a sinking in their hearts. They all knew that Chen Ao's divine body was enormous, but the fact that he had killed a 4th-tier peak Universe Master without any loss was simply unacceptable. Strike once, and if something feels wrong, flee immediately. Bloodlight Palace Master, take my axe. The Universe Master from the Piercing Ring Alliance launched a soul attack from afar. The sword river net unfolded and the divine sword sprang forth. 11th sword. The sword light easily blocked the axe of the Beijiang Alliance Universe Master, forcing him back, and Chen Ao prepared to charge at the Piercing Ring Alliance Universe Master. Seeing this, the Beijiang Alliance Universe Master directly fled. His divine body had just lost 2,000, by no means a small number. Continuing this fight was meaningless. They all knew that this space could only be entered to refine the palace treasure, and proceed to the next layer when only 1 person remained. The Piercing Ring Alliance Universe Master also exchanged a single blow with Chen Ao, and then left resentfully. Chen Ao had intended to refine this top-tier palace treasure, but unexpectedly, he could not do so. A prompt indicated that he must drive away all others before he could refine it. You two, since you're leaving, please be quick about it. The 2 Universe Masters were extremely annoyed. We're already leaving and you're still hurrying us. Doesn't flying take time? No sense of grace at all. Without any desire to trade barbs, the 2 Universe Masters quickly flew out of this third layer. Chen Ao then smoothly refined the top-tier palace treasure. The top-tier palace treasure. It's quite a good thing. Even if I only got this, it's not a wasted trip. However, Chen Ao knew that the Ku Temple was destined to make the strongest obtain it. It was almost impossible to rely on tricks. Of course, if a previous opponent was heavily wounded, there might be a slim chance, but it was very small. Although Universe Masters were not afraid of death, they would not throw their lives away. They would retreat when severely injured, no matter how tempting the treasure. This was the law of survival. The overly greedy had all died. This time the opening of the 4th layer actually lasted a full 3 years. Truly incredible. So it really wants everyone to go all out. His luck was still quite good, as he hadn't encountered the 2 5th-tier Universe Masters who had entered. I hope the 2 5th-tier Universe Masters encountered each other early, so maybe I can pick up the scraps. But in the end he was overthinking. When Chen Ao entered the 4th layer, he found those 2 Universe Masters. One was the lone Universe Master Chongmu Master, and the other was the Mionner Master of the powerful race Mionner clan. Both were 5th-tier Universe Masters renowned throughout the cosmos. You two, how do we fight? Let's set a rule. Chongmu Master and Myeonar Master frowned slightly. This Bloodlight Palace Master was a newly risen powerhouse with whom they had no connection. In contrast, Chongmu Master and Myeonar Master, having existed for eons, knew each other well. Clearly, in a three-way contest where a winner must be decided, no one was willing to make the first move. Nor were they arrogant enough to believe they could suppress the other two simultaneously. Bloodlight Palace Master, since you spoke first, do you have any suggestions? Myeonar Master inquired. Chen Ao smiled. I do have an idea. How about we form a circle and each take turns attacking the next person? What do you mean? Simple. I attack Myeonar Master attacks Chongmu Master, and Chongmu Master attacks me. The two Universe Masters nodded, finding it seemingly fair. Although weapons could provide some damage resistance, everyone's weapon was at least at the peak level, so the gap wouldn't be too large. Such attacks would basically cancel out. Thus it would come down to whose protective treasures, divine body and secret arts, were stronger. But who attacks first? The one who attacks first will have an advantage, right? How about this? The one who became a Universe Master last attacks the one who became a Universe Master second to last. Chongmu Master and Myeonar Master both chuckled lightly. The implication was obvious. Chen Ao would attack first. Gentlemen, a single attack from each of us won't make much difference. If one attack can cause a huge impact, it only proves that the recipient is too weak. Chen Ao added. The two Universe Masters nodded. This was reasonable. Although Universe Masters battles usually ended in just a few minutes, the frequency of attacks during those minutes was in the thousands or tens of thousands. A single attack indeed had little impact. If one attack could damage 1,000th of the divine body, it would mean a huge gap in strength, and the loser should simply withdraw. Then until what point? Chongmu Master asked. Chen Ao grinned. Until you feel you can't hold on, of course. If you're unwilling to give up, we can see who falls first. At this, a flicker of anticipation crossed Chen Ao's mind. If both of them lost over 50% of their divine bodies, he could directly strike and kill them both. Chongmu Master suddenly spoke solemnly. I suddenly think, Myeonar Master, and I could join forces to drive you Bloodlight Palace Master away first. After all, your divine body is enormous. That's known to all the strong in the universe. Chen Ao blinked. Then let's try. I'll definitely resist, and I'll only chase after you, Chongmu Master. Even if I'm driven away, you'll have to leave with me. Chongmu Master was left speechless. Everyone was no fool. They had no prior alliance, and suddenly forming a team now, no one could trust anyone. In that case, let's do it the Bloodlight Palace Master's way, Myeonar Master said, knowing there was no choice. Then Myeonar Master, forgive my offense, Chen Ao said, but his strike was extremely heavy, showing no restraint at all. The Sword River Net, combined with the universe's strongest fusion secret art, landed solidly on Myeonar Master. Myeonar Master's divine body trembled. Then he stared at Chen Ao in shock, because this single attack had cost him nearly 100,000th of his divine body. It was truly astonishing. That meant in a head-on fight Chen Ao could annihilate him in just a few 100,000 strikes. He took a deep breath, inwardly shocked. Then Myeonar Master struck at Chongmu Master. Using the same ultimate secret art, Chongmu Master said nothing and struck back at Chen Ao. Chen Ao's smile remained unchanged, and he repeated his attack on Myeonar Master. The three strong ones took turns attacking once, until 3 minutes later Myeonar Master's divine body aura had noticeably diminished. Clearly his divine body loss had reached 10%. Myeonar Master said nothing and attacked again. After enduring the attack, Chen Ao looked at Myeonar Master. Myeonar Master, I think the gap is already clear. Don't you intend to leave? No need for your concern, Bloodlight Palace Master. Just keep attacking. Around the 1300th strike, Chongmu Master's aura also weakened slightly, reaching the 10% threshold. And Chen Ao's divine body had only lost 1,000th. Quite a gap. Chongmu Master and Myeonar Master exchanged a glance. This was obviously wrong. Chen Ao hadn't weakened at all, while their losses were already significant. The two Universe Masters exchanged a look, tempted to join forces. But who knew whom Chen Ao would attack? Wouldn't they just be making a wedding dress for someone else? Tricky. So the three had to continue. The more Chen Ao attacked, the happier he became. Around the 2800th strike, Myeonar Master's aura plummeted sharply. Clearly his divine body loss had exceeded 30%, and his strength had dropped by nearly half. Universe Master's consciousness was not weak, and the decline in strength might not be as severe as that of Venerables or Immortals, but the loss of soul or life imprint was real, and their strength would still drop significantly. Calculating this way, the divine body loss might even exceed 30%. Around the 3400th strike, Chongmu Master's aura also dropped drastically, with an estimated divine body loss of 30%. But Chen Ao's strength hadn't decreased at all. His body loss was less than 1%. Both of their expressions changed. This would only widen the gap, because with too much body loss their strength would drop and both attack and defense would weaken. There was no way to continue. What? Not going to keep playing? Chen Ao looked at them with a half-smile. Chongmu Master and Myeonar Master's faces darkened. The outside world says your divine body is huge, but we never imagined it was this much bigger than we thought. Just average, that's all I've got. I admit defeat this time. I'm out of the Ku Temple competition, Myeonar Master said, unable to hold on any longer. Chen Ao's attacks were too strong, and his divine body was depleting too fast. Seeing Myeoner Master withdraw, Chongmu Master could only sigh softly. Perhaps joining forces with Myeoner Master in the beginning would have been the wisest move. But there was no regret medicine to swallow. Just as he was unwilling to be attacked by Chen Ao, so was Myeoner Master. Then congratulations Bloodlight Palace Master on obtaining the supreme treasure, Chongmu Master said. You flatter me. I just had a slight advantage in divine body. Chongmu Master said no more and flew away. The divine body is the foundation of everything. A large divine body, that's the real deal. Chen Ao silently watched the two universe masters depart. This treasure hunt's rules were actually quite favorable to him. It was a test of pure strength, and his enormous body gave him a huge advantage. Now let me see if this Ku Temple is the finest of the Peak Palace treasures. Both universe masters, supreme beings who had survived countless epochs, naturally departed swiftly, since they no longer intended to contend for the treasure. Chen Ao watched the two universe masters leave before flying toward the Ku Divine Hall. The ultimate pinnacle treasure nurtured by the entire primal star. Chen Ao infused his divine power into it and began the refinement. Soon all knowledge about the Ku Divine Hall flooded into his mind. Impressive indeed, a pinnacle divine palace treasure capable of blocking soul attacks. With this crucial effect, Chen Ao could use the palace as a shield. This was the proper way to wield a palace treasure. Entering it meant hopelessness, leaving most to await death. Using it as a shield was the most practical. When encountering a powerful attack, he would block it with the palace treasure. Though the treasure would be sent flying, his divine body would remain safe. However, this method was unsuitable for close-quarters combat, where exchanges were too fast to deploy the palace treasure. Against soul attacks, though, it would work wonders. How many experts has the Demon Clan dispatched? After refining the Ku Divine Hall, he could leave. He knew the Demon Clan's experts were waiting outside, possibly even their supreme being. The colossal Ku Divine Hall slowly shrank. The experts outside immediately understood that it had an owner. The moment Chen Ao appeared, he sensed the spatial lockdown. Which expert of the Demon Clan has come? Chen Ao inquired. Hall Master of Bloodlight, our Demon Clan has made many concessions to you, yet you have gone too far, daring to kill our clan's Lion Lord. Meng Yaozu's voice reverberated through the space. The mere sound was enough to cause the divine bodies of infect kings to burst. So it's Meng Yaozu. Chen Ao quickly identified the opponent. The Lion Lord sought his own death. Otherwise, how could I have slain him? This statement was unassailable. Oh, everyone understood that even a 5th stage peak couldn't defeat a 4th stage peak universe master in such a short time, let alone kill one. Unless the 4th stage peak universe master was recklessly stubborn. Enough with the nonsense. Today I will make you pay for the Lion Lord's life. Meng Yaozu charged straight at Chen Ao. Clad in a supreme treasure armor, Meng Yaozu could ignore all attacks from universe masters. Chen Ao's expression remained unchanged. He didn't strike directly, knowing his attacks were useless against the supreme treasure armor. Unless he could create a 6th rank secret art. Not even the true damage of the E-skill could help him, for true damage was only triggered when the attack struck the opponent's divine body. Without breaking the armor, it couldn't reach the body. Even if the damage inflicted was minuscule, as long as it contacted the divine body, true damage could attach. Meng Yaozu, I've long wished to test the strength of the universe's supreme being. Chen Ao laughed. Let me experience it today. Then behold my means. I just fear you'll fall too quickly. Ha ha ha. Meng Yaozu, strike as you will. If you can make me fall, all my treasures will be yours. Kill you and the treasures will naturally belong to the Demon Clan. A cold gleam flashed in Meng Yaozu's eyes as he began to launch a frenzied assault on Chen Ao. Chen Ao's armor was also exceptional. A pinnacle treasure that could reduce attacks by a factor of 100,000 with an upper limit of the 8th rank. Meng Yaozu, at best a 7th rank peak or barely 8th rank, was an average universe supreme, whose attacks couldn't breach the armor's limit. Thus Meng Yaozu's attacks were still reduced by a factor of 100,000. Humph. After enduring hundreds of attacks from Meng Yaozu, Chen Ao let out a cold snort. His divine body had suffered about 2,000ths of damage. As expected of Meng Yaozu, he can damage 2,000ths of my divine body in a single exchange. Meng Yaozu, on the other hand, was far more shocked. He had attacked with full force so many times, and Chen Ao hadn't even used his weapon to block, yet the damage remained so minimal. Your divine body is definitely more than 10 million kilometers. Meng Yaozu's voice echoed in all directions. Haha, of course. Otherwise, how would I dare to face your attacks head-on? Chen Ao said calmly. Meng Yaozu, do you still wish to fight? Don't be too smug. If I can damage 1 or 2,000ths of your divine body per exchange with enough attacks, you will still fall. Then come. Chen Ao seemed utterly reckless. Let me sense the power of a 6th rank secret art. Without deep experience, how can I touch the 6th rank? He had absolute confidence in his survival, which allowed him to be so audacious. Meng Yaozu, use your strongest attack or else I'll look down on you. Fine, fine. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. The ferocity in Meng Yaozu's eyes grew more pronounced as he began to assault Chen Ao with wild abandon. Chen Ao steadily absorbed the impact of Meng Yaozu's attacks. Once, twice, 100 times, 200 times, 1,000 times, 2,000 times, until Chen Ao's aura drastically diminished. I didn't expect you to be so resilient, but before me you're nothing but a target. Even a massive divine body will eventually be annihilated. Meng Yaozu is indeed formidable. I am no match. With that, Chen Ao's figure instantly appeared over 1,000 light years away. I've already experienced your attacks, Meng Yaozu, so I won't linger any longer. What? The universe masters of the demon clan were all astonished. How can he teleport away? The space is sealed and it's Meng Yaozu's special secret art. Even the innate secret art domain shouldn't be usable. Could his innate secret art be even more powerful than the domain? Meng Yaozu also showed a shocked expression. Even the innate domain required integration into space to be used, but he had shattered the surrounding space. How could he move through incomplete space? Hall Master of Blood Light, a fine technique. Meng Yaozu's face turned cold. He knew he couldn't keep Chen Ao. This kind of teleportation that ignored all obstacles meant that even if he could teleport farther, he couldn't catch up. Because attacking took time, however brief, and that time was enough for Chen Ao to escape his attack range. Ha ha ha, Meng Yaozu, I'll come visit the demon clan sometime. I hope you'll welcome me. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Meng Yaozu and the demon clan's universe masters all changed color drastically. This was a tremendous threat. Few in the entire demon clan could stop a 5th stage universe master like Chen Ao. With such a vast territory, if Chen Ao ran rampant, it would be a disaster. Enough to annihilate the demon clan. Hall Master of Blood Light, if you dare touch my clan, I will make sure you die a miserable death. Ha ha ha, that's meaningless. The mighty demon ancestor couldn't subdue me. What else does your clan have to fight me? I may not be able to subdue you, but I can join forces with the Dream Demon Clan to constantly damage your divine body. Even if we do nothing else, chasing you for tens of epochs will still kill you. Fine then, let's see which of us, your clan or I, can survive longer. Chen Ao was completely unperturbed by such a threat. Indeed, if 2 demon clans hunted him for tens of epochs, they could probably kill him, but he wasn't afraid. Oh, by the way, Meng Yaozu, I forgot to tell you I have an avatar. This time Meng Yaozu fell silent. As Chen Yaozu and the group of demon clan universe masters fell into silence, the initiative of the situation completely passed into Chen Ao's hands. Speak. What must you do to spare my clan? Facing a 5th stage universe master with unparalleled escape abilities, even a universe supreme was helpless. Unless he was a loner, his clan was his weakness. Had it not been for the sake of his clan, Giant Axe would have long slain all these universe supremes. When the gap in strength exceeds 1 rank, given enough time, one can always find an opportunity to kill. Even if Giant Axe currently lacked a supreme treasure axe, he likely possessed strength at the 8th rank peak or even 9th rank, giving him a chance to kill a supreme. Unfortunately, humanity weighed Giant Axe down. My demand is not high. Give me a pinnacle domain treasure. Chen Yaozu's face was equally grim. Such a treasure counted as a clan-guarding artifact in their tribe. He himself used only a pinnacle domain treasure, and it wasn't even top grade. As members of the 3rd cosmic era, they were far poorer than the supremes of the 1st cosmic era. This demand is too high. We don't have a pinnacle domain treasure to give you. Chen Yaozu knew this was a negotiation. Hall Master of Blood Light, falling out with my clan does you no good. Your goal is to grow stronger and become a supreme. Why waste time on us? Makes sense. Then give me a batch of materials. Chen Ao quickly listed a large number of materials that could promote divine body growth, with a total value no less than 8,000 treasure points. This is too much. Chen Yaozu's face remained grim. No, this is the price, or else I'll have to spar with your clan for tens of thousands of epochs. Chen Yaozu clenched his teeth. Then you must swear that after obtaining the treasures you will not trouble my clan. Chen Ao only wanted to laugh inwardly. These cosmic experts valued face highly, but little did they know he cared nothing for such things. However, he truly had no need to entangle with the demon clan. His goal was to become stronger, and fighting 2 supremes to the death would only harm him. Fine, I promise. As long as your clan doesn't provoke me, I will never lay a hand on your clan. Chen Yaozu's expression eased at this. The items you want I will gather from the clan, but it will take some time. Rest assured I can wait a few years. Finally, Chen Yaozu and Chen Ao agreed on the delivery method, and then he led the universe masters away. Chen Ao watched Chen Yaozu leave. 6th rank secret arts are truly powerful. They feel like a realm beyond the strongest universe master's secret arts. After all, this was the primal universe. The will of the primal universe exerted immense suppression on the supreme, otherwise he wouldn't have lasted so long. He didn't let the fact that he had held his ground against a universe supreme go to his head. If they were in the cosmic sea, Chen Yaozu might have annihilated 5 or even 10% of his divine body in a single exchange. Still formidable. Fortunately, I have a cheat. Chen Ao soon withdrew. The primal star held little value for him now. The Qi Divine Hall would not open for countless epochs, and the pinnacle soul treasure had not yet appeared. Who knew when it would be born? Both were excellent items, but he couldn't wait that long. Chen Ao bid farewell to the primal star and returned to his small base. He had lost a great deal of divine body this time and needed to replenish it. Now I have 3 choices. 1. Kill Yuan Ao Lord. 2. Kill Yen Emperor. 3. Seek Zhuoshan Ku to upgrade the Jinhe Luo treasure. The third option might take a long time. The second option required the Jinhe Luo, or otherwise the Yen Emperor would not be easy to kill, unless he sent all 3 avatars, which would be tantamount to telling everyone that the Hall Master of Bloodlight was related to the human Chen Ao. He could have the human Chen Ao use the Blood Cloud Pearl to disguise himself as the Blood Cloud Hall Master, and then cooperate with the Bloodlight Hall Master to kill the Yen Emperor. However, the problem was that the Yen Emperor knew the Blood Cloud Hall Master was Luofeng. That would be equivalent to revealing that Luofeng was connected to the Bloodlight Hall Master. He didn't mind exposing Luofeng, but Luofeng was never. He felt no guilt in using it as a distant shield. Yet he could not allow the Bloodlight Hall Master to be linked to humanity. The deeds of the Bloodlight Hall Master were already beyond what humanity could bear. As for the first option, he also had to rely on the Jinhe Luo. Against a universe master with a super divine body without the Jinhe Luo, it was almost impossible to kill. This was unavoidable. Moreover, Yuan Ao Lord was tangled with the Ancestral God School. Should he let the Ancestral God School know that the Bloodlight Hall Master was actually a clone of Vinewood Lord? Troublesome. If I choose the third option, I could kill Yuan Ao Lord or Flame Emperor selectively without loss. Chen Ao pondered all this while recovering his divine body. The divine body was easy to restore, but the soul had suffered damage and needed time. Chen Ao finally made his decision. Teacher Zhuoshan Ku. Haha, Chen Ao, well done. You actually managed to kill the Monster Clan's Zoshir Lord, a peak 4th stage universe master. Even your teacher Chaos City Lord would find it difficult. It was all luck. Zoshir Lord sought his own death. Chen Ao had no mood to boast a Zoshir Lord. It was merely an opportunity to refine a treasure. Teacher, I want to ask, how long will it take to upgrade the Jinhe Luo to its peak level? That depends on what you want to enhance. The suppression power of the Jinhe Luo, its range, or both. I want to increase the number of divine swords in the Jinhe Luo. Zhuoshan Ku was taken aback. Why would you do that? In battles between powerhouses, such useless attacks cannot even break through the opponent's armor defense. It only slightly strengthens the suppression, not as good as directly enhancing the domain itself. No, I only want to increase the number of divine swords. No requirement for quality. If quality can be improved, that would be best. Zhuoshan Ku hesitated. Chen Ao's request truly surprised him. In his entire life of refining treasures, no one had liked this type. After all, attacks relied on secret techniques. What could a domain treasure's meager attack power do? Yet it could. If it's just this without needing a huge boost to the domain, it's actually not difficult. Then how long will it take? Hundreds of years, I reckon, said Zhuoshan Ku. I've never handled the Jinhe Luo before. I need to assess the situation first. Chen Ao didn't hesitate and went straight to find Zhuoshan Ku. After a careful examination, Zhuoshan Ku said, the quality of this Jinhe Luo is not top tier. I can only add 9 more divine swords, but I can raise their grade to near the peak treasure level. That's enough. Chen Ao was overjoyed. Doubling the number of divine swords meant his attack power increased by half. The Jinhe Luo was his main offensive tool. Previously, it was on par with his secret technique attacks, and now it would be even stronger. It was almost a super multiplier. Several hundred years passed in a flash. Chen Ao stayed at Zhuoshan Ku's place using his free time to consult him on the 3-system fusion laws. Since he was already proficient in most 2-system fusion laws, and had created several universe master-level ultimate secret techniques, he could combine Zhuoshan Ku's guidance with insights from Dream Demon Ancestors' secret technique attacks. You're only a universe venerable, yet your achievements in the laws are already so high. Zhuoshan Ku couldn't help but marvel. Chen Ao and Luofeng were of similar age, but the gap in their law comprehension was enormous. To help Luofeng grow quickly, Zhuoshan Ku guided him to create secret techniques through the secret pattern stream, intending for Luofeng to engage in more battles. As for the laws, Zhuoshan Ku, who planned for Luofeng to follow the divine body path, was not particularly concerned. On the contrary, Chen Ao was well suited for the law path. The law path was no worse than the divine body path, though it was disadvantageous at the true body stage. You've already taken a step on the 3-system fusion laws. If you persist, you might create a 6-stage secret technique. Zhuoshan Ku sighed. Such comprehension was unheard of. Even in the origin continent, it would be top tier. Suddenly, he even wanted Chen Ao to try the inheritance. Pity comprehension isn't the key. Willpower is. I still don't know how strong Chen Ao's willpower is. Perhaps Chen Ao could be a backup plan. If Luofeng ever failed, Chen Ao could take over. Thus Zhuoshan Ku became a bit more cordial toward Chen Ao. I've added 9 divine swords to the Jinhe Luo as you requested. All 18 divine swords now possess the power of ordinary peak treasures. United, they are stronger than most top-grade peak attack treasures. That was all. Without secret techniques, what use were the strongest weapons? Looking at the golden compass that had transformed compared to the dark Jinhe Luo, the golden one was far more flashy. Thus no one would recognize it as the Jinhe Luo. Even if someone suspected, they would only think it was some special domain treasure. Thank you, teacher. Zhuoshan Ku nodded. He had invested considerable effort into this Jinhe Luo, mainly because he valued Chen Ao's talent, and planned to make an additional investment. You still have 2 chances to ask me to refine treasures. Feel free to come whenever you need, Zhuoshan Ku said. But treasures are external. True strength comes from within. I hope you won't lose your way. Teacher, I understand. If I have the chance to comprehend the 3 system fusion laws and create secret techniques, what use would these treasures be to me? Exactly. Secret techniques and laws are the key. Unfortunately, in the original universe, 2 system fusion is the peak. 3 system fusion is at most a glimpse. Anything higher the original universe will not allow. Every time a supreme being appears, they take a portion of the original universe's essence, even if it's a small amount. This weakens the original universe, and it naturally will not allow it. It suppresses the supreme beings with all its might. By the way, teacher, I heard from Luo Feng that you have another identity, the prisoner of the northern prison. I wonder. It's with Flame Emperor. If you need, I can create another identity for you. Your Blood Light Hall Master is not bad, but the divine power aura cannot be perfectly hidden. Once Chen Ao of humanity is recognized, you can be identified as the Blood Light Hall Master. Chen Ao knew this well. That was why the current Chen Ao dared not act. As more people fought the Blood Light Hall Master, the risk of exposure grew. But killing a Universe Master's soul is difficult. It will take some time. Perhaps tens of epochs. Killing a Universe Master's soul and then refining it in just tens of epochs was already very fast. Zhuoshan Ku, under the watch of the original universe, dared not unleash his full power. I'll just use the prisoner of the northern prison identity. Zhuoshan Ku's body trembled. You don't need to say that in front of me. Are you deliberately stabbing me? Chen Ao soon took his leave, borrowed Luo Feng's Blood Cloud Hall Master identity, and went to find Flame Emperor with the Jinhe Luo. This time he intended to kill Flame Emperor. Moreover, he kept his promise. He used a human identity, and his divine body was not advantageous. In fact, it was far inferior to Flame Emperor's. After all, Flame Emperor was a universe master with pure divine power, and a divine body spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, almost a level higher than Chen Ao. In battle, divine body didn't matter. It was almost entirely about attack power. As long as there were no life-saving measures, Flame Emperor could only delay the inevitable and eventually die. He, the Blood Light Hall Master, dared to act recklessly, because he had a Q skill. O divine body was only a minor aspect. The Blood Cloud Hall soon flew into the Flame Mystic Realm. As the master of the Flame Mystic Realm, Flame Emperor quickly detected the Blood Cloud Hall. What is Luo Feng doing here? I have no connection with him. A flash of cruelty crossed Flame Emperor's eyes. Back then he thought the Bloodlight Hall was also prepared for Luo Feng, but later he realized it wasn't the case. It was still the Blood Cloud Hall. Blood Cloud Hall Master, what are you doing in my Flame Mystic Realm? Flame Emperor did not directly shout Luo Feng's name. He could not reveal that he was the prisoner of the northern prison. Flame Emperor, I have come here today to kill you and avenge the humiliation of the past. Flame Emperor was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Blood Cloud Hall Master, are you still dreaming? At best you are a second stage universe master. My combat power can crush you directly. You actually want to kill me? Flame Emperor was full of disdain for Luo Feng in his heart. Even if Teacher Zhuoshan could give you good things, so what? You are still that weak. Just wait. I, Flame Emperor, will become stronger and stronger, until I become the universe's strongest, surpassing Zhuoshan Ku. Chen Ao flew out of the Blood Cloud Hall and approached Flame Emperor. Seeing that the Blood Cloud Hall Master was still coming closer, Flame Emperor grew furious. You came to die on your own. Today, even if I kill you, Teacher Zhuoshan Ku can't say a word. Swishing his Flame Emperor halberd, Flame Emperor attacked Chen Ao. Chen Ao waved his hand back and a huge chessboard appeared before him and Flame Emperor. Then the chessboard rapidly expanded. On each side of the board stood 9 golden divine swords. As Chen Ao drove them, the 18 golden divine swords shuttled back and forth across the golden board. This was the new Jinhe Luo. It bore no resemblance to the previous disc shape. Even those who had seen the old Jinhe Luo would not recognize it. Peak domain treasure. Feeling the suppression around him, Flame Emperor's anger flared. Damn it, that old man Zhuoshan Ku is so biased. He gave you the robe of tribulation, the star tower, and now a peak domain treasure while I have nothing. Why? Flame Emperor's heart was full of grievance. He felt Zhuoshan Ku was too partial. Luo Feng, today I will teach you a lesson. Let Teacher Zhuoshan Ku see that even with all the treasures you are no match for me. The Flame Emperor, halberd in his hand, shimmered with dazzling red light. Chen Ao watched Flame Emperor, whose battle intent was rising. I can't strike hard at the beginning. I need to drain his divine power first. Chen Ao's body was only about 90,000 kilometers. It was easy to fake injury. 10th sword. He didn't even use the Universe Master's ultimate secret technique. Not yet. He also didn't push the domain treasure Jinhe Luo to its limit. About half its power was active. Of the 18 divine swords only 9 were attacking. Flame Emperor and Chen Ao fought continuously. After 3 minutes Chen Ao's aura first weakened. Clearly his divine body loss had exceeded 10%. At this point in the battle it was enough to distinguish the gap in strength. Once the divine body loss exceeded 10, the stronger combatant would decline faster and the gap would widen. The wise move would be to retreat now. But Chen Ao continued to attack with all his might, showing no intention of backing down. Still not retreating. Does he really intend to die here? A flicker of excitement crossed Flame Emperor's eyes. If Luofeng was truly foolish enough not to flee, he had the chance to leave Luofeng here. He has a clone and he came to me. If I kill one of his clones, Zhuoshanku won't say much. And all of Luofeng's treasures will be mine. He was extremely covetous of the peak domain treasure. The battle reached 4 minutes and Flame Emperor's aura also weakened slightly. His divine body loss had reached 10%. By the 12th minute, because neither held back, Chen Ao's divine body loss had exceeded. With only 30% of his strength left, his power had also been halved. Yan Di, seeing that Chen Ao still refused to retreat, became increasingly convinced that he had a chance to annihilate this clone of Chen Ao. Die! Yan Di launched relentless full-force attacks, recklessly burning his divine body without regard for consumption. In his eyes Chen Ao's power had diminished so greatly that he could not compare. By the 14th minute Yan Di's aura had also weakened by a notch, his power dropping by more than half. Yet at this moment Chen Ao's divine body aura actually grew slightly stronger. A clone? You actually brought a clone? Yan Di roared. Ha ha ha, you only realize now. How foolish can you be? You're scheming against me. Zhuoshanku the master will not allow this. Ha ha ha, how would I dare touch you without Master Zhuoshanku's permission? Chen Ao laughed. Of course, even without Zhuoshanku's consent, he would still kill Yan Di, only letting Tengmu Zuns do the deed. He was determined to have the original soul. With Yan Di's power reduced by more than half, Chen Ao now unleashed his full strength. The 11th sword, the 18 divine swords of Genha Luo continued their assault. In a single exchange Yan Di's divine body was struck down by over 5%. With his power diminished, he was utterly powerless against Chen Ao's full-force eruption. If Chen Ao's use of the Peak Supreme Treasure Longsword and Secret Technique dealt 10 damage to the divine body, the 18 divine swords of Genha Luo dealt 20. At this moment Chen Ao's power was halved, so his secret technique attack was only 5. But Genha Luo remained at 20. Facing Yan Di, whose power was now only half, the total damage rose from the peak of 30 to 50. Thus the damage was extremely high. Yan Di felt his divine body's changes in terror. You hid your strength. You actually hid your strength. You are a 5th stage peak universe master. Yan Di roared. Ha ha ha, none of that matters now, you die? Suppressed by the peak domain treasure, Yan Di had no room even to move. Ah! Luofeng, even if I die I won't let you off easy. Yan Di, seizing his last moments, frantically mass-mailed messages. Human Luofeng is the Shuiyun Palace Lord, the disciple of Zhuoshanku, possessing 5th stage peak strength. Mass sent. In an instant countless universe masters received Yan Di's mail, all frowning deeply. Luofeng, that fellow who had only become a universe master not long ago, already had 5th stage peak strength. And hadn't Luofeng only been cultivating for a few tens of thousands of years? How could the Shuiyun Palace Lord be Luofeng, but a disciple of Zhuoshanku? Suddenly the universe was in turmoil. Even Zhuoshanku received Yan Di's mail, but the content was different. It accused him of favoritism and sending Luofeng to kill him. Zhuoshanku just shook his head. Alas, such a weak heart, too poor. But this Chen Ao has caused me a huge trouble. Luofeng, being my disciple, is now exposed, and the identities of Shuiyun Palace Lord and Beiqiu Prison Lord are also revealed. At this moment he felt a strong urge to strangle Chen Ao. This man really knew how to stir up trouble. Alas, what's done is done. Yan Di should have fallen by now, right? Indeed, after sending the mail, Yan Di directly self-destructed. With only 30% of his divine body left, he had no ability to withstand Chen Ao's attacks. If he didn't want to become a soul slave, self-destruction was the only option. As a universe master who had lived for countless epochs, he would rather die than become a slave. Chen Ao watched the dissipating Yan Di, then waved his hand and collected several treasures, among which the Yen Divine Halberd and the original soul emanated the strongest aura. The original soul, now I have the complete peak 3-piece set. Finally, I've got the full newbie gear and can leave the novice village. The original soul merged into his soul, feeling incredibly fitting. As an earthling, he was highly compatible with the original soul. If Yan Di's compatibility was 100, his was 98. One of the peak soul treasures. It can completely block even an 8th stage universe master's soul attack. At this moment Luofeng, who was in the midst of comprehending the chaos golden feather, was utterly stunned. I was peacefully studying secret patterns. How did this huge pot get dumped on me? This time it's over. Everything has been exposed. From now on won't Luofeng be hunted by everyone? The Chaos City Lord excitedly sought out Luofeng. He even forgot his own identity. Luofeng, according to Yan Di, possessed 5th stage peak combat power. Such strength was no less than his own. Luo Feng, I really didn't expect your progress to be so fast. It's only been a few hundred years, and you've already gained 5th stage peak combat power at the venerable level. Luo Feng, listening to the Chaos City Lord's words, felt despair in his heart. After hearing the news, the Chaos City Lord immediately came to find Luo Feng. As his teacher and the highest authority of humanity, his urgency showed his excitement and joy. Luo Feng, I never imagined your talent to be so astonishing. Among humans, only I can be considered a 5th stage peak combatant. Others like the Dark Lord and Pengong Lord are only ordinary 5th stage. Hearing the Chaos City Lord's various praises, Luo Feng could only sigh repeatedly. Seeing Luo Feng like this, the Chaos City Lord was puzzled. Luo Feng, why the long face? Is it because Yan Di exposed your information before his death? Actually, there's no need to worry. Even the identity of the Shuiyun Palace Lord was the result of Zhuoshanku's killings, not your doing. As for your teacher-student relationship with Zhuoshanku, the human high level already guessed it long ago. You don't need to mind. No, teacher, I think I have to mind, Luo Feng said seriously. What? Is there some special hidden truth? The Chaos City Lord was puzzled. He didn't understand why Luo Feng was so troubled. After all, in the universe, the more you talk, the more strength rules. As long as you are strong, you can do whatever you want. What Yan Di said really wasn't a big deal. Alas, teacher, the biggest hidden truth is that the Shuiyun Palace Lord you know is not me. The Chaos City Lord fell silent. So I was happy for nothing. It wasn't you. His smile finally faded. But then why did Yan Di say it was you who killed him, and he did fall? He had no reason to deceive the universe's powerhouses, did he? When a man is about to die, does he care about that much? The Shuiyun Palace Lord he knew was indeed me, but my Shuiyun Palace was borrowed by senior brother Chen Ao. Chen Ao. The Chaos City Lord was stunned for a long while. Previously Chen Ao had displayed 4th stage strength, but there was still a big gap between 4th and 5th stage. He had thought Luo Feng with Zhuoshanku's help would surpass Chen Ao, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Luo Feng was about to explain further, but the Chaos City Lord had already left, clearly eager to find Chen Ao. Alas, is my teacher also this straightforward? But senior brother, how long will you keep messing with me? Starting from the Realm Lord stage, Chen Ao had been impersonating him in various ways, killing venerables as a Realm Lord, making him famous across the universe. Later, during the Immortal stage, he also used his identity to commit countless slaughters, attracting universe masters to intercept him. Well, although Luo Feng could have done it himself, without a doubt Chen Ao stirred it up first. As for the venerable stage, Yan Di was still fresh. When I become a universe master, will senior brother kill a few supremes, and then frame me for it? Luo Feng smiled bitterly. But what could he do? Chen Ao always liked to hide and let him take the blame. Senior brother Chen Ao once mentioned something about a shield. Thinking of this, Luo Feng felt even more disheartened. It seemed that Chen Ao's help in the early days had all been ulterior motives. Don't think that way, don't think that way. No matter what, without senior brother Chen Ao, my growth would never have been so smooth. Even if he used me, he didn't actually harm me. Instead, I got benefits. The hell I did. Damn it, Chen Ao, don't ever let me catch up to your strength. I'll make you feel the pain I'm suffering now. Meanwhile, the Chaos City Lord looked at the still obedient Chen Ao. Chen Ao, you've changed. Ha! What do you mean by that, teacher? You're no longer the kid who shamelessly insisted on staying in my inner city. Chen Ao. Ahem, teacher, just say what you need to say. Well, teacher isn't deliberately prying, but I'd like to ask. How strong are you now? Chen Ao was silent for a moment. The gap is quite large. The strongest clone can survive against a supreme in the original universe. The weakest barely counts as 4th stage strength. The deep-sea clone was indeed too weak. Only 1,000 times the power of a venerable, which was 10,000 times weaker than a 1,000-fold universe master gene, a difference of 2 levels. And its divine body was also very small. Even with the strongest universe master secret technique, combined with the sword Saint panel skills, it was only at the 4th stage level, far inferior to the 5th stage combat power of the other 3 bodies. The Chaos City Lord was speechless. Is 4th stage really weak? Out of 100 universe masters, not even 20 could reach the 4th stage. The total number of universe masters in the entire original universe was only just over 1,000, meaning Chen Ao's weakest body could still rank in the top 200 in the universe. Your survival ability is strong. Just average. Teacher, is there something you need? No, I just want to have a rough understanding, so I can respond appropriately if something happens. The Chaos City Lord said earnestly, Chen Ao, we are master and disciple. You don't have to keep things from me. Teacher, you once said that disciples have their own opportunities and don't need to report everything. That's different. For a universe venerable or universe overlord, there's no need to tell me. After all, universe overlords can't decide the fate of a race. But a 5th stage combatant can change many aspects of the race. And you have more than one 5th stage combatant, right? Chen Ao nodded. Peak combat power was indeed the most important thing for a race. Chen Ao, since you have such strength, don't you plan to venture into the Universe Sea? The Universe Sea is where treasures are obtained. In the original universe, how many good treasures can you get? Teacher is right. I've just barely gathered a peak domain treasure, a peak palace treasure, a peak soul treasure, a peak treasure armor and weapons. Although these are all top grade, I still don't have a single supremacy treasure. I should go to the universe see. Teacher. Teacher, are you still there? Chen Ao watched the suddenly disconnected Chaos City Lord and fell silent. Luo Feng is already planning to go to the universe sea, right? If so, I should follow too. After all, the Bloodlight Palace Lord's noob gear is ready and I can go wild in the universe sea. In the universe sea, he would try not to activate soul connection, so even if the Bloodlight Palace Lord was killed by soul attack, it wouldn't affect him, though he would certainly feel the loss of all his gear. So let the Bloodlight Palace Lord stay in Luo Feng's world ring and go to the universe sea. Luo Feng is now quite famous with 5th stage strength. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch him. They'd probably run when they see him. If he encounters the first era 5th stage universe masters and they fight to the death, well, Luo Feng has clones. It should be fine. He controlled the Bloodlight Palace Lord, bringing everything from the Blood Cloud Palace, and went to find Luo Feng. As for Chen Ao's human body, it went to find Zhuoshan Ku. Chen Ao, in his human form, made his way to where Zhuoshan Ku resided. Gazing at the dwelling of Zhuoshan Ku within the Voidland, Chen Ao couldn't help but marvel. A divine king was indeed a divine king. The Flame Emperor gene he had created was incredibly powerful, with one being worth 6 universe masters. His progress had already reached 4. It makes me want to kill Luo Feng too, just to see if he's also worth more than 6. Of course, that was just a thought. He himself was an earthling and his genes could no longer be reused. Master Zhuoshan Ku. Chen Ao bowed respectfully. You're here. Zhuoshan Ku looked at this disciple before him. A people were truly different. This disciple had been cultivating for merely 70 or 80,000 years, and yet could already slay the Flame Emperor. Moreover, he had done so using a human body without even leveraging the advantages of a divine body. The domain treasure similar to the River of Swords that you requested. I have prepared it for you. As he spoke, a treasure strikingly similar to the River of Swords appeared before Chen Ao. This was not the River of Swords Chen Ao had obtained from the primordial star. That one had already been transformed into the peak treasure chest Sword Sea. This replica, resembling the River of Swords but differing in color, was the new River of Swords Chen Ao had asked Zhuoshan Ku to forge. To avoid detection, it had been deliberately modified into 10 divine swords, so no one would mistake it for the River of Swords of the Bloodlight Hall Master. This River of Swords is merely of the top-tier level. Moreover, the superfluous addition of a divine sword has drastically reduced its domain suppression, making it at best a common top-tier treasure. That's fine, that's fine. Chen Ao joyfully accepted the River of Swords. This River of Swords is only a top-tier treasure. If you wish to elevate it to the peak level, you will need to pay a considerable amount of materials. The peak 3-piece set generally cost over 20,000 treasure points, and Chen Ao's demands were even higher. Almost all were superior items worth over 50,000 treasure points. Thus, according to the agreement, even though he had used one slot, he still needed to pay 5,000 treasure points. Chen Ao produced a fiery red war halberd with a grin. Seeing the flame god halberd, Zhuoshan Ku's expression turned complex. Master, should this item be worth 5,000 treasure points? If I offer this as payment, can you help me upgrade the top-tier River of Swords to the peak level? In terms of materials alone, it's not enough, but the value is indeed about right. Although the flame god halberd had once belonged to him, it was now Chen Ao's spoils of war. By the way, Master, does my killing of the Flame Emperor count as an opportunity? Zhuoshan Ku, who had been somewhat melancholy, turned all his eyes toward Chen Ao. He had lived through countless cosmic epics and met innumerable beings, yet this was the first time he had encountered such brazen shamelessness. You kill my disciple, take his treasures as spoils, and ask me to forge treasures. Fine. But you actually treat the killing of my disciple as a chance to refine a treasure. Is this something a human would say? Is this something a human would do? Humph. If you can live with it, then I might as well give you another quota for refining a treasure. Zhuoshan Ku had thought these words would awaken Chen Ao's conscience and make him act more decorously. To his surprise, Chen Ao burst out laughing. Thank you, Master Zhuoshan Ku. As for the materials, I'll find a way. But really, can't you forge a supreme treasure? I can kill 10 universe masters. Zhuoshan Ku. He didn't want to talk to him. This man was beyond saving. In the end, Zhuoshan Ku simply ignored Chen Ao, who could only leave dejectedly. Entrusting the treasure to Tengmu Zun's, Chen Ao planned to have his Tengmu King avatar personally slay Yuan Ao Zhizhu. That Yuan Ao Zhizhu had returned to the original universe with a mission to spread the silk drawing diagram. Thus he would likely not avoid a battle. Does killing Yuan Ao Zhizhu count as a kill quota? And I can also gain benefits from the will of the original universe. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chen Ao had returned to the original universe. Once again, Hundun Chengzhu came to seek him out. Are you really not going to the cosmic sea with me? Ahem, of course, seeking treasures is not the main goal. The main goal is to improve yourself through training to advance your strength, and even become a cosmic supreme. Master, I've already hidden my avatar inside Luo Feng's ring. So taking Luo Feng to the cosmic sea is like taking me. Oh, I see. So your human body is not going. The human body is still a bit weaker. Not very safe. Hundun Chengzhu wanted to scold Chen Ao. Luo Feng with only second stage strength dared to go to the cosmic sea while you a fifth stage powerhouse say it's not safe. Fine, it's good that you're not going. Leaving one body behind ensures that even if something happens you won't fall completely. Hundun Chengzhu said no more and directly took Luo Feng to the cosmic sea. As for Chen Ao, he continued to guard his small base unwilling to leave. Meanwhile, having obtained the treasure, Tengmu Wang set out for the Yuan Ao secret realm. Tengmu Zuns, do you have the confidence to deal with Yuan Ao Jiju? He is a fourth stage universe master with a divine body spanning millions of kilometers. Yuan Ao Jiju was also a special life form, so his divine body and genes were extremely large. Of course Chen Ao's was not small either. With the support of the Zushin sect and Chen Ao's own contributions, Tengmu Zuns had consumed several peak treasures, finally elevating his divine body to an astonishing 300 million kilometers. This was even more exaggerated than the Bloodlight Hall Master's 200 million kilometers. To increase the divine body further would require becoming a universe master, and the materials needed would be even greater. Beyond the capacity of the Zushin sect, likely only Chen Ao could handle it himself. However, by that time Chen Ao might not care about such a divine body. His genes could already allow him to directly break through to the supreme level, and the 9 Nether Sea was also ready. According to the original description, even a 1000000-fold gene does not mean infinite divine power. 12 light years is a limit, so there's no need to worry. He needed to accumulate strength at the Cosmic Venerable stage, but at the Universe Master stage it was hard to say. He could already break through to Universe Master. He had long mastered both the Beast God path and the Spacetime path. He was only held back by the third stage gene progress bar, unable to break through. Zushin, I believe I can kill him. Moreover, the original universe is so hostile to Yuan Ao Jiju. There must be something wrong with him. That is certain. But the will of the original universe will not tell us the reason. We can only judge from experience. Killing him will bring great benefits. Chen Ao knew, of course, since he was on the side of the beast of the boundary inherently hostile to the original universe. I wonder if I can exchange the strange object I obtain for a supreme treasure. After all, the strange object's power was only slightly below that of a supreme treasure, and the will of the original universe valued it no less than the beast of the boundary. Maybe I can exchange it for one. The supreme treasure is just a toy for the original universe to control the number of strong beings. It's useless to the original universe's will. Chen Ao's Tengmu Zun's avatar set off toward the Yuan Ao secret realm. Tengmu Zun's Tengmu Jiju. This name feels a bit inadequate for my strength. Chen Ao planned to give himself a new title. How about Sword Jiju? No one uses that name anyway. Chen Ao muttered it a few times, finding it quite good. From now on I am the Sword Master, the Sword Jiju. This Sword Jiju avatar was not weak in strength, but its treasures were somewhat lacking. If he could gather a full set of beginner gear, he could also go to the Cosmic Sea. Moreover, his divine body had no soul, making him immune to soul attacks. He could go to the Beast's Lair and take a look. The Beast's Lair. If I can kill a beast of the boundary and obtain its genes, that would be at least equal to a supreme being, right? The Flame Emperor could be worth 6, and as a noble life form the beast of the boundary would naturally be even stronger. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a bad feeling. No way, no way. 90000-fold gene requires killing a supreme being, and 10000-fold directly requires me to kill a beast of the boundary. Extracting the genes of the beast of the boundary was just a thought, but now that he had this feeling it wasn't without reason. The gene level of the beast of the boundary was too high, definitely the best material for advancing to the perfect 10000-fold gene. Impossible. No matter how much of a cheat, there has to be a limit. Although first to third stage beasts of the boundary are equivalent to true gods, even a first stage beast with its soul attack ability can rival an 8th stage true god. Moreover, an 8th stage true god might not be able to withstand that soul attack. But apart from soul attacks, a first stage beast of the boundary seems about as strong as a 6th stage true god, and I happen to be immune to soul attacks. There are 2 types of soul attacks. One directly attacks the soul, affecting all beings with a soul, while soulless beings are not affected. The other is illusion attacks, constructing special illusions to trap the strong. All beings, even those without a soul, can be affected by this. This depends on willpower. The stronger the will, the less susceptible to environmental influence. Coincidentally, the soul attacks of the beast of the boundary are a natural talent. They do not use illusion attacks. If I truly have 7th stage strength, I could try hunting a lone first stage beast of the boundary. For now, he should focus on hunting Yuan Ao Jiju. In the Yuan Ao secret realm, after searching for several years, and using the creatures within the realm, he finally located Yuan Ao Jiju. Who are you and why are you attacking my servants? Yuan Ao Jiju stood in the depths of the void, gazing at Chen Ao from afar. During this time, using the items given by Zushin, Chen Ao had found a large number of Yuan Ao Jiju's servants, forcing him to reveal himself. These servants were crucial pieces for him to control the secret realm. He could not afford to lose too many. Yuan Ao Jiju, I come on the orders of Zushin to take your life. Take my life. Ha ha ha, what little brat are you, from where? Yuan Ao Jiju stared at Chen Ao. He didn't recognize Chen Ao. Tengmu Wang had risen too quickly. Despite searching extensively, Yuan Ao Jiju could find no information about Chen Ao. I am the Sword Jiju. Sword Jiju. Humph, I've never heard of any Sword Jiju. Looks like just a little brat who has just entered the universe master level. Yuan Ao Jiju, now compensate me with a top-tier treasure, then get out of my Yuan Ao secret realm, and I will spare your life. Chen Ao couldn't be bothered to waste words. He knew that Yuan Ao Lord was a soul slave, so further discussion was pointless. The next moment the Jianhe Luo appeared. Humph. Yuan Ao Lord snorted coldly, then activated the Flame Sand Cup. The collision of the top-tier domain treasures began, and it was clear that the Flame Sand Cup was slightly stronger than the Jianhe Luo. A little fellow is just a little fellow. Though he possesses a top-tier treasure, its quality is mediocre. Chen Ao remained silent and soon swung his long sword, slashing toward Yuan Ao Lord. At the same time, the 10 divine swords of the Jianhe Luo began to continuously assault Yuan Ao Lord's divine body. In just a single exchange, Yuan Ao Lord discovered that his divine body had lost nearly 1/10,000th of its power. How can your strength be so formidable? A body spanning millions of kilometers was certainly not small, ranking among the upper echelons of universe masters. Moreover, he possessed 4th-stage combat power. Even a 5th-stage powerhouse might not be able to annihilate a 10,000th of his divine body in a single exchange. Chen Ao naturally would not explain how much damage his Jianhe Luo could inflict on a divine body. As long as the armor could not directly negate the attack, the depletion of the divine body would be extremely rapid. Chen Ao began to chase after Yuan Ao Lord, relentlessly attacking. Yuan Ao Lord desperately wanted to flee. Against a powerhouse like Chen Ao, he was no match. However, his master had ordered him to fight to the death and then expose the Chenxi map. Of course he could avoid death, but the Chenxi map had to be exposed. A single exchange cost him 1/10,000th of his divine body, and a single exchange lasted at most a few seconds. Thus, after only a few tens of minutes, Yuan Ao Lord's divine body was severely damaged. A sword, Lord, you forced me to this. Suddenly, a strange black piece of wood appeared in Yuan Ao Lord's hand. Just by being there, it caused the void to tremble, its power definitely surpassing that of most peak treasures. Sword Lord die. Yuan Ao Lord activated this mysterious object and charged at Chen Ao. With a single strike, Chen Ao's divine body lost over 100,000th of its power. As expected of a mysterious object, it is actually not inferior to a supreme treasure. However, this object relies solely on its own power and cannot be imbued with any secret techniques. If it could be imbued with secret techniques, the attack would be several times stronger, reaching the level of a supreme treasure. How is this possible? Your aura hasn't weakened in the slightest. Yuan Ao Lord was well aware of the power of this mysterious object, which was not far inferior to a supreme treasure. Yet the Sword Lord had endured a strike with almost no damage to his divine body. This mysterious object has impressive power, but that alone won't save you, Yuan Ao Lord. You will still die. Chen Ao attacked with even greater fervor, unleashing his full strength. A Sword Lord, don't go too far. Yuan Ao Lord cried out, seemingly in despair. When Yuan Ao Lord's divine body had lost over 30%, he showed a terrified expression, and said, Sword Lord, I admit that your strength surpasses mine. I am willing to offer treasures to ransom my life. Please spare me. Chen Ao smiled, appearing quite interested. Oh, what might that be? A map, the Chenxi map, which records a vast area of the Qingfeng realm. Yuan Ao Lord said triumphantly, I obtained this from the legacy of a powerful being. You should know how precious the Chenxi map is. Chen Ao nodded. If the Chenxi map is indeed precious, but if I kill you, won't all these things be mine? Sword Lord. Yuan Ao Lord shouted sternly, if you try to kill me, I can simply flee. Moreover, even if I die, you won't obtain the Chenxi map. You should be able to distinguish which is more important, my life or the Chenxi map. Chen Ao seemed a bit hesitant. But killing you would earn me a reward from the primordial universe, which is no less valuable than your Chenxi map. Moreover, by slaying you, I would also obtain your treasures, including that mysterious object. Gazing at the mysterious object, a look of greed flashed in Chen Ao's eyes. Yuan Ao Lord observed everything Chen Ao did, sneering inwardly. He was following his master's orders to spread the Chenxi map, intending to lure the various races into the dark region of the Qingfeng realm to their deaths. Sword Lord, you can sell the Chenxi map. Each peak power would offer a peak treasure for it. Selling it to all major powers would fetch you a treasure at the level of a peak domain treasure, or even more. Yuan Ao Lord seemed to be persuading Chen Ao. You are a lone wanderer, aren't you? You have no clan, so ordinary treasures are useless to you. Look, as long as you obtain the Chenxi map, you can acquire a supreme treasure. Why not do it? But I still want your mysterious object. Chen Ao's eyes were full of greed, as if bewitched by treasures. Yuan Ao Lord tried to persuade him repeatedly, but Chen Ao remained adamant, insisting on both the mysterious object and the Chenxi map. Sword Lord, you are truly greedy, wanting everything. He isn't that normal. Who would let go of a mysterious object that has fallen into their hands? Fine, I can give you both the Chenxi map and the mysterious object, but you must swear to let me go and not kill me. Fine. As long as I obtain these two things, killing you or not doesn't matter. Then I'll hand them over to you. With that, Yuan Ao Lord gave the items to Chen Ao. Sword Lord, you can leave now, can't you? Chen Ao obtained the Chansi map and the mysterious object. He gave them a quick check and found nothing wrong, then smiled again. You were right earlier. I do want everything, including your life. Yuan Ao Lord glared, his eyes wide with fury. Sword Lord, you promised me you wouldn't kill me. He couldn't escape. His master intended to sacrifice him, so he had no right to flee. Ha ha ha, I never believe in promises. Die. A Sword Lord, you despicable wretch. You have no regard for the dignity of a strong man. You are unworthy to be called a powerhouse. Chen Ao couldn't be bothered to speak. He had never cared about dignity. Though Yuan Ao Lord shouted fiercely, he had no intention of fleeing. In the end, he was killed and self-destructed. Chen Ao watched Yuan Ao Lord self-destruct and collected some of his treasures. Is this the map of the Qingfeng realm? He had never been to the Cosmic Sea, but he knew that the Qingfeng realm contained a dim region that blocked the path of reincarnation. This Chansi map is another great opportunity. I, the Sword Lord, know the kind-hearted Vinewood King the last bit of kindness. He had originally pretended to be kind to trick the various powers into giving him treasures, but he hadn't cheated much. Later his strength progressed too quickly, and he no longer cared for those ordinary treasures. However, this Chansi map was a great opportunity. After all, his kindness was known throughout the universe, and his greed for treasures was also legendary. In other words, his persona among foreign races was that as long as they gave him treasures, the Chansi map would be reliable. In reality, the map was indeed reliable. It just would cause deaths. Soon Chen Ao returned to the ancestral god cult with the items. Vinewood, you did very well this time. The two-faced ancestral god was extremely satisfied with Chen Ao's strength. Being able to kill Yuan Ao Lord showed that Chen Ao indeed possessed fifth-stage power enough to roam the Cosmic Sea. Without setting foot in the Cosmic Sea, how could one become the strongest? How could one protect the ancestral god cult in the future? At least the two-faced ancestral god felt that Chen Ao had taken the first step, giving him a chance to become the strongest in the universe. Your solo killing of Yuan Ao Lord this time is a great contribution to the universe. If you need anything, I can ask the will of the primordial universe for some good things on your behalf. The ancestral god gave Chen Ao a knowing look. Chen Ao spoke, Ancestral God, I have given myself a new title, Sword Lord. Sword Lord, that's fine. Now that you have the combat power of a universe master, it's time to take a title. Sword Lord fits perfectly. Ancestral God, in fact, I also obtained a mysterious object this time. This thing should be able to be exchanged for something good, right? The ancestral god knew about this object, but wasn't sure if Chen Ao would hand it over, as it was even stronger than peak suit treasures in terms of attack power. He felt that even if Chen Ao didn't hand it over, it would be fine. In the future, when Chen Ao ventured into the Cosmic Sea, having this mysterious object would make him even stronger. The ancestral god fully supported this. The stronger Chen Ao became, the greater the probability of him becoming the strongest in the universe. You plan to combine your contributions with this mysterious object to exchange for a supreme treasure. The two-faced ancestral god looked at Chen Ao with a smile. Chen Ao showed an embarrassed expression. Yes, I have reached the 5th stage. The next step to advance further is to obtain a supreme treasure or create a 6th-stage secret technique. Yet, creating a 6th-stage secret technique was extremely difficult. For a venerable to create one was like a fool's dream. Even he had never heard of any universe master creating a 6th-stage secret technique, let alone a universe venerable. But with a supreme treasure, one could comprehend the secret patterns on it, which gave a certain probability of creating a 6th-stage secret technique. It's a pity that although our ancestral god cult possesses a supreme treasure, it was bestowed by the primordial universe, and is constantly in an activated state, making it impossible to comprehend the secret patterns. The 5-colored Aurora Lake is a supreme treasure with secret patterns above the 6th stage, but it is always in an activated state. As an ancestral god, he could harness the power of the 5-colored Aurora Lake, but he could not truly refine it. Otherwise, they had been universe masters since the beginning of the universe. If they could constantly comprehend 6th-stage secret patterns, they wouldn't still need the primordial universe's blessing to have 6th-stage combat power after all these years. After all, a universe master with a supreme treasure was generally considered 6th stage. He believed in Chen Ao's comprehension ability, but he was troubled by the lack of a direction for comprehension. I can convey your intentions to the will of the primordial universe, but I must tell you that over these many eras, we ancestral gods can feel that the primordial universe strongly rejects the strongest in the universe and tightly controls supreme treasures. It is very difficult to bestow one. Let's try. If I can obtain a supreme treasure, that would be best. Chen Ao could not guarantee that he would get a supreme treasure. Alright, I will convey it for you. Soon the two-faced ancestral god entered the source of the universe and began to communicate with the will of the primordial universe. Chen Ao waited anxiously in the palace. He could not help but feel anxious. If there truly existed a supreme treasure, his speed in creating a 6th-order secret art would increase at least 10-fold, perhaps even 100-fold or 1,000-fold. His W skill, when faced with things that could be comprehended, displayed terrifying power. On the contrary, completely groping on his own was not very effective. Chen Ao estimated it was only comparable to 10 luofengs. Unconsciously shield luofeng also became a unit of measurement. About a day later, the two-faced ancestral god walked out, disappointment written on both faces. Chen Ao, the will of the primordial universe, refused. Moreover, after multiple communications, I found that the primordial universe is willing to offer 2 sets of suit treasures or 4 treasures at the peak domain level in exchange for this exotic item. Hearing this, Chen Ao could not hide the disappointment in his eyes. No matter how many peak treasures, they were only at the universe lord level, vastly different from supreme treasures. The difference was a single secret pattern. Maybe exchanging for a set of novice gear is also good. Chen Ao hesitated. With novice gear, his sword lord avatar could also go to the cosmic sea. Although the possibility of obtaining a supreme treasure in the cosmic sea was very small, at least there was a chance. Forget it. I can also obtain peak treasures from those major powers. There's no need to waste it here. So what did he really need? The two-faced ancestral god said gently, Sword Lord, don't rush. You can think it over carefully. Chen Ao was indeed thinking. Then he looked at the ancestral god and said, Ancestral god, can I exchange the exotic item for a request? For example, I want to meditate in the origin land for 1 billion years. The two-faced ancestral god was stunned. This request seemed feasible. Their Ancestor God Sect had such a benefit, so meditating at the origin was not a high demand. However, this time frame was somewhat exaggerated. I'll ask for you. Also, the origin land can be accelerated up to 10,000 times. If that's the case, even better. 2 more days passed. The ancestral god seemed to have negotiated with the will of the primordial universe for a long time to secure the best benefits for Chen Ao. The will of the primordial universe had no intelligence, only instinct. Bargaining with it was both difficult and simple. The difficulty lay in that it never gave any chance for a premium. If it didn't agree, it was a no. The simplicity lay in that once it accepted, it never considered lowering the price. So the request had to be made as high as possible. This time, although Chen Ao said 10 years, the ancestral god started with 100 billion years. That directly exaggerated Chen Ao's time by 1,000 times. Of course it was rejected. Then the ancestral god began to probe the primordial universe's bottom line, little by little. After probing for 2 days, it was finally determined that 1.5 billion years with 10,000-fold acceleration was the limit. Without acceleration, it could be increased by 300 million years. Knowing the ancestral gods offer, Chen Ao thought to himself that he was still too inexperienced and too young. He thought 10 billion years was exaggerated, but he had underestimated the Strong's concept of time. Let's go with 1.5 billion years. If I can't comprehend anything, 300 million more years won't make much difference. Alright then, I'll communicate with the primordial universe for you. In the end, Chen Ao paid the price of killing Yuan Ao Lord and the exotic item to enter the origin land of the primordial universe for 1.5 billion years of meditation. Of course, that was only 15,000 years in the outside world, not a long time. Ancestral god, do I have to enter with my true body? I am already a universe venerable, and I can easily create a divine power avatar. What he couldn't do as an immortal, he could easily do as a venerable. Although the divine power avatar had no combat ability, it was perfect for meditation. Of course you can. The ancestral god was not surprised. They had always done it this way, and he had actually intended to remind Chen Ao. By the way, Sword Lord, what do you plan to do next? Do you intend to go to the cosmic sea? The ancestral god very much hoped that Chen Ao would go to the cosmic sea because the Ancestor God Sect lacked universe lords, and their universe lords could not gain a foothold in the cosmic sea without a supreme being's protection. If they weren't strong enough, they could easily die. They all had to rely on themselves. If Luofeng fell into danger, he could find Giant Axe or Throne Seeker. If Sword Lord fell into a desperate situation, what could he do? Of course he would find Giant Axe and Throne Seeker. No hesitation needed. My treasures are still too poor. Going to the cosmic sea is too dangerous. The ancestral god laughed heartily. Your 2 treasures already surpass 90% of universe lords, and you still say they are poor. How about this? I can lend you a peak 3-piece set treasure. This is a loan, of course, but there's no fixed deadline for repayment. Chen Ao was overjoyed. The Ancestral God Sect was indeed the Ancestral God Sect. They had such a move. Although it wasn't a gift, not asking for repayment was the same as giving it to him, wasn't it? Ancestral God, give me the best one, okay? Both faces of the two-faced ancestral god showed eye rolls. I knew you would ask for that. Saying so, a palace treasure appeared in the two-faced ancestral god's hand. This is one of the best treasures of the Ancestral God Sect aside from the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Azure Light Palace. Like the Kushan Palace, it could block soul attacks, greatly ensuring safety. You have a top-tier close combat treasure and armor treasure. With the Azure Light Palace, your survivability will be extremely strong. With your 5th order strength, only a Universe Supreme would pose a threat to you. Chen Ao naturally accepted excitedly. Ancestral God, I'll take this treasure. Are there any other good things? Get lost. On my way. Chen Ao was immensely happy, not expecting such a big gain. I've squeezed the Ancestral God Sect dry to the extreme. Chen Ao looked at the inheritors of Purple Thorn Island. Hehe, your kind sword lord is here to deliver benefits to the major powers. Not long after, a message under the name of the Ancestral God Sect was delivered to every inheritor. Vinewood King, now called Sword Lord, had become a Universe Lord. This news astonished countless inheritors. The speed was too fast. Moreover, having become a Universe Lord, a life form as extraordinary as Sword Lord, started as a third-order Universe Lord. With a bit of good treasures or secret arts, he would be fourth or fifth order. Coupled with his 10 million kilometer divine body, anyone would be disgusted facing him. At this time, Sword Lord released a message some time ago. He had killed Yuan Ao Lord, according to the will of the primordial universe. This caused an uproar among the cosmic powers. Yuan Ao Lord was a well-known fourth-order universe lord with an enormous divine body. Could Sword Lord, who had cultivated for only tens of thousands of years, kill him? After the astonishment, they were overjoyed. Because Sword Lord lacked experience, and thus had no suitable treasures, he planned to sell the Qingfeng Ridge Silk Map obtained from Yuan Ao Lord. Vinewood King becoming Sword Lord and killing Yuan Ao Lord was enough to shock the entire universe. Then Sword Lord actually released news that he would exchange this precious Qingfeng Ridge Silk Map for treasures. At this point, the news quickly spread through the inheritors of Purple Thorn Island to the ears of the high-level powers. Originally, Vinewood King was just a promising junior, but these Universe Lords and even Universe Supremes never expected him to grow so fast. Is that Sword Lord really a person of great integrity? Many Universe Lords asked. Indeed, judging by his life, it's clear that he places great importance on righteousness. His only flaw is a bit of greed for treasures, but from the fact that he returned his teammates' treasures, one can see Sword Lord's character. That said, the Silk Map is very credible. Yes, and Sword Lord has good character, so he won't act recklessly or harm us. Don't be careless. This is a matter concerning the clan's future. Not only the 8 top-tier powers but even second-tier powers like the Thorn Ring Alliance wanted a share. For example, the 9-Domain Alliance, due to the death of Flame Emperor, had suffered a great loss. They needed to make up for their foundation. Originally they could have rescued Flame Emperor, but Flame Emperor had intended to kill Chen Ao from the start. By the time Chen Ao erupted, Flame Emperor had already died in a short time, leaving no chance for those Universe Lords to intervene. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Ancestral God's secret realm, Sword Lord Chen Ao faced 28 Universe Lords alone. These Universe Lords were all at least 4th order strength, most were 5th order, the strongest group in the entire universe. Sword Lord, you said you want to exchange the Silk Map for treasures. How do you intend to do it? Chen Ao spoke. I plan to exchange the Silk Map for a treasure at the level of a peak domain treasure, and its value must not be less than 50,000 treasure points. Treasure points were not used by every clan, but they could roughly estimate the value. Can we see the general scope of the Silk Map? Chen Ao nodded and projected the outermost area of the Silk Map into the cosmic void. The scope of this Silk Map is enormous. According to the estimation of the Ancestral God Sect, its value definitely exceeds 50,000 treasure points. However, exploration carries risks, so this price is offered. A map might bring gains or no gains and might even encounter dangers. No one could say for sure. It was simply spending treasures to buy a chance. If any power is willing to trade with me, I will hand over the original Silk Map immediately. After that, I won't care what they do with it. Sword Lord's voice sounded again. If no power is willing to pay such a high price, then I can only let each power view the map at the cost of a top-tier domain treasure. The meaning was simple: buyout for 50,000 treasure points. If no buyout, each power could view the map for 2,000 to 3,000 treasure points. Of course, I can only guarantee that my Silk Map is genuine. If one power views the map and then trades with other clans, I cannot guarantee its authenticity afterwards. Everyone understood this. The major powers fought each other, or how could they cooperate? So Chen Ao was not worried about middlemen. Not to mention middlemen, even if someone copied the map and gave it to you for free, you wouldn't dare take it. Who knew what trap was inside? Seeing the Silk Map, the major powers could confirm it was genuine. The material alone was not ordinary. At this point, all powers fell silent. Undoubtedly, buying out this Silk Map was very advantageous. If they could explore the places on the map, they might find a supreme treasure. At least there was that possibility. Moreover, buying out meant only their own power, and the Ancestral God Sect knew the map, so competition was small. The Ancestral God Sect had no supreme being and rarely went to the cosmic sea, so the competition was minimal. Of course, the price was huge. 50,000 treasure points for a chance which would make anyone's heart ache. At this moment in the human race, Chaos City Lord and a group of high-level officials were discussing everything. Giant Axe, should we buy this Silk Map? Chaos asked. In terms of the desire for supreme treasures, the human race was definitely at the forefront. A top-tier peak 3-piece set for a chance. It was hard to say which was better, but this was an opportunity for the human race to obtain a treasure. Giant Axe was very hesitant, and the other Universe Lords were also hesitant. The price was too high. Luofeng, what do you think? Suddenly Chaos City Lord looked at Luofeng. He felt that Luofeng, as a young man with drive, might agree with him. To be honest, Chaos City Lord very much wanted to buy the Silk Map because the human race desperately needed a supreme treasure. On the other hand, the peak 3-piece set Chaos City Lord himself, and even Chen Ao had collected a full set, making the human race's foundation much richer than before. But Chaos City Lord couldn't directly reveal that Chen Ao's treasures were powerful. That was Chen Ao's privacy, and with Chen Ao's strength, he as his teacher couldn't make decisions for him. Luo Feng was also hesitant. He had dealt with Sword Lord and felt that Sword Lord was indeed an honest man. Teacher, why isn't senior brother here? Chaos City Lord was silent for a moment. He said he was just a venerable and was not worthy to sit alongside us, so he was unwilling to attend. Luo Feng. He felt he was being indirectly targeted. Ahem, everyone knows senior brother's strength. I think calling him to discuss would be a good choice. Many universe lords nodded. They didn't know that Chen Ao had killed Flame Emperor, but Chen Ao had impressive battle achievements enough to be ranked as peak 4th order. Coming here, no one actually minded. It was Chen Ao himself who was being too modest. Moreover, Luo Feng was a newly promoted 5th order universe lord, which everyone understood. Even if Chen Ao's strength was a bit weaker, they had to give face to a 5th order universe lord like Luo Feng. Seeing the many universe lords casting friendly glances at him, Luo Feng felt his scalp tingle. Previously, over the matter of Earth, he had not gotten along well with the human universe lords. But now these universe lords were showing him goodwill one after another, undoubtedly because of the news about Flame Emperor and Luo Feng being a 5th order universe lord. Such strength was enough to earn the respect of all human universe lords. But I'm just a weak 2nd order universe lord. I'm not some 5th order big shot. With the unanimous decision of the high-level officials, Chen Ao was forcibly brought over. Chen Ao looked at these universe lords and was somewhat dissatisfied with the virtual universe. It didn't respect personal opinions and forcibly dragged him here. Chen Ao, I made the decision this time to forcibly bring you here. If you want to blame anyone, blame me, your teacher. Chaos City Lord said. Chen Ao smiled. Since the words were said, he couldn't say anything more. Teacher, you're joking. Whenever you summon me, I will rush to you immediately, no matter through fire or flood. Oh, is that so? My main body is in some trouble in the inner domain of Qingfeng Ridge. How about you come and help me? Chaos City Lord laughed. Chen Ao's face immediately fell. Teacher is so strong, how could I be needed? You're joking. Ahem, Chaos. Chen Ao, save the catching up for later. Giant Axe couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Ao, we called you this time to ask for your opinion. What do you think about Chaos's plan to spend treasures to buy out Sword Lord's Silk Map? Facing the Giant Axe's query, Chen Ao blinked his eyes. In truth, Chen Ao had intended to gloss over the matter of humanity, would pay the price of a top-tier 3-piece set to view the map once, and he would find a way to return the treasure pretending it had never happened. As for encountering the realm beast, he would naturally advise the Giant Axe not to go. Thus this was purely a scheme to deceive other factions. What about buying the thread diagram outright? He knew well the extent of humanity's assets. There was simply no supreme grade peak 3-piece set treasure. The Giant Axe possessed a soul treasure which was top tier, but that was the only one. Though there were other peak 3-piece sets, none met the requirements of the Swordmaster. Hence humanity could not afford it, and naturally there was no need to worry about a buyout. However, Chen Ao suddenly turned his gaze to Chaos City Lord, who looked back at him with a knowing smile. Damn, could it be that my teacher wants me to contribute my top-tier 3-piece set? His 3-piece set was all top tier, and Chaos City Lord knew it. He was arguably the wealthiest among humanity. Only he could provide such items. Seeing Chaos City Lord's gaze, Chen Ao grew increasingly certain of his intentions. As for compensation, they would likely offer him an ordinary peak 3-piece set along with some treasure points. Ahem, well, I do not approve of the buyout. Chen Ao declared directly. Chaos City Lord's expression remained unchanged. Oh, and why is that? Chen Ao, you should know this is an opportunity to obtain a supreme treasure, even more treasures. This is a great chance for humanity. Chen Ao felt a chill run down his spine. If he agreed, the next moment Chaos City Lord might gaze at him with deep affection and say that humanity needed him with compensation to follow. Well, you see, I have received information that the map is actually flawed. Chen Ao had no choice but to speak. At this point, letting the human universe masters know that the Sword Master was his clone no longer mattered. They would never betray humanity or leak the information. Luo Feng became excited. Senior brother, do you have a connection with the Sword Master? Luo Feng had previously comprehended laws alongside the Sword Master, and had exchanged words, but their relationship was merely average. After all, both were immersed in comprehending laws, leaving little time to build a friendship. Unexpectedly, the sly Chen Ao actually had ties to the Sword Master. Yet thinking it over, it made sense. Both were super geniuses, so a bit of rapport was not unusual. The other universe masters also accepted Luo Feng's view, believing Chen Ao and the Sword Master were acquainted. Chen Ao looked at Luo Feng, or indeed Luo Feng was reliable, albeit with a narrow perspective. He had originally planned to reveal his true identity, but Luo Feng's words gave him an excuse. With Luo Feng's backing, he would not need to explain much. Yes, I once crossed swords with the Sword Master, and our strength was roughly equal, So we share a bit of camaraderie. Chen Ao said solemnly. This time I specially gave the Swordmaster a top-tier domain treasure to inquire about the matter. The Swordmaster said the thread diagram is fine but everything is too coincidental. The Yuan Ao master could have escaped but chose to fight to the death, as if eager to hand over the thread diagram. Initially Chaos City Lord wanted to argue that the thread diagram could not be forged. But hearing this he fell silent. If true it explained why the Swordmaster was eager to pass the burden. Chen Ao, is the thread diagram really problematic? Asked the giant axe. With so many peak factions present there was no reason they could not discern the truth. The thread diagram itself is fine but its content is questionable. The primal universe deeply loathes the Yuan Ao master, who deliberately gave the thread diagram to the Swordmaster clearly with ulterior motives. For safety's sake it is best not to touch the thread diagram. He could not reveal what exactly was wrong with it as that would be difficult to explain. Thus he could only give a vague explanation. The giant axe nodded. In that case humanity will not contend for the thread diagram. Let us pretend this never happened. He then turned to Chen Ao. Chen Ao, your strength is evident to all. You now possess the combat power of a fourth-tier universe master. It is time to adopt a title or otherwise other factions will mock humanity. It was a convention for universe masters to have titles a powerhouse without one would invite ridicule. Chen Ao shook his head. I am still a venerable. Why should I take a title? I will wait until I become a universe master or otherwise it would be somewhat unworthy. Luo Feng, that's going too far. He had already implied it behind his back and now he was doing it to his face. Too much. The giant axe and chaos felt somewhat helpless toward Chen Ao. He was so different from other powerhouses, who would not want to be renowned across the universe remembered by billions of races. But Chen Ao was the opposite, constantly hiding himself, wishing the entire world would forget him. He seemed oblivious to Luo Feng's expression, and indifferent to the giant axe and Chaos City Lord's reactions. He looked seriously at Chaos City Lord. Teacher, this time, I paid a top-tier domain treasure to gather information from the Swordmaster, a great loss. This was a major contribution to the race. Could the race perhaps reimburse me? Chaos City Lord nodded. Chen Ao, humanity will not forget your contribution. You have rendered great service. Very well, this meeting is adjourned. Before Chen Ao could react he was once again cast out. Chaos City Lord controlled the virtual universe and his virtual consciousness could not resist. My acting skills are still lacking. Too exaggerated. Teacher, Chaos City Lord didn't believe me at all. But he was merely joking. How could he ask for a top-tier treasure? He would ask for a peak treasure instead. I wonder if I could borrow Luo Feng's Star Tower to comprehend. In truth he had long considered the Star Tower but its secret patterns were too advanced. The fourth pattern was at the 6th tier but at the peak of the 6th tier. What suited him best was an ordinary 6th tier pattern as his gap to the 6th tier was too vast. His comprehension of fusion laws lagged behind Chaos City Lord by 2 levels. Thus he had left the Star Tower as a last resort only to be considered if no other options remained. After being denied the hope of obtaining a supreme treasure by the will of the primal universe, Chen Ao realized that the Star Tower seemed to be the only choice left. But he was not the master of the Star Tower. To comprehend it the tower had to be placed in a fixed location. In other words, once he started comprehending, Luo Feng would be unable to use the Star Tower for self-preservation. Luo Feng and I are dearly beloved friends. If I borrow his Star Tower to comprehend, he has no reason to refuse, right? Chen Ao's Bloodlight Palace Master and Luo Feng's Star Tower had already gone to the Cosmic Sea. Luo Feng, the Bloodlight Palace Master, emerged from Luo Feng's World Ring. Senior brother, what is it? He had just parted from Chaos City Lord and planned to explore the outer reaches of the inclined peak realm alone, when Chen Ao suddenly appeared. Luo Feng, let me ask you, am I your best senior brother? Isn't it obvious? Definitely not. Luo Feng answered without hesitation. You've tricked me so many times, and though none caused real harm, you've put tremendous psychological pressure on me. Take this time for instance, everyone thinks I, Luo Feng, am a 5th-tier universe master, and for the sake of righteousness I can't expose you. How aggrieved I am. And on top of that you mocked me to my face. He had a good temper, but there was a limit to it. He didn't lash out only because he couldn't defeat Chen Ao, otherwise he would surely teach him a lesson. Well, since we are the best brothers, you won't refuse if I borrow something, right? Wait, that's not what I said. Alright then, lend me the Star Tower for a while to comprehend. I'll go to the primal universe to accelerate the process. It will only take a few tens of thousands of years. Luo Feng looked at Chen Ao, wanting to refuse, but after much thought. Senior brother teachers with Shan Ku instructed me to protect the Star Tower, and never let it leave my side. Just a few tens of thousands of years. I'll give you a peak domain treasure. Your current domain treasure is still the 9 Roar River, right? Because he hadn't killed the Yuan Ao master, to obtain the Flame Sand Cup, Luo Feng's domain treasure remained the 9 Roar River. Moreover, without the kill and without contributing the thread diagram, Luo Feng was now quite poor. Luo Feng's armor was still borrowed from Chen Ao's treasure points. Junior brother, remember how generous I was back then, trading a peak treasure armor for you? Chen Ao smiled. taking advantage of him would come back to bite. Luo Feng opened his mouth not knowing what to say, and after hesitating for a long time finally spoke helplessly. No! Chen Ao stared at Luo Feng seemingly unaffected by the refusal and shamelessly persisted. Just a few tens of thousands of years and a peak domain treasure. How many does humanity even have? Consider it. Luo Feng shook his head again. Senior brother, to be honest, teachers Washan strictly forbade me from letting you touch the Star Tower. I can't go against his orders. Chen Ao immediately sent a message to Washanku. Teachers Washanku, why can't I touch the Star Tower? He didn't think Luo Feng was lying. Luo Feng might have some grievances against him, but that didn't change the fact that Luo Feng was an honest man. Well, I did instruct Luo Feng. The Star Tower is his protective treasure. He needs it while exploring the cosmic sea. Oh, you want to comprehend the secret patterns? That won't do either. You know Luo Feng is in a period of rapid growth and must undergo trials. A few tens of thousands of years. A peak domain treasure. Do I lack such treasures? I need Luo Feng to grow quickly. In short, Zhuoshan Ku directly refused Chen Ao. Chen Ao had no choice but to abandon the Star Tower option. He knew how advanced the Star Tower was. The fourth secret pattern alone rivaled a top-tier 6-tier technique, and comprehending it could give a chance to create a 6-tier technique. Of course, it was only a chance, a slight increase in probability. The main reason was that the Star Tower's secret patterns were far too advanced, much higher than ordinary true god-level treasures. Comprehending them was also more difficult. He didn't insist further, since Zhuoshan could disagreed, so be it. Comprehending the Star Tower might not be better than the origin land after all. Chen Ao thought to himself. Wait, I'm getting jealous. That's not right. Any negative emotion is a gateway to death. I must not be greedy or envious. The Bloodlight Palace Master Clone quickly suppressed his desires, and said to Luo Feng, since we're in the cosmic sea, let's each explore on our own. Luo Feng noticed the change in the Bloodlight Palace Master's demeanor. Senior brother, actually. Don't say it. I understand. The Star Tower wouldn't help me that much anyway. Luo Feng nodded vaguely, lost in thought. Luo Feng, don't let this affect our relationship. We're still the best brothers. Luo Feng, I don't think so. Nevertheless, seeing Chen Ao's demeanor, Luo Feng didn't dwell on it. Senior brother, wait. After we finish exploring the cosmic sea, and return to the primal universe, I'll let you comprehend the Star Tower for a while. This was his first time in the cosmic sea. He did not wish to return so soon, and the Star Tower was his supreme protective treasure which he could not part with. He would have to let Chen Ao comprehend it another time. This was the limit of what Luo Feng could achieve. Though Luo Feng was willing to help Chen Ao, he was not prepared to sacrifice himself. In this regard, Luo Feng saw no issue. Even contributions to the clan must first consider oneself before giving. Alright, I will contemplate it then. For now, let us brothers each venture into the cosmic sea separately. With that said, the two parted ways, Chen Ao and Luo Feng each choosing a direction to fly. The cosmic sea was vast and teleportation was absolutely forbidden, or otherwise one could easily lose their bearings, and become hopelessly lost, a situation of extreme peril. Luo Feng gazed upon the boundless cosmic sea, his heart surging with ambition. Cosmic sea, I Luo Feng shall make my name renowned here, so that the powerhouses of all three reincarnation eras remember the name of Luo Feng, the Galaxy Lord. Just like when he first left Earth, Luo Feng uttered bold claims. In the primordial universe his fame was immense, and it would be the same in the cosmic sea. Suddenly Luo Feng encountered a life form. Is that Yin Tuo of the first reincarnation era? A reincarnation era was the cycle from the birth to the destruction of the primordial universe. The era in which Luo Feng lived was called the third reincarnation era. Above it were the second and first reincarnation eras, whose powerhouses had survived at least one cycle of the primordial universe's birth and destruction. In terms of longevity and accumulated heritage, the powerhouses of the first and second reincarnation eras far surpassed those of the third reincarnation era, to which Luo Feng belonged. This Yin Tuo was a life form of the primordial god sect from the first reincarnation era, a special life with an enormous divine body, and a top-tier peak divine power weapon treasure. His strength was not inferior to fourth order. Such power utterly overwhelmed Luo Feng. Ha ha ha, the Silver Wing Lord. Those wings of yours seem quite fine. Such treasures should be under my control. With that, Yin Tuo attacked Luo Feng. Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly. At this point he was considerably weaker than in the original story. Lacking a top-tier domain treasure, his wings' control over time and space was not much stronger than a top-tier domain treasure. The moment they clashed, Luo Feng knew he was no match. Without domain suppression, even escaping was a strenuous effort. Thinking that Chen Ao had not gone far after their recent separation, Luo Feng called out, "Senior brother, save me. Luo Feng in danger. What a pity. Senior brother found the cosmic sea too dangerous, and has already returned to the primordial universe. Senior brother, this is no time for jokes. I am truly in danger." Chen Ao was merely joking, of course. At present Luo Feng was far too weak. Relying solely on the Nine-Roar River and the chaotic Golden Feather, he did not even have the qualifications to escape from a formidable opponent. Therefore Chen Ao quickly arrived at Luo Feng's location. By now Chen Ao had shed his Bloodlight Palace Lord disguise, and treated himself merely as Jaw Light Tree. As for the chess sword, see that Supreme Peak Domain treasure news from the Primordial Universe indicated it was on Luo Feng, which was not surprising. While Luo Feng was being chased helter-skelter, a massive rectangular chessboard appeared beneath both Yin Tuo and Luo Feng. The moment the board appeared it shattered Yin Tuo's domain treasure. Not suppression but outright shattering. Clearly the two treasures were not on the same level. Seeing his domain shattered, Yin Tuo's expression remained unchanged, as he immediately activated his top-tier domain treasure with all his might. Only then did he barely manage to withstand the power of the chess sword. See. Who is it? Yin Tuo roared. Previously the Silver Wing Lord Luo Feng was rumored to possess strength at the 5th order level, but Yin Tuo himself was a peak 4th order, so he naturally did not fear Luo Feng. After a brief exchange, he discovered that Luo Feng was merely a 2nd order newly ascended universe master. Now seeing the chessboard, Yin Tuo recalled other rumors about the Silver Wing Lord. Is this another avatar of your Silver Wing Lord? Yin Tuo quickly realized. Yet that was not right either. If Luo Feng had a body at the 5th order, then even if the winged avatar was weaker and had inferior treasures with a supreme secret technique, it should at least be at the 3rd order, not so weak. No, then who are you? Staring at the humanoid figure tens of meters tall, Yin Tuo bellowed. Yin Tuo, Lord of the First Era. Daring to attack a human, do you wish to die? Ha ha ha, a skulking coward who dares not even reveal his name spews such arrogance. Remember, I am the Golden River Lord. Galaxy Lord. Golden River Lord. Never heard of you. But as for this domain treasure, I recall it appeared after the death of the Flame Emperor. It seems you are also human. Yin Tuo, though uncertain of the connection between this Golden River Lord and the Silver Wing Lord, assumed they were enemies. Among humans, only Giant Axe Founder and Chaos City Lord are formidable. The strongest of the rest, like Ponggong Lord, can at most suppress me slightly. He was a special life with an enormous divine body, millions of kilometers. So even if an opponent was stronger, slaying him was difficult. Hence he did not believe Chen Ao posed any threat. Human, make the Silver Wing Lord hand over those wings that control time and space, and I will leave immediately. Otherwise it will be a fight to the death. Chen Ao chuckled lightly. Then die here. He then transmitted to Luo Feng, instructing him to coordinate his domain with Luo Feng's to suppress Yin Tuo. Having been chased for so long, Luo Feng was already irritated. Having just uttered bold words only to be pursued, who could endure that? Thus the chaotic Golden Feather and the chess sword C quickly joined forces to suppress Yin Tuo. Under such suppression, even Yin Tuo found movement difficult. Senior brother, teach this Yin Tuo a lesson. Chen Ao shook his head at Luo Feng. True, Yin Tuo's strength is not weak. Teaching him a lesson would be somewhat difficult. No, since we have chosen to act, we must kill him. Luo Feng. Without waiting for a reaction, Chen Ao charged forward, engaging Yin Tuo in close combat. Yin Tuo only had a top-tier peak divine power attack treasure. His other treasures were quite ordinary. He did not even have a peak divine armor, offering little resistance to Chen Ao's attacks. The 11th sword, with a single strike combined with the fully activated chess sword, see it directly annihilated 2/10,000ths of Yin Tuo's divine body. Watching his divine body being rapidly extinguished, terror flashed in Yin Tuo's eyes. The disparity in strength was immense. One sword cost 2/10,000ths, meaning a single exchange could obliterate 2% of his divine body. At this rate, he would fall here before long. You are a 6th order universe master, Yin Tuo roared. He had clashed with peak 5th order universe masters before, and even they could not annihilate 2/10,000ths of his divine body in a single blow. Aside from 6th order, Yin Tuo could think of no other possibility. Chen Ao did not explain, simply launching continuous attacks. In just a few hours, Yin Tuo's aura was reduced to less than a tenth. No, don't kill me, Under the dual domain suppression, Yin Tuo Lord was utterly powerless to resist. With no hope of reinforcements within hours, he soon perished. Luo Feng stared at Chen Ao in shock. This was Chen Ao's power. Yin Tuo had said Chen Ao was 6th order. That was too incredible. Don't look at me like that. My strength isn't that great. It's all useless. Chen Ao said. Luo Feng, how about lending me your wings? I'll trade you my peak domain treasure for them. Luo Feng shot Chen Ao a glance. Did he think he was foolish? The time-space control of his chaotic golden feather was already close to a peak domain treasure, and the wings also increased his speed, aiding his escape. He had survived so long under Yin Tuo thanks to the wings. A peak domain treasure could never achieve such a feat. Chen Ao also knew that Luo Feng would not lend them. Luo Feng still needed the wings to search for other components. He was merely speaking casually. Though he coveted Luo Feng's good items, he had no intention of seizing them. Otherwise he could have directly demanded the Wu Wing back then. It was not about taking care of Luo Feng. Rather, by making the wings Luo Feng's exclusive possession, he could exploit this identity later. Compared to the wings' effects, the identity setting seemed more valuable. Chen Ao did not dwell on it and simply tossed out a treasure. This is Yin Tuo's top-tier domain treasure. Take it as your share of the spoils. Isn't this too much? I did nothing but activate the wings. Though his mouth refused, his hand had already firmly grasped the treasure. A top-tier domain treasure. How tempting. His 9-roar river was merely an ordinary treasure, barely useful. With this top-tier domain treasure combined with the wings, he was confident to suppress even a peak domain treasure. This would greatly enhance his survival capabilities. Chen Ao merely smiled. He knew how important this top-tier domain treasure was to Luofeng, so he said no more. Be careful from now on. I may not be able to save you in time. With that, Chen Ao flew away. Watching him leave, Luofeng's gaze was complex. Senior brother always covets my little treasures. Siam caught between a rock and a hard place. He knew that Chen Ao's treasures were extraordinary. Like the chess sword C, which could instantly shatter the domain of a top-tier domain treasure. Even when fully activated, a top-tier domain treasure could only barely defend a tiny area. But in the future, I will surely obtain treasures no less than what senior brother possesses. Luofeng, come on. In the primordial universe, after stating his demands, Sword Master Chen Ao allowed the various major factions sufficient time to discuss the outcome. Consider it, all you factions. If no one is willing to buy the exclusive rights, then I will have to sell them separately. Selling separately would seemingly yield more, total value reaching 60 to 70,000 treasure points. However, a Supreme Peak 3-piece set was not something that could be bought with treasure points, so it was actually a loss. In the end, no faction was willing to part with their clan's foundational treasures. In that case, I will sell them separately. No one thinks the price for a single viewing is too high, right? Ha ha ha, of course not. A top-tier domain-level treasure. We can still afford that. A supreme treasure like the multi-treasure river was worth over 10,000 treasure points, while an ordinary top-tier 3-piece set was only worth 2 to 3,000 treasure points. Moreover, such treasures were not rare. Master Craftsman Lord could forge them. As long as materials were sufficient, they could be mass-produced, or at least were not considered scarce. In the end, 28 universe masters, some belonging to major factions and others powerful lone universe masters, each paid a top-tier 3-piece set in exchange for a chance to view the map. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this first: the Chensi map is genuine. I am showing you the original. However, if there are errors in the map, it is not my concern. Sword Master Chen Ao said. Ha ha ha, Sword Master is too kind. We all know that. It is almost impossible to tamper with the Chensi map. What are the odds? They paid little heed to Chen Ao's warning, instead finding Sword Master a man of integrity. The subsequent transaction was simple, with a few powerful lone universe masters joining midway. A total of 32 universe masters and major factions chose to view the map, and Chen Ao received 32 top-tier 3-piece sets in one go. In terms of value, this could be exchanged for more than 3 peak 3-piece sets, but it was indeed difficult to exchange. Fortunately, I have Zhuoshan Ku. Chen Ao revealed a smug smile. In the entire universe, only Zhuoshan Ku could exchange treasures of such caliber. Master, you said you'd give a 30% discount. So with these 32 treasures, I can exchange for 4 relatively ordinary peak treasures, right? Zhuoshan Ku, you really are a clever little devil. Ahem, back then it was because Luofeng was exchanging for a peak weapon treasure, and I couldn't bear to see him without even a single peak attack treasure, so. Master, am I not pitiful? Of my 4 avatars, only one has a full beginner's set. The other 3 bodies don't have a single decent treasure. 4 avatars. Zhuoshan Ku blinked. Ahem, yes, 4 indeed. Fine, forget how many for now. Didn't you previously exchange for 3 peak treasures? Long swords and armor. How can you say you don't have a single decent treasure? Without even a full set of 3 peak treasures, how can that be considered having any? Even if I had 4, it would barely make 1 set. Just barely a beginner's outfit. Humph, I won't argue with you. The treasures are inside, go get them yourself. He did have 4 sets of 3 peak treasures, after all, having collected numerous treasures over countless epochs. But if Chen Ao kept fleecing him like this, it wouldn't do. Having obtained the 4 sets of 3 peak treasures, Chen Ao finally smiled. Thank you, Master. Your treasures are amazing. Humph, this new River of Swords net is about to reach the peak level. And as you requested, it has 18 red divine swords. Excellent. Chen Ao was overjoyed. Once this River of Swords net was fully refined, the Sword Lord would have his beginner's set and could venture into the cosmic sea. Humph, don't bother me too often in the future. All you do is swindle good things from me. Chen Ao constantly brought junk to exchange for treasures, nearly draining him dry. Perhaps one day when Luofeng sought treasures, he would have to say truly not a single one left. Master, not long ago I killed Intuo of the First Era, and I earned another chance to refine treasures. Zhuoshan Ku immediately glared. What was wrong with this Chen Ao? Why did killing a universe master seem so effortless for him? He knew Chen Ao harbored secrets, but as a divine king his insight was not lacking yet. He could not fathom any method that would allow such efficient killing of a universe master. After all, universe masters could flee. Unless one pursued them for hundreds or even tens of thousands of years, it was not easy to kill them. Even he would need to exert some force to slay a universe master. It could be said that Chen Ao's efficiency in killing universe masters was no less than his own. It was simply unbelievable. Master, none of that matters. The question is, do I get a chance to refine treasures? Zuoshanku shook his head. Previously my promise to you, and your junior brother was limited to 2 times. Especially you, every time you bring ordinary treasures and ask me to refine them into top-tier peak treasures. The materials I've accumulated over countless epochs have been drained by you. In the future, even if you want me to refine treasures, I might not have the materials. So the requirement has been raised: you must kill a 5th stage universe master to earn 1 treasure refining opportunity. At this, Zuoshanku looked at Chen Ao. However, if you can kill a universe overlord, I can help you elevate the River of Swords Net or the Chess Sword Sea to the level of a supreme treasure. Chen Ao's eyes widened. Really? Killing an overlord is too difficult. Haha, of course it's hard. But isn't obtaining a supreme treasure also hard? Moreover, the River of Swords Net and the Chess Sword Sea suit you well, don't they? Chen Ao remained silent, then nodded. Come find me after the new River of Swords Net is refined. Don't bother me now. Chen Ao left helplessly, and then sent a message to Luofeng. Luofeng, Master Zuoshanku has raised the requirement for treasure refinement. You must at least kill a 5th stage universe master to get his help, or kill a universe overlord to have a supreme treasure refined. Hearing this bad news, Luofeng was stunned, and even the joy of entering the wing space vanished. Senior brother, what exactly did you do? Why did Master raise the requirement so much? He had just made a vow to obtain a set of treasures no less than Chen Ao's, and all his hopes rested on Zuoshanku. How could things change so suddenly, as if the world no longer belonged to him? Master Zuoshanku is a bit stingy. I only exchanged a few treasures and he claims I've drained him. Now it's hard for us to kill universe masters. At best, we might consider killing a few overlords and exchanging for a few supreme treasures. Senior brother, let me calm down for a while. I'll contact you later. Upon hearing Chen Ao's grim news, the excitement Luofeng had felt in the wing space evaporated. Damn it! It's as if the cosmic sea is conspiring against me. Luofeng recalled everything that had happened in such a short time, feeling exasperated. He had just made a vow to make a name in the cosmic sea, only to be chased by Intua, nearly killed, and forced to seek help from Chen Ao. Then he made another vow to obtain a set of treasures as formidable as Chen Ao's, and soon after entered the wing space, gaining immense confidence in this new goal. And then came the devastating news from Chen Ao. Without Master Zuoshanku's help, how can I ever obtain a set of treasures as powerful as senior brothers? After a long period of melancholy, he looked at his own wings. Thinking of the wings in the wing space, Luofeng felt confident again. If the 3 pairs of wings merge, they will at least be a supreme treasure. That way, I'll have 2 supreme treasures, definitely surpassing senior brother. No matter how strong senior brother is, he doesn't have a supreme treasure. Luofeng grew even more excited at this thought. So I don't need to compare treasures. One of mine is better than several of his. I should be more grounded, not rely on external things, but focus on my own strength. Thus what I need to do is elevate my power to senior brother's level, and create the strongest secret technique of a universe master. Luofeng was extremely confident about this. Chen Ao had his opportunities, but his own were even greater. However, opportunities alone were useless. One's own strength was everything. Just as Luofeng was about to explore the inclined peak domain, further a man of the divine eye race appeared before him. The silver-winged lord of the humans. I greatly admire your master Chaos City Lord. His strength even surpasses mine by a hair. I never expected his disciple to also possess 5th stage power. Since we've met, why not have a battle? Luofeng's confidence instantly plummeted. The 5 Chaos Lord of the First Era. The 5 Chaos Lord was a universe master of the divine eye race, the strongest race of the First Era. This 5 Chaos Lord cultivated the 5 fusion laws of Metal Void, Wood Void, Water Void, Fire Void, and Earth Void, merging them into one, matching even Chaos City Lord in strength. Moreover, his treasures were extremely powerful, rivaling his master Chaos City Lord in every aspect, placing him at the peak of 5th stage, renowned throughout the cosmic sea. Silver-winged Lord, life is finite. Come fight with me. Ha ha ha. The 5 Chaos Lord charged at Luofeng with a hint of madness. Luofeng gritted his teeth, feeling once again that the cosmic sea was against him. The 5 Chaos Lord looked at Luofeng in surprise. They had not yet exchanged blows, but Luofeng had been relying on treasures to evade, seemingly unwilling to engage. Silver-winged Lord, I know you have 5th stage power. Why are you running? The 5 Chaos Lord's voice echoed. I'm a 5th stage in name only. I'm a 2nd stage. Luofeng screamed inwardly. A peak 5th stage universe master could annihilate him in minutes. Of course he had the Star Tower, making it hard to kill him, but exposing the Star Tower would put him in even greater danger. Silver-winged Lord, I respect Chaos City Lord's strength and admire your reaching the 5th stage at such a young age. Why won't you fight me? Only by transcending reincarnation can one achieve immortality. Do you not wish to reach a higher realm? Madman! Luofeng could not care about the 5 Chaos Lord's frenzy. He had just been struck once, and a single blow annihilated 1% of his divine body. That wasn't even the opponent's strongest attack. Senior brother, save me. Master, save me. His wings could only delay but not truly shake off the 5 Chaos Lord. Once caught, he would die soon. He had no choice but to call for help. Luo Feng, who have you encountered? Chaos City Lord asked. The 5 Chaos Lord. Ah, the 5 Chaos Lord. How did you run into him? Chaos City Lord was also alarmed. He knew well the power of the 5 Chaos Lord, one of the strongest 5th stage universe masters. Senior brother, where are you? Can you come save me? Luo Feng asked. All talk of surpassing in strength was fake. Luo Feng, I've already returned to the primal universe this time. Senior brother, don't be like this. Luo Feng had never thought of anyone else saving him. Only a 5th stage could block the 5 Chaos Lord, and even a 5th stage would be suppressed. Besides Giant Axe, only Chaos City Lord and Chen Ao among the humans had a chance. I can't beat him. The 5 Chaos Lord's attacks are too strong, even stronger than Master. Luo Feng despaired. Would he have to abandon his wings and the Star Tower here? He dodged, desperately trying to flee, but the 5 Chaos Lord's treasures were too powerful, leaving him no chance to escape. Ha ha ha, Silver-Winged Lord, I didn't expect your wings to be so powerful. The 5 Chaos Lords soon discovered the might of Luo Feng's wings. In fact, after being tempered by the source, the wings had indeed become much stronger. Senior brother, this is your fault. If you hadn't impersonated me and made me appear as a 5th stage, the 5 Chaos Lord wouldn't have targeted me. Fine. I'll try, but I can't guarantee I can save you. Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his senior brother was very cautious and would stay far away from danger. As long as he dared to claim even a slight chance, it was basically safe. The Cosmic Sea is indeed far more dangerous than the Primal Universe. I'll put my goals aside for now, sigh. Just as Luo Feng was thinking this, he suddenly saw the Chess Sword Sea appear. Ah, senior brother was here. Seeing the Chess Sword Sea, Luo Feng was overjoyed. He knew its power well, and combined with his wings, its might was even greater, not much weaker than a supreme treasure. Indeed, the Chess Sword Sea together with the chaotic golden feathers exerted an overwhelming suppressive force. Chen Ao could clearly feel that the wing's power over time and space had greatly increased. Luo Feng must have been to the wing space. This was why he didn't covet the wings. Without the Star Tower, one couldn't enter the wing space, and 2 pairs of wings were of little use. This item was exclusive to the Cosmic Father. Those who didn't believe had already been shredded inside top-tier palace treasures. Oh! Such strong suppression. Is this a peak domain treasure? And among peak domain treasures, it's of high quality. His domain power was completely suppressed. But the 5 Chaos Lord was unafraid. No universe master could make him retreat except an overlord. It seems you are the Golden River Lord. The 5 Chaos Lord quickly recalled the message Intua had sent before his death. Haha, 5 Chaos Lord of the Divine Eye race, I've long heard of your fame. Humph, if you want to speak with me, show me your strength. Otherwise you are not worthy to address me.